As the top student in the entire school, you've awakened the sole hidden class, yet everyone around you is lamenting your tenfold consumption debuff. You force a smile, because your true game-breaking advantage has just been activated. What a shame! No matter how good the sharpshooter talent is, even 10 times the EXP isn't enough to sustain it. The murmurs around you seem to drift by as if through a veil of water. You ignored the school beauty's complicated gaze. Inside, a storm had already begun to rage. Just a moment ago, the instant the awakening stone's light fell, that heavenly voice rang out, 10,000-fold amplification system successfully bound. You slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, pretending to adjust your collar, but in reality, you were staring intently at the pale blue notification in your field of vision. Any EXP you gain will be amplified 10,000-fold. This wasn't some useless loser, it was clearly the prelude to the descent of a god. The entire school was mocking you for awakening the most money-draining, useless talent in history, one where skill upgrades required 10 times the EXP. But only you knew the truth. This was essentially a backdoor granted to your system. Just as everyone was pitying you, lamenting that sharpshooter was a money pit, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice exploded in your mind without warning. Frowny face ding. Host detected. 10,000-fold amplification system successfully bound. You forced down the wild joy welling up at the corners of your mouth as you watched the data stream refresh frantically on your retinas. Killing a novice wild rabbit, which normally yields only 1 EXP, instantly skyrocketed to 10,000 EXP thanks to the system's amplification. An iron rank skill that others spend their entire lives struggling to max out, you can level it up 3 times just by killing a single monster. What is tenfold resource consumption? Faced with 10,000-fold returns, you could even max out a god-tier forbidden spell through in-game purchases. This isn't some loser, it's clearly the prelude to a goddess descent. Blue Star. Dragon Nation, South Province, Lin City. Lin City No. 3 High School, Awakening Plaza. The annual senior year awakening ceremony was about to begin. Yi Chen stood in the line for Class 4, Senior 4, feeling a surge of excitement. Yi Chen was a transmigrator who had been here from Earth for 18 years. Over those 18 years, he had gained a clear understanding of this world. Hundreds of years ago, the game world invaded Blue Star. Countless powerful monsters poured in, and the two worlds fused, causing Blue Star's land area to expand 1,000-fold and its world rules to undergo drastic changes. All hot weapons became useless, and countless realms and dungeons began to emerge. Just as humanity was on the brink of despair, countless divine stones fell from the sky. Anyone who turned 18 had the chance to awaken as a class user through these divine stones. Each class user could gain EXP, materials, and even equipment by slaying monsters in the wild, clearing dungeons, or conquering realms. Gaining EXP allowed them to level up their character and skills, thereby enhancing their strength. By battling various monsters, they carved out a space for the human race to survive. After a century of development, humans can now awaken to a specific class with the highest probability simply by studying the relevant class knowledge. The better one masters this knowledge, the greater the chance of a successful awakening. Even to rare classes or hidden classes. Today is the annual Awakening Day. Only on this day do various mysterious and obscure runes appear on the divine stones to aid humans in their class awakenings. Every person who has turned 18 can undergo class awakening through the divine stone on this day. After more than a decade of diligent study, today will determine whether they rise like a dragon or crawl like a worm. Yi Chen stood at the very front of Class 4, Grade 12's line. Having ranked first in the entire school for 3 years, he was the undisputed top genius at Lincheng No. 3 High School, crushing the runner-up with his overwhelming prowess. Many people had high expectations for Yi Chen's awakening. Look, that incredibly handsome upperclassman, that's Yi Chen, the school heartthrob of the senior class. I heard he scored perfect marks in all his archery specialization courses, both theory and practice. Some underclass women from the freshman and sophomore grades were whispering to each other. They had come today to observe the ceremony, a tradition of the annual awakening ritual that allowed them to familiarize themselves with the process in advance. Exactly. He could easily get by on his looks alone, but he insists on relying on his talent. Principal Bai Xin Yuan has even publicly stated that Yi Chen is very likely to awaken as an archer-type special class or even a hidden class. I want to awaken as an archer, too. Archers have fast attack speed and an ultra-long attack range. It's literally my dream class. Countless admiring glances were fixed on Yi Chen. Yi Chen had long since grown accustomed to this over the years. He'd seen such gazes far too many times. Perhaps because he had traveled through time, and after his soul fusion, he might be slightly stronger than ordinary people. Although he didn't have an awakening system, Yi Chen possessed an excellent memory and exceptional aptitude. He could easily master every subject at school. He found the specialized archer courses particularly easy to learn, scoring perfect marks on every exam. Even Principal Bai Xingyuan had praised him to his face, saying he would awaken a special archer-type class, perhaps even a hidden class, and that his future was boundless. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. He was eager to see what class he would awaken next. The awakening ceremony is finally about to begin. I hope I can awaken a powerful hidden class, then I'll really take off. Dude, don't just drink, eat some food too. As for a hidden class? You'd better pray hard that you even manage to awaken one. My parents are ordinary people. They've endured so much hardship to send me to school. I have to make them proud. I'll switch to a combat class and give them a better life. The last student's words echoed the sentiments of most students. Professionals enjoy a status far above that of ordinary people. In the vast majority of industries, professionals occupy core positions, and the highest levels of power are held by them. During the annual awakening, about 30% of participants become professionals, and of those, only about 40% awaken as combat classes, while the rest become life classes. Combat classes generally include mages, warriors, priests, archers, assassins, summoners, and so on. Life classes generally include blacksmiths, alchemists, enchanters, and cooks, among others. Generally speaking, which class one awakens to is largely related to the student's major. The better one's grasp of class-specific knowledge, the greater the chance of a successful awakening. Just as the students were chatting excitedly, Principal Bai Xingyuan's voice rang out from the awakening platform. All senior year students, get ready, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Class advisors, please lead your students to the stage in order of student ID number to undergo their class awakening. It was finally about to begin. Everyone was incredibly excited. Senior Year Class 1, Wang Tang. At that moment, a boy from Senior Year Class 1 stepped out of the crowd and approached the awakening platform, lucky enough to be the first to undergo the awakening ceremony. It's Wang Tang, the top student from Senior 3, Class 1. I've heard his grades in the mage specialization courses have consistently ranked in the top 3 in the grade year after year. He might just awaken as a high-tier mage. He probably will. I heard someone read his fortune before and said he has the potential to become a great emperor. Wang Tang is about to awaken. Let us see what class he'll awaken as. Wang Tang placed one hand on the awakening stone. The awakening stone burst into a white glow, enveloping Wang Tang. In no time at all, streaks of red light appeared within the white glow, eventually forming a pattern of flames. 4 large blue characters appeared in the void flame mage. Many were taken aback and exclaimed with delight. Wang Tang really lives up to his reputation as a top student. He has actually advanced to a high-tier mage class, Flame Mage. Wow, Wang Tang has a bright future ahead of him. Compared to the most basic mages, a Flame Mage can increase fire elemental magic damage by 50%. From now on, whether he wants to farm monsters in the wild or run dungeons, he'll never have trouble finding a party. Man, I'm so jealous of Wang Tang. Amid the envious stares of the crowd, the awakening stone dimmed its glow. With a beaming smile, Wang Tang returned to his Class S group, overjoyed. At that moment, Bai Xingyuan, standing at the awakening platform, was also overcome with excitement. What a great start! Who would have thought that the very first awakening would be a high-tier class? In this world, class tiers are ranked from lowest to highest as follows: novice rank, intermediate, high tier, rare, and legendary. In addition, there are hidden classes. Generally speaking, hidden classes rank higher than rare classes but lower than legendary classes. However, there are exceptions to every rule. Some hidden classes are even weaker than novice rank classes, while others are stronger than legendary classes. It all comes down to luck. Generally speaking, Lincheng number 3 high school only sees 2 or 3 high-tier classes awaken each year, and a rare class might appear once every 3 to 5 years. As for legendary classes, the entire Dragon Kingdom rarely sees even one in a year. Who would have thought that this year, right after the first studentess awakening, a high-tier mage class would appear? Bai Xinyuan couldn't help but get excited and began looking forward to the upcoming awakenings. Next up, Senior 3, Class 1, Zheng Dali. Awaken Life Class, Spirit Plant Cultivator. Zheng Dali was very satisfied with his class. A spirit plant cultivator can accelerate the cultivation of various plant-based materials. Both alchemists and chefs need these materials, so it's considered a very good class among the life classes. Next up, Class 1, Senior 3, Xiaohuahua. Awakening failed. Next up, Class 1, Senior 3, Tang Sansan. Awakening failed. Xiaohuahua and Tang Sansan's consecutive awakening failures instantly made the atmosphere in the hall feel a bit tense. Clearly, a failed awakening was the fate awaiting most people. Next up, Senior 3, Class 2, Han Qinggu. Everyone's gaze immediately sharpened. Han Qinggu was the undisputed most beautiful girl at Lincheng number 3 high school. Her grades consistently ranked second in her grade, and her popularity at school was second only to Yi Chen's. Han Qinggu strode onto the awakening platform with her long, slender legs and approached the awakening stone, a hint of nervousness visible on her stunningly beautiful face. Han Qinggu placed one hand on the awakening stone, and a dazzling glow immediately enveloped her. The next second, the sky suddenly turned gray. Crystalline snowflakes began to drift down. An ethereal female figure appeared in the void behind Han Qinggu. This woman was stunningly beautiful, with a slender, alluring figure. She held an ice and snow staff, her beautiful eyes filled with detachment. An anomaly. This is a rare class anomaly. Principal Bai Xinyuan trembled with excitement. It had been 5 years since a rare class phenomenon last appeared at Lincheng number 3 high school. The entirely blue ice and snow staff in the ethereal woman's hand transformed into a beam of light, which flashed into Han Qinggu's body, and the phenomenon began to fade. Once the phenomenon had completely vanished, 4 large purple characters began to appear in the void. Frost Mage. Wow, it's actually a rare class Frost Mage. A Frost Mage. That's so powerful. Ice magic is the strongest of all magical classes. Dare anyone argue with that? Absolutely. Ice mages not only deal high damage but also have incredibly strong crowd control. With all those slow and freeze effects, they're practically unbeatable. A frost mage can also boost ice magic damage by 100%. Later on, a single forbidden spell could probably destroy several lynchings. No wonder she is the second greatest talent at Lincheng number 3 high school. Her reputation is well deserved. I'm starting to look forward to seeing what class my brother Yi Chen will awaken. What do you mean your brother Yi Chen? He is clearly mine. Ah, I'll fight you over this. Han Qinggu excitedly stepped down from the awakening platform. Once Han Qinggu returned to her group, a crowd of classmates surrounded her, chattering away with endless questions. A rare class that is truly one in a million. The awakening ceremony continued. Some rejoiced, while others grieved. Next up, Senior 4, Class 4, Yi Chen. Upon hearing his name, Yi Chen took a step forward and walked toward the awakening platform. Han Qinggu watched Yi Chen, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She had been ranked second in her grade for 3 years, never once surpassing Yi Chen. She wondered if this time she might finally have a chance to do so. The awakening stone burst into light, enveloping Yi Chen within its glow. The very next second, 10 massive suns suddenly appeared in the sky. 10 suns across the sky. Golden light enveloped the entire Lincheng number 3 high school. What is this? How did 10 suns suddenly appear? It's so hot. I'm about to melt. This is a class change phenomenon. How could there be such a grand class change phenomenon? I've never heard of anything like it. Could this be the class change phenomenon of a legendary class? Han Qinggu watched this magnificent phenomenon and couldn't help but admit defeat. It seemed he'd lost to him once again. Look! Someone else appeared over there. Suddenly, a student shouted. Everyone looked up. The ethereal figure of a man clad in golden armor, wielding a flaming longbow, and with white hair flowing down his shoulders appeared in the void not far away. The man gazed at the 10 great suns in the sky and drew his longbow to its limit. A golden light flashed forth. The golden arrow sliced through the void, shattering 9 of the great suns with a single shot. Like fireworks exploding, dazzling colors filled the sky. The ethereal figure cast a distant glance toward Yi Chen. The blazing longbow in his hand transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward Yi Chen and merging directly into his body. Immediately afterward, all the extraordinary phenomena vanished, and everything returned to normal. A row of large red characters appeared in the void. Unique hidden class, Sharpshooter. Not a legendary class, but a unique hidden class. This meant there was only one person in the entire world who possessed this class. Moreover, even if Yi Chen were to die, no one else would ever awaken this class. This class could be said to be exclusive to Yi Chen, no one else could ever obtain it. Yi Chen is so amazing he actually awakened a unique hidden class. No wonder he is the top genius at Lincheng No. 3 High School, his reputation is well deserved. A unique hidden class, his future is boundless. Just as I expected from my big brother Yi Chen, I knew he was the best. So what if it's a unique hidden class? It might just be average. Exactly. A unique hidden class just means it's the only one in the world. It might actually be weak. Stop being so bitter. No matter what, it's still better than your worthless class. That's right. You should take a look at what class you've awakened. It's just the rage of a bunch of losers, don't pay them any mind. Bai Xinyuan, standing on the awakening platform, was completely overwhelmed by the string of surprises. First, Han Qinggu had awakened a rare class. Now Yi Chen had awakened a unique hidden class, and judging by the phenomenon, it was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful combat class. After completing his awakening, Yi Chen was about to step down from the stage. Bai Xinyuan quickly called out to him. Yi Chen, the state provides corresponding rewards for combat classes rated rare and above, based on the class's talent level. Your class is a unique hidden class, and I'm not sure what your talent level is. So, would you mind showing me your stats panel? In response to Bai Xinyuan's request, Yi Chen nodded. He then summoned his personal stats panel, set the talent column to be visible to Bai Xinyuan, and began examining the panel himself. Name, Yi Chen. Class, Sharpshooter. Level, LV101000. Attributes, Strength 30, Vitality 25, Agility 25, Spirit 25. Attack Power, 60, Strength 2. HP, 500, Vitality 20. Mana, 500, Spirit 20. Physical Defense, 25, Vitality 1. Magic Defense, 25, Spirit 1. Attack Speed, 1.32 times second. Movement Speed, 5 meters second. Talent, Divine Heart SSS. Divine Heart SSS increases final damage by 200% and allows you to exceed the skill level cap, but the EXP required to level up skills is increased tenfold. Skills, Divine Mark Level 1, Divine Arrow Level 1. Divine Mark Level 1, Passive Skill. Each time damage is dealt to a target, a Divine Mark stack is applied. When 3 stacks are accumulated, the damage can be detonated once, dealing damage equal to 10% of attack power that ignores defense. Divine Arrow Level 1, Active Skill. An energy arrow condensed from mana. Consumes 10 mana. The energy arrow possesses 10% of the user's attack power. The energy arrow counts directly toward total attack power as if it were equipment. By Xinyuan's pupils contracted. It's actually an SSS tier class talent. Generally speaking, the higher the class tier, the higher the level of the awakened class talent. Class talent levels, from highest to lowest, are SSS class, SS class, S class, A class, B class, C class, D class, E class, and F class. Each class's talent is fixed, so only when a hidden class appears is it necessary to check the stats panel to record the class talent level. Generally, rare class talent levels range from S to A, while legendary class talent levels range from SSS to S. Any class that can awaken an SSS tier talent will, upon reaching maturity, become a figure renowned throughout the world. Yi Chen's Awakened Sharpshooter class possesses an SSS tier talent even among legendary classes. It ranks among the very best. Although the Divine Heart talent has a negative effect increasing the EXP required to level up skills tenfold, it also has a positive effect of boosting final damage by 200%. Even if he levels up his skills a few levels less, he is still absurdly powerful, so it's no big deal. That's enough. Yi Chen, you may go down now. I will personally deliver the national reward to you later. Bai Xinyuan addressed Yi Chen in as neutral a tone as possible. Every professional with an SSS tier talent is a treasure of the human race. They must be allowed to grow safely and must not be exposed prematurely. The human race is currently facing an invasion by the Abyss Demons, and once they reach maturity, every professional with an SSS tier talent will become a guardian deity of the human race. There are also cultists among the human race who have defected to the Abyss Demons. If they discover that Yi Chen is an SSS tier talent professional, they will certainly do everything in their power to eliminate him as quickly as possible. Yi Chen also sensed the deeper meaning behind Principal Bai Xinyuan's words. After giving a slight bow of thanks, he stepped down from the awakening platform. Soon, everyone's awakening was complete. All students who had failed their awakening, along with their juniors in the first and second years of high school, left the awakening plaza. Only those who had successfully awakened remained, ready to listen to Principal Bai Xinyuan's upcoming speech. There were over 1,000 seniors at Lincheng No. 3 High School in total. More than 300 had successfully awakened, of whom over 140 had awakened as combat classes and over 200 as lifestyle classes. There was one unique hidden class, one rare class, and 3 high-tier classes far exceeding Principal Bai Xinyuan's expectations. Students, the class awakening is now complete. No matter what class you've awakened to, you must work hard to level up and improve your skill proficiency. There are no useless classes, only useless practitioners. As long as you work hard, everyone will have a bright future. Next, Lincheng will open a beginner's dungeon to allow all combat class students to gain practical experience and level up. Students in life skills classes need not worry either. The school has already contacted practitioners from the Lincheng Life Skills Association, who will teach you how to master various life skills and improve your proficiency. I hope that in the major exam 1 week from now, all of you will achieve excellent results and gain admission to the professional university of your choice. The Beginner's Dungeon is a special dungeon in Lincheng designed specifically for novice practitioners. The monsters inside are primarily levels 1 through 8. They have been weakened, and their density is very low. It's ideal for students who have just awakened to gain experience through combat and become familiar with their skills. Soon, Bai Xinyuan finished speaking, and everyone began preparing to go home. Yi Chen returned home. The room was very sparsely furnished, with almost no furniture. One photograph stood out prominently. It showed a young couple, the man handsome and dashing, the woman pure and beautiful, with a little boy standing between them. Although he looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, it was clear he had inherited all his parents' best features and was exceptionally good looking. The photo was taken 12 years ago and depicted none other than Yi Chen and his parents. Yi Chen had been in this world for 18 years. In his previous life, he had been an orphan with no family or relatives. In this life, he had parents who loved him, and he cherished them all the more. But the good times didn't last long. 10 years ago, an abyss rift appeared outside Lincheng, and countless monsters and demons poured out. As powerful professionals, Yi Chen's parents had both the responsibility and the duty to protect the ordinary people of Lincheng. During the war between Lincheng and the Abyss Demons, Yi Chen's parents charged into the Abyss Rift, destroyed the Abyss Altar, and ultimately never returned. Since then, Yi Chen has become withdrawn, devoting himself feverishly to studying professional knowledge and honing his combat skills. He vowed to wipe out the Abyss Demons, avenge his parents, carry on their legacy, protect the human race, and ensure that ordinary people could live in peace in this world. I'm going to Longjing University, Yi Chen declared firmly to himself. The reason everyone flocks to professional universities is that they provide students with vast resources, all funded by the state for training. The higher a university's ranking, the more resources the state allocates to it. In this era of professionals, the vast majority of resources are controlled by the state. This high concentration of resources is intended to cultivate powerful professionals, for only powerful professionals can become the guardians of the human race. Longjing University, the top-ranked professional university in Longhua, possesses vast resources. Only at Longjing University could Yi Chen receive the best training, accelerate his growth, and have a chance to fulfill his vow. Ding eligible host detected. 10,000-fold amplification system binding. Ding 10,000-fold amplification system binding successful. Just as Yi Chen was pondering his future, two mechanical voices suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the system. Sure enough, this was the standard equipment for anyone who had been transported to another world. Although it had taken 18 years to finally arrive, Yi Chen knew full well that better late than never. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Chen began to explore the system. Soon, he figured it out. His system currently had only one unlocked feature. All other functions were grayed out and temporarily inaccessible. The currently unlocked feature was simple yet powerful. Any EXP gained through any means would be amplified 10,000-fold. In other words, while defeating a monster would normally yield only 1 EXP, Yi Chen would receive 10,000 EXP. It's important to note that gaining EXP in this world is extremely difficult. Defeating a common monster of the same level as yourself yields only 10 EXP. Of course, this applies only to monsters in the wild. Monsters in dungeons and realms receive different EXP multipliers based on the dungeon S-type and tier. At the same time, leveling up both your character and your skills requires a massive amount of EXP. Leveling up skills, in particular, is a bottomless pit. The EXP required to level up a skill is 10 times that needed to level up a character. It takes 1000 EXP for a character to go from level 1 to level 2, while it takes 10,000 EXP for a skill to go from level 1 to level 2. The EXP required to max out a novice rank skill to level 10 is roughly enough to level a character up to level 20. And that's just a novice rank skill. Iron rank skills cap at level 20, bronze rank skills at level 30, and silver rank skills at level 50. The higher you go, the more staggering the amount of EXP required to level up a skill becomes. Most people can't even fully level a single iron rank skill in their entire lifetime. On top of that, Yi Chen has awakened the Divine Heart talent, which multiplies the EXP required to level up a skill by 10. While Yi Chen levels up one skill to its maximum, others could level up 10 to their maximum. However, none of this is a problem anymore. Yi Chen's skill levels will rise rapidly, with no level cap, all while benefiting from the talent S effect of a 200% final damage boost. Yi Chen believes that in the not-too-distant future, no one will be able to withstand the power of a single arrow from him. Yi Chen took a deep breath, his heart brimming with confidence. Early the next morning, Yi Chen woke up on time and headed straight to school. Several buses were already waiting at the school entrance. Once everyone had arrived, the buses took them directly to the Beginner S dungeon. The Beginner S dungeon was located north of Linchang. Students from every middle school in Linchang who had awakened combat professions would gather here to gain experience through real combat. There were a total of 8 middle schools in Linchang, and this year, the number of students who had awakened combat classes was slightly higher than in previous years, surpassing the 2,000 student mark. When Yi Chen and his group arrived at the Beginner S dungeon, students from several other schools were already there, and the place was teeming with people. The students stood grouped by their respective schools and classes, while their teachers handled the dungeon entry procedures. Old Bai, your third middle school has really risen to prominence this time. Having a rare class mage is one thing, but to actually have a unique hidden class archer as well, I'm so envious. You guys at First High School are consistently reliable. You produce at least one rare class every year. First High School has 2 rare classes again this year. That's really impressive. Several principals stood huddled together, chatting animatedly. Bai Xinyuan was beaming at that moment. The results of Third High School's awakening this time had indeed far exceeded his expectations, allowing him to stand tall, a rare occurrence in front of the other principals. I wonder how many students from Linchang will get into Dragon Capital University this time. Judging by this year's awakening results, at least 2 or 3 should make it. It looks like Linchang is on the rise this year, too. That's right. The better Lincheng's overall exam results are, the more resources will be allocated to Lincheng next year, which is good news for all the schools. Soon, the check-in procedures for the dungeon were completed. The school issued weapons and equipment to everyone. Depending on each person's class, different weapons would be assigned. Yi Chen received a longbow and a quiver of arrows. The quiver contained 100 arrows, which could be reused until their durability was depleted. Beginner's longbow white. A longbow used for beginner training provides a small increase in attack power. Attack power plus 3. Beginner's arrows white. Arrows used for beginner training composed of iron arrowheads and wooden shafts provide a small increase in attack power. Attack power plus 1. These are the stats of the weapon in Yi Chen's hand. In this world, equipment is divided into 6 tiers: white, bronze green, silver blue, gold, dark gold orange, and mythic red. White equipment is the most common type, and the stats it provides are quite basic. After distributing the equipment, Bai Xinyuan walked over. Classmates, your equipment has been distributed. You may now form your own parties and enter the beginner's dungeon to gain experience through combat. Although it's the beginner's dungeon where monsters are weakened and their density is low, it's still many times safer than the wilds. However, for beginners who have never fought monsters before, there are still some dangers. It's best to form a party and support one another, otherwise, it's easy to get injured. In previous years, some players overestimated their abilities and rashly ventured deep into the dungeon, which even led to deaths in some cases. Yi Chen, may I invite you to join my party? I currently have a sword and shield knight in my party to tank damage, a holy priest for healing and buffs, and I'm a frost mage who can deal damage and apply crowd control. With you, a sharpshooter, providing powerful damage output, we'll definitely be able to farm monsters several levels above our own. Han Qingwu walked straight up to Yi Chen and extended a party invitation. Looking at the 3-person party Han Qingwu had already assembled, Yi Chen shook his head. I plan to solo this. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Although the sharpshooter was a unique hidden class, archers weren't particularly strong in the early game. They generally needed a frontline tank to absorb damage in order to deal consistent damage. Besides, how could he possibly refuse an invitation from the school's most beautiful girl? Fine. You're the school heartthrob, you're so great, you're so aloof. Seeing that Yi Chen was adamant, Han Qingwu didn't press the issue. Alright, good luck. Let us see who levels up faster, you soloing or me in a party. With that, Han Qingwu turned and walked away. All the students present, including Principal Bai Xinyuan, were momentarily taken aback. You're being foolish, Yi Chen. Even though you've awakened the sharpshooter, you're not exactly a powerhouse in the early game. Grouping up is still more efficient and safer. Yi Chen was truly at a loss. He couldn't very well say that he de-awakened the 10,000-fold amplification system and could level up quickly just by killing any monster. Don't worry, Principal Bai. I'm confident I can do this. Seeing Yi Chen's resolute and confident demeanor, Bai Xinyuan didn't press the matter further. Soon, all the students had formed their parties. Everyone except Yi Chen had joined a group. Everyone, pay attention. Let me emphasize this again. Although the beginner's dungeon is merely a transitional dungeon with weakened monsters, you must still be extremely cautious and take it seriously. Don't overestimate your abilities or rush recklessly into the depths of the dungeon. Proceed steadily and cautiously based on your party's strength. Every year, there are people who overestimate their abilities, suffer serious injuries, or even pay with their lives. It looks like everyone's ready. Let us go. As soon as Bai Xinyuan finished speaking, he waved his hand and opened the dungeon gates. A deep blue vortex slowly opened before the group. The group was still absorbed in the speech they just heard. Yi Chen, however, didn't hesitate for a moment. He simply stepped right in. This drew a series of gasps from the crowd. Holy crap! Yi Chen really went in alone. No wonder he is the top genius at third high. He is bold because he is skilled. Let us go, let us go. We're going in too. Yi Chen is so brave. Inside the beginner's dungeon. It was a vast plain with lush vegetation, meadows, forests, and lakes. The monster density here wasn't high, and they didn't actively attack humans, making it quite safe. The purpose of the beginner's dungeon was to allow new players to master skills and adapt to combat. Looking around, a long-eared rabbit appeared in Yi Chen's field of vision. Long-eared rabbit beginner. Level 1. HP 250. Attack 20. Physical defense 5. Magic defense 5. Skills none. Although the long-eared rabbit is a level 1 beginner monster, its stats are nearly on par with those of a level 1 novice rank adventurer. This shows just how powerful unearthed monsters of the same level truly are. If adventurers didn't team up, they'd likely be on the verge of collapse after taking on just a few monsters in a one-on-one fight. Of course, Yi Chen was a unique hidden class. His starting stats were far higher than those of a novice rank adventurer, and with each level up, he would gain more fixed and free stat points. Furthermore, Yi Chen had achieved perfect scores in every module of his archery specialization, and his combat skills were quite impressive. Taking on a few same-level beginner monsters solo was no problem at all. I'll kill a rabbit first to test the 10,000-fold amplification system. Yi Chen drew his beginner's longbow, used divine arrow to conjure a mana arrow, and instantly fired it at the nearest long-eared rabbit. Whoosh! The golden mana arrow sliced through the air. It struck the long-eared rabbit's eye with pinpoint accuracy, sending blood splattering in all directions. Battle notice: your skill hit the long-eared rabbit's weak point, dealing double damage. 247. Weak point. A single arrow nearly instantly killed the long-eared rabbit, leaving it with just a sliver of health. Yi Chen currently has 60 base attack power. His beginner's longbow adds 3 attack power, divine arrow increases attack power by 10%, the divine heart talent provides a 200% final damage boost, and with the 2x damage from hitting a weak point, Yi Chen nearly one-shot the long-eared rabbit. The long-eared rabbit, enraged by the attack, charged straight at Yi Chen. Yi Chen channeled divine arrow once more. Whoosh! 124. Log, successfully killed the long-eared rabbit, gained 50,000 EXP. Yi Chen gasped. Although he had mentally prepared himself, seeing that killing a single long-eared rabbit yielded 50,000 EXP still filled his eyes with astonishment. Name: Yi Chen. Class: Sharpshooter. Level: LV1 10,000 1000. In this world, EXP can only be stored up to 10 times the express cap, so he ultimately received only 10,000 EXP. Therefore, Yi Chen decided to level up his character first before upgrading his skills. Log: character leveled up. EXP 1000, current level 2. Log: character leveled up. EXP 2000, current level 3. Log: character leveled up. EXP 4000, current level 4. Having leveled up 3 times in one go, Yi Chen checked his stats. Name: Yi Chen. Class: Sharpshooter. Level: LV 4 3000 6000. Attributes: Strength 120, Vitality 100, Agility 100, Spirit 100. Attack Power 243. HP 2000. Mana 2000. Physical Defense 100. Magic Defense 100. Attack Speed 3.32 times second. Movement Speed 10 meters second. Free stat points 45. As you can see, the sharpshooter class gains 30 points in strength, 25 points in vitality, 25 points in agility, 25 points in spirit, and 15 free stat points per level, for a total of 120 stat points across the 4 attributes per level. Keep in mind that rare classes gain a maximum of 80 stat points across the 4 attributes per level, consisting of 75 fixed stat points and 5 free stat points. Legendary classes, on the other hand, gain a maximum of 100 stat points per level, 90 fixed points and 10 free points. However, the sharpshooter gains a total of 120 stat points per level. Based on this alone, the sharpshooter can be considered the world's strongest class. I'll put all my free stat points into strength for the sharpshooter and build a brute force archer. The other stats can just rely on the fixed growth. Yi Chen thought for a moment, then allocated all 45 free attribute points to strength. Glancing at the long-eared rabbit in the distance, Yi Chen shook his head and headed straight into the depths of the dungeon. In this world, earning EXP is extremely difficult. Killing ordinary monsters of the same level yields only 10 EXP, and the EXP from beginner monsters in the beginner dungeon is even less, only half that of ordinary monsters. Additionally, EXP drops by 40% for every level you're higher than the monster. In other words, if you're just 3 levels higher, you won't gain any EXP at all. Conversely, hunting monsters below your level grants bonus EXP 40% for every level difference, up to a maximum of 200% bonus EXP. Since Yi Chen was now level 4, he had no choice but to venture deeper into the dungeon to slay higher level monsters. As Yi Chen ventured deeper, he gradually encountered more high-level monsters. Wild Boar Beginner. Level 4. HP 1000. Attack 110. Physical defense 20. Magic defense 20. Skill Barbaric Charge. As he watched the wild boar in the distance, a divine arrow began to form in Yi Chen's hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 681. 688. 2 golden arrows flashed forth. At Yi Chen's current attack speed, firing a single arrow took only a fraction of a second. After reaching level 4, with 165 strength and 330 base attack power, Yi Chen could deal a terrifying damage of nearly 700 with just a single arrow. Before the wild boar in the distance could even react, its health bar was instantly wiped out. Log: Wild boar successfully killed. Earned 50,000 EXP. Name: Yi Chen. Class: Sharpshooter. Level: LV 453,000 6000. Continue leveling up. Log: Character leveled up. EXP 6000, current level 5. Log: Character leveled up. EXP 9000, current level 6. Log: Character leveled up. EXP 12,000, current level 7. Log: Character leveled up. EXP 16,000, current level 8. Having leveled up 4 times in a row, Yi Chen once again allocated all 60 of his free attribute points to strength. Seeing that his character had skyrocketed to level 8 after killing just 2 monsters, Yi Chen was filled with mixed emotions. I bet even a rocket couldn't keep up with my leveling speed. But for now, I can't level up any further. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind. I'm still too weak right now. I can't reveal the secret behind my rapid leveling. Based on EXP rates from previous years, reaching level 8 on the first day of the beginner's dungeon was a rare feat even across the entire Dragon Kingdom, though not entirely unheard of, since some classes are exceptionally adept at grinding monsters for experience. After all, it only takes 50,000 EXP to reach level 8, and for true geniuses, skipping 2 or 3 levels to instantly wipe out beginner monsters in the beginner's dungeon is no big deal. By train riding, gathering dozens or even hundreds of monsters at once and using area of effect skills to wipe them out, instantly killing 300 or 400 monsters in an hour isn't much of a problem. Once you reach level 8, most monsters in the beginner's dungeon no longer provide EXP, so you have to head to the deepest part of the dungeon to kill level 8 monsters. With that in mind, Yi Chen continued deeper into the dungeon. As Yi Chen ventured deeper, level 6 and level 7 monsters began to appear around him, and the density of monsters increased significantly. But Yi Chen paid no attention to any of them, only the level 8 monsters at the very depths of the dungeon were his target. He intended to use this time to thoroughly hone his combat skills, master his strength to perfection, and adapt to the pace of open-world combat ahead of time. Even if this might reduce his EXP gain efficiency, it didn't matter. He'd have plenty of opportunities to earn more EXP later. Besides, he had already reached level 8, which was essentially the ultimate goal for countless players in the beginner's dungeon. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance to a forest. Yi Chen knew this forest marked the end of the beginner's dungeon. The level 8 monsters from the dungeon were right here in this forest. It's important to note that the level 8 monsters in the beginner's dungeon are not nerfed, their strength matches that of monsters in the wild. Once an adventurer reaches level 9, they are automatically teleported out of the beginner's dungeon. That's why, generally, after reaching level 9, adventurers head out into the wild to grind monsters and level up. To ensure that new players don't feel overwhelmed when facing wild monsters for the first time. The level 8 monsters in the beginner S dungeon are not weakened. This serves as an adjustment period for new players to acclimate to the intensity of wild monsters in advance. Yi Chen stepped into the forest. Before long, Yi Chen spotted a massive black bear glaring at him menacingly. Monsters in the wild differ from those in the beginner S dungeon. Monsters in the beginner S dungeon do not actively attack humans, but the vast majority of monsters in the wild are aggressive. The black bear before him was also an aggressive monster, designed to help new players adapt to the dangers of the wild in advance. Black bear common. Level 8. HP 8000. Attack 620. Physical defense 160. Magic defense 80. Skills: Roar, Heavy Strike. With 8000 HP and 160 physical defense, a level 8 black bear's HP and physical defense are actually 8 times that of a level 4 wild boar. Roar. The black bear roared at Yi Chen, granting itself a 10-second strength buff, then charged toward him. However, Yi Chen had already begun to retreat. He was creating distance between himself and the black bear. As an archer, he had to keep positioning constantly in mind and master the art of kiting. After all, you can't deal damage if you're dead. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit, let alone a black bear, which is no pushover. Even though Yi Chen's stats far exceed those of others, he couldn't withstand many attacks from the black bear. Whoosh! 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 Combat notice: your skill hit the black bear's weak spot, dealing double damage. 2398, vulnerable. 2401. Vulnerable. 2396. Vulnerable. 2399. Vulnerable. In less than a second, 4 arrows were fired in rapid succession at the black bear. The 4 arrows struck the black bear's eyes almost simultaneously, piercing straight through its skull and dealing double damage from 4 vulnerable hits, instantly killing the black bear. Log: Black bear successfully defeated, earned 100,000 EXP. Since the black bear's strength hadn't been nerfed and its level matched Yi Chen's, each black bear granted the full 10 EXP. With the system's multiplier, that amounted to 100,000 EXP. Next up, leveling up my skills. For other classes, raising a skill from level 1 to level 10 requires roughly 1 million EXP, but I need 10 million EXP. Killing one black bear now yields 100,000 EXP, which means I only need to kill 99 more black bears to max out a novice rank skill. However, the Divine Heart talent allows me to break through the skill level cap, so I can keep farming indefinitely without wasting any EXP. With that in mind, Yi Chen channeled his stored EXP into the EXP bar for Divine Arrow. Although he could only store up to 10 times his express capacity, once he gained EXP, he could transfer it directly to a skill's EXP bar with a single thought. Once the skill's EXP bar was full, the skill would automatically level up. Log: Divine Arrow upgraded. EXP 100,000, current level 2. Divine Arrow level 2, active skill. An energy arrow condensed from mana. Consumes 9 mana. The energy arrow possesses 11% of the user's attack power. After Divine Arrow was upgraded to level 2, its mana cost was reduced by 1 point, and the energy arrow's attack power increased by 1%. Based on Yi Chen's current 693 attack power, this equates to a 7-point increase in the arrow's attack power. Combined with the 200% final damage boost from the Divine Heart talent, it's still a significant improvement. Currently, a single Divine Arrow provides 76 attack power. In contrast, the beginner's arrows in his storage space only add 1 point of attack power, a pitifully small amount that's completely useless to Yi Chen. After upgrading his skill, Yi Chen closed the stats panel. He threw himself back into the battle. Outside the dungeon, all the high school principals in Linchang had gathered here. They sat around a table, drinking tea and chatting, waiting for the students to emerge from the beginner's dungeon. I wonder how high a level this year's bunch of kids will reach on their first day. Based on EXP from previous years, a rare class can usually reach level 6. 10 years ago, Su Woming from first high school awakened the hidden class Dark Gunman. I remember he reached level 7 on the first day. He is now a big shot in Longhua. Generally speaking, you can pretty much judge the leveling speed for the following days based on the first day's progress. If you don't reach level 6 on the first day, you've basically got no chance of getting into Dragon Capital University. I wonder what level Yi Chun from your third high school will reach on the first day. With a unique hidden class, he shouldn't be any weaker than Su Woming from first high school back then, right? As soon as everyone entered the dungeon, the countdown began. In 12 hours, they would be automatically teleported out of the beginner's dungeon. The first day all comes down to how many levels you can gain within those 12 hours. Old boy, I heard that Yi Chun from your third high school went in alone to solo the dungeon. Why didn't you stop him? Even though it's a beginner's dungeon, going solo inevitably comes with risks. A party can at least look out for each other. A principal looked at Bai Xinyuan with a puzzled expression. Many principals had also witnessed Yi Chen entering the dungeon alone that morning. Although Yi Chen was a unique hidden class, as an archer, his high attack power but low health was very obvious. A few hits from monsters would drain his health completely, so soloing in the early game was not only inefficient but also very dangerous. As a principal, Bai Xinyuan should have been well aware of the archer's weaknesses, yet he didn't stop Yi Chun from soloing. He merely offered a brief word of caution and left it at that. This left the other principals completely baffled. Bai Xinyuan looked at the puzzled expressions on the other principals' faces. He merely smiled helplessly, offering no further explanation. He had a pretty good idea of what Yi Chen was thinking, which is why he had only offered a gentle warning rather than firmly stopping him. After Yi Chen's parents were killed in the Abyss Rift, he vowed to exterminate all the demons of the Abyss, carry on his parents' legacy, protect the human race, and ensure that ordinary people could live in peace in this world. Ever since then, Yi Chen had devoted himself either to studying his profession or honing his combat skills. Others only knew that Yi Chen was the top genius at third high school, but they had no idea how much effort he had put in behind the scenes. The reason Yi Chen was soloing the dungeon was to level up as much as possible. His goal wasn't merely to get into Longjing University. Yi Chen not only intended to get into Longjing University, but also to become one of its top students. And that was precisely why Bai Xinyuan didn't try to dissuade him any further. With that thought, Bai Xinyuan let out a heavy sigh. I hope that kid Yi Chen knows when to hold back and comes back safe and sound. Seeing that Bai Xinyuan didn't want to say more, the other principals didn't press the matter further. Inside the beginner's dungeon. An hour and a half after entering the dungeon, Han Qingguo's party had already left a trail of level 2 and level 3 monsters lying dead in their wake. At that moment, the group was battling a level 4 wild boar. Wild boars are tough monsters with thick hides and balanced magical and physical defenses. Even Han Qingguo, a level 2 frost mage, had to put in quite an effort to kill a single wild boar. Ice Blade, Frost Arrow, Holy Priest, cast buffs on me. Keep an eye on the frontline SHP and heal them promptly. Sword and Shield Knight. Don't let those boars charge through, keep them engaged. The ice blade in Han Qingguo's hand rapidly took shape. As soon as it was fully formed, it flew straight toward the boar. The ice blade exploded upon impact with the boar's body. Instantly, a gash deep enough to expose the bone appeared. At the same time, the boar's body was covered in white frost, and its movement speed dropped instantly. After killing this level 4 wild boar, Han Qingguo finally leveled up to level 3. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Han Qingguo's mouth. Excellent. Keep up this pace. Barring any surprises, I'll definitely reach level 6 before the beginner's dungeon ends. Elsewhere, Yi Chen had already spent 4 hours hunting black bears in the forest. Perhaps due to the strength of level 8 black bears, the monster density in the forest wasn't very high, and it was rare to find more than 2 black bears together. During those 4 hours, Yi Chen spent most of his time searching for monsters. His current stats are as follows. Name, Yi Chun. Class, Sharpshooter. Level, LV 80-20,000. Attributes, Strength 345, Vitality 200, Agility 200, Spirit 200. Attack Power, 693. HP, 4000. Mana, 4000. Physical Defense, 200. Magic Defense, 200. Attack Speed, 4.32 times second. Movement Speed, 14.14 meters second. Talent, Divine Heart SSS. Divine Heart SSS increases final damage by 200% and allows you to exceed the skill level cap, but the EXP required to level up skills increases tenfold. Skills, Divine Mark level 11, Divine Arrow level 11. Divine Mark level 11, passive skill. Each time damage is dealt to a target, a Divine Mark stack is applied. When 3 stacks are accumulated, the mark can be detonated once, dealing damage equal to 20% of attack power that ignores defense. Divine Arrow level 11, active skill. An energy arrow condensed from mana. Consumes 1 mana. The energy arrow deals damage equal to 20% of attack power. Yi Chun could kill an average of over 60 black bears per hour after 4 hours, his total EXP gained had reached over 20 million. Divine Arrow had been upgraded from level 2 to level 11. The arrow's attack power now reached 20% of his attack power, adding a full 138 points of attack power, while mana consumption had been reduced to 1 mana, allowing him to use the Divine Arrow skill virtually without cost. Now, even a casual arrow from Yi Chun could deal over 1,300 points of damage to a black bear, and if a critical hit was triggered, the damage would be even more devastating. According to Yi Chun's calculations, at this rate of monster farming, before the dungeon ended, he would not only be able to level up Divine Arrow to level 16 but would also have enough leftover EXP to level up Divine Mark to level 12. For the Sharpshooter class, Divine Arrow is undeniably the top tier skill. Divine Arrow allows him to channel mana into an arrow based on his attack power, functioning much like an arrow-type equipment. Essentially, it can stack with other active skills. However, since Yi Chun hasn't acquired any other class skills yet, he can only use Divine Arrow for basic attacks. Of course, Divine Mark is also quite powerful and can be considered the second best skill. As Yi Chun's attack speed increases, the skill triggers more frequently, allowing him to consistently deal damage that ignores defense. Once today's beginner dungeon is over, I can leave the city tomorrow and go hunt monsters in the wild. Monsters in the wild are higher level, have no level restrictions, and might even drop gear. Collecting a full set of gear as soon as possible will greatly boost my strength. The Beginner's Dungeon is a special dungeon created by Lin City specifically for new players. It's designed to help new players level up through combat and become familiar with their skills. Not only are the monsters in the Beginner's Dungeon weaker, but they also don't drop any gear. Only monsters in the wild have a chance to drop gear. Although the drop rate for equipment from ordinary monsters is extremely low, 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100,000. There have been lucky players who managed to get top-tier gear from ordinary monsters. Generally, equipment comes from monsters of elite rank or higher, and you can also obtain gear by clearing dungeons and conquering realms. Yi Chun made up his mind. He continued to press deeper into the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the sky was gradually darkening. It was now 9 p.m. 12 hours had passed since they entered the dungeon at 9 a.m. The students who had gone in were being teleported out one by one, with the students from First High School emerging first. After 12 consecutive hours of intense combat, many students looked exhausted. Their clothes were all damaged to varying degrees. Lin Wu from First High School has actually reached level 7. Barring any surprises, a spot at Longjing University is a sure thing. Lin Wu has awakened as a rare class, the Lightning Swordsman. He can inflict lightning damage with his normal attacks and deal massive area of effect lightning damage. Since monsters have low magic resistance in the early stages, his advantage is enormous. It looks like this year's top student in Lin City will once again come from your First High School. The principal of First High School beamed with joy. Who would have thought that Lin Wu would actually tie the record for the fastest clear of Lin City's beginner dungeon? 10 years ago, Su Woming from First High School had only reached level 7 on his first day, and now Su Woming is a prominent figure throughout Dragon Nation. This kid, Lin Wu, has a bright future ahead of him. His prospects are limitless. Soon, students from other schools were also teleported out one after another. Yi Chen was teleported to the entrance of the beginner's dungeon. By this point, students from first and second high schools had already been teleported out and had rejoined their respective school groups. Yi Chen was the first student from third high school to be teleported out. Han Qingguo's squad followed closely behind. Upon seeing the third high school students being teleported out, Bai Xinyuan quickly stood up and hurried over. Yi Chen, what level did you reach? Han Qingguo looked at Yi Chen, who was clean and neat, showing no signs of having been in a battle at all. She then looked at the three of them. Not only were their clothes slightly torn, but they were also reeking of blood. She even suspected that Yi Chen had merely gone in for a stroll and hadn't fought at all. With that thought, she realized her question had been too hasty and was about to offer Yi Chen some words of comfort. Yi Chen said softly, level 8. Level 8, is it? That's already pretty good. Don't be discouraged, Yi Chen. Tomorrow. Yi Chen's tone was too matter-of-fact. His face showed not a single trace of emotion. Han Qingguo hadn't had time to process it yet. She was simply following the train of thought in her mind. Out of habit, she began to offer words of comfort. But she only got halfway through. Han Qingguo's voice came to an abrupt halt. Han Qingguo was stunned, her expression betraying utter disbelief. You are level 8? Han Qingguo even wondered if she'd misheard. After all, her trio had worked so hard to kill monsters beyond their level, and in the end, she'd barely managed to reach level 6. Level 8. She couldn't even begin to imagine how Yi Chen had leveled up. Just then, Bai Xinyuan arrived. Yi Chen, you're level 8? Bai Xinyuan couldn't believe it either that Yi Chen had actually reached level 8 on his very first day. This achievement, unprecedented in Lin City, shattered the city's records and tied the all-time record for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen didn't say much. He simply set his level to be visible to everyone and displayed his stats panel. Name, Yi Chen. Class, Sharpshooter. Level, LV80 20,000. Upon seeing the level 8 displayed on Yi Chen's stats panel, Bai Xinyuan's mind was instantly swept by a tidal wave of shock. Archers aren't particularly strong in the early game, yet Yi Chen had managed to solo his way up to level 8. Once he developed further, he would undoubtedly become a guardian-level figure in Dragon Nation. Lincheng No. 3 High School would also go down in history because of this. Han Qingguo was so stunned that he couldn't pull himself together for a long time. He had originally thought that after awakening to a rare class, the gap between them would narrow. Unexpectedly, he could still only watch Yi Chen's back as he walked away, and the gap was actually growing wider. Principal Bai, I plan to go to the Linchang Wilderness tomorrow to farm monsters and level up. The beginner's dungeon is no longer suitable for my level. Great, great, great. Bai Xinyuan's 3 consecutive alrights were not enough to express his excitement. Your class talent rating rewards have already been issued. I'll hand them over to you when you return to school tonight. You can use these resources to improve yourself, which will also ensure your safety in the wilderness. Remember, it's not just monsters that are dangerous out there. Be cautious in everything you do. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Bai Xinyuan didn't linger on the conversation with Yi Chen. He immediately began checking on the status of his other classmates. The homeroom teachers from each class also sprang into action, gathering their students and taking roll call. They checked to see if anyone was injured or needed medical attention. Bai Xinyuan returned to his desk, where the other principals were looking at him curiously. Old Bai, how about it? What's the highest level a student from third high has reached this year? The principal of first high school asked Bai Xinyuan with a smile. The unique hidden class that had awakened at third high school was the archer in the early stages. Its solo farming efficiency certainly couldn't match Lin Wu's lightning swordsman, so it was estimated that level 6 would be the absolute limit. Yi Chen has already reached level 8. Bai Xinyuan's tone was very matter-of-fact, but he felt immensely proud inside. Whoa! The principals all gasped in surprise. Even the temperature around them seemed to rise slightly. That doesn't make sense. An archer shouldn't have such high solo farming efficiency in the early game. Early game monsters have high physical defense and low magic defense, so magic damage has a significant advantage, but archers deal physical damage. I guess that just goes to show how powerful a unique hidden class really is, sighed the principal of First High School. That was the only explanation. Yi Chen's class was incredibly powerful, it might even rival a legendary class. I just wonder if he'll still be this strong in the late game. True. Take Han Xingshui's Awakened Frost Mage, for example. In the early game, it isn't much different from other rare classes, but if she can acquire the passive skill power of Extreme Ice, she'll be on par with a legendary class. Still, archers are naturally late game classes. I think Yi Chen will only get stronger as the game progresses. The principals were all seasoned veterans with plenty of experience. They knew that some classes were very strong early on but began to falter later in the game. Others, however, started off mediocre but grew increasingly powerful as the game progressed. Before long, all the students emerged from the beginner's dungeon. Most had reached level 3, while a small number had reached level 4. Those who managed to reach level 4 or higher were few and far between. Yi Chen, Sharpshooter, level 8, undisputed first place. Lin Wu, Lightning Swordsman, level 7, second place. Han Xingwu, a Frost Mage at level 6, took third place. Following them were a few rare classes that had reached level 5 and a small number of powerful high-tier classes. It's no exaggeration to say that this year's results were the best in Lin Cheng's history. Not only did Lin Wu tie Lin Cheng's previous all-time record, but Yi Chen also set a new all-time record for Lin Cheng, tying the national record for Longhua. After the beginner's dungeon concluded, Yi Chen boarded the school bus and returned to school with the others. Lin Cheng No. 3 High School, Principal's Office. Yi Chen, I've already submitted your class talent information to high-ranking officials at the Dragon Nation Ministry of Education via an encrypted channel. Your reward has now been issued. Your talent information is currently classified at the highest security level. I'm sure you understand the immense danger you'd face if such a talent were to be exposed. But you needn't worry. Every powerful warrior has fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All we can do is keep your talent information as confidential as possible, giving you ample time to grow. Here is an Iron Rank Advancement Pearl, 3 Iron Rank General Archer Skill Books, 5 Iron Rank Skill Scrolls, and 5 million Dragon Nation coins that will be deposited into your account. You can use them to purchase potions and equipment. These resources should be sufficient until you gain admission to Dragon Capital University. The purpose of an Iron Rank Advancement Pearl is to help novice practitioners advance to the next class tier. Once a novice practitioner reaches level 10 and hits the EXP cap, they can use an Iron Rank Advancement Pearl to advance from a novice practitioner to an Iron Rank practitioner. Each Iron Rank Advancement Pearl has a market price of 2 million, which is quite expensive for novice practitioners. Moreover, they are often in short supply and hard to come by. As for skill books and skill scrolls, their purpose is to help practitioners master skills. There are 3 main ways for practitioners to master skills. First, upon their initial awakening, practitioners master 2 class-specific skills, and then master 1 additional class-specific skill with each class advancement. Second, by learning from skill books. Third, by using skill scrolls. Skill books, as the name suggests, allow you to master the corresponding skill directly, without any unexpected outcomes. Skill scrolls, on the other hand, allow you to randomly acquire skills specific to your class. However, the skills learned from scrolls are random, and you may end up learning a skill you already possess. If you learn a duplicate skill, that skill scroll is effectively wasted. Iron Rank skill books and scrolls can only be used to learn Iron Rank skills. The higher the rank, the more expensive they become. The price of Iron Rank skill scrolls is relatively stable, selling for around 200,000 Dragon Country coins. The price of Iron Rank skill books depends mainly on the skill as special effects, ranging from 500,000 to 2 million Dragon Country coins. Of course, there are also exceptionally rare, top-tier iron rank skill books whose prices far exceed imagination. This also demonstrates the high regard the Dragon Country leadership holds for Yi Chen. The combined value of all the rewarded resources approaches tens of millions. In this world, the annual expenses for an average family of 3 amount to no more than 100,000 Dragon Country coins. These resources alone would be enough for such a family to live on for 100 years. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up early. After preparing some daily necessities and provisions and storing them in his storage space, Yi Chen set out for Qingyang town. After awakening, everyone possesses a 5 cubic meter storage space, commonly referred to as a backpack. As a character's rank increases, the size of the storage space expands accordingly. Of course, treasures such as space stones can also be used to increase its capacity. After leaving, Yi Chen headed straight for Linqing Square in the center of Lincheng, where the teleportation array to Qingyang town was located. Qingyang town is one of the 5 professional towns on the outskirts of Lincheng. Only professionals of level 5 or higher are eligible to visit. Those below level 5 must be accompanied by a black iron professional to enter. Qingyang town serves as Lin City's outermost defensive line, holding back the monsters on the city's periphery to prevent them from invading Lin City and silently protecting the city's civilians. Yi Chen's destination for this trip was Qingyang town. Qingyang town is the most suitable place on the outskirts of Lin City for new adventurers to level up. The nearby monsters are primarily concentrated between levels 5 and 25, making it relatively ideal for newcomers. Yi Chen arrived at Lin City Square, paid the teleportation fee, and stepped directly into the teleportation array. A beam of white light shot skyward in an instant. As everything went black before his eyes, Yi Chen instantly arrived at Qingyang town. Qingyang town is only a few dozen kilometers from Lin City. The teleportation was fast, and he felt virtually no discomfort. As soon as he arrived in Qingyang town, Yi Chen immediately sensed an atmosphere different from that of Lin City. A grim, menacing aura permeated the air. The atmosphere was oppressive, and the scent of blood seemed to linger in the air. After all, Qingyang town served as the first line of defense guarding the outskirts of Lin City. Countless adventurers gathered here to slay monsters and level up, as well as to defeat bosses to obtain equipment and materials. Everyone lived a life on the edge. Everywhere he looked, he saw groups of adventurers, warriors carrying greatswords, sword and shield, knights wielding swords and shields, adventurers holding staffs, whether priests or mages. It was hard to tell, and archers with longbows slung across their backs. Most were black iron level or higher. Novice adventurers like Yi Chen were rare. And even when novice adventurers were present, they traveled in groups, often under the protection of black iron level adventurers. Solo novice adventurers like Yi Chen were practically non-existent. This was the first time Yi Chen had ever seen so many adventurers, an experience he hadn't had in the past 18 years. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He headed straight for the outskirts of town, confident that it wouldn't be long before he could far surpass these people. Next, Yi Chen planned to head to the dark forest, where goblins of levels 10-15 were concentrated, perfect for his current leveling needs. Seeing Yi Chen, a novice adventurer, dare to venture into the wilderness alone to level up, many adventurers' gazes were drawn to him. Another reckless greenhorn who doesn't know his place. Didn't his mentor teach him that the wilderness is extremely dangerous? How dare he venture out alone to level up? He must have just awakened yesterday, and today he is already daring to go out into the wilderness alone. The younger generation is truly something else. Judging by this kid's aura, his level can't be low. He is definitely a powerful special class. That's why he has the confidence to do this. Get it? How powerful can an archer be in the early game? With such low HP, he'll probably be wiped out after just a few attacks from the lowest level wild wolves. The players whispered among themselves. Some spoke sarcastically, thinking Yi Chen was courting death. Others were impressed by his youthful audacity, believing Yi Chen must have some real confidence to dare venture into the wilderness alone to level up. Yi Chen paid them no mind. He continued walking deeper into the wilderness. They couldn't even begin to imagine just how powerful a sharpshooter was. And they were completely unable to fathom the true might of the system. As Yi Chen ventured further in, he finally encountered his first monster. Goblin Sentinel Normal. Level 10. HP 10,000. Attack 780. Physical defense 200. Magic defense 100. Skill Heavy Strike. Description: a sentinel of the Goblin tribe, responsible for patrolling Goblin territory. If not defeated quickly, it will alert the Goblin tribe, summoning a large number of goblins and possibly even the Goblin chieftain himself. Goblin sentinels are a particularly troublesome monster for levelers. If your damage isn't high enough to kill one quickly, you may be swarmed by a large number of goblins, leading to a party wipe. A level 10 Goblin sentinel with a green face, fangs bared, and wielding a mace charged toward Yi Chen with a ferocious expression. Yi Chen didn't hesitate. He immediately retreated to create some distance. At the same time, he drew his beginner-s longbow, channeled a divine arrow, and fired it directly at the Goblin sentinel. 1328. 1331. Damage numbers kept popping up above the Goblin sentinel's head. Its health kept dropping. Yi Chen continued to attack while maneuvering. With an agility of 200, Yi Chen moved extremely fast. The Goblin sentinel simply couldn't keep up with him. In less than 2 seconds, Yi Chen had completely depleted the Goblin sentinel's health. Even as it died, the Goblin sentinel was still dozens of meters away from Yi Chen. It hadn't even come close to touching the hem of his robe. Log: successfully defeated a level 10 Goblin sentinel 2 levels above your own, earning 180,000 EXP. Defeating the Goblin sentinel 2 levels above his own granted him an additional 80% EXP, which left Yi Chen very satisfied. First, I'll level up to level 10, advance to a Black Iron Professional, and then continue leveling. Once he advanced to a Black Iron Practitioner, the Iron Rank Archer General Skill Book and Iron Rank Skill Scrolls in Yi Chen's inventory would finally come in handy. At the same time, advancing to a Black Iron Practitioner would also awaken a class-specific skill. For the Sharpshooter class, every class-specific skill is absurdly powerful. With that in mind, Yi Chen immediately began leveling up, preparing to advance to Black Iron rank. Name: Yi Chen. Class: Sharpshooter. Level: LV8 180,000 20,000. Log: character leveled up. EXP 20,000, current level 9. Log: character leveled up. EXP 25,000, current level 10. Advancing to an Iron Rank Professional requires meeting only 2 conditions. The first is reaching character level 10 and having enough current EXP to advance to level 11. The second is possessing an Iron Rank Promotion Orb. Yi Chen now meets both of these conditions by spending EXP and the Iron Rank Promotion Orb. He can successfully advance to an Iron Rank Professional. Log: character rank promotion successful. EXP 35,000, Iron Rank Promotion Orb 1, current rank, Iron Rank, current level, 11. Log: promoted to Iron Rank class, unlocked class exclusive skill, Divine Enhancement. After being promoted to a Black Iron class, a new class exclusive skill was indeed awakened. Yi Chen couldn't wait to open his stats panel. Name: Yi Chen. Class: Sharpshooter. Level: LV11 100,000 46,000. Attributes: Strength 480, Vitality 275, Agility 275, Spirit 275. Attack Power: 1443, Strength 3. HP: 8250, Vitality 30. Mana: 8250, Spirit 30. Physical Defense: 412, Vitality 1.5. Magic Defense: 412, Spirit 1.5. Attack Speed: 5.37 times second. Movement Speed: 20.31 meters second. Talent: Divine Heart SSS. Divine Heart SSS increases final damage by 200% and allows skill levels to exceed the normal cap. However, the EXP required to level up skills is increased tenfold. Skills: Divine Mark level 12, Divine Arrow level 16, Divine Enhancement level 1. Divine Mark level 12, passive skill. Each time damage is dealt to a target, a Divine Mark stack is applied. When 3 stacks are accumulated, the damage can be detonated once, dealing 21% of attack power as damage that ignores defense. Divine Arrow level 16, active skill. An energy arrow condensed from mana. Consumes 1 mana. The energy arrow deals 25% of your attack power. Divine Enhancement Level 1, Active Skill. Uses divine power to enhance your next 10 attacks, increasing final damage by 10%. Consumes 200 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. As you can see, after advancing to the Black Iron class, overall stats increase by 50%. 1 point in strength grants a beginner class character 2 points of attack power, but for a Black Iron class character, it grants 3 points of attack power. The same principle applies to other stats, which see massive increases. For class characters, there is a huge gap between each rank. Every time a character advances in rank, their overall stats receive a massive boost. The later the stage, the more staggering the gains from advancing become, though, of course, the requirements for advancement also become more demanding. Countless players get stuck at this stage of character advancement, unable to progress for a long time. After advancing to the Black Iron class, if Yi-Chun were to encounter a Goblin Sentinel again, it would take him only 2 or 3 arrows to take the Goblin Sentinel down. But what delighted Yi-Chun the most was his newly awakened class-exclusive skill Divine Enhancement. Divine Enhancement is an active, support-type skill. At level 1, it enhances the next 10 attacks, increasing final damage by 10%. It stacks with both normal attacks and skills. It's an exceptionally effective support skill that boosts Yi-Chun's burst damage potential. Once the skill level of Divine Enhancement is raised, it can even multiply damage several times over. One-shot kills that's the true romance of being an archer. After checking his stats panel, Yi-Chun quickly pulled out the 5 iron rank skill scrolls from his backpack, ready to master a batch of skills. Skill scrolls allow you to master skills you already possess, so using the scrolls first and then the skill books can help minimize conflicts. Once a skill scroll is used to master a skill that matches one in a skill book, the skill book can be sold, avoiding waste. Conversely, if a skill is learned from a skill book first and then duplicated using a skill scroll, the scroll will be wasted. Yi-Chun took out the skill scroll and activated it using spirit power. The skill scroll transformed into a sphere of light that enveloped Yi-Chun. Log, Iron Rank Skill Scroll successfully used. Acquired Iron Rank Skill, Power Arrow. Power Arrow Level 1, Passive Skill. Increases critical hit rate by 1%. Log, Iron Rank Skill Scroll successfully used. Acquired Iron Rank Skill, Long Range Arrow. Long Range Arrow Level 1, Passive Skill. Increases range by 1%. Log, Iron Rank Skill Scroll successfully used. Acquired Iron Rank Skill, Gale Arrow. Gale Arrow Level 1, Passive Skill. Increases arrow flight speed by 1%. Yi-Chun used 5 Iron Rank Skill Scrolls in a row, acquiring 3 Iron Rank passive skills, 2 of which were duplicates, so his luck was actually quite good. Moreover, all 3 were extremely practical passive skills. Once their levels were raised, they would bring about a qualitative leap in Yi-Chun's combat prowess. In particular, the critical hit rate boost from Powerful Arrow. Once the skill reached level 100, the critical hit rate would hit 100%. As long as monsters didn't possess special critical resistance attributes, virtually every arrow would land a critical hit. Each critical hit dealt at least double damage, and with attributes that further boosted critical damage, the resulting damage would be even more devastating. Immediately afterward, Yi-Chun took out the 3 Iron Rank Skill books and began learning them. Log, Iron Rank Skill Book successfully used. Acquired Iron Rank Skill, Multi-Arrow. Multi-Arrow Level 1, Active Skill. Fires 3 arrows at once, dealing 120% attack power damage to 1 or more targets. Consumes 200 mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Log, Iron Rank Skill Book successfully used. Acquired Iron Rank Skill, Frost Arrow. Frost Arrow Level 1, Active Skill. Deals 150% attack power damage to a single target and reduces the target's movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Consumes 100 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Log, Iron Rank Skill Book successfully used. Acquired Iron Rank Skill, Blood-Sucking Arrow. Blood-Sucking Arrow Level 1, Active Skill. deals 120% attack power damage to a single target and restores HP equal to 30% of the damage dealt. Consumes 100 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The multi-arrow skill not only addresses Yi Chen's lack of an area of effectability but also enhances his single target burst damage. At level 1, multi-arrow fires 3 arrows at once, each capable of striking a different target simultaneously. It can also be used to target a single enemy, in which case it instantly deals 360% of attack power as damage, significantly boosting burst damage. Furthermore, as the skill level increases, the number of targets it can hit also increases. One can only imagine the terrifying sight of firing hundreds of arrows at once in the late game. Frost Arrow reduces monsters' movement speed, enhancing Yi Chen's kiting ability and allowing him to position himself more effectively when dealing damage to bosses. Vampiric Arrow, meanwhile, greatly improves Yi Chen's sustain, significantly increasing his safety when soloing in the wild and providing greater margin for error when fighting bosses. After advancing to a Black Iron practitioner, Yi Chen suddenly gained access to 7 new skills. His overall strength had improved tremendously, and his previous weaknesses were gradually being addressed. He had undergone a complete transformation and was now a completely different player. Next, I just need to level up my skills. Even against a bronze-ranked practitioner, I'll be able to challenge them despite the rank difference. Looking at his stats panel, Yi Chen's heart swelled with pride. Divine Enhancement. Multi-Arrow. Yi Chen drew his beginner's longbow, and golden arrows instantly materialized in his hand. Whoosh! 3 streaks of golden light instantly struck the goblin sentinel not far away. 4,120. 4,118. 4,122. The goblin sentinels didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were instantly killed. Log, successfully killed a level 10 goblin sentinel, gained 60,000 EXP. Yi Chen was now level 11, and killing a level 10 goblin sentinel only earned him 60% of the EXP. This made Yi Chen shake his head. I'll put leveling on hold for now. Later, I'll head deeper into the dark forest to take on higher level goblins. That way, I'll gain EXP more efficiently. Only by raising my skill levels will I have what it takes to take on higher level enemies later on. Having made up his mind, Yi Chen continued deeper into the dark forest. Log, successfully defeated a level 12 flame goblin 1 level above, earning 140,000 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 13 large goblin 2 levels above, earning 180,000 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 12 throwing goblin 1 level above, earning 140,000 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 14 giant goblin 3 levels above, earning 220,000 EXP. Yi Chen kept pushing deeper into the dark forest, taking down increasingly higher level goblins as he went, with the air filled with their screams. In just one short morning, Yi Chen's skill levels rose rapidly, and all 7 of his newly acquired skills reached level 10. Farming monsters several levels above your own is so efficient. After spending the entire morning hunting goblins, Yi Chen's body was somewhat exhausted, but his spirit was incredibly exhilarated. This feeling of constantly improving his strength was truly addictive. Yi Chen took out some rations from his backpack, finished today's lunch in a few quick bites, and then continued hunting goblins. Log, Divine Enhancement upgraded successfully. Current level, 15. Log, Divine Mark upgraded successfully. Current level, 15. Log, Divine Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 20. After an afternoon of frenzied slaughter, the Divine Enhancement skill rose from level 10 to 15, Divine Mark from level 12 to 15, and Divine Arrow from level 16 to level 20. The density of goblins throughout the dark forest seemed to have decreased visibly. Today was a nightmare for the goblins of the dark forest. One after another, they had their health bars wiped out without even seeing their enemy. Archers have always been easy prey, the ancients certainly didn't lie. In just a single day, Yi Chen earned enough EXP that an ordinary person would likely have to work hard for most of their life to match. The battles weren't nearly as easy for others as they were for Yi Chen, not to mention that Yi Chen also had the 10,000-fold amplification system. For an ordinary person to earn the same amount of EXP that Yi Chen gained in a single day, they'd likely have to grind for tens of thousands of days, even most of their life would be a conservative estimate. It's getting dark, I'd better hurry back to Qingyang town. At night, many high-level elite monsters and boss monsters come out to hunt. Generally, only powerful professionals dare to spend the night in the wild. Ordinary black iron professionals would never dare to spend the night out in the wild. If they encountered a high-level boss monster, they wouldn't even be able to run away. Moreover, since Yi Chen was traveling alone, with no one to keep watch at night, he was highly vulnerable to ambushes by monsters or other professionals. Just as Yi Chen was preparing to return to Qingyang town, he suddenly heard a deep, muffled roar coming from the dense forest not far away. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen received a notification. Your rampage through the Goblin tribe has caught the attention of the Goblin chieftain. The Goblin chieftain has detected your presence and will lead a large force of minions to hunt you down. Please flee immediately. Did a boss just spawn unexpectedly? Yi Chen was taken aback. It seemed he'd gone too far with the slaughter, triggering the wilderness's protection mechanism. A boss monster had spawned unexpectedly, intent on putting an end to Yi Chen's rampage. Perfect timing. I've been grinding all day without dropping a single piece of gear. Let us see what this boss drops. Yi Chen had been frustrated all day about not getting a single piece of gear. He never expected a boss monster to spawn right away. It was like getting a pillow just when he was dozing off. Yi Chen took the initiative and headed toward the source of the roar. Before long, a massive goblin wielding a staff appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight. There were also two goblins wielding giant axes, their builds only slightly smaller than the Goblin chieftainess. Behind these three goblins stood dozens more of various types. Goblin Chieftain Iron Rank Commander. Level 15. HP 120,000. Attack 5,000. Physical Defense 1,150. Magic Defense 2,250. Skills: Frost Arrow, Fireball, Wind Shield, Party Buff. Description: this is the chieftain of the Goblin tribe. He harbors deep hatred toward humans and is extremely powerful in battle. If your party has fewer than 20 members, it is recommended that you flee immediately. Monster tiers, from lowest to highest, are Novice, Common, Elite, Commander, King, and Overlord. Novice monsters are generally found only in the Novice dungeon. The most common monsters in the wild are Common tier. Elite monsters are stronger than common monsters. Monsters above the Elite tier are generally referred to as bosses, but there is a huge disparity in strength among bosses. The Goblin Chieftain is the lowest tier boss monster, also known as a commander. Goblin Guard Iron Rank Elite. Level 15. HP 60,000. Attack 2,500. Physical Defense 1,050. Magic Defense 600. Skills: Frenzied Slash, Barbaric Charge, Critical Strike, Trample. Description: these are the guards of the Goblin Chieftain. They harbor intense hatred toward humans and possess extremely high combat prowess. They usually appear alongside the Goblin Chieftain. If your party has fewer than 20 members, it is recommended that you flee immediately. Looking at the Goblin Chieftain and Goblin Guards before him, both with physical defense exceeding 1,000, Yi Chen decided to level up his character a few more times. With Yi Chen's current attack power of 1,443, fighting the Goblin Chieftain and his guards at this stage was inefficient and put him in significant danger. Log: character leveled up successfully. Current level 12. Log: character leveled up successfully. Current level 13. Log: character leveled up successfully. Current level 14. Log: character leveled up successfully. Current level 15. With that in mind, Yi Chen immediately spent his EXP, and his level shot up instantly. Name: Yi Chen. Class: Sharpshooter. Level: LV 15. Attributes: Strength 660, Vitality 375, Agility 375, Spirit 375. Attack Power 1983. HP 11,250. Mana 11,250. Physical defense, 562. Magic defense, 562. Attack speed, 5.81 times second. Movement speed, 23.72 meters second. Talent, Divine Heart SSS. Divine Heart SSS increases final damage by 200% and allows you to exceed the skill level cap, but the EXP required to level up skills increases tenfold. Skills: Divine Mark level 15, Divine Arrow level 20, Divine Enhancement level 15, Power Arrow level 10, Ranged Arrow level 10, Gale Arrow level 10, Multi-Arrow level 10, Frost Arrow level 10, Lifesteal Arrow level 10. After reaching level 15, his attack power increased by over 500, and his HP and defense also saw significant improvements. Even when facing the Goblin Chieftain's attack power of 5,000, he could withstand 2 hits. After nearly a day of intense leveling, Yi Chen had raised all his skills to level 10 or higher, resulting in a substantial boost to his overall strength. Divine Mark level 15, passive skill. Each time damage is dealt to a target, a Divine Mark stack is applied. When 3 stacks are accumulated, the mark detonates, dealing damage equal to 24% of attack power that ignores defense. Divine Arrow level 20, active skill. An energy arrow condensed from mana. Consumes 1 mana. The energy arrow deals 29% of attack power as damage. Divine Enhancement level 15, active skill. Uses divine power to enhance the next 11 attacks, increasing final damage by 24%. Consumes 186 mana. Cooldown, 27 seconds. Powerful Arrow level 10, passive skill. Increases critical strike chance by 10%. Long Range Arrow level 10, passive skill. Increases range by 10%. Gale Arrow level 10, passive skill. Increases arrow flight speed by 10%. Multi-Arrow level 10, active skill. Fires 4 arrows at once, dealing 129% of attack power damage to 1 or more targets. Consumes 191 mana. Cooldown, 18 seconds. Frost Arrow level 10, active skill. Deals 159% of attack power as damage to a single target and reduces the target's movement speed by 32% for 6 seconds. Costs 91 mana. Cooldown, 9 seconds. Lifesteal Arrow level 10, active skill. Deals 129% of attack power as damage to a single target and restores 32% of the damage dealt as HP, costs 91 mana. Cooldown, 9 seconds. In particular, Multi-Arrow has been upgraded from 3 arrows to 4, with a significant increase in damage and a 2-second reduction in cooldown. Divine Enhancement. Multi-Arrow. After upgrading his skill levels, Yi Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately activated the Divine Enhancement skill, and a Divine Arrow coalesced in his hand. 4 golden streaks of light simultaneously shot toward the Goblin Chieftain in the distance. 4,801. 9,627. Critical hit. 4,799. 1,066. Divine Mark. 4,811. A single multi-arrow strike, all 4 arrows hitting the Goblin Chieftain simultaneously instantly triggered Divine Mark's defense, ignoring damage. It instantly dealt damage equivalent to nearly 20% of the Goblin Chieftain's health. After landing the hit, Yi Chen quickly retreated to put distance between himself and the monster. Frost Arrow. 6,530. After the Frost Arrow struck the Goblin Chieftain, its movement speed instantly slowed, and its body became covered in white frost. Roar. The Goblin Chieftain let out a deafening roar. Both it and all the goblin monsters around it were bathed in a dazzling red glow. The Goblin Chieftain had activated a party-wide buff. The movement speed and attack power of all the monsters received a significant boost. But it was to no avail. Yi Chen's movement speed far outpaced theirs. As Yi Chen retreated while firing arrows, the Goblin Chieftain's health dropped rapidly. 60%. 50%. 40%. The Goblin Chieftain's health was dropping lower and lower. On average, Yi Chen was dealing nearly 20,000 damage per second to the Goblin Chieftain. The Goblin Chieftain could only keep activating its wind shield, passively blocking the damage. Its skill range was far shorter than Yi Chen's, leaving it with no choice but to take the hits. In less than 10 seconds, the Goblin Chieftain's health was completely depleted. Log, successfully defeated level 15 Goblin Chieftain, earned 10 million EXP. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen turned his attention to the Goblin Guards. Although the Goblin Guards were only elite monsters, their physical defense was nearly on par with that of the Goblin Chieftain. But that was of no use. Under Yi Chen's kiting strategy, not a single monster could land a hit on him. Thanks to his superb combat skills, Yi Chen's shots were virtually flawless. Every arrow found its mark. In less than a minute, the 2 Goblin Guards and dozens of common tier goblins had all been reduced to corpses. 1 boss, 2 elite monsters, and dozens of common tier minions were all single-handedly taken down by a player of the same level without him sustaining a single scratch. If anyone else saw this, they would surely be left speechless. They might even start questioning the meaning of life. Log, successfully defeated a level 15 Goblin Guard, gained 3 million EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 15 Goblin Guard, gained 3 million EXP. Although, due to the EXP cap, defeating the Goblin Chieftain and Goblin Guards actually yielded a maximum of 1 million EXP per monster, and since the common tier minions were too low level, the total EXP gained was less than 5 million. However, EXP isn't the main point. The key is that both the Goblin Chieftain and the Goblin Guards can drop equipment. After defeating all the monsters, Yi Chen walked toward the corpses of the Goblin Chieftain and the Goblin Guards with an expectant look. First, Yi Chen approached the corpse of a Goblin Guard. A green orb of light was flickering. Yi Chen picked up the green orb. Goblin Battle Armor Bronze. Slot, top. Level, 15. Strength plus 25. Vitality plus 25. Equipment requirement, level 15, all classes. It was a bronze rank top piece usable by all classes, with quite decent stats roughly equivalent to those of a rare class level 1 item. In this world, equipment has always been a scarce commodity. Moreover, the boost to stats provided by equipment is enormous. Aside from individual pieces, there are even sets. Once a set is complete, it grants massive additional bonuses. Equipment is divided into 6 tiers: white, bronze green, silver blue, gold, dark gold orange, and mythic red. Generally speaking, most black iron ranked adventurers are considered fortunate if they possess even a few pieces of bronze rank gear. After checking the stats of the first orb, Yi Chen immediately picked up the orb from another Goblin Guard. Goblin Leg Guards Bronze. Slot, lower body. Level, 15. Strength plus 25. Vitality plus 25. Equipment requirement, level 15, all classes. Just like the Goblin Battle Tunic, this was part of the Goblin series of gear, only this time, it was a piece of lower body armor. Although the names made it seem like a set, these were actually separate pieces with no set bonuses. After looting the bodies of the 2 Goblin Guards, Yi Chen approached the corpse of the Goblin Chieftain. As a boss monster, the Goblin Chieftain had a chance to drop silver rank gear, and Yi Chen couldn't help but feel excited. There were 2 orbs of light beneath the Goblin Chieftain's corpse, one green and the other blue. Yi Chen picked up the 2 items, one was a staff, and the other was a pair of combat boots. Goblin Combat Boots Bronze. Slot, shoes. Level, 15. Strength plus 25. Agility plus 25. Equipment requirement, level 15, all classes. Goblin Staff Silver. Slot, weapon. Level, 15. Spirit plus 50. Agility plus 25. Property, skill cooldown reduced by 10%. Equipment requirement, level 15 Mage Priest Summoner. The Goblin War Boots need no introduction, they're just run-of-the-mill bronze rank gear. The Goblin Staff, however, is actually a silver rank item with a 10% skill cooldown reduction, a minor gem. Although Yi Chen has no use for it, he can sell it on the exchange and use the proceeds to buy gear that suits him better. Selling this silver rank Goblin Staff for several million Dragon Country coins shouldn't be a problem. Equipping the 3 newly acquired bronze rank items, Yi Chen gained 75 points in strength, 50 points in vitality, and 25 points in agility. Although these aren't gear specifically designed for archers, they still boost his base stats by nearly 2 levels, which is quite impressive. After picking up the gear, Yi Chen prepared to gather materials from the Goblin Chieftain and the Goblin Guards. Materials from ordinary monsters aren't worth much, so Yi Chen didn't bother collecting them. However, materials from elite and boss monsters are quite valuable and can be used for enchanting, crafting equipment, brewing potions, and more. The fangs from the 2 Goblin Guards can be used to craft equipment and would fetch at least 100,000 Dragon Country coins. The Goblin Chieftain's eyeballs were even higher quality enchanting materials, capable of granting equipment additional magical damage. Selling them for 300,000 Dragon Country coins was a breeze. All of this was knowledge covered in high school curriculum, and as the top student in his class, Yi Chen was well versed in these subjects. In this world, the annual expenses for an average family of 3 amounted to no more than 100,000 Dragon Country coins. But Yi Chen, simply by hunting down a commander-level boss and 2 elite monsters, he casually acquired materials worth 400,000. If you add the 4 pieces of equipment, the total value approaches 2 million. This is what it means to be a professional. There's a massive chasm between them and ordinary people. Of course, most professionals aren't as powerful as Yi Chen. Normally, without a party of at least 20 people, it's very difficult to take on the powerful Goblin Chieftain and his minions. Moreover, the party must be led by a high-level professional, otherwise, a wipe is highly likely. The stronger a professional is, the easier it is for them to make money. Whether it's hunting bosses in the wild, clearing dungeons, or conquering realms, they can reap massive rewards. In the eyes of high-level professionals, money is nothing more than a string of numbers. Some rare items simply cannot be bought with money. They only accept barter. Just as Yi Chen was about to start gathering materials, a whistling sound cut through the air. An arrow flew toward Yi Chen, who sidestepped it just in time. Whoosh, whoosh. Several more arrows were fired in rapid succession from the distance. Yi Chen dodged them one after another. But one of the arrows still grazed his arm. Combat alert, under attack. 651. Kid, stop right there. Don't move. Several adventurers ran out of the dense forest nearby. Leading the group was an archer. He was quite fast and appeared to have high agility. He was the adventurer who had just attacked Yi Chen. These adventurers were part of a group that had just finished leveling up on the Grey Plains and was preparing to return to Qingyang town. While passing through the dark forest, they received a notification that the Goblin Chieftain had respawned, so they hurried over. Unexpectedly, upon arriving, they saw only the monster's corpse and a very young black iron-ranked adventurer preparing to gather materials. Soon, the others caught up. An adventurer carrying a greatsword, his eyes brimming with wariness, asked coldly, "You little brat, where is the person who just killed the boss?" His gaze swept the area repeatedly. A young black iron adventurer definitely wouldn't have the ability to solo a commander-level Goblin Chieftain, especially considering the corpses on the ground and the presence of 2 elite monsters. Just then, a lanky mage wielding a staff began to chant, and an eagle's eye appeared in the sky. Eagle Eye. This spell could detect hidden enemies nearby. Even units in stealth mode had nowhere to hide. "Boss, there's no one else here." Looks like a skilled player passed by and instantly took down the boss. He probably didn't even loot the gear. Look at this kid's gear, it's clearly what the goblin dropped. After using Eagle Eye to scan the surroundings, the lanky mage said with a pleased expression. This assumption made perfect sense. After all, a true expert wouldn't bother with this gear or materials. They simply happened upon the boss's respawn, took it down on a whim, and left immediately. The group exchanged glances and burst into laughter, letting their guard down. It seemed like an easy score. They didn't think much of such a young black iron adventurer. They were all black iron adventurers with an average level of 22. Dealing with a low-level black iron adventurer was a piece of cake, a complete breeze. "Kid, hand over the gear you just picked up." Yi Chen looked into the eyes of the group across from him, seeing greed and murderous intent. He immediately realized he'd run into a group of looters. Sure enough, in the wilderness, it's not just monsters that are dangerous, humans are just as much a threat. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. If they wanted to kill him for his loot, they'd have to see if they were strong enough first. Judging by the damage the archer had dealt earlier, he was most likely a mid-tier class around level 20, with a maximum of level 23. The damage wasn't particularly high. Divine Enhancement. Multi-arrow. Without hesitation, Yi Chen activated Divine Enhancement. A golden arrow gathered it in his hand, and he immediately unleashed multi-arrow, attacking the archer, the lanky mage, and the priest and warlock in the back row. 7,101. 7,088. 14,129. Critical hit. 7,099. None of them had expected Yi Chen to actually strike. Plus, since they just scanned the area and found no hidden enemies nearby, they let their guard down and none of them had time to react. In the blink of an eye. For golden arrows struck the four of them, instantly wiping out their health. They died without knowing what had happened, their eyes filled with astonishment. They couldn't fathom how a low-level Black Iron class player could possess such high attack power enough to instantly kill them. Having succeeded with his strike, Yi Chen immediately retreated, creating distance between himself and the remaining two warriors. Warriors possess a charge skill. Once they close in and gain control, they could pose a significant threat to Yi Chen. Watching their four teammates get instantly wiped out, the two warriors instantly realized they'd run into a tough opponent. A single archer capable of dealing such explosive damage in an instant, coupled with the fact that their ranged DPS and support had already been wiped out, left the two warriors with absolutely no hope of taking on the archer before them. Number 6, split up and run. Seeing them prepare to scatter and flee, Yi Chen didn't hesitate, he immediately gave chase. Frost Arrow. 9,012. The warrior named Old Six had his movement speed drastically reduced after being hit by Yi Chen's Frost Arrow. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen landed two basic attacks, finishing off Old Six. Then Yi Chen turned his attention to the lead warrior. Yi Chen's movement speed far exceeded that of this warrior, and his ranged arrows granted him a 10% increase in range. In less than 2 seconds, the lead warrior was within Yi Chen's attack range. Life-draining arrow. 6,999. Plus 2,239. First, Yi Chen fired a life-draining arrow, restoring over 2,000 HP and completely healing the damage he sustained from the archer's earlier attack. Immediately afterward, a few normal attacks completely wiped out the last warrior's health bar. 6 Black Iron level adventurers in their 20s were cut down by Yi Chen as easily as slicing through vegetables. The battle was over in less than 5 seconds. Fighting 6 opponents alone, he handled them crisply and decisively, without any hesitation. Yi Chen was simply too overpowered right now. It seemed even bronze-level adventurers wouldn't stand a chance against him. Looking at the 6 corpses, Yi Chen felt no emotion whatsoever. Seeing that Yi Chen was alone, these 6 had tried to kill him and steal his loot, but their strength wasn't up to the task. They were killed in return. They had no one to blame but themselves. Yi Chen then stripped all the gear from the 6 bodies. When an adventurer dies, the items in their backpack don't drop generally, everything except gear is kept in the backpack. After a quick search, Yi Chen now held over 30 pieces of gear, including more than a dozen bronze rank items, with the rest being white quality gear. From 6 Black Iron rank professionals in their 20s, he only managed to obtain a dozen or so bronze rank items, not a single silver rank item among them. This clearly demonstrated just how difficult it was to obtain gear. Killing people to loot their gear really is the fastest way, much easier than grinding through bosses all by myself. Yi Chen's creed was, if others do not provoke me, I will not provoke them, but if they do provoke me, I will hunt them down no matter how far away they are. If they hadn't tried to kill him and steal his loot, Yi Chen wouldn't have taken the initiative to attack them. Yi Chen then inspected the 30-plus pieces of gear and discovered that several of them were actually useful to him. Exquisite Shoulder Guards Bronze. Slot, Shoulders. Level, 15. Strength plus 25. Vitality plus 25. Equipment requirement, level 15, all classes. Exquisite Belt Bronze. Slot, Belt. Level 15. Vitality plus 50. Equipment requirement, level 15, all classes. Gale Ring Bronze. Slot Ring. Level 15. Agility plus 50. Equipment requirement, level 15 for all classes. Strength Ring Bronze. Slot Ring. Level 15. Strength plus 50. Equipment requirement, level 15 for all classes. Strength Bow Bronze. Slot Weapon. Level 15. Strength plus 100. Equipment requirement, level 15 Archer. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with joy. There were a full 5 pieces of bronze rank equipment he could use. Among them was an archeress weapon that granted 100 strength, a rare gem even among bronze rank gear. The beginner's longbow that had accompanied Yi Chen for 2 days could finally be retired. Equipping these 5 bronze rank items gave Yi Chen's overall stats a significant boost. Name, Yi Chen. Class, Sharpshooter. Level, LV 15. Attributes, Strength 910, Vitality 500, Agility 450, Spirit 375. Attack Power, 2730. HP, 15,000. Mana, 11,250. Physical Defense, 750. Magic Defense, 562. Attack Speed, 6.08 times second. Movement Speed, 25.98 meters second. Talent, Divine Heart SSS. Divine Heart SSS increases final damage by 200% and allows skill levels to exceed the normal cap, but the EXP required to level up skills is increased tenfold. Skills, omitted. Equipment, omitted. Compared to when he first reached level 15, Yi Chen's attack power, HP, and physical defense had all increased by nearly 40%, and his attack speed and movement speed had also seen significant improvements. If he were to face those 6 people again now, he could likely finish the fight in less than 3 seconds. Closing the stats panel, Yi Chen began gathering materials from the Goblin Chieftain and the Goblin Guards. After gathering the materials, Yi Chen immediately headed for Qingyang Town. He wasn't yet qualified to spend the night in the wilderness. As Yi Chen continued on his way, he encountered more and more adventurers along the route. They were all adventurers returning to Qingyang Town from the wilderness. The closer he got to Qingyang Town, the more adventurers he encountered. Everyone sensibly kept their distance. Soon, the entrance to the town came into view. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike the wilderness, where there are no legal constraints and some might take desperate risks to kill others for loot, Qingyang Town is patrolled by the National Guard, who are responsible for maintaining order. Killing fellow adventurers is strictly prohibited within the town and its immediate vicinity. If caught by the guard, it's quite common to be killed on the spot. After entering Qingyang Town, Yi Chen planned to head straight to the Dragon Nation's official exchange. The exchanges were established directly by the Dragon Nation government and were located throughout the country. Virtually every city and every town for professionals had a Dragon Nation official exchange. At the exchange, one could freely buy and sell equipment, materials, items, and all manner of goods. Items could be sold directly to the exchange, or listed for consignment. However, a certain transaction fee would be charged upon a successful sale. In addition to buying and selling items, players can also accept various quests at the exchange. There are both official quests and private quests. Those posting private quests must also pay a certain processing fee to the Dragon Kingdom government. Of course, one could also trade on the black market or at exchanges run by major clans, but if you're unfamiliar with the market, it's easy to get ripped off. The Dragon Kingdom's official exchange is different, although the buyback prices are relatively lower, at least they're fair, and you won't be taken advantage of just because you don't know the market. Yi Chen made his way through Qingyang Town. He soon arrived at the Dragon Kingdom official exchange in the town center. This was Yi Chen's first time at the Dragon Kingdom official exchange. Previously, he had only studied about it in books. There were no staff members inside the Dragon Kingdom official exchange, only powerful guards at the entrance, and of course, no one dared to cause trouble there. Stepping inside, he found only a series of small rooms. Yi Chen walked into an empty one at random. The room wasn't very large. Right in the center stood a crystal ball, clear as glass. Yi Chen placed his hand on the crystal ball. Starting identity verification. Verification successful, Dragon Nation citizen, Yi Chen. Authorized to use the Dragon Nation official exchange. Permission level, Iron rank. The Dragon Nation official exchange is open only to citizens of the Dragon Nation. Under normal circumstances, each professional can only possess permissions corresponding to their character S rank. Iron rank permissions allow only the purchase and sale of equipment, materials, items, and so on related to Iron rank professionals. The difficulty of quests posted or accepted cannot exceed that of Iron rank professionals. After successful authentication, a virtual screen appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. It was primarily divided into 4 sections: buy, sell, consignment, and quests. Yi Chen first selected the sell module. He planned to sell the materials and equipment he had obtained that day directly to the Dragon Nation's official exchange. For Goblin Guard Fangs, 2 Goblin Chieftain Eyeballs, 1 level 15 silver rank Goblin Staff, 8 pieces of level 15-20 bronze rank equipment of various types, and 21 pieces of level 15-20 white gear of various types. After selling these items and materials, Yi Chen immediately received over 4 million Dragon Country Coins. Combined with the 5 million Dragon Country Coins he had previously received as a national reward in some of his earlier savings, the balance in Yi Chen's bank account had now reached over 10 million Dragon Country Coins. After disposing of the equipment and materials he was carrying, Yi Chen opened the purchase module to browse. Yi Chen first checked the equipment listed on the exchange. Since Yi Chen only held Iron rank privileges, he could only view equipment for Iron rank players below level 30. The selection was vast and varied, with items of relatively high tier. Bronze rank, silver rank, and even gold rank gear were not uncommon. However, there wasn't a single piece of dark gold gear, the highest tier, to be found. Although some of the gear had decent stats and was reasonably priced, Yi Chen decided against purchasing any of it. Given Yi Chen's leveling speed, buying this gear now would boost his stats slightly, but it would quickly become obsolete. Overall, the value for money wasn't very high. I'd better buy skill books or stat potions instead. High-quality skill books held immense potential, especially passive or support skills, which would bring Yi Chen greater long-term benefits. Next were stat potions, which permanently increased a character's attribute values. It's important to note that as a character's tier increases, every single point of attribute value can lead to a massive boost. Yi Chen immediately began searching for attribute potions. Strength Potion Iron rank. Description: increases the character's strength attribute by 5 points upon consumption. Each player is limited to 10 uses. Price: 1 million Dragon Country Coins. Note: limited to 10 per person. Vitality Potion Iron rank. Description: increases the character's vitality attribute by 5 points upon consumption. Each player is limited to 10 potions. Price: 1 million Dragon Country Coins. Note: limited to 10 potions per person. The Iron rank potions for the 4 major attributes all cost 1 million Dragon Country Coins each. Purchasing the full set would require 40 million Dragon Country Coins. Consuming them increases all attributes by 50 points. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. Being a professional was simply too expensive. The expenses in every aspect were simply too high. For an ordinary black Iron ranked professional, coming up with that much money to buy attribute potions was nothing short of a pipe dream. The scions of wealthy clans had such a huge advantage in this regard. Let us take a look at the skill books first, then decide whether to buy attribute potions or skill books. Yi Chen then began searching for skill books suitable for archers. Basic Strength Enhancement Iron rank skill book. Description: general purpose skill book, passive skill. Each level increases the character's strength attribute by 5 points. Price: 5 million Longwei coins. Note: limit 1 per person. Seeing this general purpose Iron rank skill book before him, Yi Chen's eyes immediately lit up. For others, the level cap for Iron rank skills is 20, meaning they can provide a maximum of 100 attribute points to a character. But Yi Chen was different. Yi Chen possessed the Divine Heart talent, which allowed him to break through the skill level cap. As long as the skill level was high enough, the attribute bonuses in the late game would reach terrifying heights. With that in mind, Yi Chen immediately purchased a basic strength enhancement skill book. He then bought 5 iron rank strength potions. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Chen had spent 10 million dragon coins, instantly returning him to where he was before the liberation. The remaining dragon coins were barely enough to get by. It just goes to show that while being a professional lets you make money fast, you also spend it fast. In fact, it's not even nearly enough. After spending all that, Yi Chen opened the quest module again, ready to see if there were any suitable quests he could take on to earn some money and replenish his funds. Unlimited collection of goblin skulls, 50 dragon coins per batch. Unlimited collection of wolf hides, 100 dragon coins per batch. Unlimited collection of wolf fangs, 50 gold coins per batch. Most of them were collection quests for materials from nearby monsters. Crafting professions such as blacksmiths, alchemists, and enchanters all require large quantities of materials for skill training. During skill training, players in these professions can level up both their character and their skills. At the same time, the process of skill training also produces useful items, which they can sell to earn some income. This creates a virtuous cycle, offering decent growth opportunities even for those in lifestyle professions. To maximize his monster hunting efficiency, Yi Chen wouldn't even bother gathering these monster materials. The returns were too low, and it was a complete waste of time. However, for most novice rank practitioners, this was a major source of income. Seeing no quest suitable for him, Yi Chen left the Dragon Kingdom official exchange and headed to a hotel to rest. After leaving the Dragon Kingdom official exchange, Yi Chen found a nearby hotel and booked a room to rest. Once in the room, Yi Chen first took out the 5 iron rank strength potions he had just purchased. He poured one potion into his mouth, and a strawberry flavor filled his taste buds. Yi Chen clenched his fist and felt a slight increase in his strength. After drinking all 5 iron rank strength potions, Yi Chen took out the iron rank basic strength enhancement skill book he had just bought. He used his spirit power to activate the skill book. The skill book transformed into a ball of light that enveloped Yi Chen. Log: Iron rank skill book successfully used. Acquired iron rank skill, basic strength enhancement. Basic strength enhancement level 1, passive skill. Increases the character's strength attribute by 5 points. The next day, the sun had just risen in the east. The entire town of Xingyang was bustling with activity once again. Yi Chen packed some provisions and headed out of town. Today, Yi Chen decided not to go to the Dark Forest. Now that he had reached level 15, the monsters in the Dark Forest, which were mainly concentrated between levels 10 and 15, were no longer suitable for him to level up. Wind Canyon was Yi Chen's destination for the day. The monsters there were mainly between levels 16 and 20, making it ideal for Yi Chen's current leveling needs. Wind Canyon was located west of Xingyang town. The canyon was filled with green grasslands, scattered trees, and lakes. Compared to the Dark Forest, which was shrouded in mist, Wind Canyon offered a pleasant environment with fresh air and excellent visibility, a setting well suited for archers to battle. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance to Wind Canyon. By this time, quite a few adventurers had already gone inside, as evidenced by the corpses of several freshly slain Gale Cat demons not far from the entrance. Moreover, the valuable materials on the cat demons' bodies had already been looted, a practice typical only of adventurers. Yi Chen chose a direction where there were no corpses and headed straight into the depths of the canyon. Soon, Yi Chen encountered his first monster. Gale Cat Demon Iron Rank, Common Monster. Level, 16. HP, 25,000. Attack, 1,880. Physical Defense, 480. Magic Defense, 360. Skills: Windblade, Pounce, Bite, Speed Boost. The Gale Cat Demon is the most common monster in Gale Canyon, and also the lowest tier 1. However, with a staggering 25,000 HP, coupled with the ranged skill Windblade, high agility, and extreme speed, it is a very tricky monster for many party of adventurers, who must muster all their spirit to deal with it. However, for Yi Chen, the Gale Cat Demon's speed was nowhere near his own,
and its HP wasn't even enough to withstand a single second of his damage output.
In front of Yi Chen, the Swiftwind Cat Demon was completely at his mercy.
Divine Enhancement. Multi-Arrow. 9366. 9371. 9369. 9373.
4 arrows struck the Swiftwind Cat Demon simultaneously, each dealing over 9,000 damage. The Gale Cat Demon, with a mere 25,000 HP, was instantly wiped out and even ended up in the red by over 10,000 HP. Log, successfully defeated a level 16 Gale Cat Demon one level above your own, earning 140,000 EXP. For Yi Chen, killing monsters didn't take much time. The real-time consuming part was finding them. If he could get a dungeon ticket, he wouldn't just obtain rare gear and materials, he could also slay a massive number of monsters and earn a massive amount of EXP. Unlike in the wild, where he had to search for monsters slowly and even compete with other adventurer parties.
Dungeons were essentially controlled by the state.
Generally, one could only exchange for dungeon tickets by completing official quests and earning contribution points. Of course, you can also try the black market, but the prices there are outrageously high. After all, every dungeon offers rare gear, materials, and massive amounts of EXP. If you can break the dungeon's fastest clear record, you'll receive rewards beyond imagination, and there's even a chance to obtain additional class talents.
Let us go.
Yi Chen continued his journey through Wind Canyon, and as he ventured deeper, he mercilessly mowed down one cat demon after another. Log, successfully defeated a level 16 Gale Cat Demon one level higher than my own, earning 140,000 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 17 Frost Cat Demon 2 levels higher than my own, earning 180,000 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 18 Blaze Cat Demon 3 levels higher than my own, earning 220,000 EXP. Before long, 2 hours had passed. Yi Chen upgraded his basic strength enhancement from level 1 to level 15, granting him a whopping 75 points in strength. In less than 2 hours, he had increased his strength by 70 points, equivalent to 210 points in attack power, which instantly boosted Yi Chen's damage per second by several thousand. A smile spread across Yi Chen's face. This feeling of constantly growing stronger was simply irresistible. Suddenly, Yi Chen spotted more than a dozen cat demons in the bushes nearby. One of them was enormous, nearly 3 times the size of the others. Yi Chen scanned it and discovered it was a level 20 elite monster. Cat Demon Captain Iron Rank Elite Monster. Level 20. HP 110,000. Attack Power 3,500. Physical Defense 1,500. Magic Defense 900. Skills: Pounce, Bite, Triple Claw Strike, Group Bloodlust, Dark Curse. The level 20 Cat Demon Captain's HP was nearly double that of the level 15 Goblin Guard Yi faced earlier, and its physical defense was also about 50% higher. Looks like I'm in luck today, I've run into an elite monster this quickly. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Although the Cat Demon Captain was far stronger than the Goblin Guards, Yi Chen had also grown much more powerful since then. Roar! The Cat Demon Captain also spotted Yi Chen in the distance and immediately let out a roar. Leading a dozen or so minions, it charged toward Yi Chen. The Cat Demons all had high agility stats and were extremely fast, especially the Cat Demon Captain leading the pack, whose speed far exceeded that of the others. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately maneuvered to create some distance. Divine Enhancement. Frost Arrow. 2415, critical hit. An ice arrow struck the Cat Demon Captain at the very front. His movement speed instantly slowed, and his health dropped by nearly 1/5. Roar! Group Bloodlust. The Cat Demon Captain roared, and its eyes, along with those of a dozen or so nearby minions, instantly turned blood red, boosting their strength and speed. The Cat Demon Captain's speed instantly increased yet again, becoming even faster than before it had been slowed. Multi-Arrow. 7,650. 7,644. 1,588. Divine Mark. 15,210. Critical hit.
7,652.
A barrage of damage numbers instantly flashed above the Cat Demon Captain's head.
The Cat Demon Captain's health dropped by another third in an instant.
Yi Chen retreated, putting distance between himself and the Cat Demon Captain. But his hands never stopped moving as he continuously drew his bow and fired arrows. Whoosh! 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 Arrows rained down on the Cat Demon Captain. In less than 3 seconds, the Cat Demon Captain, whose health had been as high as 110,000, collapsed to the ground.
Log successfully defeated a level 20 Cat Demon Captain while 5 levels below earned 9 million EXP.
With the fastest Cat Demon Captain out of the way, the remaining Cat Demon minions posed no threat whatsoever to Yi Chen.
In less than 10 seconds, the dozen or so remaining Cat Demon minions followed their leader into the afterlife.
Log successfully defeated a level 17 Frost Cat Demon, 2 levels above my own, earning 180,000 EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 18 Blazing Cat Demon, 3 levels above my own, earning 220,000 EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 19 Venomous Cat Demon, 4 levels above my own, earning 260,000 EXP. Watching the 2 glimmers of light beneath the Cat Demon Captain's corpse, Yi Chen was overjoyed. He had actually looted 2 pieces of equipment, and that was after killing 2 goblin guards earlier, which had only yielded 2 items. It seemed his luck was truly exceptional today. Yi Chen picked up the 2 glowing orbs. Once again, they were 2 bronze rank pieces of equipment. Cat Demon Legguards Bronze. Slot, lower body. Level, 20. Strength plus 42. Vitality plus 37. Equipment requirement, level 20, all classes. Cat Demon Ring Bronze. Slot, ring. Level, 20. Strength plus 35. Agility plus 44. Equipment requirement, level 20, all classes. These 2 level 20 bronze items, suitable for all classes, are both usable by Yi Chen. However, since Yi Chen is currently only level 15, he can't use them yet. He'll save them for later when he levels up. After gathering the materials from the Cat Demon Captain's body, Yi Chen didn't stop. He continued hunting monsters to level up. To grow stronger, one must endure solitude. I hear the sounds of battle up ahead. After walking for about another half hour, Yi Chen suddenly heard the sounds of battle. When leveling up in the wild, it's quite common to encounter other adventurers. However, people usually have a tacit understanding to avoid each other to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. Just as Yi Chen was about to head in another direction, the sounds grew closer and closer. From a distance, he saw a party of adventurers fleeing toward him, casting slow and crowd control spells over their shoulders as they ran. Young man, run! There's a mutated Iron Rank Commander boss right behind you. The party in the distance also spotted Yi Chen and hurriedly warned him to flee. A mutated Iron Rank Commander boss could only be successfully hunted down without casualties by a 30-person party led by at least a bronze rank adventurer. Ha! Isn't that Han Xingwu? What is she doing here? Yi Chen never expected to see Han Xingwu here. Normally, Han Xingwu shouldn't even be at level 10, yet the outskirts of the Dark Forest were the appropriate place for her to level up. But right now, there was no time to think about it. Cat Demon King mutated Iron Rank Commander monster. Level, 20. HP, 300,000. Attack, 8,000. Physical defense, 2,500. Magic defense, 3,500. Skills, Pounce, Bite, Triple Claw Strike, Group Bloodlust, Gale, Wind Spear, Group Wind Shield, Group Healing. True to its status as a mutated Iron Rank Commander boss, the Cat Demon King's stats were simply off the charts. Its HP is nearly 3 times that of a Cat Demon Captain of the same level, its attack power is more than double, and its magic defense is absurdly high. Fortunately, its physical defense isn't quite that high, otherwise, Yi Chen would have a real headache on his hands. Moreover, the Cat Demon King's 3 area of effect skills are also ridiculously powerful. Area of effect Bloodlust increases strength and speed. Area of effect Wind Shield and area of effect Healing provide shields and restore health.
These 3 area of effect skills take the boss's difficulty to a whole new level.
After gauging the Cat Demon King's strength, Yi Chen immediately went into battle mode.
Divine Enhancement. Multi-Arrow. 5410. 5405. 21611. Weak point, critical hit. 1588. Divine Mark. 5413.
With a single cast of multi-arrow, Yi Chen dealt over 30,000 damage to the Cat Demon King. One of the arrows even struck the Cat Demon King's eye, causing it to bleed profusely and dealing massive damage.
Group Wind Shield.
An invisible wind shield instantly enveloped the Cat Demon King. After casting Group Wind Shield, the Cat Demon King led his minions and charged straight toward Yi Chen. By this point, Yi Chen had completely drawn the Cat Demon King's aggro.
Frost Arrow. 7971.
The Cat Demon King's movement speed instantly dropped by 1/3. Yi Chen seized this opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks. Whoosh! 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 Golden streaks of light flashed out one after another.
2931. 1588. Divine Mark. 2932. With the Cat Demon King's aggro locked onto Yi Chen,
the team of players who had been fleeing also came to a halt. It was only then that Han Xingwu, a member of the team, realized that the person holding the bow and drawing the boss's aggro was none other than Yi Chen. Han Xingwu's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief.
At that moment,
Han Xingwu almost thought she was hallucinating. She couldn't help but rub her eyes, then rub them again.
But if this handsome young man standing before her wasn't Yi Chen, then who could it be? When did Yi Chen become this strong?
The Cat Demon King, who had forced them to flee in panic, was now being firmly held in check by Yi Chen.
It's been less than 3 days since his awakening. How could he be this strong?
Han Xingwu felt her worldview beginning to crumble. This was completely unscientific.
A deep sense of frustration welled up inside her.
The middle-aged man standing beside Han Xingwu, wielding a greatsword, also noticed her unusual reaction. This man was the very one who had just warned Yi Chen to flee. His name was Zhang Ren, the head steward of the Han family. Having failed to advance to bronze rank, he was permanently stuck at iron rank, a level 30 black iron practitioner. At that moment, he, too, was stunned by Yi Chen's strength. Although his senses told him the boy was likely a black iron practitioner and not a very high level one at that. He didn't know Yi Chen's background as well as Han Xingwu did, and assumed the boy was merely an item with hidden power.
Miss, what's wrong?
Uncle Jiang, that's a classmate from our school.
Let us go help him. Hearing Han Xingwu's words, Zhang Ren's eyes widened instantly.
A classmate from Han Xingwu's school, that meant he'd been awakened for less than 3 days. This made Zhang Ren feel, in an instant, that the world had changed. It seemed somewhat unfamiliar. He was starting to lose his grasp on this world. To possess such strength after being awakened for less than 3 days, that was simply too extraordinary. However, Zhang Ren quickly composed himself and immediately began laying out a tactical plan. All support classes, get ready to buff that young man. Archers and mages, look for an opportunity to attack the Cat Demon King. Warriors and knights, keep an eye on the Cat Demon King's movements and protect the backline. At that moment, Yi Chen wasn't too far away from them. Whoosh! 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 Colors of light flashed, and Yi Chen's strength attribute increased by nearly 200 points. Not only that, but he also gained buffs such as reduced skill cooldowns, increased attack speed, and increased movement speed.
4672. 4669.
Feeling the powerful strength surging through his body, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Although his strength attribute had only increased by 200 points, this boosted Yi Chen's damage output by nearly half.
The boss's health bar kept dropping. On average, Yi Chen was dealing about 10% of the Cat Demon King's HP per second. However, the Cat Demon King was unable to inflict any damage on Yi Chen.
Neither Gale nor Windspear was an instant cast spell, and under Yi Chen's massive damage output, the Cat Demon King simply couldn't T-cast them. The moment the spell incantation began, it was interrupted by a rain of arrows. As for melee attacks, that was out of the question. The Cat Demon King couldn't even get within a hair's breadth of Yi Chen. The Cat Demon King's health continued to drop. 50%. 40%. 30%. Group Heal. Group Bloodlust. Just like Group Wind Shield, these two group skills were instant cast. The Cat Demon King's health instantly recovered to 80%. At the same time, its eyes turned crimson, and both its strength and speed saw a significant boost. Frost Arrow. 21,500. Critical hit. A layer of white frost instantly appeared on the Cat Demon King's body. Whoosh! 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 Golden arrows rained down on the Cat Demon King. 70%. 60%. 10%. Multi-shot. 4 arrows struck the Cat Demon King, instantly dealing over 30,000 points of damage. The Cat Demon King's health was completely wiped out. From the start of the battle to the Cat Demon King's defeat, it took less than 30 seconds. It was absolutely terrifying. Han Xingwu and his party didn't even have a chance to attack. They merely cast a round of buffs on Yi Chen before the battle was over. Log successfully defeated a level 20 Cat Demon King while being 5 levels lower, earning 30 million EXP. Even after the Cat Demon King's death, Yi Chen didn't stop. In less than 10 seconds, the remaining Cat Demon minions all followed their king to the afterlife. Log successfully defeated a level 18 Blazing Cat Demon, 3 levels above his own, earning 220,000 EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 19 Venomous Cat Demon, 4 levels above his own, earning 260,000 EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 20 Glow Cat Demon, 5 levels above my own, earning 300,000 EXP. After dispatching the Cat Demon minions, Yi Chen approached the Cat Demon King's corpse. Seeing the 5 orbs of light appearing beneath the corpse, Yi Chen was overjoyed. Another massive drop. The more powerful the boss defeated, the greater the rewards. That was an ironclad rule. However, considering the Cat Demon King was a mutated Iron rank commander, the fact that it dropped 5 orbs far exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. It could only be said that today was his lucky day. After picking up the 5 orbs, Yi Chen didn't inspect them closely. Instead, he immediately began harvesting materials from the Cat Demon King's body. Once he had finished gathering the materials, he walked straight over to Han Xingwu and his group. After the Cat Demon King's death, Han Xingwu and his group had been waiting right there for Yi Chen to collect the loot. After all, if it weren't for Yi Chen, they would have suffered heavy losses this time. Only Han Xingwu and Zhang Ren were able to escape via spatial scrolls. The others would likely have met a grim fate. Besides, they had merely cast a few buffs on Yi Chen. Even without their buffs, Yi Chen could have taken down the Cat Demon King all by himself. That loot belonged solely to Yi Chen, and they weren't about to be so brazen as to demand a share. Besides, as one of Lin City's 4 great families, the Han family was incredibly wealthy. This loot wasn't exactly worth much to them. Yi Chen, thank you. It's a good thing we ran into you, otherwise, we'd have been in real danger. Seeing Yi Chen walk over, Han Xingwu immediately stepped forward to express her gratitude. But seeing Yi Chen's nonchalant demeanor as if he'd just done something trivial, Han Xingwu felt her composure crumbling. A level 20 mutant Iron rank commander boss don't make it sound so easy. It almost seems like anyone could do it. Most people would have cursed Han Xingwu and his group to high heaven and run for their lives long ago. Who could be as nonchalant as Yi Chen, dispatching the boss in the blink of an eye? He didn't take the boss seriously at all, treating it like nothing more than a piece of moving gear. As he drew closer, Yi Chen finally sensed that Han Xingwu had actually become a Black Iron ranked practitioner as well. After asking a few questions, he learned that it turned out that after the beginner's dungeon ended, Han Xingwu had been deeply shaken by Yi Chen. He always thought the gap between him and Yi Chen wasn't that big. He never expected that after awakening, the gap between them would become so vast.
This led the competitive and stubborn Han Xingwu to make a decision. That was to use his money. He paid a hefty sum on the black market to acquire an Iron Rank EXP Realm Summoning Stone with a level restriction of 510. In just one short day, Han Xingwu leveled up from level 6 to level 12, successfully advancing to a Black Iron ranked professional. If dungeons are sustainable resources that can be repeatedly cleared to obtain rewards, then realms are non-renewable resources. Once cleared, a realm quickly collapses. There are only two ways to enter a realm. One is through a randomly appearing spatial gate. This method is completely unpredictable. The gate can appear anywhere, so it's all down to luck. The other is to use a realm summoning stone to directly summon a spatial gate leading into the realm. Compared to dungeons, realms offer extremely generous EXP rewards, and the drop rate for high-tier equipment is also extremely high. There is also a special type of realm called the EXP realm. The EXP realm yields only EXP, but the EXP rewards are several times higher than those of a regular realm, and the monsters are significantly weaker than in a regular realm. Like dungeons, realms are divided into ranks: Iron rank, Bronze rank, Silver rank, Gold rank, Diamond rank. The higher the rank, the stronger the monsters inside, but the greater the rewards as well. Furthermore, to enter a realm or dungeon, you must meet their level requirements. Take the Iron Rank EXP Realm Summoning Stone that Han Xingwu purchased. For example, its level requirement is between levels 5 and 10. If a player's level falls outside this range, they cannot enter the realm. Han Xingwu came to Gale Canyon specifically to visit a special realm. The summoning stone for this realm can only be used at a specific location, which is why Han Xingwu ended up in Gale Canyon. On top of that, he encountered a level 20 mutated Iron Rank commander boss. Talk about bad luck. Yi Chen, you're so strong. Can I invite you to tackle this realm with me? If there's any gear suitable for you, I'll make sure you get first dibs. The realm Han Xingwu was referring to was a gold rank realm with a level cap of 10-15 and a party size limit of 1-6 players. To tackle this realm, the Han family had assembled a team of 5 level 15 professionals. These 5 professionals were well balanced and well equipped, capable of effectively supporting Han Xingwu in clearing this realm. Although Han Xingwu was only level 12, as a rare class player equipped head-to-toe in silver rank gear with a gold rank staff to boot, his overall strength was not to be underestimated. If it weren't for the Cat Demon King's exceptionally high magic defense, Han Xingwu's stats alone wouldn't have left him in such a dire situation. Sure, but it's best if it's just the two of us. Yi Chen didn't hesitate for long and immediately accepted Han Xingwu's invitation. But he also put forward his own condition. If 6 people tackle the realm together, the EXP gained from defeating monsters will be split evenly among all 6. This will also affect the realm's final evaluation. The fewer people there are, the faster the realm is cleared, and the higher the final evaluation will be. At the same time, the rewards will be more generous. A gold rank realm with a level cap of 10-15 meant the final boss could be a level 15 Iron rank Monarch monster. Monarch monsters are 1 tier higher than Commander monsters. However, a level 15 Iron rank Monarch monster is not as powerful as a level 20 Cat Demon King. At the same level, a mutated Iron rank Commander monster is not inferior to a Monarch monster in terms of attributes. Otherwise, Han Xingwu wouldn't have dared to attempt this realm. Miss, isn't this a bit risky? Jiang Ren, standing nearby, heard Yi Chen's request and couldn't help but grow anxious. 2 fragile classes, without a frontline tank to absorb damage or a support class to buff them, it's far too dangerous. Although he was well aware of Yi Chen's strength, the realm wasn't just home to bosses. There were also all sorts of minor monsters. Once surrounded by monsters, 2 fragile classes would be in serious danger. Hearing Jiang Ren's words, Han Xingwu hesitated for a moment, but quickly steeled her resolve. She trusted Yi Chen. Uncle Jiang, I trust Yi Chen. Besides, if we run into danger, we can use a spatial teleportation scroll to escape the realm. We'll be fine. Unlike dungeons, where adventurers can choose to exit at any time. Once you enter the realm, you must either clear it or use a powerful spatial item to leave. This is one of the reasons the realm is even more dangerous. Alright, then. Miss, you must all be careful. If things look bad, exit the realm immediately. Seeing Han Xingguo's resolute attitude, Zhang Ren couldn't stop them. He could only hope they make it out safely. Without lingering, the group headed straight for their destination. Half an hour later, Yi Chen and the others finally arrived at their destination. A small valley. It looked unremarkable, with nothing particularly special about it. Han Xingguo immediately took out the Realm Summoning Stone and infused it with spirit power. The Realm Summoning Stone burst into a white glow. Whoosh! The Realm Summoning Stone left Han Xingguo's palm, floating in the air and forming a white vortex as tall as a person. The spatial gate is open. Let us go. Han Xingguo's expression was serious as he took a step forward, ready to enter. I'll go first. Yi Chen stepped right past Han Xingguo and stepped through the spatial gate ahead of him. After all, no one knew what lay beyond the spatial gate, and with Yi Chen's strength, he would be better equipped to handle any dangers that might arise. Han Xingguo was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to have this side to him. He then quickly followed Yi Chen's footsteps and stepped through the spatial gate. A hint of concern flashed in Zhang Ren's eyes, and he immediately barked out in a cold voice. Stay on high alert. No one is allowed to approach this area. Yes, Lord Zhangren. Yi Chen felt the world spinning around him. When he came to, he found himself in a dimly lit forest. The trees were oddly shaped, and their branches and leaves were somewhat withered. The sky was gray and hazy, filled with pale purple mist. Visibility was poor. He could only make out objects within a few dozen meters, and the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. After confirming that the area was safe, Yi Chen immediately checked his quest panel. Upon entering a realm, a quest would automatically appear on the quest panel, containing an introduction to the realm and the requirements for clearing it. Lair of the Corrupted Cat Demons, Gold Rank Realm. Realm Level 15. Clear requirement: kill all corrupted cat demons within the realm. Current progress 0-2000. Description: this is a land corrupted by the Abyss's strength. All cat demons living here have undergone a demonic mutation, becoming far more powerful. Be extremely cautious of the corrupted cat demons lurking deep within the dense forest. Their sharp claws will tear you apart without mercy. Whoosh! Han Xingguo's figure also appeared near Yi Chen. Noticing Yi Chen nearby, he immediately walked over while checking the quest panel. A level 15 gold rank realm isn't very large, but with 2,000 monsters here, the monster density is a bit high. We need to be prepared to retreat at any moment. After reviewing the completion requirements, Han Xingguo realized this realm was more challenging than he had imagined. Let us head forward first and assess the monster situation. Yi Chen led the way, with Han Xingguo following behind. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the woods ahead. Yi Chen fixed his gaze on the area and instantly activated the Divine Enhancement skill. Immediately afterward, one after another, demonized cat demons emerged into their line of sight. These demonized cat demons didn't look much different from the cat demons in Gale Canyon, except that their fur was pitch black and they were slightly larger. Demonized cat demon, Iron rank common monster. Level 15. HP 50,000. Attack 2,100. Physical defense 800. Magic defense 600. Skills: Pounce, Bite, Triple Claw Strike, Dark Curse. The stats of a level 15 corrupted cat demon were actually almost on par with those of an elite monster of the same level. True to the gold rank realm, even the common monsters were astonishingly powerful. However, this posed no significant threat to Yi Chen and Han Xingguo, especially since the corrupted cat demoness magic defense wasn't very high, making it the perfect target for Han Xingguo to showcase her skills. Multi-arrow. 9,501. 9,447. 19,001. Critical hit. 1,628. Divine mark. 9,445. In an instant, the corrupted cat demon at the very front was left with less than 1,000 HP. Whoosh! 6,961. A single normal attack took it down. Frost Realm. At that moment, Han Xingwu also joined the battle. Frost Realm reduces the movement speed of enemies within 500 meters by 50% for 20 seconds.
Although it has no offensive effect, for Yi Chen, it's an excellent support skill that creates an ideal environment for him to deal damage.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Yi Chen continuously drew his bow and fired arrows while constantly repositioning himself, luring the demonized cat demons in another direction.
Golden arrows formed a straight line. Cat demons kept falling one after another. Ice Spear. 7212.
Han Xingwu wasn't idle either, seizing every opportunity, he unleashed a barrage of skills. As Han Xingwu's most powerful single-target attack skill, Ice Spear deals 200% magical attack damage. Combined with the Frost Mage's 100% ice magic bonus, the damage output was substantial. It even dealt several hundred points more damage than Yi Chen's basic attacks. Since mage skills all require casting time, Han Xingwu's damage per second wasn't particularly high. However, most of his skills had slow effects and could even trigger freeze effects.
This made the combat environment incredibly favorable for Yi Chen.
In less than 20 seconds, the dozen or so enchanted cat demons in front of him had all fallen. The log screen was flooded with messages.
Log, successfully defeated a level 15 enchanted cat demon, gained 400,000 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 15 corrupted cat demon, gained 400,000 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 15 corrupted cat demon, gained 400,000 EXP.
In the gold rank realm, defeating a monster of the same level yields a full 8 times the express, which is split evenly between 2 party members. In other words, for every corrupted cat demon killed, Yi Chen gains a full 40 EXP points, which becomes 400,000 points after the system's multiplier.
As for Han Xingwu, killing monsters 3 levels higher than her yields 88 EXP points per monster.
Keep in mind that when ordinary professionals team up to kill monsters of the same level, they typically only gain 2-3 EXP points, a world of difference compared to Han Xingwu.
That's the power of money. Ordinary adventurers simply couldn't imagine it.
Han Xingwu was also stunned by her own leveling speed. In less than 20 seconds, her EXP bar had risen by 2%. If it weren't for Yi Chen, and she were relying solely on her team of 5 level 15 adventurers, it would likely have taken over 10 minutes to finish the fight. Although mages deal high damage with their skills, those skills require casting time, cooldowns, and a large number of mana potions to restore mana. Yi Chen, on the other hand, could deal massive damage using nothing but basic attacks. The gap between the two was enormous. Moreover, with a 6-person party, once the EXP was split evenly, it would likely amount to less than a third of what she was getting now. Let us keep moving forward. The sooner we clear this stage, the more generous the rewards will be after settlement. The two continued onward. Frost Realm. Multi-arrow. Han Xingwu and Yi Chen worked together with unstoppable synergy. Han Xingwu's skills applied various slow and freeze effects, which greatly boosted Yi Chen's damage output efficiency. On the damage leaderboard, Yi Chen accounted for a staggering 95% of the total damage, leaving Han Xingwu utterly dazzled. Yi Chen's power still exceeded her wildest expectations. Every time she cast just a few skills, Yi Chen would already end the fight. Her main role was simply to cast the Frost Realm at the start of each battle. Yi Chen once again wiped out a wave of corrupted cat demons. This time, the corrupted cat demons actually dropped a bronze rank piece of equipment. Although neither of them could use it, they could always sell it on the auction house. It really lives up to its reputation as a gold rank realm. Even the drop rate for minor monsters has increased this much. We've only taken down 2 waves of corrupted cat demons, and we've already gotten a bronze rank piece of equipment. A level 15 bronze rank piece of equipment would easily sell for 100,000 Dragon Country coins. Han Xingwu wasn't interested in this gear either, so she generously handed it all over to Yi Chen. After all, even though she had provided the realm summoning stone, without Yi Chen, it was still uncertain whether they could clear this dungeon. Let us keep going. Yi Chen led Han Xingwu forward, mowing down over a dozen waves of enchanted cat demons in quick succession. Yi Chen also noticed a pattern: the further they advanced, the darker the surrounding mist became. At the same time, the number of demonized cat demons they encountered kept increasing. What used to be about a dozen per wave was now approaching 20. Although the rise in the number of demonized cat demons didn't really affect Yi Chen and his group, it merely added a few seconds to the battle. It did make them realize that the realm's difficulty increased the deeper they went, and they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Suddenly, Yi Chen stopped in his tracks. Another group of demonized cat demons appeared before them. One of them stood out from the rest, covered in purple markings and noticeably larger than the others. Venomous demonized cat demon, Iron Rank Elite Monster. Level 15. HP 120,000. Attack 5,100. Physical defense 1,800. Magic defense 1,200. Skills: Pounce, Bite, Triple Claw Strike, Death, Poison Mist, Poison Infusion. Although this level 15 venomous corrupted cat demon was merely an elite monster, its strength was on par with that of the Goblin Chieftain, the commander level boss they had encountered earlier. Divine Enhancement. Multi-Arrow. Frost Realm. The battle was about to begin. 7,252. 7,261. 7,258. 1,628. Divine Mark. 7,259. In an instant, the venomous enchanted cat demon's health dropped by a quarter. Death, Poison Mist. Under attack, the venomous enchanted cat demon instantly summoned a cloud of purple poison mist that covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Yi Chen and Han Xingwu couldn't escape this range either. Death Toxin Mist. Enemies within the mist take 100 toxin damage per second. The mist lasts for 30 seconds. Yi Chen had no toxin resistance and took the full damage. However, with Yi Chen's HP as high as 15,000, he could easily last for over 2 minutes. Moreover, Yi Chen could use Blood-Sucking Arrow once every 9 seconds, which was more than enough to restore his HP. Han Xingwu, however, had no healing skills and could only rely on potions to restore HP, so he had to finish the fight quickly. Whoosh! 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 4,721. 9,441. Critical hit. Boom! In less than 3 seconds, a highly toxic corrupted cat demon collapsed to the ground, and 2 orbs of light appeared on the ground. Log: successfully defeated a level 15 venomous corrupted cat demon, earned 12 million EXP. But now wasn't the time to celebrate. There were still over 20 corrupted cat demons left to deal with. Whoosh! 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 Arrows flew relentlessly from Yi Chen's hands. 4,718. 4,717. Blood-Sucking Arrow. 7,262. Plus 2,323. Soon, the remaining corrupted cat demons fell one after another, turning into streams of EXP. Log: successfully defeated a level 15 corrupted cat demon, gained 400,000 EXP. Log: successfully defeated a level 15 corrupted cat demon, gained 400,000 EXP. Log: successfully defeated a level 15 corrupted cat demon, gained 400,000 EXP. After finishing off the other corrupted cat demons, Yi Chen quickly walked over to the corpse of the venomous corrupted cat demon. Yi Chen picked up 2 glowing orbs and checked their stats. Venomous Ring Silver. Slot: Ring. Level: 10. Spirit plus 45. Property: immune to poison damage from monsters up to level 20. Equipment requirement: level 10, all classes. Basic Strength Potion, Iron Rank. Effect: upon consumption, temporarily increases strength by 300 points for 10 minutes. It was actually a silver rank piece of equipment and an iron rank potion. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Needless to say, the Venom Ring is perfect for Han Xingwu. It grants immunity to venom damage from monsters up to level 20, which will greatly improve her survivability in the realm. Take the venomous cat demon's Death Toxin Mist, for example. Its range spans a full kilometer, making it impossible to dodge.
If a boss is even slightly challenging, Han Xingwu can easily run out of health.
Keep in mind that using health potions builds up resistance, so you can't use them in large quantities within a short period. That's when the special effect of the Venom Ring becomes invaluable. As for the Strength Boost potion, many professional teams stock similar potions to use when hunting bosses. For each N, a 300-point boost to strength would increase his DPS by at least 10,000, a figure most people couldn't even fathom. Especially when facing a boss with unbreakable defense, those 300 strength points could very well be the straw that breaks the camel's back. This was a surefire trump card. Who knows when it might come in handy? Han Xingwu, this Venom Ring is yours, and I'll take the strength potion.
Is that okay? After checking the Venom Ring's stats, Han Xingwu nodded happily in agreement.
After all, the Venom Ring's stats were perfectly suited for her. Just moments ago, the poison mist lasted 30 seconds, and she'd lost 3000 HP right away. If the monsters ahead were like that, she'd be in serious trouble, forced to constantly pop potions. Plus, she'd have to keep taking breaks to let the potion resistance wear off before moving forward. That would significantly slow down their progress through the realm.
After equipping the Venom Ring, the two continued onward. After 2 hours of clearing out the area, the entrance to a cave appeared ahead. By now, their quest panel showed a completion rate of 1972,000. Clearly, only the final 30 monsters remained in this realm. Clearly, the final monsters must be inside this cave right in front of them.
By now, Han Xingwu was no longer stuck at a level cap and had raised her level from 12 to 15. The EXP gained from fighting monsters over the past 2 hours had long been enough for Han Xingwu to reach level 15. She had simply held off on leveling up to take advantage of the EXP bonus. With the final boss looming, reaching level 15 and equipping a full set of level 15 gear would significantly boost Han Xingwu's overall combat effectiveness. Of course, Yi Chen's stats had also improved considerably since they first entered the dungeon. Along the way, the pair had encountered as many as 10 elite monsters, which had dropped quite a few silver rank items, 3 of which happened to be just right for Yi Chen.
Poisonous Bow Silver. Type, Weapon. Level, 15. Strength plus 150.
Effect, upon hitting a target, deals 100 points of poison damage per second for 10 seconds, stacks up to 10 times per target.
Equipment requirement, level 15 Archer. Ring of Darkness Silver. Slot, Ring. Level, 15. Strength plus 75.
Effect, after hitting a target, deals 100 dark damage per second for 10 seconds, stacks up to 10 times on the same target.
Equipment requirement, level 15 for all classes.
Belt of Dark Power Silver.
Slot, Belt. Level, 15. Strength plus 75. Effect, HP regeneration plus 50 per second. Equipment requirement, level 15 for all classes.
After equipping these 3 silver items, Yi Chen's strength attribute increased by a full 200 points, but his agility and vitality dropped by 50 points each. However, the sharpshooter is a brute force archer who relies entirely on strength. Compared to a 200-point strength boost, this slight drop in agility and vitality is negligible. In addition to upgrading his gear, Yi Chen's skill levels had also seen a significant boost. Divine Arrow jumped directly from level 20 to level 40, increasing its damage multiplier from 29% to 49%. Given Yi Chen's current attack power, this equates to a 726-point increase in attack, which can boost his DPS by over 10,000.
Let us go, the final boss should be in here. With that, Yi Chen led the way into the cavern. Upon entering the cavern, the view suddenly opened up.
The cavern was over 20 meters high and more than 10 meters wide, filled with jagged boulders. The rocks were covered with luminescent grass that emitted a faint white glow, ensuring decent visibility inside the cavern. The two continued down the passageway.
Suddenly, Yi Chen stopped in his tracks.
One after another, demonized cat demons charged out from around the corner ahead.
1, 2, 3. Han Xingwu silently counted in her mind.
Once all the demonized cat demons had appeared, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Although there were only 29 monsters, 3 of them were highly venomous cat demons, and the one leading the pack was utterly extraordinary. It was several times larger than the highly venomous cat demons, its body covered in purple patterns. A pair of demonic horns protruded from the top of its head, and on its back were two slightly raised growths that resembled a pair of underdeveloped wings. Clearly, this was a commander-class monster that had progressed much further along the path of demonic transformation. 1 commander, 3 elite monsters, and 25 minions. The strength of this wave of monsters far exceeded anything they defaced before. Han Xinggu suspected that if she hadn't encountered Yi Chen, relying solely on herself and 5 level 15 professionals to face such a powerful lineup of monsters, they likely wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single wave of attacks. Demon Corrupted Cat Demon Commander Iron Ranked Commander Boss. Level 15. HP 450,000. Attack 8,121. Physical Defense 2,544. Magic Defense 3,851. Skills: Dark Shield, Dark Spear, Dark Domain, Dark Curse, Dark Wind. Looking at the Corrupted Cat Demon Commander's staggering stats, not only did its HP reach 450,000, but its magic defense had also hit a terrifying 3,851 points. Han Xinggu couldn't help but feel relieved that they encountered Yi Chen. Otherwise, with her stats, she wouldn't even be able to break through the boss's defense. Roar! The Corrupted Cat Demon Commander roared as it charged toward Yi Chen and Han Xinggu. But Yi Chen showed not a trace of fear in his eyes. The Corrupted Cat Demon Commander's stats were virtually identical to those of the Cat Demon King. Apart from having slightly higher HP, there wasn't much difference in the rest of its stats. However, Yi Chen had made tremendous progress since then. Another batch of free gear. That was Yi Chen's true inner thought. Divine Enhancement. Multi-Arrow. Frost Realm. 9,930. 9,928. 9,927. 1951. Divine Mark. 9,928. With just a single shot of multi-arrow, the Corrupted Cat Demon Commander's HP dropped by nearly 10%. The effects of the Poisonous Bow and the Ring of Darkness also triggered instantly, stacking 4 layers of damage on the Corrupted Cat Demon Commander, dealing 800 damage per second. You step back, find a safe place to hide. Seeing that Han Xinggu had cast her Ice Domain, Yi Chen urged her to retreat immediately. With her attack power, she had absolutely no way of breaking the boss's defense. On the contrary, a single attack from the boss could nearly drain her health to 0. Withdrawing was the best option. Roar! Roar! Death Poison Mist. Darkness Realm. The venomous Corrupted Cat Demon and the Corrupted Cat Demon Commander simultaneously unleashed wide area debuff skills. Purple Poisonous Mist instantly engulfed the cave, while intricate black patterns appeared on the ground. Darkness Realm. Enemies within the Darkness Realm take 50% increased damage. Trapped within the Poisonous Mist and the Darkness Realm, Yi Chen took 150 points of poison damage per second, but this didn't affect him much. He continued to draw his bow and fire arrows, relentlessly attacking the Corrupted Cat Demon Commander. Whoosh! 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 6,415. 6,421. 6,418. Dark Shield. Facing Yi Chen's massive DPS of 40,000, even with the Dark Shield active, the Corrupted Cat Demon Commander could only cling to life for another second. Vampiric Arrow. 9,918. Plus 3,173. The Corrupted Cat Demon Commander's health was rapidly dropping at a rate of 10% per second. 30%. 20%. 10%. Boom! The Corrupted Cat Demon Commander's massive body crashed to the ground, and beams of light burst forth from beneath its corpse. Log successfully defeated a level 15 Corrupted Cat Demon Commander, earned 40 million EXP. Watching the orbs of light burst from the Corrupted Cat Demon Commander's corpse, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. A massive loot drop. Not only did he see several blue orbs, but there was also a golden one flickering among them. However, with monsters still lurking nearby, Yi Chen didn't have time to inspect them.
Whoosh! 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 Golden arrows flew in a straight line toward the venomous corrupted cat demon in the distance. 8,081. 8,078. In less than 3 seconds, the venomous corrupted cat demon's health bar was completely depleted. Log successfully defeated a level 15 highly venomous corrupted cat demon, earned 12 million EXP. Golden arrows continued to materialize in Yi Chen's hand as the log messages flooded the screen. Log successfully defeated a level 15 highly venomous corrupted cat demon, earned 12 million EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 15 highly venomous corrupted cat demon, earned 12 million EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 15 corrupted cat demon, earned 400,000 EXP. After the battle ended, Yi Chen couldn't wait to check his loot. Demonic cat demon commander's boots gold. Slot, shoes. Level, 15. Strength plus 65. Agility plus 37. Property, increases movement speed by 10%. Equipment skill, basic blink teleports to any location within a 10-meter radius, ignoring obstacles. Consumes 100 mana. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Equipment requirements, level 15, all classes. It's actually a pair of level 15 gold rank boots, and they even come with an extremely valuable movement skill. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Although the boot stats were nothing to write home about, they came with the basic blink skill, which allows the wearer to teleport to any location within a 10-meter radius, bypassing obstacles. Although the range is only 10 meters, it can be used to dodge some lethal skills, greatly improving a player's survivability and potentially saving their life in critical moments. Moreover, since basic blink can teleport through obstacles, it can be particularly effective in certain special situations. Aside from the skill, the equipment's 10% movement speed bonus is also extremely rare. It's important to note that the agility attribute's effect on movement speed is not linear. The increase in movement speed slows down as you progress further into the game. In the late game, the most cost-effective way to boost movement speed is to equip gear with a percentage-based movement speed bonus. For the archer class, movement speed is also a crucial attribute. As long as movement speed is fast enough, the boss can be constantly kite until it finally meets its demise. Although Han Xingwu could also wear this pair of gold rank combat boots, strictly speaking, they are better suited for physical damage classes. The dual attribute bonuses of strength and agility aren't particularly useful for mages. So, naturally, this piece of equipment was assigned to Yi Chen. Moreover, the stronger Yi Chen becomes, the greater the chances of clearing this realm. The rewards for clearing the realm are where the real payoff lies, and Han Xingwu was well aware of this. Once the equipment's ownership was settled, Yi Chen immediately swapped the goblin war boots he was wearing for the enchanted cat demon commander's war boots. There was simply no comparison between bronze and gold gear. Yi Chen hopped lightly twice and felt his body become even more agile. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen began inspecting the rest of their loot. Enchanted beast hide shoulder guards silver. Slot, shoulders. Level, 15. Strength plus 41. Vitality plus 33. Property, increases strength by 2%. Equipment requirement, level 15, all classes. Enchanted beast hide battle tunic silver. Slot, torso. Level, 15. Strength plus 46. Vitality plus 28. Property, increases strength by 2%. Equipment requirement, level 15, all classes. Here were 2 more silver rank items that Yi Chen could use, both of which came with a percentage-based strength bonus. Given Yi Chen's strength stat, which was already in the thousands, these 2 silver rank items would still provide a significant strength boost. As for the remaining gear, Yi Chen had no immediate use for it. Although there were some items suitable for mages, none of them were as good as Han Xingwu's current gear. Given Han Xingwu's family background, her early game leveling path, equipment, skills, and more had already been meticulously planned out by top-tier experts. Her inventory was already fully stocked with gear and skill books for every level in the early game. Only gold rank gear was worthy of her attention. Since entering the realm,
Yi Chen had pocketed all the gear, materials, and items except for the Venom Ring. As a young heiress, Han Xingwu had no interest in these things at all. Of course, she had other motives in mind. After all, Yi Chen's strength was simply too terrifying. He was bound to become a guardian deity of the human race in the future. Staying on good terms with him would bring nothing but benefits. Yi Chen swapped out the exquisite shoulder guards and goblin battle armor he was wearing, and his strength attribute immediately rose another notch. The final item Yi Chen could use was an iron rank skill book. Dark Arrow. This was a dark elements skill book, which was relatively rare. Yi Chen's heart leapt with joy. He immediately used his spirit power to activate the skill book, which transformed into a stream of light and surged into his mind. Log: Iron rank skill book successfully used. Acquired iron rank skill, Dark Arrow. Dark Arrow level 1, active skill. Deals 110% of attack power damage to a single target and increases the damage that target takes by 50% for the next 30 seconds. Consumes 300 mana. Cooldown, 2 hours. Another incredibly powerful skill. Although the skill's damage isn't particularly high and the cooldown is as long as 2 hours, the debuff that increases the target's damage taken by 50% for 30 seconds is simply absurdly powerful. It directly boosts the damage Yi Chen deals by half. Given Yi Chen's damage per second, the amount of damage he can deal in 30 seconds is downright terrifying. It will play a massive role when fighting bosses. Not bad, another huge boost. Yi Chen chuckled to himself. And with that, he had finally finished taking stock of his loot. Yi Chen's face was beaming with joy. This run had truly been a bountiful haul. 1 gold rank piece of equipment, 2 silver rank pieces, and an incredibly powerful iron rank skill book had significantly boosted Yi Chen's combat power. His current stats are as follows. Name: Yi Chen. Class: Sharpshooter. Level: LV 15. Attributes: Strength 1338, Vitality 461, Agility 412, Spirit 375. Attack Power 4014. HP 13,830. Mana 11,250. Physical Defense 691. Magic Defense 562. Attack Speed 5.95 times second. Movement Speed 27.35 meters second. Talent: Divine Heart SSS. Skills: omitted. Equipment: omitted. It had only been 2 hours since he entered the realm, yet Yi Chen had already replaced 6 pieces of equipment, 5 silver rank items and 1 gold rank item equipped with the basic blink skill. The total number of unused bronze and silver rank equipment he had collected reached 45 pieces, 10 silver rank items and 35 bronze rank items. Most were level 15, with only a few being level 10. Add to that the various materials he gathered, and Yi Chen estimated his current haul definitely exceeded 12 million Dragon Country coins. And that didn't even include the rewards from the final boss in the Realm Settlement. After all, the Realm Settlement rewards were the real jackpot. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder professionals flocked to the realm. If you had the strength, it was practically a treasure trove everywhere you looked. If they were outside, even if they killed the same number of elite and commander monsters, their loot would be nowhere near this much. There's only one boss left. Just like before, once the battle starts, cast Frost Realm and then retreat immediately. Seeing that the progress on the quest panel had updated to 1999-2000, Realm would complete the dungeon once they defeated the final boss. Yi Chen didn't hesitate. After laying out the tactics, he immediately pressed deeper into the passage. Soon, the two reached the end of the cavern. As far as the eye could see, a demon-possessed cat demon twice the size of the commander was resting there. The demonic horns on its head were a full circle larger than those of the commander, and its back bore a pair of menacing demonic wings of fully developed form, unlike the commander's, which were merely slightly protruding flesh growths. Its fangs glinted with a bloodthirsty glow, and the purple patterns on its body were interspersed with streaks of bright red. It was clearly not a creature to be trifled with. Demon-possessed cat demon king, iron rank king boss. Level 15. HP 1.2 million. Attack
12,511. Physical defense, 3,566. Magic defense, 6,755. Skills, Demon Energy Coil, Demon Energy Burst, Dark Realm, Dark Shield, Demon Energy Spear. What incredible stats! Han Qingwu exclaimed inwardly.
Normally, there were no bosses this powerful in the gold rank realm. The stats of the corrupted cat demon king before her had even reached the level of a hegemon tier boss. Although overlord tier bosses are only one tier higher than king tier bosses, their stats are nearly double. This included the previously encountered corrupted cat demon commander and the venomous corrupted cat demon, both of which were far stronger than monsters of the same tier. If she had known earlier just how powerful the monsters in this realm were, she definitely wouldn't have attempted to conquer it. She knew her limits. A realm of this caliber was absolutely beyond her reach. She even began to wonder if something was wrong with this realm. But there was no time to dwell on it. Yi Chen gave a nod, signaling that it was time to begin the battle. Yi Chen stared at the corrupted cat demon king, who was still fast asleep, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes.
Divine Enhancement. Dark Arrow. 6,741.
Whoosh! A faint whistling sound cut through the air as the golden arrow, wrapped in a dark aura, instantly traversed hundreds of meters and struck the corrupted cat demon king with a thud. Immediately, wispy strands of black mist began to coil around the corrupted cat demon king's body.
The dark arrow's debuff took effect, increasing the damage the corrupted cat demon king would take by 50% for the next 30 seconds. Roar! Struck by the heavy blow, the corrupted cat demon king was jolted awake from his slumber.
As he looked at the wound on his body, rage surged through him instantly. Glaring at Yi Chen and his companion, his eyes turned blood red.
Intruders, damn them!
But Yi Chen gave him no time to catch. His breath arrows rained down one after another.
Multi-arrow. Frost Realm. 13,941. 27,881.
Critical hit.
13,939. 3,236. Divine Mark. 27,881.
Critical hit. Under the effect of Dark Arrow, Yi Chen instantly dealt over 80,000 damage to the corrupted cat demon king, a truly terrifying feat.
Fall back.
Yi Chen quietly instructed Han Qingwu to quickly fall back.
Whoosh! The corrupted cat demon king lunged toward Yi Chen, its afterimages flickering through the air as it moved at an astonishing speed.
A blood-red glow flared from its claws, and the aura of slaughter could be felt even from a great distance.
Frost Arrow. 19,970.
Under the combined debuffs of the Frost Realm and the Frost Arrow, the corrupted cat demon king's speed was reduced by at least 50%. Yi Chen also began maneuvering in another direction, creating distance between himself and the corrupted cat demon king. The area at the end of the cave wasn't very spacious, making it less than ideal for an archer to fight in. Yi Chen was essentially dancing on the edge of a knife. If he were hit even once by the demonized cat demon king's pounce, his health would drop to 0 instantly.
It was extremely dangerous. Darkness Realm.
The demonized cat demon king also sensed how troublesome this human was. Realizing that close-range combat would make it,
Yi Chen kept dodging. His fluid movements exuded elegance. By now, the corrupted cat demon king's health had dropped to less than 60%. Dark Shield.
Seeing that the burst of demonic energy had failed to harm Yi Chen and that his own health was steadily dropping, the corrupted cat demon king decisively activated his shield.
The black demonic energy shield gave him a considerable sense of security.
But this was merely a stopgap measure, serving only to buy time. The battle had now completely fallen into Yi Chen's rhythm.
Ha ha!
A look of delight flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. At this rate, defeating the corrupted cat demon king was only a matter of time.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The arrows in Yi Chen's hands never stopped flying, and the corrupted cat demon king's health continued to drop.
50%. 40%.
Just as the demon-possessed cat demon king's HP dropped to 30%, a sudden turn of events occurred. The demon-possessed cat demon king roared toward the heavens, and countless wisps of black mist erupted from its body, eventually coalescing into dozens of ghost-like monsters that swirled around it in the air. At the same time, the demon-possessed Cat Demon King's HP dropped by 10%. Demon Mist Coil. It turns out this ability comes at the cost of HP. No wonder the corrupted Cat Demon King only resorts to it in the most critical moments. The Black Mist spirits moved with blinding speed, surging toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't hesitate. He continued to attack the corrupted Cat Demon King relentlessly. As long as it died, everything would naturally come to an end. Whoosh! 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 5,881. 5,889. The Black Mist specters also kept attacking Yi Chen. 231. 235. Although the damage wasn't high, Yi Chen couldn't withstand the sheer number of Black Mist specters. He was taking nearly 3,000 points of damage per second. At this rate, Yi Chen could only hold out for a maximum of 4 seconds. 15%. 12%. 9%. 6%. At this point, Yi Chen's HP was already below 2,000, but the boss still had 6% HP remaining. Basic Blink. Yi Chen broke free from the Black Mist Wraith's encirclement. The 10-meter distance would buy him at least another second. Vampiric Arrow. 18,588. Critical Hit. Plus 5,948. The blood-sucking arrow actually landed a critical hit, instantly restoring Yi Chen's HP to nearly 8,000. The outcome was now certain. Whoosh! 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 As the Black Mist specters closed in on Yi Chen once more, the demon-possessed Cat Demon King had only 3% HP remaining. Just then, the cooldown on the multi-arrow skill had finished. Multi-arrow. 9,291. 9,283. 2,157. Divine Mark. 18,581. Critical Hit. 9,281. Boom. The corrupted Cat Demon King's HP was instantly wiped out. Its corpse collapsed with a crash, and the black misted specter vanished in an instant. Log successfully defeated the level 15 corrupted Cat Demon King, earned 80 million EXP. Immediately afterward, bursts of dazzling light exploded, scattering across the ground and flickering continuously. Orange light orbs and dark gold rank piece of equipment had actually appeared. 3 golden light orbs also appeared. A full 3 gold rank pieces of equipment. Even the least valuable item was a silver rank piece of equipment shimmering with blue light. Yi Chen even spotted 2 skill books. Holy shit, I hit the jackpot. That was the truest reflection of Yi Chen's current state of mind. Although the boss's strength far exceeded his expectations, the rewards he received were also far beyond what he could have imagined. Time Guardian Necklace Dark Gold. Slot, Necklace. Level, 15. Strength plus 311. Property, can block the next critical hit cooldown, 1 day. Equipment skill, Time Rewind resets the cooldowns of all skills with a cooldown of less than 6 hours for a designated target. Consumes 500 mana. Cooldown, 1 day. Equipment requirements, Level 15 Warrior Knight Archer Assassin. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with ecstasy. It was actually a dark gold tier necklace suitable for him. It's important to note that the drop rate for necklaces is less than 1% of that for other equipment. Many high-level players can only equip low-level necklaces. In addition to its high strength stat, the Time Guardian necklace also boasts a god-tier survival trait. It can block the next instance of lethal damage, which means Yi Chen's survivability has increased significantly. Besides the trait, it also comes with an equipment skill called Time Rewind. This skill can instantly reset the cooldown of any skill on a target. As long as the cooldown is less than 6 hours, it can be reset. Although Yi Chen primarily relies on normal attacks for damage, this skill can be used not only on himself but also on others, which greatly increases its value. Yi Chen could hardly wait to equip the Time Guardian necklace. After equipping the Time Guardian necklace,
Yi Chen's strength stat instantly skyrocketed to 1662. With such a terrifying strength stat, even average bronze tier adventurers would likely be no match for him. If it came down to a damage contest, an average bronze tier adventurer would probably be wiped out in an instant, leaving nothing but dust. With his first find proving so surprising, Yi Chen immediately turned his attention to the next piece of equipment. Demon Contract Robe Gold. Slot, top. Level, 15. Spirit plus 68. Vitality plus 35. Property 1, increases spirit by 3%. Property 2, reduces skill cooldown by 5%. Equipment skill, demon power increases a designated target's spirit by 100 for 10 minutes. Consumes 300 mana. Cooldown, 1 hour. Equipment requirements, level 15 Mage Priest Summoner. This is a gold rank item well suited for Han Xingwu, offering her a significant boost. The equipment skill, Demon's Power, can further enhance her burst damage at critical moments. With 2 equipment traits and 1 equipment skill, this demon robe can be considered a top-tier item among gold rank equipment. Yi Chen then proceeded to examine the other items. Demon Contract Legguards Gold. Slot, lower body. Level, 15. Strength plus 62. Vitality plus 35. Traits, plus 5% strength. Equipment requirements, level 15 Warrior Knight Archer Assassin. Demon Contract Ring Gold. Slot, ring. Level, 15. Strength plus 105. Property, critical hit rate plus 10%. Equipment skill, Demon Energy Shield creates a Demon Energy Shield for a designated target. The shield can block damage equal to 100% of the target's maximum HP, lasts for 5 minutes, consumes 300 mana, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Equipment requirements, level 15 Warrior Knight Archer Assassin. Both the Demon Contract Legguards and the Demon Contract Ring were pieces of equipment Yi Chen could make good use of, especially the Demon Contract Ring. Not only did it increase critical hit rate by 10%, but it also served as a second life in critical moments. Without hesitation, Yi Chen immediately swapped the strength ring he was wearing for the Demon Contract Ring, and the Goblin Legguards for the Demon Contract Legguards. As for the remaining silver rank gear, neither of them could use it, so Yi Chen stowed it all in his backpack to sell for a good price once they got out. With the equipment inventory complete, only the last 2 skill books remained. One was the Black Iron Skill Exploding Arrow, usable by archers, and the other was the Black Iron Skill Fire Rain, usable only by mages. Exploding Arrow. Clearly an area of effect skill. Yi Chen immediately activated his spirit power and decisively learned it. Log, Iron Rank Skill Book used successfully. Iron Rank Skill, Exploding Arrow. Exploding Arrow Level 1, Active Skill. Fires an arrow with an explosive effect. Upon hitting a target, it deals 80% of attack power as fire damage to all targets within a 10 meter radius, along with burning damage that accumulates to deal 120% of attack power as fire damage over 10 seconds. Consumes 500 mana. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Exploding Arrow could greatly enhance his area of effect damage capabilities once the skill leveled up later on. Clearing an entire map with a single arrow would no longer be a pipe dream. As for Fire Rain, since it wasn't suitable for Han Xingwu, Yi Chen didn't hesitate to stow it directly into his backpack. As a rare fire attribute AoE skill, selling it for over 1 million Dragon Country coins would be no problem. Suddenly, Han Xingwu let out a soft huh, and asked in surprise. Huh, why hasn't our mission evaluation been settled yet? Han Xingwu's voice immediately snapped Yi Chen back to reality. He'd been so busy looting that he'd completely forgotten about it. He checked the quest panel again. The progress had already updated to 2000, with no issues whatsoever. Could it be that realm had a bug? Just then, the corpse of the demon-possessed cat demon king suddenly burst into a dazzling black light. Waves of dark, violent energy kept surging out from it. Yi Chen grabbed Han Xingwu and hurriedly backed away, putting distance between them and the demon-corrupted cat demon king's corpse. There was definitely something wrong with this realm. Their logs began scrolling frantically. Log: an unknown incident has occurred in the gold rank realm S demon corrupted cat demon S lair. The difficulty level has been raised to master level. Adventurers, please evacuate immediately. Log: an unknown incident has occurred in the gold rank realm the corrupted cat demon S lair. The difficulty has been elevated to master level. All adventurers, please evacuate immediately. Seeing the frenzied log updates, the two instantly realized what was happening. The dungeon realm's difficulty had increased. Master level? How could this happen? Even Han Xingwu was panicking at this point. Above gold rank is diamond rank, and master rank is one tier higher than diamond rank. Normally, with a gold rank teleportation scroll, they could have safely escaped a gold rank realm. But now that the realm S level has risen to master rank, the energy of the gold rank teleportation scroll is far from sufficient to break through the master rank realm barrier. They simply cannot teleport away. Yi Chen, we might all die. Han Xingwu tested the gold rank teleportation talisman on her person and discovered she truly couldn't leave the realm. Her heart immediately sank to the depths. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with gravity, but he showed no panic. A master level dungeon was terrifying, but they'd have to face it head on to see who is stronger. Moreover, the rewards from slaying the demon-possessed cat demon king had elevated his strength to a new level, and that immense power gave him tremendous confidence. Suddenly, Yi Chen sensed that a new completion condition had appeared on his quest panel. Lair of the corrupted cat demon's master level realm. Recommended level, 15. Completion requirement 1, kill all corrupted cat demons within the realm. Current progress, 2000. Completion requirement 2, kill the abyssal demon Bruno. Current progress, 01. Description 1, this is a land corrupted by the abyss's strength. All cat demons living here have undergone a demonic mutation, becoming far more powerful. Be extremely cautious of the corrupted cat demons lurking deep within the dense forest. Their sharp claws will tear you apart without mercy. Description 2, on the brink of death, the abyss demon Bruno transformed into a demon seed and traveled through a spatial rift to the cat demon's nest. The powerful aura of the abyss corrupted every cat demon within the cat demon nest, and the mighty cat demon king even devoured the demon seed, transforming into a formidable king-class boss. However, Bruno did not die. He remained parasitically embedded within the cat demon king's body, biding his time to resurrect. After the cat demon king's death, Bruno finally resurrected once more, drawing upon the strength of his corpse. Upon seeing the quest update, Yi Chen immediately understood. It turned out that the corrupted cat demon nest realm had actually been created after being contaminated by the demon seed of the abyssal demon Bruno. When he defeated the corrupted cat demon king, the abyssal demon Bruno also resurrected by drawing on the strength of its corpse. The tier of the corrupted cat demon nest realm was directly elevated to master level due to the resurrection of the abyssal demon Bruno. Suddenly, the black light emanating from the demon cat king's corpse gradually faded. A thick, powerful purple arm emerged from the back of the demon cat king's corpse, followed by another. The two powerful arms, their tendons bulging, exerted tremendous force and shot skyward. A purple figure appeared before the two of them. This figure was covered head to toe in purple scales, with two curved horns adorned with purple spirals on its head, a pair of massive wings on its back, and a thick, scaly tail exuding a powerful sense of strength. Abyssal demon, Bruno. Looking at the figure before him, Yi Chen knew this was the abyssal demon resurrected through the body of the corrupted cat demon king. A demon. A powerful creature from the abyss, possessing immense strength. Normally, only high-tier professionals could encounter such a being, yet Yi Chen had come face-to-face with one just 3 days after his awakening. He wasn't sure whether to count it a blessing or a curse. Abyss demon Bruno weakened. Rank, Ancient. Level, 15. HP, 2.8 million. Attack, 15,511. Physical defense, 5,586. Magic defense, 8,872. Skills, Demon S Body, Demon Charge, Demon Tail Swipe, Demon Pounce, Demon Stomp. It really is an ancient tier boss. Seeing Bruno S tier, Yi Chen wasn't the least bit surprised. If it weren't an ancient tier boss, it wouldn't be worthy of the master tier realm rank.
Above the Monarch tier is the Overlord tier, and above the Overlord tier is the Ancient tier. As a powerful variant among the Abyss demons, Bruno's strength would likely be even more formidable if he weren't still in a weakened state right after being revived. With a staggering 2.8 million HP, more than double that of a demon cat king, it would take ages to defeat him even if he just stood there motionless. Not to mention his massive physical defense of 5,586 and magical defense of 8,872. Even ordinary bronze tier adventurers wouldn't stand a chance against him. Humans, to thank you for reviving me, I've decided to make you part of my body. The demon bared its fangs and roared ferociously. You go ahead and retreat, I'll handle the boss. Han Xingwu had only just finished casting his frost domain. His skill cooldown hadn't reset yet, and since he couldn't break the boss's defense, staying here wouldn't do much good. Multi-arrow. 11,279. 11,271. 11,277. 2,970. Divine Mark. 22,551. Critical hit. A barrage of damage numbers popped up above Bruno's head, instantly dealing nearly 60,000 HP damage to the boss. You damned human, how dare you attack the great Lord Bruno? Demon Pounce. The wounded Bruno lunged toward Yi Chen. Frost Arrow. 16,812. A faint layer of white frost appeared on Bruno's body, but his movement speed didn't slow down much. Ancient tier bosses have astonishingly high resistance to status effects. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5,928. 2,970. Divine Mark. 5,930. Yi Chen maneuvered his position while drawing his bow. Seeing the damage dealt by his normal attacks, Yi Chen his brow slightly. Bruno's demonic body could regenerate 1% of his maximum HP per second, which meant Yi Chen was barely dealing any damage. However, his brow soon smoothed out. It wasn't a big problem, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Yi Chen pulled the basic strength potion looted from the venomous demon cat he defeated earlier out of his backpack and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, his strength attribute skyrocketed by 300 points. Time rewind. All of Yi Chen's skill cooldowns were reset. Dark Arrow. 11,376. Bruno was immediately enveloped in wisps of black mist. Multi-Arrow. 23,254. 5,247. Divine Mark. 23,251. 46,509. Critical hit. 23,249. 5,247. Divine Mark. Boosted by the basic strength potion and the Dark Arrow debuff, Yi Chen instantly dealt an absurd amount of damage, over 120,000. That was nearly double the damage he dealt before. Whoosh. 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 Golden arrows rained down on Bruno. Demon Charge. Yi Chen's eyes were ice cold. Once in combat mode, he was terrifyingly calm. The moment Bruno entered his charge state, Yi Chen immediately pulled back in the opposite direction. Boom! Bruno crashed directly into the cave wall. It was unclear what material the cave wall was made of, but even under such a violent impact, it only sustained a few minor cracks. As a melee boss, Bruno was completely helpless against Yi Chen's evasion tactics. Under Yi Chen's relentless attacks, Bruno's health kept dropping. 60%. 50%. 40%. Bruno felt as if he were a toy, being toyed with at the whim of the human standing before him. Before long, Bruno's health was completely depleted. Accept this. Bruno's eyes widened as a faint voice escaped his lips. There was a thunderous crash. Bruno's massive body crashed to the ground, his eyes still fixed on Yi Chen. He died with a look of defiance on his face. He never imagined that, right after being resurrected, he would die at the hands of this human standing before him. Log, successfully defeated level 15 Abyss Demon Bruno, earned 320 million EXP.
Yi Chen watched the multicolored lights flickering from Bruno's corpse, overcome with excitement. Equipment, treasures, skill books, everything he could possibly want. Ancient Demoness Bow Dark Gold. Type, Weapon. Level, 15. Strength plus 306. Property 1, increases strength by 10%. Property 2, increases physical penetration by 10%. Equipment skill, Power of the Ancient Demon increases the final damage of the next attack by 400%, consumes 500 mana, cooldown, 2 hours. Equipment requirement, level 15 Archer. Ancient Demoness Staff Dark Gold. Slot, Weapon. Level, 15. Spirit plus 302. Trait 1, plus 10% Spirit. Traits 2, plus 10% Spell Penetration. Equipment skill, Power of the Ancient Demon increases the final damage of the next attack by 400%, consumes 500 mana, cooldown, 2 hours. Equipment requirement, level 15 Mage. Bruno actually dropped 2 dark gold tier weapons, one suited for an archer and one for a mage, perfectly matching one for Yi Chen and one for Han Qingwu. The stats of the two items were extremely similar, with one leaning toward physical damage and the other toward magical damage. In addition to the high primary stat bonuses, each item also came with 2 traits. Whether it's a 10% boost to the primary stat or a 10% penetration effect, both are extremely rare traits. If Yi Chen had a 10% physical penetration effect during his battle with Bruno, the damage he dealt would have increased by at least 20%. The higher the boss's defense, the greater the benefit of penetration. The skill Ancient Demon Power increases the final damage of the next attack by 400% for a mage with high burst damage. This is nothing short of a god tier skill. For Yi Chen, who primarily relies on high frequency attacks to deal massive damage, the benefit of this skill isn't particularly high. However, archers also have high burst skills, and when combined with a skill like this, they can unleash terrifying damage in an instant. After swapping his poisonous bow for the Ancient Demon Bow, Yi Chen immediately checked his other loot. Demon Bone Ring Gold. Slot, Ring. Level, 15. Strength plus 107. Property 1, increases strength by 5%. Property 2, upon hitting a target, reduces the target's physical defense by 10 points, stacks up to 20 times per target. Equipment requirement, level 15 Warrior Knight Archer Assassin. Another piece of gear perfect for Yi Chen. Whether it's the 5% strength boost or the ability to reduce a target's physical defense by 200 points once the stack reaches 20, it's ideal for an archer. With Yi Chen's attack speed, he could max out the 20 stack effect in about 3 seconds. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. He then moved on to inspect the next piece of gear. Demon Necklace Gold. Slot, Necklace. Level, 15. Spirit plus 198. Property, increases spirit by 5%. Equipment skill, Demon Barrier creates a shield for a designated target. The shield can absorb damage equal to 150% of the target's maximum HP, lasts 3 minutes, consumes 300 mana, and has a 1-hour cooldown. Equipment requirements, level 15 Mage Priest Summoner. A precious gold rank necklace was directly assigned to Han Qingwu. Upon receiving the demon necklace, Han Qingwu immediately equipped it. Seeing this gold rank necklace, the delight in Han Qingwu's eyes was almost overwhelming. Even with her family background, she currently possessed only a single level 15 bronze rank necklace. A level 15 gold rank necklace was an extremely precious piece of equipment for her. After taking stock of the equipment, Yi Chen examined the 2 treasures. One of them was a completely black stone, irregular in shape and roughly the size of a fist, emitting a black glow that was strikingly bright. Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stone. Quality, A. Attributes, can fuse up to 3 Iron Rank skills. Fusion has a certain success rate. The higher the skill compatibility, the higher the success rate. The quality of treasures is generally divided into 9 tiers, from highest to lowest, SSS, SSS, 8B, C, D, E, and F. In addition, there are some special treasures. There are no restrictions on the use of treasures, unlike skill books and potions, which are subject to practitioner rank limitations. For example, an iron rank practitioner cannot use a bronze rank potion. The same applies to skill books. An iron rank practitioner cannot learn from a bronze rank skill book. Treasures, however, are different. Even an SSS grade treasure can be used by a novice practitioner without any restrictions. The second treasure is extremely special. It is a Realm Summoning Stone. Level 40 Master Tier Realm Summoning Stone. Quality, Special. Properties, upon use, summons a realm portal. Realm Tier, Master Tier Realm Level, 40 Access Level Restriction, 35-40 Maximum Party Size, 120 players. It's actually a level 40 Master Tier Realm, with a maximum capacity of 20 players. Keep in mind that the more players a realm allows, the higher its difficulty. Of course, if you're strong enough to clear it solo, the rewards will be beyond your wildest dreams. As soon as I hit level 35, I'm heading straight there. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. This trip to the realm had given Yi Chen a taste of success, and he couldn't wait to reach level 35. If a level 15 Master Tier realm had already yielded such rich rewards, Yi Chen couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of loot a level 40 Master Tier realm would offer. After reviewing the information on the two treasures, Yi Chen turned his attention to the last two skill books. Attack Aura. Thunder Arrow. Attack Aura is a silver rank aura skill that can only be learned by silver rank practitioners. Aura skills are an extremely unique type of skill that can be learned by all classes. Aura skills generally provide area of effect buffs or debuffs that affect designated targets in the vicinity. For example, Attack Aura increases the attack power of all designated targets nearby by a certain percentage, but the same aura cannot be stacked. Aura skills offer immense benefits to teams and are indispensable on the battlefield. At the same time, upgrading aura skills requires a massive amount of EXP, up to 100 times that of skills of the same level. Unless one is a battlefield specialist specifically trained by the nation, most players rarely reach level 10 or higher. However, for Yi Chen, EXP isn't really a problem. But since it requires silver rank to learn, Yi Chen cannot learn it yet. Thunder Arrow is a bronze rank archer skill, which Yi Chen also cannot learn. Han Xingwu, these two treasures and skill books are mine. You don't have any objections, do you? Ha! No objections at all. I'm already very satisfied with the dark gold tier staff and the gold rank necklace I have. Han Xingwu hadn't expected Yi Chen to suddenly ask for her opinion, so she was momentarily taken aback. Come on, how could she possibly have any objections? At that moment, she felt both gratitude and admiration for Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen, she wouldn't even have survived. Not to mention that Yi Chen had given her all the usable mage gear. Seeing that Han Xingwu had no objections, Yi Chen stowed the two treasures and the skill book into his backpack. With all the loot accounted for, Yi Chen let out a satisfied sigh. The haul from this run far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought it was a gold rank realm, but it turned out to be a master rank realm after all. The loot was simply outrageous. Before entering the dungeon, the best gear he had on was bronze rank. Now, not only did he have a dark gold tier weapon, but also a dark gold tier necklace with an extremely low drop rate. The stats provided by these two items alone far exceeded the total of all his previous gear. In addition to the two dark gold tier items, there were 4 gold rank items, and the rest were all at least silver rank. It was no exaggeration to describe this as trading a musket for a cannon. Looking at the pile of gear, materials, and treasures in his inventory, even the usually composed Yi Chen couldn't help but let a faint smile touch his lips. This felt absolutely amazing. Ding! At that moment, the realm settlement notification finally appeared. The log scrolled frantically. Congratulations to Yi Chen and Han Xingwu's party for successfully clearing the master level realm, the nest of the demonic cat demon. Clear time, 2 hours, 15 minutes, 23 seconds. Time rating, SSS rank. Individual rating, SSS rank. Overall rating, SSS rank. Realm clear rewards will be automatically distributed shortly. Realm ratings, from highest to lowest, are SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F. Generally speaking, an S overall rating is already quite rare. You might not even see one once in 100 clears. And yet, Yi Chen actually achieved an SSS overall rating. How incredible is that?
As for Han Xingwu, thanks to Yi Chen's guidance, he also earned an S overall rating.
Duration rating, SSS. Individual rating, C. Overall rating, S.
If it weren't for the SSS level duration rating and the fact that they cleared the realm as a team, Han Xingwu with his C-level individual rating would have been lucky to even get a B-level overall rating. Just as the two were still reeling from the shock of their ratings.
Ding! Log, realm completion rewards have been distributed. Fearless Warrior. Congratulations on successfully clearing the master level realm, the nest of the demonic cat demon. The following are your personal rewards for clearing the realm. Reward 1, S-rank treasure equipment upgrade vouchers x5. Reward 2, S-rank strength gems x3. Reward 3, S-rank title, Demon Slayer. Due to the player's outstanding performance, an additional reward has been triggered. Reward 4, a rank talent, Eye of Truth. Reward 5, SSS rank artifact, Stone of the Abyss. Yi Chen's Adam's apple bobbed as he was struck by this massive surprise, a look of disbelief in his eyes. An SSS rank overall score and the rewards were this generous. First up were the S-rank artifact equipment upgrade vouchers, a whopping 5 of them. Equipment upgrade voucher. Quality, S. Attributes, can increase an item's level by 5 limited to items below level 50. It was like being handed a pillow just as he was about to fall asleep. Although Yi Chen's current gear was of an extremely high tier, its levels were all quite low, only level 15. At Yi Chen's leveling pace, this gear will soon become obsolete. However, the skills and traits that come with dark gold gear are far beyond what silver or gold rank gear can offer. This creates a rather awkward situation. Wearing low-level dark gold gear results in low stat values. But wearing high-level silver or gold rank gear means the skills and traits fall short. The introduction of equipment upgrade vouchers effectively solved this problem. 5 equipment upgrade vouchers would at least keep Yi Chen going for a while. As S-rank treasures, equipment upgrade vouchers are essentially priceless and hard to come by. They can only be obtained by clearing realms and dungeons, and players must achieve an S-rank overall score to have a chance of acquiring them. Not bad. After checking the attributes of the equipment upgrade vouchers, Yi Chen couldn't wait to examine the strength gem. Strength gem. Quality, S. Attributes, can be fused with equipment to increase strength by 100 points. It can be removed after fusion, but the strength gem will lose its effect upon removal. A maximum of 3 gems can be fused into a single piece of equipment. It's actually a gem-type treasure. Yi Chen's gaze lingered for a moment. This type of treasure was quite unique. It could be fused with equipment to significantly boost its stats, and like the other items, it could only be obtained by clearing realms and dungeons provided the overall rating reached S rank to have a certain chance of obtaining it. Next was the S rank title, Demon Slayer, which appeared directly on his personal stats panel as soon as the reward was distributed. Title, Demon Slayer S rank. Demon Slayer S rank, all attributes plus 100 deals an additional 10% damage to Abyss-type monsters. Professionals can obtain multiple titles, but can only activate and use one at a time. Generally, titles are only awarded when a professional achieves remarkable feats. It was precisely because Yi Chen had single-handedly defeated an ancient tier Abyss demon of the same level that the world will rewarded him with the Demon Slayer title. This is recognition of Yi Chen's strength and potential. However, the next 2 rewards are the real highlights of this clear. The A-rank talent, Eye of Truth, appears directly on the personal stats panel as soon as the reward is granted, just like the title. Eye of Truth A-rank. 1. Your vision will be greatly enhanced, allowing you to see through stealth units within 2 tiers of your own level. 2. You can view information about practitioners up to 1 tier below your own. Every practitioner gains an initial class talent upon awakening. However, additional class talents can be obtained through other means. After clearing a realm or dungeon, there is a very small chance of obtaining a class talent. The tier of the talent and the probability of obtaining it vary based on your overall score. The Eye of Truth greatly enhances Yi Chen's vision, significantly improving both his field of view and his dynamic and static visual acuity.
For an archer, field of view is extremely important. It allows him to spot monsters earlier, prepare in advance, and avoid being caught off guard. At the same time, the improvement in dynamic and static visual acuity enables him to better track monsters' movements, allowing for better positioning and skill dodging. As for the ability to detect stealth units within 2 tiers of his own level, this significantly boosts Yi Chen's survivability. It prevents situations where an assassin is right in front of him without him even noticing. The Eye of Truth can also display information about other professionals within 1 tier of his own level. It's important to note that ordinary professionals cannot view the specific details of other professionals. Only information set to public is visible. Typically, practitioners gain a rough understanding of another S-class tier and level range by sensing their aura. They then guess the person's S-class based on their appearance. It's simply impossible to obtain detailed, specific information. Take Yi Chen, for example. By sensing his aura, one could only tell he was a low-level Black Iron practitioner, but who would have guessed his strength was so terrifying? The Eye of Truth fully enables Yi Chen to know oneself and the enemy, and win every battle. However, this also served as a wake-up call for Yi Chen, since he could obtain the Eye of Truth talent. Others could also acquire similar talents or skills. If his stats panel were ever exposed, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar. Therefore, he must now find a way to acquire a stealth-type talent or skill. My strength still isn't enough. If he were powerful enough, what would it matter if his stats panel were exposed? Even if there were thousands upon thousands of enemies, he could take them all down with a single arrow. Putting his emotions aside, Yi Chen examined the final treasure. A black stone, streaked with purple veins, about the size of an egg, emanating a strong aura of the abyss. Abyss Stone. Quality, SSS. Attributes, can be fused with equipment to imbue it with abyss power. The better the equipment matches, the greater the boost. It can boost equipment strength. Yi Chen's thoughts immediately turned to his ancient demon bow. As a dark gold piece of equipment dropped by the abyss demon Bruno, the ancient demon bow was imbued with a thick demonic aura. The compatibility between demons and the abyss was undoubtedly very high. The only question was whether it could be upgraded by another equipment tier. Mythic tier equipment. There are probably only a handful of such items even among the most powerful figures in Dragon Nation. But now is not the time to use it. At that moment, the White Realm teleportation gate appeared before the two of them. Cracks began to appear in the sky of the realm. Before long, this realm would begin to collapse, dissolving into the primordial essence of the world and merging with Blue Star. The two stepped through the portal simultaneously. Once again, the world spun wildly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures appeared simultaneously in Gale Canyon. Breathing in the fresh air of the Gale Plains, Han Qingwu let out a long sigh, feeling as though she survived a narrow escape. She felt that this experience had been truly full of twists and turns, more thrilling than anything she'd ever experienced in her past 18 years, and the rewards were equally immense. Miss, you're out. Is everything all right? Upon seeing Han Qingwu and Yi Chen appear, Jiang Ren hurried over to them. Seeing that Han Qingwu was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Jiang, we're fine. The realm went very smoothly this time. Han Qingwu didn't say much more. The fewer people who knew Yi Chen's true strength, the better. Yi Chen, we're heading back to Lin City first. See you at school next time. Now that Han Qingwu had reached level 15, she didn't plan to keep leveling up in the wild and was ready to return directly to Lin City. Her family had already prepared a level 15 iron rank dungeon ticket for her. With her current strength, soloing the hard difficulty shouldn't be too much of a problem. In addition to tier classifications like the realm, dungeons also have difficulty levels. When entering a dungeon, players can freely choose the difficulty level, which ranges from lowest to highest: normal, elite, hard, nightmare, and abyss. Alright, see you at school then. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. He still needed to keep leveling up in the wild. A kid without a safety net had no choice but to run as hard as he could. But he believed that before long, he would surpass the entire Han family. After parting ways with Han Qingwu, Yi Chen resumed his leveling journey in Gale Canyon. With only 4 days left until the major exam, Yi-Chen had to make the most of his time to improve. His goal wasn't just to get into Dragon Capital University. His true goal was to become the national top scorer. The strong grow stronger. A single step ahead leads to an advantage in every step. Once he secured the title of national top scorer, all kinds of rare dungeons and realms would open up to him. With Yi-Chen's strength, he would undoubtedly clear them with an exceptionally high overall score and earn rewards beyond imagination. After taking some rations from his backpack and finishing today's lunch, Yi-Chen continued hunting monsters with renewed vigor. I can probably farm wild monsters for another 4 hours. Yi-Chen checked the time. It was still a little over 5 hours until nightfall, and he did need to set aside an hour to return to Qingyang town. During this trip to the realm, Yi-Chen's strength had increased several-fold. Even a casual normal attack could deal over 20,000 damage. It was downright insane. Galewind Canyon, which had never posed the slightest threat to Yi-Chen to begin with, now felt like his own backyard. Even a level 20 Glowcat demon couldn't withstand 2 of Yi-Chen's arrows. It was simply outrageous. A level 15 Black Iron professional dealing this much damage, no one would believe it if he told them. For an entire afternoon, Swiftwind Canyon echoed with the agonized screams of cat demons. Log successfully defeated a level 20 Blazing Cat Demon 5 levels above, earning 300,000 EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 19 Venomous Cat Demon 4 levels above, earning 260,000 EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 17 Frost Cat Demon 2 levels above my own, earning 180,000 EXP. The sky gradually darkened. By then, Yi-Chen had already returned to Qingyang town from Gale Canyon. After an afternoon of leveling up, his Dark Arrow, a skill he'd only recently mastered, had risen from level 1 to level 20. Dark Arrow level 20, active skill. Deals 129% of attack power as damage to a single target and increases the damage that target takes by 69% for the next 34 seconds. Consumes 281 mana. Cooldown, 7,000 seconds. The damage dealt by Dark Arrow has increased by 19%, and its mana cost has been reduced by 19 points, but that's not the main point. The key point is that the debuff duration has increased by 4 seconds, the damage taken has increased by 19%, and the cooldown has been reduced by 200 seconds. Compared to level 1 Dark Arrow, this is a massive improvement, boosting damage by nearly half. Back in Qingyang town, Yi-Chen didn't waste any time. As soon as he entered the town, he headed straight for the Dragon Kingdom's official exchange. His haul this time was simply enormous. Selling it through the exchange was definitely the best choice. He walked into the Dragon Kingdom's official exchange. It looked just as familiar as ever. Yi-Chen found an empty room and began the identity verification process. Starting identity verification. Verification successful, Dragon Kingdom citizen, Yi-Chen. Authorized to use the Dragon Kingdom's official exchange. Permission level, Iron rank. After successful verification, Yi-Chen took out the items he didn't need and began trading. First up were the gear and materials looted from the level 20 Cat Demon Captain and Cat Demon King. In total, 5 pieces of level 20 bronze rank gear, 1 level 20 silver rank weapon, 1 iron rank priest skill book, plus the materials gathered from their bodies, all sold for 3.12 million Dragon Nation coins. The rest were all loot from the den of enchanted cat demons. First, the gear: 30 pieces of level 15 bronze rank gear, 13 pieces of level 15 silver rank gear, 5 pieces of level 10 bronze rank gear, plus the gear Yi-Chen had discarded, all of which sold for a total of 18.55 million Dragon Country coins. Most of the revenue came from the silver rank gear. Next was an iron rank mage skill book, Fire Rain, which, as a rare fire attribute area of effect skill, sold for a high price of 1.5 million Dragon Country coins. After selling the equipment and skills, the materials that followed were also quite valuable. First were the most abundant materials, the eyes and hearts of the highly poisonous demonized cat demons. The former can be used for enchanting to add poison damage to equipment, while the latter can be used to craft poison potions. Moreover, due to the abyss aura imbued in them, there is even a small chance they may possess special attributes. As a result, they fetched a respectable price, totaling 5.4 million Dragon Country coins. Next were the demon horns, eyes, and heart of the corrupted cat demon commander of higher quality and imbued with a more intense abyss aura. In particular, although the demon cat chieftain's demonic horns cannot compare to those of a true demon, they are still extremely rare materials and sold for a total of 2.8 million dragon country coins. The essence of the enchanted cat demon king's corpse had been completely absorbed by the abyssal demon Bruno, so the materials on its body were of no value, and Yi Chen did not collect them. However, as an ancient tier boss, the materials from the abyssal demon Bruno were extremely precious. A pair of demonic wings could be used to craft rare flying gear. Although they were of a lower level, they still sold for 3.1 million dragon country coins. Its demonic horns were several times more valuable than those of the cat demon commander and sold for 1.8 million dragon country coins. Finally, there was Bruno's heart. As an abyss demon, all its essence was concentrated in this heart, making it extremely valuable. It sold for a staggering 12 million dragon country coins. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with joy. This dungeon run had been incredibly fruitful. Just by selling items he didn't need, he had earned a massive 45 million dragon country coins. The materials from the abyssal demon Bruno alone fetched nearly 17 million dragon country coins, proving once again that high risk truly brings high rewards. Combined with his haul from Gale Canyon, Yi Chen's earnings for the entire day had already exceeded 48 million dragon country coins. This was an income most people couldn't even imagine. And that didn't even include the equipment and treasures he could use himself. Once those were factored in, the value was incalculable. It simply couldn't be measured in dragon country coins. Money must be converted into strength. Without strength, everything is just empty talk. Putting his emotions aside, Yi Chen immediately checked the purchase module. First up were the iron rank strength potions. Yi Chen decisively bought 5. Last time, due to limited funds, he had only purchased 5. Since a person can consume up to 10 iron rank strength potions at a time, he had to max out his supply. He didn't hesitate for long. Yi Chen then purchased 10 iron rank vitality potions, 10 iron rank agility potions, and 10 iron rank spirit potions. Yi Chen currently had no shortage of gear, nor had he found any iron rank skills suitable for him. Truly rare gear and skills are in high demand everywhere and generally only appear in auction houses in major cities. As a public trading platform, the Dragon Nation official marketplace mostly features items needed by ordinary players. Given Yi Chen's current strength, these items wouldn't be of much use to him. Only attribute values, those are the hard currency that never loses its value. The 48 million Dragon Nation coins he just acquired hadn't even had time to cool in his hands before he spent them down to 13 million. However, Yi Chen remained unfazed. Money was just a number. Improving his strength was the ultimate goal. After leaving the Dragon Nation official marketplace, Yi Chen found a nearby hotel. He downed all 35 of the attribute potions he just purchased, resulting in a significant boost to his 4 core attributes. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen took out the iron rank skill fusion stone from his backpack. His heart was filled with anticipation. Iron rank skill fusion stone. This was one of the 2 treasures dropped by the abyss demon Bruno. The iron rank skill fusion stone can fuse up to 3 iron rank skills. The fusion has a certain success rate, which increases with higher skill compatibility. Class-specific skills do not have their own rank classifications. They improve as the character's rank increases. When a skill's rank increases, its effects remain unchanged, but its maximum level is raised accordingly. Therefore, the iron rank skill fusion stone can only fuse skills learned from iron rank skill books or skill scrolls. Currently, Yi Chen has mastered the following iron rank class skills: multi-arrow, frost arrow, blood-sucking arrow, dark arrow, exploding arrow, power arrow, ranged arrow, gale arrow, and basic strength enhancement. Yi Chen channeled his spirit power into the iron rank skill fusion stone. Whoosh! The iron rank skill fusion stone left Yi Chen's palm and floated into the air. A massive black and white furnace appeared in the void. Beneath the furnace, 9 white orbs flickered. A brief sense of them revealed that these were the 9 iron rank class skills Yi Chen had mastered. Yi Chen tentatively used his spirit power to drag the 3 skills powerful arrow, long range arrow, and swift arrow into the furnace. A notification suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Skills: powerful arrow level 10, long range arrow level 10, swift arrow level 10.
Fusion success rate, 100%. Skill fusion result, Basic Archery Mastery Level 10. Basic Archery Mastery Level 10, passive skill. Increases the user's critical hit rate by 10% and boosts arrow range and flight speed by 10%. Note, Basic Archery Mastery is a bronze rank skill. If the user's current class rank has not reached bronze rank, they may still master it. Are you sure you want to fuse? After fusing the 3 skills Powerful Arrow, Ranged Arrow, and Swift Arrow into Basic Archery Mastery, the effects were neither enhanced nor weakened. However, this effectively reduced EXP consumption by 2/3, which is a significant boost for the late game. No! Yi Chen chose not to continue fusing. His skill levels were still quite low at the moment. Although it would reduce EXP consumption by 2/3, the cost effectiveness wasn't high enough right now. It wouldn't boost his strength at all. He had to save his resources for what really mattered. Yi Chen continued to experiment with other fusion options. Skills: Multi-Arrow Level 10, Dark Arrow Level 20, Exploding Arrow Level 1. Fusion success rate, 0.01%. Skill fusion result, unknown. Confirm fusion? Yi Chen had originally thought he could fuse a multi-exploding arrow skill, where all arrows would trigger an explosion effect and apply a debuff to all targets within the area. As it turned out, he had overestimated things. A 0.01% fusion probability, and the result is still unknown. Yi Chen decisively abandoned the attempt. No! Yi Chen prepared to try a different fusion combination. Skills: Multi-Arrow Level 10, Frost Arrow Level 10, Blood-Sucking Arrow Level 10. Fusion success rate, 100%. Skill fusion result, Super Multi-Arrow Level 10. Super Multi-Arrow Level 10, active skill. Fires 4 arrows at once, dealing 129% of attack power as damage to 1 or more targets, reducing the target's movement speed by 32% for 6 seconds, and restoring 32% of the damage dealt as HP, consumes 191 mana. Cooldown, 13 seconds. Note, Super Multi-Arrow is a bronze rank skill. If your current class rank has not reached bronze rank, you may master it regardless of your current rank. Are you sure you want to fuse? Super Multi-Arrow. That's pretty powerful. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Compared to Frost Arrow, Super Multi-Arrow deals less damage, but it has changed from a single target slow to an area of effect slow, significantly boosting his kiting ability. As for the effect of restoring 32% of the damage dealt as HP, compared to Blood-Sucking Arrow, that's an epic buff. Blood-Sucking Arrow is a single target skill, whereas a level 10 Super Multi-Arrow fires 4 arrows, restoring HP equivalent to 4 times that of Blood-Sucking Arrow. As Super Multi-Arrow levels up, its effects increase tenfold or even 100-fold. This gave Yi Chen's sustain an epic boost as well. Moreover, compared to Multi-Arrow, Super Multi-Arrow's cooldown was reduced by 5 seconds. It's absolutely insane. The skill has gotten stronger, yet the cooldown has gotten shorter. Yes. Without hesitation, Yi Chen decisively chose to fuse the skills. A flash of light erupted from the furnace, and then all the strange phenomena in the void vanished. Yi Chen sensed that his stats panel seemed to have changed slightly. He opened the stats panel to check. Sure enough, the 3 iron rank skills Multi-Arrow, Frost Arrow, and Blood-Sucking Arrow had vanished, replaced by the bronze rank Super Multi-Arrow skill. Looking at the effect of Super Multi-Arrow, Yi Chen couldn't wait to test its power. But realizing how dangerous the wilderness was at night, he had no choice but to hold off. Still, one day, he would be able to face anything without fear. Composing himself, Yi Chen took out another S-rank treasure, the Strength Gem. This Strength Gem was about the size of a thumb, irregularly shaped, entirely red, and radiating a blood-red glow. The Strength Gem could be fused with equipment, increasing its strength attribute by 100 points. Immediately, Yi Chen took out his dark gold rank weapon, the Ancient Demon Bow. Using the Strength Gem was quite simple. It only required activation with spirit power and did not need a blacksmith to drill holes or set it. Yi Chen placed the Strength Gem in the palm of his hand and activated it with spirit power. The Strength Gem began to melt, turning into a pool of red liquid. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen used his spirit power to guide the red liquid toward the ancient demon bow. The red liquid formed from the strength gem spread out the moment it touched the ancient demon bow, transforming into crimson patterns that adhered to its surface. Originally, the ancient demon bow was entirely black, accented only by a few purple patterns. Now, with a touch of red intermingled among the purple patterns, it appeared even more eerie. Following the same method, Yi Chen fused 2 more strength gems with the ancient demon bow. After the fusion, the strength attribute of the ancient demon bow reached a staggering 606 points. But that wasn't the end of it. The SSS rank treasure, the Abyss Stone. This was the most valuable treasure awarded by the world will after Yi Chen cleared the master-level realm nest of the demonized cat with an SSS overall rating. It can be fused with equipment to imbue it with abyssal power. The better the equipment matches the stone, the greater the boost. Yi Chen wanted to test just how much of a boost fusing the Abyss Stone with the ancient demon bow would provide. He even wondered if the ancient demon bow might jump directly from Dark Gold to Mythic Tier. Mythic Tier. Even for the most powerful figures in Dragon Nation, obtaining a single item of that caliber is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Yi Chen took the Abyss Stone out of his backpack. It was a black stone, marbled with purple veins, about the size of an egg, and radiating a dense aura of the abyss. Just like the strength gem, all it took was a burst of spirit power to trigger the Abyss Stone's automatic fusion with the equipment. Yi Chen couldn't wait to channel his spirit power. The Abyss Stone turned into a pool of black liquid, mixed with traces of purple. Guided by Yi Chen's spirit power, it continuously infused into the ancient demon bow. As the liquid from the Abyss Stone kept flowing in, the abyss aura emanating from the ancient demon bow grew increasingly intense. As the last drop of liquid merged into the ancient demon bow, a flash of red light flickered across it. Yi Chen quickly checked the ancient demon bow's new attributes. Ancient demon bow mythic. Type, weapon. Level, 15. Strength plus 621. Gem, strength plus 300. Trait 1, strength increased by 20%. Trait 2, physical penetration increased by 20%. Equipment skill, power of the abyss increases the final damage of the next attack by 1000%, consumes 500 mana, cooldown, 1 hour. Equipment requirement, level 15 archer. Mythic tier. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he was struck by this immense surprise. The ancient demon bow had actually been upgraded to Mythic tier. He had only been awakened for 3 days, yet he had already obtained a Mythic tier item that even the most powerful figures in Dragon Nation possessed only a handful of. After the ancient demon bow was upgraded to Mythic tier, its overall appearance didn't change much. It just became even more menacing and looked far more intimidating. However, its overall stats had seen a massive boost. First, the strength attribute jumped from 306 to 621, more than double the original value. Next, the 2 traits also saw massive improvements. The original bonuses, a 10% increase in strength and a 10% increase in physical penetration, were upgraded to a 20% increase in strength and a 20% increase in physical penetration, exactly doubling the previous values. Finally, the equipment skill changed from ancient demon power to abyssal power. Power of the Abyss grants a 1000% final damage boost to the next attack, a 600% increase over the ancient demon's power, and its cooldown has been reduced by 1 hour. Truly worthy of a Mythic tier item, it's downright terrifying. As Yi Chen gripped the ancient demon's bow, a powerful sense of confidence welled up within him. A person's confidence stems from strength. In this world where the game and reality merge, strength is the ultimate foundation. Everything else is illusory. Tomorrow, I'm heading straight to the outskirts of the Taibai Mountains to level up. The Taibai Mountains span nearly half of South Province, teeming with countless monsters of extreme power. Even the monsters on the outskirts are at least level 25, while deep within, there are powerful monsters reaching over 100 levels. However, the Dragon Kingdom also has specialized legions stationed throughout the region. Should any abnormalities arise in the Taibai Mountains, even king-level powerhouses would be deployed. No matter how strong the monsters in the Taibai Mountains are, they cannot surpass king-level powerhouses. They are left there specifically to train the new generation of the human race.
After all, every powerful warrior has fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I'll level up a bit more first. Since the weakest monsters in the Taibai Mountains are level 25, there was no need for Yi Chen to remain stuck at level 15. Log, character leveled up successfully. Current level, 16. Log, character leveled up successfully. Current level, 17. Log, character leveled up successfully. Current level, 20. Level 20 should be enough. After reaching level 20, Yi Chen stopped leveling up. Immediately afterward, he took out an S-rank treasure equipment upgrade voucher. Now that he had reached level 20, the level 15 ancient demon bow was starting to feel a bit inadequate. Yi Chen used his spirit power to activate the equipment upgrade voucher, which transformed into a streak of light and merged into the ancient demon bow. The ancient demon bow's appearance remained unchanged, but its stats had clearly changed. Ancient demon bow mythical. Equipment type, weapon. Level, 20. Strength plus 988. Gem, strength plus 300. Equipment requirement, level 20 archer. Only the strength attribute had increased from 621 to 988, the other attributes remained unchanged. This was a drawback of the equipment upgrade voucher, only the primary attribute received a corresponding boost after upgrading the equipment S level. But for a mythic tier ancient demon bow, a 367-point increase in strength was definitely worth it. After upgrading the ancient demon bow to level 20, Yi Chen had no plans to continue upgrading his other gear. Equipment upgrade vouchers are limited, so he had to use them sparingly. He needed to save up at least 6 more vouchers to upgrade the ancient demon bow to level 50. At this point, all the usable treasures Yi Chen currently possessed had been converted into combat power. Yi Chen couldn't help but open his stats panel. Name, Yi Chen. Class, Sharpshooter. Level, LV 20. Stats, Strength 4000, Vitality 571, Agility 512, Spirit 475. Attack Power, 12,000. HP, 17,130. Mana, 14,250. Physical Defense, 856. Magic Defense, 712. Attack Speed, 6.26 times second. Movement Speed, 30.48 meters second. Talents, Divine Heart SSS, Eye of Truth A rank. Title, Demon Slayer S rank. Skills, omitted. Equipment, omitted. Yi Chen couldn't help but stare in disbelief at his stats. With a strength attribute as high as 4,000, he was straying further and further down the path of inhumanity. Mythic tier gear truly terrifying. Early the next morning, Yi Chen headed straight for the teleportation array in Xingyang Town. The Taibai Mountains span nearly half of South Province, with a branch bordering Lin City. Lin City had established a dedicated town for professionals in that area to guard against monsters emerging from the Taibai Mountains. Teleport to Baiyun Town. After paying the teleportation fee, a beam of white light shot skyward. The world spun for a moment, and Yi Chen had already arrived at his destination, Baiyun Town. Baiyun Town wasn't much different in style from Xingyang Town. The only difference was that the professionals here were stronger. Bronze rank professionals were everywhere, and even silver rank professionals weren't uncommon. After exiting the teleportation array, Yi Chen didn't linger. He headed straight for the outskirts of the town. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen reached the outskirts of the Taibai Mountains. As he ventured deeper, he soon encountered the first wild monster of the day. Blood-striped giant wolf. Rarity, common. Level, 25. HP, 38,500. Attack, 2,977. Physical Defense, 757. Magic Defense, 455. Skills, Bloodlust, Gigantification, Triple Pounce. Its stats are pretty average. Divine Enhancement. A golden arrow materialized in Yi Chen's hand. Whoosh. 38,691. Log, successfully defeated a level 25 blood pattern giant wolf, 5 levels above my own, earning 300,000 EXP. A single, simple arrow completely wiped out the blood pattern giant wolf's health bar. If others saw a level 20 black iron professional instantly kill a level 25 blood pattern giant wolf with a single normal attack, they'd probably start questioning the meaning of life. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as he looked at his damage output. He was very satisfied. Today's leveling session has begun. Next, Yi Chen plans to level up in the Taibai Mountains for 3 days before returning to school to take the graduation exam. The graduation exam will determine the future fate of countless practitioners. Failure to gain admission to a practitioner university means one can only join a mercenary group or work for a powerful clan. Unless a special stroke of luck occurs, one's life will be spent in mediocrity. Only by gaining admission to a professional university and receiving the nation's support can one change their destiny. The higher a professional university's ranking, the more resources students can access, and the greater their chances of becoming a powerhouse. Nationwide, there are 120 regular professional universities, 20 key professional universities, and 3 top-tier professional universities. However, the resources held by these 3 top-tier professional universities alone exceed the combined total of all other professional universities. Once admitted to one of these 3 top-tier vocational universities, the resources available far exceed imagination. This is why countless vocational students are desperate to gain admission to these top-tier institutions. Yi Chen's goal is to enroll at Longjing University as the national top scorer. This is his first step toward becoming a powerhouse. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yi Chen's skill levels saw significant improvement. First, Super Multi-Arrow was upgraded from level 10 to level 30. Super Multi-Arrow level 30, active skill. Fires 6 arrows at once, dealing 149% of attack power as damage to 1 or more targets, reducing the target's movement speed by 36% for 8 seconds, and restoring HP equal to 36% of the damage dealt. Consumes 171 mana. Cooldown, 11 seconds. After Super Multi-Arrow was upgraded to level 30, the number of arrows increased from 4 to 6, and the attack power bonus rose by 20%, resulting in a massive boost to its damage output compared to before. Furthermore, the movement speed reduction effect increased from 32% to 36%, and the duration was extended by 2 seconds, further enhancing Yi Chen's kiting ability. At the same time, the HP restoration effect, which restores a percentage of the damage dealt, has been increased from 32% to 36%. Combined with the increased number of arrows, sustain has improved once again when facing monsters with low attack power but high HP. You can even afford to stand and fight them head-on. Finally, mana cost has been reduced by 20 points, and the cooldown has been reduced by 2 seconds. Overall, this represents a massive improvement compared to level 10. Next, Divine Enhancement has been upgraded from level 15 to level 30. Divine Enhancement level 30, active skill. Uses divine power to enhance the next 13 attacks, increasing final damage by 39%. Consumes 171 mana. Cooldown, 24 seconds. After upgrading Divine Enhancement to level 30, the number of enhanced attacks has increased by 2, the final damage boost has risen by 15%, and the cooldown has been reduced by 3 seconds, a significant improvement. As Yi Chen's most frequently used skill, Divine Enhancement can enhance any ability, making it extremely practical. Finally, Exploding Arrow has been upgraded from level 1 to level 20. Exploding Arrow level 20, active skill. Fires an arrow with an explosion effect. Upon hitting a target, it deals 99% of attack power as fire damage to all targets within a 29 meter radius and inflicts a burning effect, which accumulates to deal 158% of attack power as fire damage over 10 seconds. Consumes 481 mana. Cooldown, 50 seconds. After upgrading Exploding Arrow to level 20, the explosion radius has been significantly increased, expanding from the original 10 meters to 29 meters, and the damage has been boosted from 80% attack power fire damage to 99% attack power fire damage. At the same time, the additional burn damage has also increased from 120% of attack power to 158% of attack power. Furthermore, the cooldown has been reduced by 10 seconds. As Yi Chen's true area of effect skill, Exploding Arrow allows him to clear entire areas with a single arrow when encountering dense groups of monsters while leveling up, greatly improving his leveling efficiency. On the outskirts of the Taibai Mountains, he often encountered large groups of monsters appearing all at once. In these situations, Exploding Arrow proved extremely effective, greatly boosting Yi Chen's leveling efficiency. The graduation exam is tomorrow. I'd better head back to Lin City first. By this point, Yi Chen had already returned to Baiyun Town and was preparing to head back to Lin City. 3 days of continuous leveling had significantly boosted the levels of all his skills. Although the pace wasn't as fast as leveling up in Realm, it was still nothing short of staggering. After paying the teleportation fee, Yi Chen teleported directly from Baiyun Town back to Lin City. Before long, Yi Chen arrived home. I still need to level up a bit more. By now, the scions of those major clans are probably already in their 20s. After giving it some thought, Yi Chen decided to push his level even higher. He was determined to claim the national championship with an absolute advantage. Log, character leveled up successfully. Current level, 21. Log, character leveled up successfully. Current level, 22. Log, character leveled up successfully. Current level, 25. Without hesitation, Yi Chen leveled up all the way to level 25. Immediately afterward, he took out an equipment upgrade voucher. The level 25 Ancient Demon Bow would give his strength another massive boost. A flash of light passed, and the Ancient Demon Bow was successfully upgraded to level 25. Ancient Demon Bow Mythical. Equipment type, Weapon. Level, 25. Strength plus 1236. Gem, Strength plus 300. Equipment requirement, level 25 Archer. Looking at his stats panel, Yi Chen was brimming with confidence. The national top scorer was bound to be him. The next morning, all students who had successfully changed their professions arrived at school. Whether they chose a life profession or a combat profession, they all had to take the graduation exam, though the test questions differed between the two. As for students who hadn't successfully awakened, they would take the regular graduation exam for non-awakeners a month later. Those with outstanding scores could also enter regular universities for further studies. At the Awakening Plaza of Lincheng No. 3 High School, many students were excitedly chatting among themselves. I heard this year is a golden age. Lots of incredibly powerful professionals have awakened. Yeah. I heard this year's exam questions are way harder than in previous years. What are we going to do? I was planning to tackle the normal difficulty solo, but now it looks like I'll have to form a party. Bro, want to team up? I'm a level 12 knight, I can take the hits. Sure, I'm a level 13 mage. I've been looking for a tank just like you. Hey, if you guys are forming a party, why not take me along? I'm an level 11 priest, and I've been struggling to find a group. Of course. With you, our team composition is pretty much complete. We're sure to ace the big exam. Just as the students were chatting excitedly and getting ready to form parties, Yi Chen also arrived at Awakening Square. Whoa! Yi Chen's arrival instantly sent the entire Awakening Square into a frenzy. Isn't that Yi Chen? Look at that awesome gear he is wearing. Yi Chen Gigi is so awesome. He actually earned all that gear on his own. This year's top student in Lincheng is definitely going to be my big brother Yi Chen. Bro, Yi Chen is so handsome. I want to have kids with you. Yi Chen ignored the commotion and made his way to a less crowded area. Whoa! A weighing erupted once more in Awakening Square. Han Xinggu, the most beautiful girl at Lincheng No. 3 High School, had also arrived at Awakening Square. My goddess is here. I heard Han Xinggu is already level 22. She is definitely going to be Lincheng's top student. Exactly. Yi Chen is just a poor kid, after all. He can't even afford to run dungeons. How fast can he level up in the wild? He has absolutely no business competing with my goddess. Han Xingwu spotted Yi Chen in the distance and cheerfully walked toward him. Yi Chen, I can't wait for the moment you become the national top scorer.
At that moment, Han Xingwu didn't have the aloof demeanor of the school beauty she usually displayed. Instead, she had become Yi Chen's little fangirl, flashing a gentle smile that no one had ever seen before, a sight that took many by surprise. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, saying casually, "Yeah, see you at Longjing University." Yi Chen had no doubt that Han Xingwu would get into Longjing University. After all, the loot from the demon-possessed cat demoness lair alone was enough to secure her admission, not to mention her other resources. Since when did my goddess get so close to Yi Chen? I might as well die. Ah! Han Xingwu! Please stay away from my Yi Chen Gigi. Just as many were losing their composure, the homeroom teachers from each class appeared one after another and began distributing the exam hall teleportation stones. After distributing the stones, Bai Xin Yuan stood on the awakening platform and began her speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the exam hall teleportation stones have been distributed to you. Life-oriented and combat-oriented classes will be teleported to different exam halls. Simply crush the teleportation stone or activate it with spirit power, and it will transport you to your respective exam halls. I want to dwell on the importance of this major exam. Finally, I'd like to leave you all with this saying: as long as you're alive, you'll always have a way to make it work. No matter what, safety comes first. Losing your life means losing everything. Alright, let the teleportation begin. One by one, the students activated their teleportation stones, and accompanied by a streak of light, they vanished from sight. After everyone had left, Bai Xin Yuan also activated his teleportation stone and headed to the observation deck at the Combat Profession exam site in South Province. The graduation exams are organized by province, but all the test questions are identical. Furthermore, the Ministry of Education of Longwa dispatches chief examiners specifically to oversee exam sites across the country, with the aim of ensuring the fairness and impartiality of the exams. After Yi Chen activated his teleportation stone, he immediately felt the world spinning around him, then found himself in a vast space. This was a small realm space, consisting of nothing but a huge plaza, with the sky a hazy white. Examinees from over a dozen cities of varying sizes across South Province were being teleported here one after another. With over a dozen cities participating, the number of candidates taking the Combat Profession graduation exam was approaching 50,000. Truly befitting the golden age in previous years, even 30,000 would have been considered a good turnout. However, this also meant that competition this year would be even fiercer. With half an hour remaining until the exam, everyone had this time to decide whether to take the assessment solo or as part of a team. If they choose the solo assessment, they can earn an additional 20% bonus on their points. However, most people will still opt for the team assessment. After all, every profession has its limitations. Although points are split based on contribution in a team, they can clear more stages and earn more points. When you do the math, this actually yields more points than the solo assessment. But for most prodigies, the solo assessment is the obvious choice. Finding suitable teammates is simply too difficult. For peerless geniuses like Yi Chen, whose goal is to become the national champion, teaming up is even less of an option. They are confident they can clear every level. Teaming up would only result in points being split, lowering their ranking. Half an hour passed quickly. The ladder tower is now open. A commanding voice echoed across the entire square. Immediately afterward, a massive tower rose in the center of the square. At the same time, Jiang Yuan, the chief examiner of South Province, appeared on the open ground in front of the ladder tower. The moment Jiang Yuan stepped into the examination area, the once bustling square fell completely silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. This year's grand exam is about to begin. I won't go into the details of the exam procedures again. I'm sure you all know them even better than I do. As in previous years, the exam questions are divided into 5 difficulty levels, from lowest to highest: normal, elite, hard, nightmare, and abyss. Although you can use teleportation stones to leave the ladder tower at any time, it is still fraught with danger. Choosing higher difficulty questions may earn you more points, but I hope you won't be overconfident. Choose carefully based on your own abilities. In past years, cases of injury and even death during the grand exam have been far from uncommon. Finally, let me leave you with this: though the grand exam is important, it's nothing compared to your own life. Does everyone understand? After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, everyone present replied in unison, "We understand." Jiang Yuan nodded and announced loudly, "This year's Southern Province graduation exam officially begins." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a blinding white light erupted from the Sky Ladder Tower, only to fade just as quickly. All the examinees present received a notification. With a single thought, they could teleport into the Sky Ladder Tower to take the exam. After activating the Sky Ladder Tower, Jiang Yuan vanished from view and appeared directly in the proctoring room. After Jiang Yuan left, the square returned to its previous bustling scene. The students were all buzzing with discussion, debating which difficulty level to choose. Yi Chen didn't hesitate. With a single thought, he selected the highest difficulty abyss and, transforming into a streak of light, vanished from the square. At the same time, a massive light screen appeared in the void. Lincheng No. 3 High School, Yi Chen, selected exam difficulty abyss. As soon as this message appeared, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Lincheng No. 3 High School, Yi Chen? Some nobody I've never even heard of, and he actually dares to choose the abyss difficulty? He must be a old codger looking to hang himself. Good grief, attempting to solo the abyss level ladder tower? Is that confidence, or has he lost his mind? Just a clown trying to show off. You see, although the ladder tower allows players to select abyss difficulty, virtually no one ever does. Normal, elite, hard, and nightmare, these difficulty levels increase progressively, so at least they don't leave players feeling hopeless. But abyss difficulty is several notches above nightmare, making it downright hopeless. Generally speaking, abyss difficulty is reserved for those peerless geniuses who can breeze through nightmare with ease. An average student might not even make it past the first level of abyss difficulty. Just as everyone was discussing Yi Chen, another message popped up. Star City First High School, Joey, exam difficulty selected abyss. The square erupted once again. Star City is the capital of South Province and is widely recognized as the most prosperous city in the entire province, home to the greatest concentration of geniuses. Star City No. 1 High School is the best school in Star City, and Joey, as its top genius, has even awakened the legendary profession of Thunder Mage. Thunder Mage's command lightning can boost the damage of lightning element magic by 150% and possess a set of profession-exclusive skills that are incredibly powerful. Unlike Yi Chen, Joey, the heavy favorite to be this year's top scorer in South Province, was a household name. Joey chose to solo the abyss difficulty. Looks like he is aiming to become this year's national top scorer. Of course. Even clearing just 50. As more and more students entered the ladder tower, the others stopped hesitating and began entering the tower one after another to start their exams. The proctoring room for the Southern Province Combat Class exam. This was a separate space filled with countless small light screens floating in the void, displaying the candidates' every move inside the ladder tower. The live feed of the annual graduation exam is off limits to outsiders. Only the proctors in the supervision room are permitted to view it in real time. Furthermore, after the exam concludes, all video footage is immediately destroyed. In this world, practitioners are arguably the most precious asset, and the annual graduation exam serves to select batch after batch of geniuses for the Dragon Nation. It is precisely this endless stream of new talent that allows humanity to remain on equal footing with the demons of the abyss. During the graduation exams, every candidate gives it their all, revealing their talent, skills, combat style, and more. If this information were to leak, it would make them easy targets for cultists, resulting in incalculable losses. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom enforces extremely strict confidentiality measures regarding the information of every professional. At this moment, several middle-aged men with stern expressions and imposing auras stood before the light screen, constantly monitoring the proceedings. Each was a high-level professional exceeding level 100. The leader, Jiang Yuan, was a master-level professional as high as level 135. Yi Chen, level 25, sharpshooter. Before them was a massive light screen displaying Yi Chen's information and image. This is the unique hidden class, sharpshooter, reported by Lincheng No. 3 High School. According to the records, he isn't from a prominent family, yet he has managed to reach level 25. It seems he has had some special opportunity. Every powerful individual has their own opportunities, otherwise, they wouldn't have become so strong.
He actually chose the Abyss difficulty. I don't know whether to call it commendable courage or courting certain doom. Geniuses always have their own ideas. We should keep a close eye on him. He has the potential to become the top student in South Province. Still, I'm more optimistic about Joey. If it weren't for this being a golden age with so many geniuses emerging, based on past performance, Joey would have no trouble becoming the national top scorer. First floor of the ladder tower. Yi-Chen was currently in the safe zone at the edge of the ladder tower. Purple-black mist swirled around the tower. 20 level 11 elite monsters appeared on the other side of the ladder tower. Small Goblin. Rank, Elite. Level, 11. HP, 41,000. Attack, 1,911. Physical defense, 811. Magic defense, 495. Skills, Heavy Strike, Life Enhancement, Throw. The small goblins, which were originally just common tier monsters, had been upgraded to elite tier monsters in this Abyss tier ladder tower, with their stats significantly boosted, and there were as many as 20 of them. Keep in mind that even in Nightmare difficulty, there are only 4 elite tier small goblins. The Abyss difficulty has increased their number by a factor of 5. It's absolutely outrageous. If an ordinary student were to enter this Abyss tier ladder tower, their life would likely be in grave danger. This year's ladder tower is way harder than ever before. Divine Enhancement. Explosive Arrow. A golden arrow coalesced in Yi-Chen's hand. He drew his bow and released the flame-infused explosive arrow, which hurtled toward the small goblins. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. 44,631. 44,633. 44,628. 44,632. 44,626. A terrifying number instantly appeared above each small goblin's head as they were blown to pieces, leaving charred corpses scattered everywhere. In less than a second, all the small goblins were dead. Yi-Chen had successfully cleared the first floor of the ladder tower. Log, successfully defeated a level 11 small goblin, gains 0 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 11 small goblin, gains 0 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 11 small goblin, gains 0 EXP. The log screen was flooded with messages. Killing monsters inside the ladder tower actually granted EXP. Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This meant that the ladder tower wasn't just a testing ground for the final graduation exam, it was also a natural leveling ground. Although the monsters on the earlier floors were too low level to grant EXP, the ladder tower had a full 100 floors, which meant Yi-Chen could still earn a significant amount of EXP. With this in mind, Yi-Chen felt even more motivated. He couldn't wait to enter the next floor. The observation deck at the Southern Province Combat Profession exam site. At this moment, principals from all the major high schools in Southern Province had gathered here, waiting for the real-time leaderboard in the void to update. Principals from different cities had formed their own circles, chatting excitedly among themselves. Whoosh! A name suddenly appeared on the real-time leaderboard in the void. Lincheng No. 3 High School, Yi-Chen, current score, 1,800 points, current rank, 1. As soon as this message appeared, the entire venue erupted in a stir. Lincheng No. 3 High School, Yi-Chen? I've never heard of that name. My goodness. 1,800 points, he must have chosen the Abyss difficulty. The exam has only just begun, how could he be moving so fast? Does Lincheng actually have such a peerless genius? What about Zhou from Xingcheng? Why hasn't he shown up yet? A thunder mage, that kind of high damage AoE mage, has a huge advantage in the ladder tower. At that moment, several principals from Lincheng also noticed the changes on the scoreboard. Old Bai, it's Yi-Chen from your school. Wow, Abyss difficulty. And he's the first to post a score. Old Bai, your third high school is really going to make a splash this time. If Yi-Chen can come back as the provincial champion, third high school will truly shine under your leadership, Old Bai. Old Bai, you've got us all green with envy this time. Bai Xin Yuan's face flushed crimson, he was utterly overcome with excitement. He never would have imagined that Yi Chen's strength had grown so formidable. He was so overwhelmed that he was momentarily speechless, his whole body trembling. Upon reaching the second floor of the ladder tower, Yi Chen faced 20 level 12 elite monsters, fiery goblins. At the same time, Yi Chen's physical condition had fully recovered to its peak. Both the mana he had just expended and the cooldown time for his exploding arrow skill had completely reset. This was one of the rules of the ladder tower. No items were allowed inside the ladder tower, but clearing each floor would restore the adventurer's status to peak condition.
Divine enhancement. Abyssal power. Exploding arrow. Boom. 231,388. 231,386. 231,378. 231,382. 462,771. Critical hit. Empowered by the power of the abyss, the damage dealt by exploding arrow was nothing short of terrifying. All the flame goblins were instantly obliterated, leaving not even their corpses behind. Log, successfully defeated a level 12 flame goblin, earned 0 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 12 flame goblin, gained 0 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 12 flame goblin, gained 0 EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 12 flame goblin, gained 0 EXP. After defeating all the flame goblins, Yi Chen eagerly headed to the next level. The third floor of the ladder tower. Yi Chen was back at peak condition once again. Not only had the cooldown for exploding arrow been reset, but so had the cooldown for abyssal power. Just as I thought, equipment skill cooldowns can be reset too. The rules of the ladder tower state that all skill cooldowns are reset, and clearly, equipment skills are included in that. Generally, only a very small number of gold rank or higher pieces of equipment come with skills, and teachers at school usually don't mention this specifically. After all, very few people possess such gear. If a family could provide equipment with skills, they would typically inform their child of this rule. Who would have thought there'd be an exception like Yi Chen? He'd just have to figure it out on his own. Let us keep going. Holding the ancient demon bow, Yi Chen looked at the 20 level 13 elite monsters before him. They seemed as insignificant as dirt and tiles, utterly defenseless. Divine enhancement. Abyssal power. Explosive arrow. Boom. Another instant wipe. On to the next floor. The observation deck at the Southern Province Combat Profession exam site. At this moment, all the principals present were completely stunned. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Chen's score had skyrocketed to 5,400 points, and his name was the only one listed on the real-time leaderboard. It's important to note that after a contestant enters a new level, monsters appear with a 2-second delay to give the contestant time to prepare. Excluding those 2 seconds, this meant Yi Chen was essentially wiping out every floor in an instant. This left the many well-traveled and experienced principals exclaiming in unison that it was impossible. Swish. The real-time leaderboard in the void updated once again. Lincheng number 3 High School, Yi Chen, current score, 5,400 points, current rank, 1. Xingqing number 1 High School, Zhou, current score, 1,800 points, current rank, 2. Zhou's name has appeared too not bad. His speed isn't much slower than Yi Chen's. That's right. Maybe Zhou just entered a bit later. Plus, the monsters at the beginning were relatively low level, so the gap between them wasn't obvious. Who knows, Zhou might even catch up later. Let us wait and see. It's too early to tell how things will play out. The proctoring room at the Southern Province Combat Profession Exam Center. Unlike the principals outside who were speculating, the proctors inside the room could see everything clearly. Watching Yi Chen's area of effect damage which exceeded 200,000, they even suspected there was a glitch in the ladder tower. What is going on with this kid? He is way too terrifying. How can an archer deal such devastating area of effect damage? If I didn't know better, I'd think he was a divine flame mage. As one of the top classes among the legendary professions, even a level 25 divine flame mage probably couldn't deal even a tenth of that damage.
At that moment, Jiang Yuan, who had remained silent until then, spoke up.
He must have a powerful buff skill.
During the first tier, his damage was high too, but it wasn't nearly as outrageous as it is now. Lord Jiang, look at that girl, she also unleashed several times her usual damage in an instant, though not quite as absurdly high as Yi Chen's. Just then, another light screen appeared, displaying Han Qingguo's live feed and profile information.
Han Qingguo, level 22, Frost Mage.
Ha! Han Qingguo and Yi Chen are from the same school.
It looks like they have the same weapon style.
Exactly.
That's the equipment skill attached to the weapon.
Upon seeing Han Qingguo, Jiang Yuan instantly understood everything. It couldn't be such a coincidence, same school, same weapon style, same skill effect. So it was easy to draw the conclusion, this was an equipment skill attached to the weapon. However, given Yi Chen and Han Qingguo's family backgrounds, gear of this caliber must have been obtained by them personally from the realm, and it was at least master-level realm gear. This forced him to admit that he had underestimated them. Everyone is clear on the exam proctoring rules. The geniuses of each cohort are the future of Dragon Nation. If any information leaks from your mouths in the future, you know the consequences.
At that moment,
Jiang Yuan's gaze, brimming with murderous intent and warning, swept across all the proctors present. Anyone capable of clearing the master-level realm while still a Black Iron-ranked practitioner, especially someone hailing from a small city like Lincheng, has a future with limitless potential. The Dragon Nation places the utmost importance on these promising young talents who have yet to reach their full potential. Ensuring their information remains confidential and giving them ample time to grow is the Dragon Nation's absolute bottom line.
The future always belongs to the young.
A strong youth means a strong nation. With the powerful combination of abyss power and explosive arrows, Yi Chen swept through his opponents one after another without any resistance, quickly reaching the 20th floor of the ladder tower.
On the 20th floor of the ladder tower, Yi Chen encountered the tower's first boss. Minotaur Chieftain. Rank, Commander Class.
Level, 25.
HP, 250,000. Attack, 8,155. Physical Defense, 3,755. Magic Defense, 3,687. Skills, Minotaur Battle Form, War Trample, Heaven Shattering Strike.
In addition to this level 25 Commander class boss, there were 10 level 25 elite monsters.
Shadow Priest. Tier, Elite. Level, 25. HP, 90,000. Attack, 4,150. Physical Defense, 1,811. Magic Defense, 1,955. Skills, Shadow Wave, Shadow Totem, Shadow Curse.
The Minotaur Chieftain has high physical and magical defense as well as substantial HP. Additionally, his passive skill, Minotaur Battle Form, reduces damage taken by 50%, making him a particularly tough opponent. Furthermore, the 10 elite tier Shadow Priests provide ample healing. Shadow Wave fires a bouncing light beam that heals allies upon contact and deals damage to enemies. The summoned Shadow Totems also continuously restore HP to nearby allies. Most importantly, this floor has a special rule: as long as the Minotaur Chieftain is alive, the Shadow Priest's damage taken from AoE attacks is reduced by 99%. With the Shadow Priests paired with the Minotaur Chieftain, who boasts high attack, high defense, and high damage reduction, the difficulty of this floor skyrockets. Upon seeing this stage, the proctors all agreed that this year's difficulty had gone way beyond the expected scope. While the 20th floor is considered a major hurdle, it shouldn't be this terrifying. The very first boss is a combination of the Minotaur Chieftain and the Shadow Priest, which is extremely unfavorable for AoE-focused classes. The only way to handle this is to take out the Shadow Priests one by one with high burst single target skills. Otherwise, just as you chip away a bit of the Minotaur Chieftain's HP, the 10 Shadow Priests will instantly recover. Yi Chen had been relying on the combination of abyssal power and exploding arrow to instantly kill monsters all along, but this stage might present a bit of a challenge for him. But little did they know, they had ultimately underestimated Yi Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen launched his attack. Divine Enhancement. Dark Arrow.
Instead of following the conventional combat strategy of taking out the Shadow Priests one by one, Yi Chen charged straight at the Minotaur Chieftain. 21,864. The Dark Arrow, which normally deals over 40,000 damage, only dealt a little over 20,000. The Minotaur Chieftain's Minotaur Battleform damage reduction was absolutely terrifying. Shadow Wave. The Shadow Priest behind the Minotaur Chieftain immediately cast Shadow Wave, instantly restoring the Chieftain's lost HP. It seems Yi Chen still lacks combat experience. He clearly shouldn't have targeted the Minotaur Chieftain directly. The healing provided by those 10 Shadow Priests is simply too overwhelming. Archers aren't a burst damage class either. Yi Chen has really hit a tough spot in this stage. The proctors were a bit disappointed to see that Yi Chen had actually struck first against the Minotaur Chieftain. However, Yi Chen paid no mind to the Minotaur. Log successfully defeated the level 25 Minotaur Chieftain. Earned 10 million EXP. After the Minotaur Chieftain fell, the damage reduction buff on the Shadow Priests vanished instantly. Abyssal Power. Exploding Arrow. Boom. 213,297. 213,291. 213,285. 10 elite-level Shadow Priests were blown to pieces, turning into streams of EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 25 Shadow Priest, gained 3 million EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 25 Shadow Priest, gained 3 million EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 25 Shadow Priest, gained 3 million EXP. The EXP gain was incredibly generous. Yi Chen is now level 25, with a 10x EXP cap of 3.3 million, meaning he won't waste any EXP from elite monsters of the same level anymore. Although he'll still lose most of the EXP when defeating commander-level bosses of the same level, it's no big deal after all. The ladder tower is mostly filled with elite monsters. Yi Chen is confident that by the end of this ladder tower run, his skill levels will have risen to a whole new tier. Whoa! Watching Yi Chen instantly kill the Minotaur Chieftain with a single skill, then clear the entire map with a single arrow, instantly eliminating all the Shadow Priests, left all the proctors watching the livestream nearly speechless. It was simply unbelievable. Without the power of the Abyss, Yi Chen was actually able to instantly kill the Minotaur Chieftain, who possessed the Minotaur Battleform. That damage, forget Iron rank, even Bronze rank players couldn't hold a candle to it. This is just inhuman. Yi Chen's first skill must have been a debuff that stacks over time to increase damage, otherwise, he could just insta-killed him right away. No wonder he is a genius, his combat strategy is so clear. Huh? Didn't you just say Yi Chen still lacked combat experience? You must have misheard. Yi Chen, of course, had no idea about the conversation taking place among the proctors in the monitoring room. But even if he had known, he would have just laughed it off. There is no such thing as a combat strategy, it's just high damage, and it's downright inhuman. Using Dark Arrow was merely a precaution, just in case the Shadow Priest healed the Minotaur Chieftain at the same time. Without the Shadow Priestess healing, even without the Dark Arrow debuff, the damage from Super Multi-Arrow would be more than enough to instantly kill the Minotaur Chieftain. Continue. The ladder tower has 4 major hurdles, the 20th, 50th, 80th, and final 100th floors. These 4 hurdles signify a sharp increase in difficulty, where life or death situations can easily arise. Clearing the 20th floor means you won't encounter any bosses before the 50th floor, giving players a chance to catch their breath. However, in the later levels, the number of elite monsters will increase, and the monster combinations will become incredibly treacherous, but at least players won't be left without a chance to use a teleport stone to escape. But boss stages are a different story. With their high burst damage, bosses can easily one-shot players, leaving them without even a chance to use a teleport stone to escape. Still, Yi Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was determined to clear this ladder tower. About half an hour later. On the 20th floor of the ladder tower, Joey was struggling in a battle against the Minotaur Chieftain. He was following the most standard strategy, first using a single target skill to instantly kill the Shadow Priest, then dealing with the Minotaur Chieftain. At this point, he wasn't in great shape. His HP was below 20%, and his mana was nearly depleted.
But the Minotaur chieftain wasn't too much better off either. He was down to his last sliver of health. Thunder Spear. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the Minotaur chieftain's massive body crashed to the ground. After defeating the Minotaur chieftain, Joey plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. To get through this level, Joey had pulled out all the stops. All his core skills were area of effect attacks, and this level was a complete counter to his playstyle. Thank goodness Thunder Spear can put the target in a critically wounded state for 5 seconds. They can't regenerate HP while in that state. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have been able to take down the Shadow Priest in one hit. If I failed this stage, that would been a huge loss. Joey cursed inwardly. This year's exam questions were way too insane. Based on the difficulty of past year's exams, a boss from at least the 50th floor would be worthy of this level of intensity. I bet the average score in South Province this year will be way lower than in previous years. But when he thought about how hard it was for everyone else, Joey felt a bit better. In this golden age of talent, geniuses are everywhere. If the difficulty of the ladder tower isn't raised, it'll be hard to spot the true geniuses. As the saying goes, a top student gets a perfect score because that's the best they can do, while a true genius gets a perfect score because the test is only worth 100 points. The ladder tower is way too hard this year. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it past the 50th floor. But I'm on Abyss difficulty. Even if I only clear 49 floors, I'll still earn more points than someone on Nightmare difficulty who clears 100 floors. The title of South Province's top student is mine for the taking. As the top genius at Star City No. 1 High School and arguably the top genius in all of South Province, Joey was confident he could claim the title of South Province's top student. As for Yi Chen, the first to enter the ladder tower, though he also chose an Abyss difficulty, he was just a nobody. He was likely just trying to draw attention and posed no real threat. Joey smiled faintly, brimming with confidence. After calming himself, he rose leisurely and headed to the next floor of the ladder tower. By this time, Yi Chen had already reached the 80th floor of the ladder tower. That's right, in just half an hour, while Joey was still brimming with confidence after clearing the 20th floor, Yi Chen had already reached the 80th floor. Soon, 4 bosses appeared before him, and Yi Chen quickly checked their stats. Knight of Light. Rank, Monarch. Level, 30. HP, 780,000. Attack power, 22,512. Physical defense, 5,122. Magic defense, 5,099. Skills, Light Element Mastery, Holy Shield, Weapon Enhancement, Holy Healing. Knight of Darkness. Rank, Monarch. Level, 30. HP, 750,000. Attack, 21,512. Physical defense, 5,025. Magic defense, 5,181. Skills, Dark Element Mastery, Dark Shield, Dark Charge, Dark Blade. Wind Knight. Rank, Monarch. Level, 30. HP, 770,000. Attack, 25,512. Physical defense, 5,518. Magic defense, 5,187. Skills, Wind Mastery, Wind Shield, Whirlwind, Doomsday Storm. Thunder Knight. Rank, Monarch. Level, 30. HP, 720,000. Attack, 22,877. Physical defense, 5,178. Magic defense, 5,165. Skills, Mastery of Thunder, Shield of Thunder, Thunderstorm, Spear of the Thunder God. All 4 of these bosses are level 30 Monarch class bosses. Clad in full sets of battle armor and wielding knightly lances, they look truly extraordinary. In the examination room, the proctors had long since grown accustomed to being astonished. But upon seeing the stats of these 4 bosses before them, everyone was still taken aback. These level 30 sovereign bosses have no weaknesses in their stats, and they are bound by a synergy. As long as all 4 bosses are alive, they take 30% reduced damage. One must be defeated first to break this synergy. For the exam takers, this level was an utterly impossible challenge. Even a candidate like Joey with a powerful legendary class in top-tier gear would likely be instantly killed by these 4 bosses in a single encounter. The only hope was to buy a little time with survival gear. This year's exam question really goes a bit too far. Even Jiang Yuan in the proctoring room couldn't help but speak up for Yi Chen. For a level 25 Black Iron class, facing bosses of this caliber isn't just beyond the syllabus, it's a death sentence. I hope that kid makes the smart decision to quit. With his current score, winning the top spot in South Province is already a sure thing. I suspect the test designers never even imagined anyone could clear this level. I heard an unprecedented prodigy has emerged in Dragon City. Maybe this level was designed just for him. Sigh, in this golden age, talent abounds, but that also means thank goodness they aren't enhanced king class bosses. Looking at the stats of the 4 king class bosses before him, Yi Chen remained unfazed. After all, back at level 15, he had already slain an abyss demon with 2.8 million HP. The 4 king class bosses before him each had less than 800,000 HP. Even with a 30% damage reduction, they were nothing more than slightly tougher grasshoppers. Divine Enhancement. Dark Arrow. Yi Chen launched a direct attack on the Knight of Light in a team fight. You must take out the support first. 28,777. With a single arrow, the Knight of Light lost nearly 4% of his HP. Abyssal Power. Exploding Arrow. 412,498. Critical Hit. 121,887. 121,677. 121,785. Boosted by Dark Arrow and Power of the Abyss, a single critical hit reduced the Knight of Light's HP to less than 40%. The other bosses weren't faring much better either. Their bodies were charred black, and their armor was damaged. 22,112. 22,097. 22,117. 22,122. The burning damage from exploding arrows also erupted instantly, dealing over 20,000 damage per second to each of the 4 king bosses. Holy Shield. Dark Shield. Wind Shield. Thunder Shield. The battle had barely begun, yet the 4 king bosses were already under such fierce attack that they immediately activated their shields and charged toward Yi Chen. Holy Heal. At the same time, the Knight of Light cast a heal on himself, but it restored less than 5% of his HP, a mere drop in the bucket. Seeing the Knight of Light's dire state, Yi Chen pressed his advantage, giving him absolutely no time to catch his breath. Super Multi-Arrow. 69,871. 139,882. Critical Hit. 69,891. 69,996. 6 golden arrows streaked toward the Knight of Light, and a barrage of damage numbers erupted above its head. The Knight of Light, with a whopping 780,000 HP, had its health bar wiped out in less than a second and crashed to the ground. Log, successfully defeated a level 30 Knight of Light while 5 levels below earned 60 million EXP. After instantly defeating the Knight of Light, the 30% damage reduction effect vanished immediately. 31,588. 31,571. 31,562. The burning damage from the exploding arrow lasts for 10 seconds, continuously dealing damage to the remaining 3 bosses. Since the damage reduction buff had disappeared, the damage dealt was even higher. Whoosh! 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 After the Knight of Light fell, Yi Chen's arrows didn't stop. He continued attacking the other bosses. 36,486. 36,186. 72,971. Critical Hit. Log, successfully defeated the level 30 Knight of Darkness, which is 5 levels higher than my own, earning 60 million EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 30 Knight of the Wind while 5 levels below earned 60 million EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 30 Knight of Thunder while 5 levels below earned 60 million EXP. In less than 10 seconds, 4 powerful king-class bosses lay defeated on the ground. This wasn't just any archer, this was the archer from Wang Weishi's story. Whoa! At that moment, the proctors in the monitoring room sucked in a sharp breath, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. These were level 30 king-class bosses and you actually killed them all in less than 10 seconds? 3 skills instantly wiped out the Knight of Light, who had a whopping 780,000 HP. That's beyond absurd, it's off the charts, absolutely insane. Everyone thought Yi Chen had no chance of passing this stage after all. There were 4 bosses in total, and getting hit by even just one would mean instant death. Even with life-saving gear, it would be extremely dangerous. Who could have imagined that before the 4 bosses even touched the hem of Yi Chen's robe, they'd all met their end? From start to finish, Yi Chen didn't feel a shred of pressure. The proctors just wanted to beg Yi Chen to show some consideration and respect the abyss-level difficulty of the ladder tower. After all, Joey, the fastest player to clear the tower, had only just reached the 21st floor, and his score was barely a fraction higher than Yi Chen's. We really underestimated Yi Chen. With his skill, clearing all 100 floors isn't out of the question. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel truly, each generation brings forth its own talented individuals. Observation deck at the Southern Province Combat Professions exam site. At this moment, all the principals began to wonder if there was a glitch in the real-time leaderboard. The numbers displayed were simply too absurd. Lincheng No. 3 High School, Yi Chen, current score, 540,000 points, current rank, 1. Xingqing No. 1 High School, Joey, current score, 45,000, current rank, 2. Lincheng No. 3 High School, Han Qinggu, current score, 12,000, current rank, 3. Xingqing No. 1 High School, Zhang Tian, current points, 11,200, current rank, 4. Xingqing No. 2 High School, Tongbin, current points, 9,600, current rank, 5. Xingqing No. 1 High School, Yun Jinger, current points, 8,000, current rank, 6. Yi Chen's 540,000 points are simply outrageous. Just consider that Joey, who's south in second place, has only 45,000 points, not even a tenth of Yi Chen's total. It's important to note that points in the ladder tower increase as you progress. Even on the abyss difficulty, you'd need to clear at least the 80th floor to earn 540,000 points. Given this year's increased difficulty, clearing the 80th floor in just half an hour. This means there's a very high probability that Yi Chen could clear the 99th floor or even the 100th. It's been many years since anyone cleared the abyss difficulty ladder tower. Could another one emerge this year? And one who would be the most accomplished clear in history. Unbelievable. A tiny place like Lincheng could actually produce a once-in-a-lifetime genius like Yi Chen. And that's not all. The kid ranked 3rd is also from Lincheng. Southern Province's fortune is like a single stone and Lincheng alone has claimed 7 do of it. At that moment, Bai Xin Yuan felt as if he were living in a dream. He simply couldn't believe that Lincheng No. 3 High School had snagged 2 of the top 3 spots in Southern Province. Old Bai, your No. 3 High School has really taken off this year. With Yi Chen's terrifying score, he has a shoe-in for the top spot in South Province. I just wonder if he can make a run for the national championship. Old Bai, Yi Chen's skills are just insane. Even Joey from Xingqing No. 1 High School is no match for him. How on earth did he do it? Bai Xin Yuan was just as baffled at that moment. Although he knew Yi Chen possessed extraordinary professional talent and was destined to become a guardian deity of Longwei in the future, he simply couldn't wrap his head around how Yi Chen, just 7 days after his awakening, without any formal national training, and relying entirely on his own efforts, could have achieved such mind-boggling strength. He could only marvel. Truly, this is the golden age. Geniuses are emerging left and right. Yi Chen didn't waste any time and continued to sweep through the ladder tower. Level 81, 82, 83. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen had cleared all the monsters on level 99 and was about to enter level 100. The EXP in the abyss difficulty ladder tower is just too generous. As Yi Chen looked at his skill panel, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the abyss difficulty ladder tower, even the weakest monsters are elite tier. Starting from the 20th floor, each monster grants Yi Chen at least 3 million EXP.
From the 20th to the 99th floor, Yi Chen had accumulated over 5 billion EXP.
This massive amount of EXP allowed Yi Chen's Divine Arrow to jump directly from level 40 to level 60.
Divine Arrow level 60, active skill. An energy arrow condensed from mana. Consumes 1 mana.
The energy arrow deals 69% of the user's attack power. The Divine Arrow's attack power had increased by 20%, equating to an additional 2,599 points of attack power. Keep in mind that even a typical level 25 Black Iron ranked character doesn't possess this much attack power in total. At this point, Yi Chen's total attack power likely falls far short of even an average silver rank character. In addition to Divine Arrow reaching level 60, skills such as Dark Arrow, Exploding Arrow, Divine Mark, Power Arrow, Ranged Arrow, Gale Arrow, and Basic Strength Enhancement, all of which were below level 30, have also been upgraded to level 30. In particular, the improvement in his passive skills has given Yi Chen's overall combat prowess a significant boost.
Dark Arrow level 30, active skill.
Deals 139% attack power damage to a single target and increases the damage the target takes by 79% for the next 36 seconds.
Consumes 271 mana. Cooldown, 6,900 seconds.
Explosive Arrow level 30, active skill. Fires an arrow with an explosive effect. Upon hitting the target, it deals 109% attack power fire damage to all targets within a 39 meter radius and inflicts a burning effect, dealing a total of 178% attack power fire damage over 10 seconds.
Consumes 471 mana. Cooldown, 45 seconds.
Divine Mark level 30, passive skill. Each time damage is dealt to a target, a Divine Mark stack is applied. When 3 stacks are accumulated, the mark can be detonated once, dealing 39% of attack power as damage that ignores defense.
Next up is the final floor of the ladder tower.
I'm determined to claim the title of national champion this time. Yi Chen composed himself and stepped directly into the teleportation array leading to the 100th floor. The environment on the 100th floor of the ladder tower wasn't much different from before. The only difference was that the space was much larger.
2 seconds later, a massive figure appeared before Yi Chen. Dark Dragon. Rank, Ancient. Level, 30. HP, 4.51 million. Attack power, 87,511. Physical defense, 15,278. Magic defense, 15,511. Skills, Dragoness Body, Dark Dragoness Breath, Dragoness Tail Sweep, Dragoness Intimidation, Dragoness Charge. What incredible stats! Seeing the Dark Magic Dragoness stats, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel.
This was arguably the most powerful boss he had ever encountered.
Its attack power was nearly 6 times that of the Abyssal Demon Bruno.
Given Yi Chen's HP, even a single casual attack from the Dark Magic Dragon could wipe him out instantly. Its physical defense was also nearly 3 times that of the Abyssal Demon Bruno, and its HP was significantly higher as well. It was undoubtedly the strongest opponent Yi Chen had faced in his entire career as a professional. However, Yi Chen's eyes were filled with a fighting spirit. Even he wasn't sure just how strong he really was. After all, no one had ever truly pushed him to the brink.
Holy crap!
In the proctoring room, there was an uproar. No one could believe that an ancient tier boss had actually appeared on the 100th floor of this year's ladder tower. Based on previous year's difficulty levels, the highest they'd ever seen was a Dominator tier boss. This year was simply off the charts. Given the Dark Magic Dragoness strength, it's no pushover even among ancient tier bosses, boasting a staggering 15,000 in both attack and defense, plus the passive skill Dragoness Body, which restores 2% of its maximum HP per second. This means that even if a challenger's attack power can break through its defenses, they still need to deal over 90,000 damage per second to inflict effective damage.
It looks like Yi Chen will have to stop at the 100th floor. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh.
He had originally thought there would be another candidate this year to clear the abyss difficulty of the ladder tower, but he never expected this year's challenge to be so outrageously difficult. The 100th floor of the ladder tower. Yi Chen looked at the Dark Magic Dragon before him and launched a decisive attack. Divine Enhancement.
Dark Arrow. 45,451.
The golden arrow, imbued with a dark aura, transformed into a streak of light and struck the dark magic dragoness scales with force. Wispy black mist instantly spread out, enveloping the dark magic dragoness' entire body.
Roar. The dark magic dragon was instantly enraged by Yi Chen's arrow. How dare such a tiny insect attack the mighty dark magic dragon? The dragon charges.
The dark magic dragoness' massive body soared into the air, then dove toward Yi Chen from above. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately retreated. Fortunately, the first floor of the ladder tower was spacious enough, otherwise, his options would have been severely limited.
Boom!
The massive dragoness claws slammed into the ground, causing fine cracks to appear in the floor of the ladder tower.
Abyssal power. Explosive arrow. 199,317. 54,325, burning. 22,188. Divine mark. Boom!
The exploding arrows, imbued with abyssal power, instantly dealt massive damage to the dark magic dragon, causing significant damage to its scales. Yi Chen pressed his advantage, giving the dark magic dragon no chance to catch its breath.
Super multi-arrow. 90,977. 90,871. 181,854. Critical hit. 22,188. Divine mark.
The 6 golden arrows dealt over 760,000 damage to the dark magic dragon.
In less than 2 seconds, the dark magic dragon's HP had dropped to less than 80%.
Yi Chen's current critical hit rate was as high as 40%, meaning he landed a critical hit roughly every 2 arrows, a massive boost to his damage per second.
Whoosh! 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 43,861. 87,721. Critical hit. 43,875.
Yi Chen kept maneuvering to dodge the dark magic dragoness attacks, while the arrows in his hand never stopped flying.
The golden arrows formed a straight line, continuously raining down on the dark magic dragon. Even though the dark magic dragon could regenerate 2% of its maximum HP per second, with the boost from dark arrows, Yi Chen was dealing over 200,000 damage per second to it. The dark magic dragoness health kept dropping. 70%. 55%. 40%. Roar. Dark dragon breath. The dark magic dragon soared into the air once more, unleashing a massive stream of dark dragon breath.
The 10-meter range of basic blink was nowhere near enough to teleport to safety. Yi Chen had nowhere to hide from the colossal dragon breath.
191,112.
The massive damage instantly wiped out Yi Chen's health bar, triggering the passive effect of the Timeless Guardian necklace, which forcibly preserved just 1 point of HP.
There's absolutely no way to escape this dark dragon breath. The damage is terrifying. Yi Chen's life-saving passive has already been triggered. Safety first, he needs to teleport out immediately.
The dark magic dragon is down to less than 40% HP. Victory is within reach. It would take immense courage to give up now.
Sigh, I hope Yi Chen makes it back safely. At this moment, even the proctors in the monitoring room couldn't help but worry for Yi Chen.
If such a peerless genius were to perish here, it would undoubtedly be a massive loss for the Dragon Nation. Given Yi Chen's strength and potential, if he doesn't meet an untimely end, he will certainly become a member of the Dragon Nation's Council of Elders in the future. Keep in mind that even the lowest ranking members of the Dragon Nation's Council of Elders are mythic level powerhouses. While not every mythic level powerhouse is a member of the council, every member of the council is undoubtedly a mythic level powerhouse. This alone shows just what it means to be a member of the Dragon Nation's Council of Elders. Both in terms of strength and status, they represent the absolute pinnacle of the Dragon Nation. I didn't expect this dark magic dragon to have a few tricks up its sleeve. Yi Chen stared at the dark magic dragon before him. He hadn't expected its dark dragon breath to have such a wide range. There was simply nowhere to escape, leaving him no choice but to take the hit head on. If he didn't have life-saving gear, his only option would have been to teleport away the instant the dark magic dragon soared into the air.
Even a split-second delay would have cost him his life right here. But it's all over now. You don't stand a chance. Yi Chen was brimming with confidence at that moment. Super multi-arrow. 90,987. 181,854. Critical hit. 90,885. 22,188. Divine mark. The dark magic dragon's health instantly dropped to less than a quarter. Time rewind. A blue light flashed over Yi Chen, resetting the cooldowns on all his skills with cooldowns under 6 hours. Abyssal power. Super multi-arrow. 471,635. 181,758. Critical hit. 90,881. 22,188. Divine mark. Boom. The dark demon dragon's body crashed to the ground. Log successfully defeated a level 30 dark magic dragon while 5 levels below earned 120 million EXP. Looking at the dark magic dragon's fallen body, a faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. I've cleared the ladder tower, it's time for me to head out. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen activated the teleportation stone and reappeared in the square where he had been before. What on earth is going on? Good heavens! What just happened? The proctors, who had been praying for Yi Chen just moments ago, were instantly stunned. Didn't the dark magic dragon still have 40% HP left? A full 1.8 million HP. 2 skills and it was gone in a flash. The proctors felt that in all their years of life, they had never witnessed anything so outrageous. Is this really a level 25 Black Iron ranked professional? It completely shattered everyone's worldview. Even an average gold rank professional likely couldn't achieve such a feat. He must have a skill that resets cooldowns. I never expected Yi Chen to have such a trump card up his sleeve. The younger generation is truly something to be reckoned with. At that moment, Zhang Yuan, who was usually so calm, finally understood Yi Chen's strategy and couldn't help but be deeply impressed. A new generation of talent is always emerging. Given this year's difficulty, to clear the abyss-level ladder tower even if no one follows in his footsteps, he is certainly the first of his kind. But the stronger the new generation of practitioners becomes, the more it signifies the world's will. Zhang Yuan's voice gradually trailed off, as if he were speaking to himself. In this golden age, opportunity and risk go hand in hand. Who knows whether this is cause for joy or sorrow? Observation deck at the Southern Province Combat Professional Exam Site. By now, the principals gathered here were as numb as could be. As the numbers on the real-time leaderboard updated once more, the observation deck instantly erupted into a frenzy, boiling over with excitement. Lincheng No. 3 High School, Yi Chen, current score, 990,000 points, current rank, 1. Xingqing No. 1 High School, Zhou, current score, 115,200, current rank, 2. Lincheng No. 3 High School, Han Qingwu, current score, 34,560, current rank, 3. Xingqing No. 1 High School, Zhang Tian, current score, 30,720, current rank, 4. Xingqing No. 2 High School, Tongbin, current points, 27,360, current rank, 5. Xingqing No. 1 High School, Yunjinger, current points, 24,480, current rank, 6. 990,000 points already. Yi Chen actually cleared the Abyss difficulty ladder tower. How long has it even been? Clearing the Abyss difficulty ladder tower in under 41 minutes? That's just insane. 10 years ago, even the Dragon God took 2 hours and 15 minutes to clear the Abyss difficulty ladder tower, and the Dragon God was a once-in-a-century prodigy who became Dragon Nation's youngest mythic tier powerhouse before turning 28. I never expected a true dragon to emerge from these shallow waters in Lincheng. This achievement will definitely alarm the Dragon Nation's Council of Elders. This is the highest level of confidentiality. Everyone must keep this strictly under wraps. If it leaks out, the consequences would be unimaginable. This achievement is simply terrifying. The principal of Star City First High School couldn't help but marvel. Such an achievement was terrifying,
and no one could even begin to imagine what the future held. Even Dragon Nation's youngest mythic level warriors at this age were nowhere near his level. Once he matures, Dragon Nation's situation will likely improve significantly. Old Bai, with this score, Yi-Chen could easily take the top spot nationwide. This achievement is unprecedented. Your third high school has really taken off, this time a national top scorer. Even Star City First High School has never achieved anything like this. Old Bai, congratulations! A national top scorer is something you'll be bragging about for the rest of your life. Lin City Third High School is going to be famous nationwide this time. Bai Xinyuan was trembling all over, overcome with excitement. Having a national top scorer from his school was an immense honor. This was a glory that Lincheng No. 3 High School would remember forever. Longdu, Ministry of Education of Longwei. A middle-aged man with an extremely imposing presence, emerald eyes, and broad shoulders sat quietly, listening to the report from the secretary before him. Lord Yesheng, we received word from Jian Yuan that this year has produced a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. He cleared this year's Abyss difficulty ladder tower in under 41 minutes. This year's ladder tower was personally designed by Lord Bai Shun. Its difficulty is the highest on record, and this achievement far surpasses even that of Lord Longshan back in his day. Upon hearing the secretary's report, a hint of surprise flickered across Lord Yishan's normally impassive face. Clearing the Abyss difficulty ladder tower in 41 minutes? That's interesting. As one of the three great leaders of the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Education and a mythical level powerhouse, Yagami naturally possessed vast experience. Even such an outlandish achievement could only serve to catch his attention. After all, he had seen far too many geniuses over the years. The Dragon God was a peerless genius, but back then, many other geniuses weren't much weaker than him, yet he was the only one who truly rose to the top. A momentary lead doesn't mean anything. Only a genius who continues to grow is a true genius. All the strong have fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The path of a professional is about defying fate and rewriting one's destiny. Moreover, he knew that certain special pieces of equipment could play a massive role within the ladder tower. However, anyone capable of achieving this result must be a peerless genius. The very fact of obtaining such equipment signifies that their personal fortune and strength are no small matter. Classify Yi Chen's information as top secret. Also, once he enrolls, the Ministry of Education will award him an additional 200,000 credits. Credits are the most valuable asset at any university. They can be used to purchase potions, gear, skill books, dungeon tickets, realm summoning stones, treasures, absolutely everything one can imagine. At the same time, credits are extremely difficult to obtain. They are typically earned by completing school assignments or traded among students. Many rare items on campus can only be purchased with credits, and these items simply cannot be bought with Dragon Country currency outside the university. This is one of the perks of being a student at a professional university. The more prestigious the professional university, the more rare items it possesses, which is one of the reasons why professionals flock to the top-tier institutions. Yes, Lord Yesheng. The secretary immediately turned and left the office. After being teleported out of the ladder tower, Yi-Chen appeared directly in the Realm Space Plaza where he had been before. By this time, quite a few professionals had already emerged into the realm space. Groups of 3 or 5 people had gathered in small circles, discussing what had happened inside the ladder tower. This year's ladder tower was way too hard. I got kicked out before even clearing the 20th floor on normal difficulty. Bro, I had it even worse. I didn't even make it past the 10th floor on normal difficulty. I was in a party, and we made it all the way to the 50th floor on normal difficulty. We didn't clear it, but that is still a pretty good result. Bro, that is impressive. I'm seriously jealous of you, big shot. You'll probably have no problem getting into a top-tier professional university. It's nothing special. Joey from Star City No. 1 High School is the real pro. He is definitely going to be this year's top scorer in South Province. We can only look up to the pros who dare to choose Abyss difficulty. By the way, before Joey went in, wasn't there someone else who chose Abyss difficulty? Could he be a pro too? I know it's Yi Chen from Lincheng No. 3 High. He is from a small town, hasn't he seen much of the world, and is just trying to show off. He has probably already died in there. Listening to the students' discussion, Yi-Chen shook his head. How can a summer insect understand ice? Ignoring the crowd, Yi-Chen simply focused his mind and left the realm space. Whoosh! Yi-Chen appeared on the Awakening Plaza at Lincheng No. 3 High School, where there weren't many students or teachers around. Yi-Chen, are you confident you'll take first place in Lincheng this time? Yi-Chen's homeroom teacher, Hui Yajing, spotted him and hurried over to ask about the major exam. If Yi-Chen could take first place in Lincheng, it would be a source of pride for her as well, and most importantly, this year's bonus would definitely skyrocket. Seeing the hopeful look in Hui Yajing's eyes, Yi-Chen couldn't help but smile. Teacher Gua, no problem. Just wait for the good news. The exam results would be announced in 3 days, and at the same time, major professional universities would update their official websites to publish their admission standards. Admissions officers would also travel to various regions to recruit outstanding students, strengthening the school's capabilities. After all, the stronger a school's student body, the more resources it would be allocated. The more resources a school has, the stronger its students become. It's a snowball effect. That is why recruiting outstanding students every day is so crucial for major professional universities. A once-in-a-lifetime genius can secure even more resources for the school. Yi-Chen, I believe in you. Seeing Yi-Chen's confident demeanor, a faint smile played on Hui Yajing's lips. Teacher Gua, I'm going home to rest now. Alright, Yi-Chen, get some good rest. After parting ways with Hui Yajing, Yi-Chen headed straight home. Over the next 3 days, he planned to rest thoroughly and recharge. After all, a balance between work and rest is the best way to live. The 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. That morning, parents of professional trainees across the nation were all on the edge of their seats. Sitting with their children in front of computers, they anxiously awaited the release of the results on the Ministry of Education's official website. Today would determine the future fate of countless professionals. Whether or not one is admitted to a professional university has a massive impact on an ordinary professional. Once admitted to a professional university, one gains access to resources otherwise unavailable to ordinary professionals. They also receive state-sponsored training, which greatly accelerates their growth. Furthermore, the question of who would claim the title of national top scorer each year was a topic of intense interest across various media outlets and forums. It could be said that the entire nation was waiting for the moment the results were announced. Soon, it was 9 o'clock. The official website of the Ministry of Education of Longwa updated the list of the top 100 practitioners nationwide, and by province the remaining practitioners needed to enter their names and exam ID numbers to check their specific rankings. At that moment, Yi-Chen sat down at his computer to check this year's exam rankings. Although he knew he was certain to be the national top scorer, he wanted to see how others had fared as well. Lincheng No. 3 High School, Yi-Chen, National Rank, 1. Longdu No. 1 High School, Su Xianer, National Rank, 2. Modu No. 1 High School, Zhongli, National Rank, 3. Gudu No. 1 High School, Luming, National Rank, 4. Seeing that he had topped the national rankings, Yi-Chen wasn't surprised. It would have been a real surprise if he hadn't. However, when he saw that Han Xingwu, who ranked 3rd in South Province, hadn't even made it into the national top 100, Yi-Chen couldn't help but reflect on just how weak South Province's overall strength still was. Among the top 100 professionals nationwide, the 3 cities of Longdu, Modu, and Gudo accounted for at least 80% of the spots. The vast majority of them were scions of prominent families, true prodigies. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as oxen or horses. For someone from a background like Yi-Chen, it's incredibly difficult to make a name for himself unless he can awaken a powerful profession. Just then, Yi-Chen's phone rang. When he answered, Han Xingguo's voice, brimming with joy, came through. Yi-Chen. You're the top scorer in the nation. I knew you could do it. You're truly amazing. Yi-Chen smiled slightly. Congratulations to you, too. 3rd place in South Province. You're definitely headed to Longjing University. I really have to thank you for that. If it weren't for the ancient evil magic staff you gave me, I never would have scored this high.
Han Xingwu said with great sincerity. You provided the funds, I put in the effort, we each got what we needed.
It's a win-win situation, so there's no need to say thank you. This afternoon, admissions officers from all the top professional universities should be rushing over to offer you special admission spots. Although Longjing University is ranked number 1, if the other 2 top professional universities offer particularly attractive terms, I think you should consider them as well. Han Xingwu quickly changed the subject and began discussing college applications. For regular admissions, choosing the top-ranked professional university would undoubtedly be best. After all, its strength and resources speak for themselves. However, during special recruitment drives, schools often offer different terms to professionals. If a school promises exceptionally generous terms, the differences between institutions can be completely overlooked. After all, they're all top-tier professional universities. Even if there are differences, they won't be too significant.
We'll see.
It depends on whose terms I'm most satisfied with. You could also compare the offers from different schools and shop around. After all, the third-ranked university in South Province is still quite strong. Before he had awakened his system, Yi Chen's goal had indeed been Longjing University. But now, it didn't matter which school he attended, as long as it provided sufficient resources. I'll give it some serious thought. I hope we'll have the chance to attend the same school.
Alright, that's all for now. See you this afternoon. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen hung up the phone and began browsing posts on the professional forum. Dark Horse. The national top scorer from Linchang. See you at 8 p.m. tonight. Let us take a look inside the mind of national top scorer Yi Chen. Shocking. This is the national top scorer's actual profession.
Su Xian'er refuses to accept this and demands a fair match against Yi Chen.
Hurry up.
Deleted in 24 hours.
Yi Chen's true identity revealed.
Post after post was published in rapid succession, quickly flooding the entire forum.
The national top scorer is always a hot topic every year.
Usually, they're one of the top 10 contenders on the list of favorites, but this year was different. The national top scorer turned out to be an unknown person from an obscure small city. This completely shattered everyone's expectations. As soon as the posts went live, they drew a flood of clicks and comments. Yi Chen casually opened one of the posts and saw numerous comments below.
Are you kidding me? I've never even heard of that name. How could some unknown person who popped up out of nowhere actually become the national top scorer? It's simply unbelievable. Holy crap. Yi Chen. He is actually the national top scorer. I knew it, this is my idol. Yichen.jpg. Some little fangirl of Yi Chen's had actually posted his photo directly on the professional forum.
And then the tone of the thread started to take a weird turn.
Is this Yi Chen?
He is so handsome, I believe Yi Chen is definitely the national top scorer.
Exactly. There is no way the Longhua Ministry of Education would mess this up. I'm rooting for Yi Chen.
Yi Chen rolled his eyes at the post and switched to another thread to keep reading. Holy crap, the top scorer is actually a unique hidden class sharpshooter. Never heard of sharpshooter, but I guess it's similar to an archer really weak in the early game.
I'm not very well read, so don't try to fool me. Don't archers rely on leeching off their teammates in the early game?
I suspect there is some shady stuff going on.
No matter how strong a sharpshooter is, could it possibly be stronger than Su Xian'er, the dragon speech mage?
Dragon speech mages are among the very best classes in the legendary tier. Looks like not much information has been leaked after all.
Yi Chen skimmed through the professional forum and found that the information there was mostly public knowledge.
The photos were snapped by little fangirls before he had even awakened.
As for his class details, thousands of people witnessed his awakening. It was practically impossible for that not to leak. But as long as the crucial information hadn't been leaked, it was fine.
After all, he was about to head to Dragon Nation's top university for professionals, and no one would dare lay a finger on him at a school like that. After all, even a random instructor there possessed diamond-level strength, and there were even mythic-level powerhouses stationed at the school.
Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang again. When he answered, it was by Xin Yuan's voice.
Yi Chen, at 2 p.m. today, admissions officers from the 3 top professional universities will be coming to our school to recruit outstanding students, though they're mainly here for you.
Can you make it on time this afternoon?
Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Principal Bai, no problem.
Alright, I'll hang up now.
The call ended immediately.
Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder what kind of offers these 3 top-tier professional universities would present. South Province, Star City.
In the downtown area, there was a massive residential complex.
The entire complex was enveloped by a colossal defensive formation that even ordinary gold-rank practitioners couldn't breach.
Inside the complex, row upon row of luxurious villas stood side by side, as if cut off from the world of ordinary people.
Mingyue Residential Complex.
One of the most luxurious residential complexes in all of Star City. Only high-ranking professionals of considerable status could live here. Ordinary people, no matter how wealthy, were barred from residing within its gates.
At that moment, in the living room of an exquisitely decorated villa,
a holographic projection displayed the rankings from this year's national exam in Dragon Nation. A handsome young man clad in a snow-white magical robe had shed his usual calm and refined demeanor. His expression was now extremely grim and terrifying. He was none other than Joey, the peerless genius of Star City First High School.
How is this possible? Who on earth is this Yi Chen?
Not only did he snatch the top spot in South Province from me, but he even became the national champion. He recalled how confident he had been earlier, convinced that the title of top scorer in South Province was already in the bag. He had even made plans with a group of close friends to celebrate his victory that afternoon. He never expected the outcome to turn out like this. When Yi Chen had been the first to choose the Abyss difficulty level, Joey had assumed Yi Chen was nothing more than a clown seeking attention.
Little did he know that, in the end, he was the real clown. But when it comes to actual combat, I don't think I'm any weaker than anyone else. I'd even dare to take on Su Xianer from Longdu.
Don't let me run into you next time, or I'll teach you a lesson. Joey clearly couldn't accept the reality before him, convinced that Yi Chen had simply been lucky that this year's ladder tower just happened to suit his style perfectly. If it came down to a real fight, who would win or lose was anyone's guess. Lincheng had produced the national top scorer. Unlike the shock felt in other provinces and cities, the entire city of Lincheng was abuzz, with excited discussions taking place everywhere. After all, the highest-ranked student in Lincheng's history had been Su Woming a decade ago, who placed 98th nationally that year. A spot in the national top 100 had led to 3 days of lively celebrations in Lincheng back then.
But the national top scorer? That was an achievement they'd never even dared to dream of.
The entrance to Lincheng No. 3 High School was suddenly packed with people, and reporters were everywhere conducting interviews. Faced with such a golden opportunity for publicity, Bai Xin Yuan naturally wasn't going to miss it. Soon, he appeared at the school gate, dressed in a suit and tie, and began answering reporters' questions. Ever since Yi Chen first enrolled, I knew he was destined for greatness. I've never seen anyone work as hard as he does. Of course, this is also thanks to the educational approach at No. 3 High School, which tailors instruction to each student's individual circumstances and helps them realize their full potential.
In addition to Principal Bai Xin Yuan, Yi Chen's homeroom teacher, Gui Yajing, was also a hot topic for interviews.
I never expected Yi Chen to become the top student in the nation. It's all thanks to his own hard work. Even now, my mind is still in a daze. It feels like a dream. This is my honor, the honor of Lincheng No. 3 High School, and the honor of the entire city of Lincheng. Some reporters even began interviewing students in their freshman and sophomore years, asking them to share their impressions of Yi Chen.
Senior Yi Chen is so handsome, I really like him.
Senior Yi Chen is our idol, we'll work hard to follow his example.
Big brother Yi Chen, I want to have a baby with him.
Soon, the reporters realized just how incredibly popular Yi Chen was. His little fangirls were everywhere. They couldn't help but marvel.
Handsome and talented, is he the chosen one? Comparing people really is infuriating. In addition to Lincheng No. 3 High School, senior officials from the Municipal Education Bureau also gave interviews.
After a passionate 10-minute speech, Director Huang of the Municipal Education Bureau announced that Yi Chen would be honored with an award. The rewards included 30 million Longwa coins in cash, 2 bronze-ranked general skill books, and 2 bronze-ranked general archer skill books. The total value reached a staggering 50 million Longwa coins. It's worth noting that although the Municipal Education Bureau awards prizes to Lincheng's top students every year, the value of these rewards typically doesn't exceed 10 million Longwa coins. With a national top scorer emerging this year, they've really gone all out. Immediately after the Municipal Education Bureau's announcement, several local companies in Lincheng couldn't sit idly by. They rushed to announce their own gifts. Come on, as the national top scorer, his future prospects are limitless. Curtising him now would leave a good impression. Plus, after presenting the gifts, they could publicize the event extensively to boost their own visibility. Glory Pharmaceuticals announces that it is presenting national top scorer Yi Chen with a bronze-rank strength potion as a token of congratulations. Bahai Forging Company announced that it is presenting the national top scorer, Yi Chen, with a level 25 silver rank piece of equipment, the secret recipe tiger skin belt, as a token of congratulations. Was Pharmaceutical Company announced that it is presenting the national top scorer, Yi Chen, with a bronze rank vitality potion as a token of congratulations. The entire city of Lincheng was buzzing with excitement over the fact that the national top scorer had come from Lincheng. Soon, it was 1 p.m. Yi Chen received a call from Principal by Xin Yuan. Admissions officers from the 3 top professional universities are here. I've asked your homeroom teacher, Wei Yajing, to pick you up. Just hop in her car and come over. Wasn't it supposed to be at 2 p.m.? There's nothing we can do. They all want to sign you up as soon as possible, so they arrived early. Alright, Principal, bye. After hanging up, Yi Chen got himself together and headed downstairs. Before long, Wei Yajing pulled up in her car right outside Yi Chen's building. Yi Chen, congratulations on winning the national top scorer title. Once Yi Chen got into the car, Wei Yajing couldn't stop smiling. She never would have dreamed that her own class would produce a national top scorer. Not only had he earned this honor, but promotions and pay raises were no longer just a dream. She felt on cloud 9 the entire day, as if she were living in a dream. Originally, she had thought it would be enough for Yi Chen to win the top spot in Lincheng. After all, in previous years, the top spot in Lincheng had always been monopolized by First High School, and securing that title had been her greatest hope. Who would have thought that reality could be even more magical than fiction? The top scorer in the nation, she never even dared to imagine it. Soon after, Yi Chen and Wei Yajing arrived at school. As they walked out of the parking lot, they ran into quite a few younger students, all gazing at Yi Chen with adoring eyes. Yi Chen, big brother, I love you. Not only is he talented, but he is also so handsome. He is truly a favorite of the heavens. Senior Yi Chen, you're a role model for us all. As he walked down the path, Yi Chen paid no heed to the younger students' chatter. His heart remained calm, and with an impassive expression, he made his way toward the main conference room. Any doubts people once had about Yi Chen had now completely vanished. That's the power of true ability. In this world, only true ability can earn others' respect. However, this was just the beginning. Yi Chen knew there were still many who didn't accept his achievements. But one day, he would make those people understand exactly what it means to be truly convinced. Lincheng No. 3 High School, main conference room. At that moment, 3 admissions officers from top professional universities had already taken their seats. They were Lu Yu from Longjing University, Li Bo from Mota University, and Su Ling from Guda University. Yi Chen is ours. Longjing University has him locked in. The rest of you can head home early. Lu Yu was a strikingly elegant beauty. Her short hair gave her an extremely capable air, and she spoke with remarkable authority. Lu Yu, don't think that just because Longjing University is powerful, you can call all the shots. It's still too early to say where Yi Chen will end up. Li Bo, standing nearby, wasn't about to be outdone. As another top-tier university for professional practitioners, the terms they could offer were certainly no less attractive than those of Longjing University. What's more, before coming here, the president of Mota University, when they saw Yi Chen, with his extraordinary presence, their eyes immediately lit up with fervor.
What a dashing young man! At first glance, Su Ling couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
With such charisma and good looks, coupled with his natural talent and strength, who knows how many senior and junior female students will be swept off their feet by him in the future.
Yi Chen, you're finally here.
Seeing Yi Chen enter, Principal Bai Xinyuan stood up with a smile.
Come, let me introduce you.
Bai Xinyuan walked over to Yi Chen's side and began introducing the teachers one by one.
This is Lu Yu, a professor from Longjing University. This is Li Bo, a professor from Modu University. This is Su Ling, a professor from Gudo University.
Yi Chen politely greeted each of the teachers.
All right, I won't say much more. This is our national top scorer, Yi Chen.
Which university Yi Chen ultimately chooses will depend on your abilities, professors.
With that, Bai Xinyuan sat back down in his original seat.
Yi Chen also found a seat across from the professors and sat down. Yi Chen, you're truly a prodigy at such a young age. The purpose of our visit is quite simple. We're here to offer you, the national top scorer, a special admission. If you choose Longjing University, we'll provide 20,000 credits annually, 20 gold rank dungeon tickets appropriate for your current level, and 1 gold rank realm summoning stone appropriate for your current level. Furthermore, every time you advance in your professional rank, you'll receive a gold rank realm summoning stone appropriate for your current level. As the words fell, Li Bo and Su Ling couldn't help but furrow their brows. The reward was simply too generous. The 20,000 credits were nothing compared to the 20 gold rank dungeon tickets and 1 gold rank realm summoning stone, all matching his current level. Even if Yi Chen were only level 25, these dungeon tickets and the realm summoning stone would be worth over 50,000 credits. As Yi Chen's level rises, so does the cost. Li Bo and Su Ling hadn't expected Longjing University to go to such great lengths. No wonder it's one of the top 3 universities for professionals. This reward is incredibly generous. Principal Bai, standing nearby, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. If Longjing University can offer that, we at Magic City University can offer the same. Li Bo snorted coldly. Recalling the president's instructions, he steeled his resolve and continued.
In addition, we can provide one S-rank artifact every year. Upon hearing this, even Lu Yu couldn't help but be taken aback.
After all, S-rank artifacts were extremely rare strategic level resources that could only be obtained by clearing realms and dungeons, and even then, one had to achieve an overall S-rank rating to have any chance of acquiring them.
Magic Capital University is really pulling out all the stops this time.
Bai Xinyuan hadn't expected Magic Capital University to offer such terms for Yi Chen. He himself had never even obtained an S-rank treasure.
At that moment, Su Ling also decided to go all out.
Whatever Magic Capital University can offer, we at Ancient Capital University can offer as well. Additionally, upon enrollment, we'll reward student Yi Chen with a Dragon's Blood Potion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly taken aback.
Student Yi Chen, you may not know what a Dragon Blood Potion is, so let me explain.
Dragon Blood Potions are extremely rare potions with no class or rank restrictions. They impose no requirements on a class holder S rank.
Upon consumption, they permanently increase all attributes by 100 points.
Furthermore, they do not conflict with any other attribute boosting potions and can be of immense benefit even to mythic tier powerhouses. You could say this reward is a priceless treasure. Fearing that Yi Chen might not understand the value of the Dragon Blood Potion, Su Ling continued her explanation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was utterly stunned. A permanent increase of 100 points to all attributes, without conflicting with any other attribute boosting potions. This meant he would have 100 more attribute points than anyone else. After all, in the late game, every single attribute point can make a huge difference. Calling it a priceless treasure is by no means an exaggeration.
Lu Yu and Li Bo were also deep in thought.
They never would have imagined that Ancient Capital University would offer such an astronomical reward. It must be that the Dragon Blood Potion was a reward the mythic tier president of Ancient Capital University paid for out of his own pocket. It must be said that Ancient Capital University is truly determined to secure Yi Chen at all costs. Upon hearing the terms Su Ling had offered, Yi Chen's mind was in a whirl. If the offers from the three universities had been comparable, he would undoubtedly have chosen Longjing University after all, it had the strongest overall strength.
But now, Ancient Capital University was simply offering far too much.
After a moment's thought, Yi Chen made up his mind.
Yi Chen, have you decided which university to attend?
At that moment, Liu couldn't help but ask. Facing everyone's gaze, Yi Chen nodded and said,
My choice is Gudu University.
As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking,
the tense atmosphere in the conference room instantly eased.
Lu Yu and Li Bo couldn't help but smile wryly. Yi Chen's choice made perfect sense after all, it was a dragon blood potion.
Even many king-level experts had never taken one.
For Ancient Capital University to actually offer it to a Black Iron-ranked professional who had only recently awakened was simply outrageous.
Ancient Capital University was absolutely determined to secure Yi Chen this time. Offering such terms left them absolutely no room to negotiate.
It seemed the rumor that the former president of Ancient Capital University had slain a giant dragon wasn't just a baseless rumor after all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have handed over a vial of dragon blood elixir so readily.
Still, this was simply too outrageous.
If word got out, who knows how many people would think the professors at Ancient Capital University had lost their minds for daring to offer such an absurd condition. Su Ling also breathed a long sigh of relief upon seeing that Yi Chen had chosen Ancient Capital University, her mind finally at ease.
I'm sorry, both of you. After announcing his decision, Yi Chen apologized to Professors Lu Yu and Li Bo. It's fine.
This is a mutual selection process, and I'm sure not many people could resist the temptation of a dragon blood potion.
Although Lu Yu was a bit disappointed, she showed understanding.
After all, it was a matter of merit if Yi Chen didn't choose Longjing University, he could only blame himself for not being good enough.
Yi Chen, there is no need to apologize. I respect and understand your choice. Li Bo also waved his hand, indicating his understanding.
Seeing that the results were in, the two left the conference room first.
Welcome to Gudu University, Yi Chen. Here is Gudu University's special recruitment contract. Please take a look first. If there are no issues, just sign it.
Su Ling took two special admission contracts directly from her backpack, filled in the rewards she had promised earlier, and handed them to Yi Chen.
Okay.
Yi Chen took the contracts and examined them carefully. After confirming there were no issues, he signed his name and pressed his fingerprint on the document. Yi Chen, just report directly to Ancient Capital University in 3 days.
Once you're enrolled, the corresponding rewards will be issued to you immediately.
Use these 3 days to prepare well.
See you at Ancient Capital University, then I'll take you through the enrollment process.
Su Ling said with a smile.
Does Ancient Capital University start so early? Yi Chen was a bit surprised.
Of course. The sooner you enroll, the sooner you can benefit from Ancient Capital University's training, and the faster you'll grow. Every student admitted to Gudo University is 1 in 10,000. The future backbone of Longwa, so naturally, they need to mature as soon as possible. Especially for you special admissions students, as soon as you enroll, you'll need to start preparing for the freshman exchange tournament in October, so the sooner you enroll, the better. A radiant smile lit up Su Ling's beautiful face.
Yi Chen suddenly understood. The freshman exchange tournament is usually held every October.
At that time, all professional universities send their strongest freshman teams to compete. After the tournament concludes, the Dragon Nation Ministry of Education allocates resources for the following year based on the tournament rankings. Longjing University has held the championship title for 3 consecutive years, which explains why it has grown increasingly dominant in recent years. The strong only get stronger. Meanwhile, Ancient Capital University has placed third for 5 consecutive years. The reduction in resources has caused its overall strength to steadily decline. However, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how weakened it may be, Ancient Capital University remains one of the top 3 professional universities in Dragon Nation. After watching Yi Chen's entrance exam video, the president of Ancient Capital University resolved to recruit him. They could not settle for third place again in this year's freshman exchange tournament. They had to redeem themselves. He held Yi Chen's talent and strength in high regard. Although some legendary level experts believed Yi Chen relied primarily on his equipment, he didn't share that view. For a professional without any connections to have obtained such equipment speaks volumes in itself. Yi Chen, now that the special recruitment contract has been signed, I'll be on my way. With the special recruitment contract signed, Yi Chen was now officially a member of Gudo University. Su Ling's mission was now successfully completed, and she turned to leave, her figure swaying gracefully. Yi Chen, take a good rest these next few days. We at Lincheng No. 3 High School will always be proud of you. When you have time in the future, come back and share your EXP and insights with the underclassmen. Let them learn from you. After Su Ling left, Bai Xinyuan spoke with a smile. Yi Chen immediately replied with a laugh, no problem. Yi Chen then waved goodbye and left the conference room. I wonder just how powerful Yi Chen will be the next time we meet. Watching Yi Chen's receding figure, Bai Xinyuan couldn't help but feel moved. As a professional with no connections, he had actually managed to claim the title of national champion. Bai Xinyuan simply couldn't imagine just how great Yi Chen's future achievements would be. Back at home, Yi Chen began thinking about his plans for the next 2 days. Living alone, he didn't have that much to do. He'd already rested for 2 or 3 days, so he needed to find something to occupy himself with over the next couple of days. Just as Yi Chen was pondering this, there was a knock at his front door. You have a package coming. Yi Chen opened the door and saw a young deliveryman wearing a yellow uniform. Mr. Yi Chen, this package was sent from the Lincheng City Education Bureau. You can open it with your fingerprint. Yi Chen took the sealed alloy box the deliveryman handed him. Please sign for it. After signing, Yi Chen handed the slip back. Well then, have a nice day. After exchanging thanks with the deliveryman, Yi Chen turned, closed the front door, and sat down on the living room sofa. Yi Chen placed the alloy box on the coffee table and ran his finger across its top. Beep. Fingerprint verified. A synthetic electronic voice sounded, and the alloy box opened. The first thing that caught his eye was an item list. 30 million Longwei coins. 2 bronze-ranked general skill books. 2 bronze-ranked general archer skill books. 2 bronze-ranked strength potions. 2 bronze-rank vitality potions. 3 level 25 silver rank equipment items. Below that, the page was densely filled with details on who had gifted each item, along with some words of blessing. The Lincheng City Education Bureau and these local companies have really gone all out. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel as he looked over the list. The combined value of all these items amounted to over 100 million Dragon Country coins, a considerable expense for the Lincheng City Education Bureau and these local companies. However, Lincheng was his hometown, and once he was in a position to do so in the future, he certainly wouldn't forget Lincheng. Ding! Suddenly, his phone, resting on the coffee table, emitted a notification sound. Yi Chen picked up his phone. A text message was prominently displayed on the lock screen. Dragon Nation Bank. The Lincheng City Education Bureau has transferred 30 million Dragon Nation coins to your bank card. Please check your account. Upon seeing the transfer notification, Yi Chen realized that the 30 million Longwa currency reward from the Municipal Education Bureau had arrived. He immediately began checking the other items. Apart from 3 level 25 silver rank pieces of equipment, everything else required bronze rank to use. Yi Chen simply stowed these unusable items in his backpack without giving them a second glance. He then checked the stats of the 3 level 25 silver rank pieces of equipment. Secretly crafted tiger skin belt silver. Slot, belt. Level, 25. Strength plus 151. Property, increases strength by 3%. Equipment requirements, level 25 warrior knight archer assassin. Secretly crafted tiger skin shoulder guards silver. Slot, shoulders. Level, 25. Strength plus 87. Vitality plus 66. Property, increases strength by 3%. Equipment requirement, level 25 warrior knight archer assassin. Secret Recipe Tiger Skin Battle Tunic Silver. Slot, top. Level, 25. Strength plus 91. Vitality plus 55. Property, increases strength by 3%. Equipment requirement, level 25 Warrior Knight Archer Assassin. Yichen decisively equipped these 3 level 25 silver rank items, which gave his strength and vitality attributes another significant boost. I'll use these 2 days off to advance to bronze rank first. After some thought, Yichen decided to advance to bronze rank before starting school. After all, he had a pile of items that could only be used by bronze rank practitioners. It would be rude not to advance now. Moreover, once he advanced, he could claim a gold rank realm summoning stone matching his current level as soon as he enrolled. After all, once he signed the special recruitment contract, he would officially be a member of Ancient Capital University. Advancing from black iron rank to bronze rank certainly deserved a reward. Log, character leveled up successfully. Current level, 26. Log, character leveled up successfully. Current level, 27. Log, character leveled up successfully. Current level, 30. After reaching level 30, Yichen could no longer level up. He had to complete the bronze rank professional advancement quest and consume a bronze rank advancement pearl to successfully advance to bronze rank professional. If a bronze rank advancement quest fails 3 times, the character will be permanently unable to advance to bronze rank. This is why countless practitioners are stuck at iron rank. Yichen then set out for the advancement shrine in Lin City. The advancement shrine is located on the western side of Lin City. Inside stands an advancement stele, which communicates with the world will to generate exclusive advancement quests for practitioners. To avoid exposing his identity, Yichen changed into an all-black outfit before leaving home and made a point of wearing a black mask and a black baseball cap. After all, he was now too famous in Lin City. The slightest slip-up could draw a crowd. After leaving his home, Yichen hailed a ride and headed straight for the Ascension Temple. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The beautiful receptionist at the Ascension Temple greeted him politely. "I'm here to claim an Ascension quest," Yichen said in a low voice. The receptionist gave him a slightly puzzled look. Dressed like that, anyone unaware of the situation might think he was there to cause trouble. However, out of professional courtesy, she replied earnestly, "All right, please follow me." With a sweet voice, the receptionist led Yichen toward a small door on the left side of the temple. "This is the place. You can go in on your own. The advancement stele will generate a customized advancement quest based on your class, strength, potential, and stat allocation. Advancement quests are rated from 1 star to 9 stars, with 1 star being the easiest and 9 stars the hardest. The harder the advancement quest, the higher your potential and the greater the rewards. Conversely, the easier the quest, the more average your potential and the rewards will be much smaller. Remember, you only have 3 chances. If you fail 3 times in a row, you'll never be able to advance for the rest of your life." The beautiful receptionist patiently explained this to Yichen, then inserted a black crystal card into the slot next to the small door. Click, click, click. The small door emitted a hoarse sound as it slowly opened. Inside, it was pitch black, with only the promotion stele at the very center emitting a faint glow that barely illuminated the entire room. It is said that the promotion stele was created by the world will, and even mythic-level powerhouses cannot damage it in the slightest. The promotion stele contains extremely powerful divine energy, capable of communicating with the world will to generate unique promotion tasks for practitioners. After all, the world's resources are limited. Only when your strength and potential are recognized by the world will can you qualify for advancement. Yichen placed both hands on the advancement stele, his entire body emitting a faint glow. A few seconds later, a voice echoed faintly in his mind. "Level 30 Sharpshooter Yichen, you meet the level requirement. A bronze tier practitioner advancement quest is about to be generated. Quest issued." Yichen immediately opened his quest panel and saw a line of striking red text appear there. Bronze tier practitioner advancement quest, cleared the Abyss Fragment Realm. Difficulty, 9 stars. Description: the first layer of the Abyss has been completely shattered by relentless battles.
A vast number of abyss fragments now float in the spatial interlayer between the abyss world and the blue star world.
These fragments harbor countless abyss demons, which could break through the spatial interlayer at any moment, descend upon the blue star world, and cause widespread carnage.
Requirements: the professional must enter the abyss fragments realm, defeat the realm's ruler the skeleton lord, and complete the promotion quest. Tip: the more monsters you defeat in the realm, the higher your completion rating for the promotion quest will be.
This rating will affect the professional's final reward.
Time limit: 24 hours. Note: if the time limit is exceeded, the quest will automatically fail. Clear the Abyss Shard Realm? 9-star difficulty?
And it must be completed within 24 hours.
Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly.
It's actually the highest difficulty promotion quest. This has likely never happened in the history of Dragon Nation. After all, even the Sword God, Dragon Nation's strongest warrior, only had a 7-star difficulty bronze rank promotion quest.
It seems my stats are just too terrifying. Yi Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. His current strength stat was already approaching the 5,000 point mark. How terrifying was that?
An ordinary silver rank player, even equipped with a full set of silver rank gear, likely wouldn't have that much strength. Yi Chen was venturing further and further down the path of the brutal marksman. Although it was a 9-star difficulty promotion quest, Yi Chen wasn't overly concerned. This confidence came from his overwhelming strength. It was merely the first layer of the Abyss Fragment realm. Since the world will had assigned this quest to him, it meant he still had a chance to succeed. After all, most people didn't even qualify to accept this quest. The fact that he was eligible meant the world will highly recognized his strength. Moreover, he possessed the S-rank title Demon Breaker, which dealt an additional 10% damage to Abyss-type monsters. It's important to note that if a powerful professional were to force their way into a lower-level realm, it would cause the realm to collapse immediately. Once a realm collapses in this manner, it reverts directly to chaos and cannot be absorbed by the Blue Star World. Only by defeating the Realm Lord in battle can the realm be transformed into the world's primordial essence and absorbed by the Blue Star World. Yi Chen was not only exceptionally powerful but also met the level requirement. He was, without a doubt, the most suitable candidate for this mission. Let us go check it out first. After accepting the mission, Yi Chen could teleport directly into the Abyss Fragment realm with a mere thought. Yi Chen then left the room housing the Ascension Steel and walked toward the exit of the Ascension Temple. So, what did you get? What difficulty level did you choose? The beautiful receptionist at the entrance, seeing Yi Chen emerge, couldn't help but ask curiously. My strength is too weak. The lowest difficulty level, 1 star. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. 1-star difficulty is where most people end up. If the difficulty is too high, they can't pass it, which means they'll never be able to advance. The receptionist didn't look down on Yi Chen. After all, they were all ordinary people, and this was the normal outcome. If Yi Chen had said he'd taken a 9-star difficulty mission, that would have been the abnormal part. Without looking back, Yi Chen walked out the door. After leaving the Ascension Temple, Yi Chen hailed another taxi and headed home. Since he always ended up in the same place after exiting the realm, it was safer to enter the realm from home. Otherwise, suddenly appearing on the street after the realm ended might cause some unnecessary trouble. He arrived home shortly thereafter. With a thought, Yi Chen vanished in a streak of light. Yi Chen felt the world spinning around him. It was far more uncomfortable than when he normally entered the realm. When he came to, he found himself in a dimly lit space. The entire world was shrouded in darkness as far as the eye could see. Gravestones stood densely packed everywhere. The air was thick with the scent of death, brutality, and terror. Even the weeds and trees on the ground were a lifeless, inky black, and a profound silence reigned everywhere. Ding! Log, entered the Abyss Fragment realm. The quest panel has been updated. Please check the quest panel for details. Upon receiving the log notification, Yi Chen quickly opened the quest panel and found a detailed description of the realm. The Skeleton Lord's Realm of the Undead. Rank, Master Level. Level, 35. Clear requirement, defeat the ruler of the realm, the Skeleton Lord. Current progress, 01.
Description: this is a fragment of the Abyss's first layer. After the first layer of the Abyss was completely shattered, the Skeleton Lord and its followers fell into slumber within this realm. Should any outsiders intrude, they will awaken en masse to hunt down all intruders. A level 35 master level realm? Seeing this message, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected that a bronze tier class advancement quest would come with such a bonus. This is practically a free gift. Looking at the rows of gravestones before him, Yi-Chen gripped the ancient demon bow tightly and began to advance, ready to completely clear out this realm. Although clearing this realm only required defeating the Skeleton Lord, the more monsters he killed, the higher his completion rating would be. Plus, with all that fresh EXP up for grabs, Yi-Chen certainly wasn't going to pass up these minor enemies. Crack! Crack! Two crisp snaps rang out in quick succession as two tombstones not far away cracked open, and several skeleton warriors wielding long swords slowly crawled out. Each skeleton glowed a ghastly white, wielding a long bone blade. A pale green soul fire burned within their skulls, making them look ferocious and terrifying. Skeleton Warrior. Rarity: Common. Level: 35. HP: 350,000. Attack: 8,360. Physical Defense: 3,511. Magic Defense: 3,655. Skill: Frenzied Strike. Description: loyal followers of the Skeleton Lord and the most common monsters in the entire undead realm, they are sworn to repel all invading enemies. Yi-Chen was somewhat surprised. Even the lowest tier monsters in this realm were level 35 common monsters, and their stats were in no way inferior to those of elite monsters of the same level outside, truly befitting a master tier realm. At that moment, Yi-Chen, still over 100 meters away from these skeleton warriors, drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Divine Enhancement. Super Multi-Arrow. 80,491. 160, 983, critical hit. 80,486. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately afterward, his normal attacks rained down relentlessly. 51,813. 103,627. Critical hit. Streams of red numbers kept popping up, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones. Log: successfully defeated a level 35 skeleton warrior while 5 levels below, earning 4.8 million EXP. Log: successfully defeated a level 35 skeleton warrior while 5 levels below, earning 4.8 million EXP. Log: successfully defeated a level 35 skeleton warrior while 5 levels below, earning 4.8 million EXP. Yi-Chen can currently fire 6 arrows per second even using only his basic attack. He can deal over 400,000 damage per second to a level 35 skeleton warrior. The master level realm grants a 16x EXP bonus, meaning even the EXP provided by ordinary monsters nearly reaches Yi-Chen's EXP cap. The 5 skeleton warriors earned Yi-Chen a whopping 24 million EXP, all of which was invested into the Divine Arrow skill. Currently, the level 60 Divine Arrow grants Yi-Chen nearly 10,000 attack power. The further he progressed, the more Yi-Chen came to appreciate the power of Divine Arrow. After effortlessly dispatching these 5 skeleton warriors, Yi-Chen continued onward. Crack! Crack! Monsters were densely packed throughout the realm. He hadn't gone far when the ground split open again, and over a dozen skeleton monsters crawled out from beneath the earth. This time, however, in addition to the skeleton warriors wielding bone blades, 2 skeleton mages armed with bone staffs also appeared. Skeleton Mage. Rank: Common. Level: 35. HP: 310,000. Attack: 10,216. Physical Defense: 3,211. Magic Defense: 3,855. Skills: Bone Spear, Bone Cage, Bone Armor. Description: loyal followers of the Skeleton Lord, second in number only to skeleton warriors, sworn to repel all invading enemies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the monsters across from him could even launch an attack, Yi-Chen had already drawn his bow and released arrows, targeting the 2 skeleton mages in the back row. 52,387. 52,366. Log, successfully defeated a level 35 skeleton mage 5 levels above your own, earning 4.8 million EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 35 skeleton mage 5 levels above my own, earning 4.8 million EXP. In less than 2 seconds, the two skeleton mages were reduced to a pile of shattered bones. Seeing their comrades so easily wiped out by Yi Chen, the remaining skeleton warriors instantly flew into a rage and charged toward Yi Chen, brandishing their long swords. With Yi Chen's current strength attribute exceeding 5,000, combined with the 30% range boost from his longbow, he could attack the skeleton warriors from over 800 meters away. Even as the skeleton warriors raged with fury, Yi Chen showed not the slightest fear. While maneuvering to keep his distance, his longbow never stopped as he continuously drew and released arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew out one after another. 51,811. 103,615. Critical hit. Log, successfully defeated a level 35 skeleton warrior while 5 levels below, earning 4.8 million EXP. Log, successfully defeated a level 35 skeleton warrior 5 levels above, earning 4.8 million EXP. Kill notifications kept coming in on average, he took down one skeleton warrior every second. Before long, the remaining dozen or so skeleton warriors fell one after another, their scattered bones transforming into a bountiful supply of EXP. As the last skeleton warrior fell, a glowing orb suddenly appeared. Yi Chen hurried forward to pick up the orb. Exquisite Bone Longsword Bronze. Type, Weapon. Level, 35. Strength plus 311. Equipment requirement, Level 35 Warrior. Yi Chen immediately stowed the level 35 bronze warrior equipment in his backpack. He could sell it for a decent sum once he got out. It had to be said the master level realm was truly a great place. The EXP was plentiful, and the drop rate was high. Let us keep going. Yi Chen pressed on, turning every skeleton warrior and skeleton mage he encountered along the way into EXP. Thud, thud, thud. About half an hour after Yi Chen entered the realm, a series of muffled sounds drifted in from the distance, the rumbling of beast hooves pounding the ground, causing withered fallen leaves to swirl and scatter. Thud. Thud. The thudding sounds grew more urgent, drawing closer and closer. Yi Chen fixed his gaze ahead, gripping his longbow tightly, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Soon, one after another, skeleton knights came into view. These skeleton knights wielded bone lances, and their skeleton warhorses, tall and imposing, were galloping rapidly toward Yi Chen. It seemed that Yi Chen's rampage had caught their attention. Skeleton Knight Captain. Rank, Elite. Level, 35. HP, 880,000. Attack, 21,577. Physical Defense, 8,015. Magic Defense, 7,896. Skills: Skeleton Armor, Charge, Knockback, Sweep of the 10 Directions, Battle Roar. Description: the Skeleton Lord's Guard unit, responsible for maintaining order throughout the entire undead realm. Once they spot an intruder, they will launch an endless pursuit. It was only then that Yi Chen realized the skeleton knight leading the group was actually an elite monster, with incredibly powerful stats far surpassing those of ordinary commander-level monsters. As expected of the Skeleton Lord's Guard, only the very best of the best are allowed to join its ranks. As they drew closer, Yi Chen could clearly make out all the monsters: an elite-tier skeleton knight captain, followed by 10 common-tier skeleton knights. Skeleton Knight. Tier, Common. Level, 35. HP, 420,000. Attack, 11,051. Physical Defense, 3,753. Magic Defense, 3,541. Skills: Skeleton Armor, Charge, Knockback, Sweep all directions. Description: the Skeleton Lord's Guard, responsible for maintaining order throughout the entire undead realm. Once they spot an intruder, they will launch an endless pursuit. The Skeleton Knight's stats are also quite impressive.
Although it's a level 35 common monster, its stats are significantly higher than those of a skeleton warrior. However, they were still no match for Yi Chen. The skeleton knights moved with incredible speed, quickly closing in on Yi Chen's attack range. Divine Enhancement. Super Multi-Arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 golden arrows struck 6 different skeleton knights with pinpoint accuracy. 71,879. 80,028. 159,881. Critical hit. Frost covered the bones, instantly causing the skeleton knight captain and the 5 skeleton knights at the front to slow down drastically. Immediately afterward, dark arrows followed like shadows. 66,027. Wisp after wisp of black mist clung to the skeleton knight captain's bones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden arrows flew relentlessly from Yi Chen's hands as he unleashed a barrage of attacks like a Gatling gun. 77,331. 154,651. Critical hit. In less than 2 seconds, the skeleton knight captain's health bar was wiped out. Roar. The skeleton knight captain let out a defiant roar, then exploded with a bang, turning into a pile of shattered bones. Log successfully defeated a level 35 skeleton knight captain while 5 levels below earned 144 million EXP. After the skeleton knight captain's death, the movement speed of the remaining 10 skeleton knights instantly increased significantly. Yi Chen immediately realized that the skeleton knight captain must have cast Battle Roar before dying, buffing the nearby skeleton knights. It seemed that even in death, it wasn't he going to let Yi Chen off easy. Given Yi Chen's movement speed, it would take the skeleton knights at least several dozen seconds to close the distance. But Yi Chen wasn't he going to give them that chance. Yi Chen quickly retreated to create distance, simultaneously drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. A golden arrow, trailing flames, streaked toward the skeleton knights. Boom! The exploding arrow struck the skeleton knight at the very front and exploded instantly. 55,330. 9,571, burn. 55,317. The skeletal knight's bones were charred black and covered in fine cracks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down. 51,350. 51,337. Crack. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering bones filled the air as the skeleton knights fell one after another. Log successfully defeated a level 35 skeleton knight while 5 levels below, earning 4.8 million EXP. Log successfully defeated a level 35 skeleton knight while 5 levels below, earning 4.8 million EXP. After defeating all the skeleton knights, Yi Chen hurried forward to pick up the 4 glowing orbs on the ground. 3 of them dropped from the skeleton knight captain, and the other dropped from one of the skeleton knights. Yi Chen quickly inspected them, a total of 4 pieces of equipment, 1 silver rank and 3 bronze rank. Exquisite undead bone armor silver. Slot, chest. Level, 35. Strength plus 155. Vitality plus 71. Trait 1, increases strength by 4%. Traits 2, increases vitality by 1%. Equipment requirement, universal for level 35 physical classes. A level 35 silver rank top piece with decent stats and 2 traits. Once Yi Chen reaches level 35, he can equip it right away, which will significantly boost his strength. The remaining 3 bronze rank items are the undead bone dagger usable by assassins, the undead bone spear usable by warriors and knights, and the undead bone armor universal for all physical classes. All are level 35, with stats that are decent enough they'll fetch a good price on the market. After gathering his loot, Yi Chen pressed on. Half an hour passed quickly, and the ruins of a massive palace came into view. Along the way, Yi Chen encountered several more groups of skeleton knights and cleared out countless skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. Since entering the realm, Yi Chen had acquired over 30 pieces of equipment, including 6 silver rank items, with the rest being bronze rank gear. This caused Yi Chen's wealth to skyrocket. Once again, a rough estimate put the value of this gear at least 100 million Longwa coins. At the same time, the generous EXP from the Master level realm caused Yi Chen's Divine Arrow to surge directly from level 60 to level 71, consuming a massive amount of EXP, nearly 4 billion. Divine Arrow level 71, active skill. An energy arrow condensed from mana. Consumes 1 mana. The energy arrow deals 80% of the user's attack power. After upgrading Divine Arrow to level 71, Yi Chen's attack power increased by over 1,500 points, equivalent to more than 500 points of strength, making this an incredibly cost-effective upgrade. Looking at the massive palace ruins before him, Yi Chen knew the Skeleton Lord must be slumbering inside. He had already scoured the entire realm. There wasn't a single monster anywhere near these massive palace ruins, which meant the Skeleton Lord was indeed sleeping inside. As long as he defeated this final Skeleton Lord, Yi Chen's Bronze Tier Adventurer promotion quest would be complete. At the same time, he would claim this realm's final completion reward. Yi Chen's heart couldn't help but race with excitement. His previous experience in the den of the demonized cat demon had yielded immense rewards, including his very first divine artifact. Who knew what treasures awaited him this time? Inside the vast palace ruins. Looking ahead, he saw a scene of crumbling walls and shattered ruins, with collapsed stone pillars everywhere and mountains of pale skeletal remains piled high. Yi Chen clutched the ancient demon bow tightly in his hand, remaining cautious and alert as he moved forward slowly. Facing the Skeleton Lord, the ruler of this realm, Yi Chen dared not be overconfident. After all, while his attack power was currently extremely high, his survivability remained his weak point. If the Skeleton Lord were to launch a surprise attack, his chances of survival would be slim. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire palace ruin began to shake. Not far away, a massive mountain of bones began to collapse, with countless plumes of black smoke billowing from it, accompanied by waves of howling. Immediately afterward, a gigantic figure slowly rose from the mountain of bones, standing before him like a small hill. Skeleton Lord. Rank, Ancient. Level, 35. HP, 5.61 million. Attack, 12,558. Physical defense, 31,221. Magic defense, 15,112. Skills, Sky Slash, Charge, War Stomp, Cross Slash. Description: the true ruler of the realm of the undead, who has been in a state of slumber for years. Once awakened, he will fight to the death. Standing 8 meters tall, the Skeleton Lord's skull was ablaze with a fiercely burning purple soul fire. Wielding a massive bone greatsword, he loomed like a small mountain, his presence utterly intimidating. Humans, die. The Skeleton Lord gazed at the tiny insects before him, emitting a spine-chilling sound of metal scraping against metal. However, the Skeleton Lord seemed to have just awakened from his slumber. His movements were still awkward, and he remained rooted in place without making any further moves. Yi Chen also noticed the Skeleton Lord's unusual behavior. A possible explanation suddenly occurred to him. The Skeleton Lord must have been in a state of slumber for far too long. Upon waking, it would need some time to regain control of its body. Strike while the iron is hot. Without hesitation, Yi Chen drew his bow and fired an arrow. Otherwise, once the Skeleton Lord adapted to its body, his situation would become extremely dangerous. With a staggering 5.61 million HP and physical defense as high as 30,000, if it weren't for the ancient demon bow's 20% physical defense penetration, even Yi Chen's terrifying attack power would barely be able to breach its defenses. For any other professional of the same level, it goes without saying. True to its reputation as a 9-star difficulty promotion quest, the challenge was simply staggering. No wonder he'd never heard of anyone successfully completing a 9-star difficulty promotion quest. This level of difficulty simply wasn't meant for humans. But then again, the rewards upon completion were beyond anyone's imagination. Divine Enhancement. Dark Arrow. 43,797. The dark arrow struck the Skeleton Lord's chest, and wisp after wisp of dark energy immediately spread out. Abyssal Power. Explosive Arrow. Immediately afterward, a golden arrow engulfed in flames hurtled toward the Skeleton Lord. Boom! The exploding arrow struck the Skeleton Lord's chest and exploded instantly. Empowered by the power of the abyss, even several of the skeleton lord's ribs were shattered, and his entire skeleton was charred black and covered in cracks. 835,861. Critical hit. 89,465. Burning. This single arrow dealt a whopping 15% of the skeleton lord's maximum HP and damage, and that didn't even include the burn damage that would last for 10 seconds. Fortunately, the skeleton lord's magic defense wasn't as formidable as its physical defense, otherwise, the exploding arrow wouldn't have even been able to break through its defenses. Suddenly, Yi Chen seemed to realize something and suddenly slapped his forehead. He had actually forgotten something so important. He immediately pulled an equipment upgrade voucher from his backpack. A streak of light flashed, and the Ancient Demon Bow's level instantly rose to 30. Ancient Demon Bow Mythic. Equipment type, weapon. Level, 30. Strength plus 1612. Gem, strength plus 300. Equipment requirement, level 30 archer. The strength bonus from the Ancient Demon Bow skyrocketed from 1236 to 1612, a massive increase of 376 points. Wielding the level 30 Ancient Demon Bow, Yi Chen felt even more confident about defeating the Skeleton Lord. Super Multi-Arrow. 109,692. 219, 385, critical hit. 109,687. 6 arrows instantly dealt over 15% damage to the Skeleton Lord. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew non-stop from Yi Chen's hands as he stood rooted in place, unleashing a barrage of fire like a Gatling gun. 38,479. 76, 951, critical hit. He was dealing over 5% damage to the Skeleton Lord per second on average. While the Skeleton Lord was still immobilized, Yi Chen unleashed a barrage of attacks. In less than 5 seconds, the Skeleton Lord's remaining HP had dropped below 50%. But just then, the Skeleton Lord regained the ability to move. Human, despicable. Skyward slash. Wielding a massive bone greatsword, the Skeleton Lord leapt into the air and swung directly at Yi Chen, who was over 800 meters away. Yi Chen moved to the left to create distance, while arrows continued to fly relentlessly toward the Skeleton Lord from his hands. Given the Skeleton Lord's attack power of 120,000, Yi Chen simply couldn't withstand even a single strike. Therefore, he had to be careful with his positioning and avoid being hit by the Skeleton Lord. This also made Yi Chen realize that he still had significant weaknesses. He couldn't be overconfident. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Boom! The Skeleton Lord slashed a massive crack in the ground, but because his movement was too slow, he failed to hit Yi Chen. Fortunately, the Skeleton Lord's movement speed was roughly the same as Yi Chen's, allowing Yi Chen to kite him in a relatively comfortable manner. Without using his skills, the Skeleton Lord simply couldn't get a single step closer to Yi Chen. Charge. The Skeleton Lord landed and immediately used the charge skill, slashing toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained eerily calm, moving at a 90-degree angle to create distance between himself and the Skeleton Lord. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 38,417. 38,458. Damage numbers kept popping up above the Skeleton Lord's head, and cracks of varying sizes appeared all over its bony body. However, aside from the air slash and charge, the only two skills that posed a threat to Yi Chen, the Skeleton Lord's other skills were too long range to be used against him. It could only keep chasing Yi Chen with its massive bone greatsword. As Yi Chen continued to kite it, the Skeleton Lord's health steadily declined, like a frog being boiled in gradually heating water. 40%. 30%. 20%. Soon, the Skeleton Lord's health dropped below 20%. To avoid any unexpected complications, Yi Chen went all out. Time rewind. Abyssal power. Super Multi-Arrow. 568,651. 109,692. 219,311. Critical hit. Boom. The Skeleton Lord's health bar was instantly wiped clean. The soul fire within its skull gradually faded, and finally, with a loud bang, it exploded, turning into a pile of shattered bones. Log successfully defeated the level 35 Skeleton Lord, earned 192 million EXP. Immediately afterward, bursts of dazzling light exploded, scattering across the ground and flickering continuously. Yi Chen watched the multicolored lights shimmering among the pile of shattered bones, overcome with excitement. Equipment, treasures, skill books, everything imaginable. Yi Chen couldn't wait to pick up the dropped items, carefully examining them one by one. Skeleton Lord's Skeletal Battle Armor Dark Gold. Slot, chest. Level, 35. Strength plus 311. Vitality plus 145. Trait 1, increases strength by 10%. Traits 2, increases vitality by 10%. Traits 3, reduces damage taken by 10%. Equipment requirement, universal for level 35 physical classes. The first item to catch his eye was a level 35 dark gold tier top piece, boasting high strength and vitality stats. At the same time, the three traits are perfectly suited for Yi Chen. Not only do they boost his damage output, but they also significantly improve his survivability. Through this battle with the Skeleton Lord, Yi Chen also realized his own weakness. That weakness was his lack of survivability. In most cases, Yi Chen took on bosses that were several levels above him in solo battles, which led to a problem: his HP wasn't even enough to survive a single hit from the boss. If he encountered a boss with exceptionally fast movement speed or one possessing area of effect damage skills, Yi Chen would find himself at a disadvantage. Take the Skeleton Lord, for example. Had he not just awakened from a long slumber which limited his control over his body and caused a significant decline in both his movement speed and combat skills, defeating him would not have been so easy. Suppose Yi Chen's damage output were limited and the fight dragged on for a minute or two, allowing the Skeleton Lord to fully recover, then the outcome would be far from certain. This experience only strengthened Yi Chen's resolve to develop all his abilities comprehensively. After stowing the Skeleton Lord's bone battle armor in his backpack, Yi Chen immediately turned his attention to the next piece of equipment. Skeleton Lord's bone leggings dark gold. Slot, lower body. Level, 35. Strength plus 305. Vitality plus 157. Property 1, increases strength by 10%. Property 2, increases vitality by 10%. Property 3, increases movement speed by 20%. Equipment requirements, universal for level 35 physical classes. Another level 35 dark gold tier piece of equipment. Similar to the Skeleton Lord's bone battle armor, this dark gold tier lower body piece also provides substantial strength and vitality bonuses. Two of its traits provide percentage-based bonuses to strength and vitality, further enhancing Yi Chen's damage output and survivability. As for the third trait, which increases movement speed by 20%, it greatly enhances Yi Chen's kiting ability. In the late game, the movement speed boost provided by agility becomes minimal, making gear that increases movement speed quite rare. Skeleton Lord's bone leggings can significantly boost movement speed and offer excellent value for the investment. Having obtained 2 dark gold tier items in a row, Yi Chen was overjoyed. Although he wasn't high enough in level to equip them yet, once he left the dungeon, he would be promoted to a bronze tier class, and level 35 wouldn't be far off. He composed himself. Yi Chen immediately began examining the other pieces of equipment. Skeleton Lord's bone shoulder guards gold. Slot, shoulders. Level, 35. Strength plus 177. Vitality plus 128. Property 1, increases strength by 8%. Property 2, increases vitality by 8%. Equipment requirement, level 35, universal for physical classes. Another piece of gear with both strength and vitality stats. Although it's only a gold rank shoulder guard, both properties boost strength and vitality by a percentage, making it a rare gem among gold rank gear. This is likely related to the Skeleton Lord's own attributes. The gear it drops all features top tier stats suitable for physical classes. True to its status as an ancient tier boss, it's a massive haul. Yi Chen couldn't wait to inspect the final piece of gear.
Skeleton Lord S Bone Belt Gold. Slot Belt. Level 35. Strength plus 311. Property 1 increases strength by 8%. Equipment skill Rage Burst increases your strength by 30% for 3 minutes. Consumes 300 mana. Cooldown 2 hours. Equipment requirements universal for level 35 physical classes. Without a doubt, this is another top tier item. Although the Skeleton Lord S Bone Belt is only a gold rank piece of equipment, it not only provides a high base strength stat and a percentage base strength bonus but also features an extremely powerful active skill. Rage Burst increases the wearer's strength by 30% and lasts for 3 minutes. Given each NS terrifying strength stats, it was impossible to imagine just how much of a boost a 30% increase in strength would provide. It would definitely play a huge role at critical moments. It could even turn the tide of a losing battle. Looking at the 4 pieces of gear dropped by the Skeleton Lord, each one the stuff of dreams for physical damage classes, joy practically overflowed from each NS eyes. There was no doubt about it, once Yi Chen reached level 35 and equipped these 4 items, his damage output and survivability would be leagues ahead of his current self. After examining all the gear, Yi Chen quickly checked what treasures the Skeleton Lord had dropped. Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stone. Quality A. Attributes allows the fusion of up to 3 Iron Rank skills. Fusion has a certain success rate. The higher the skill compatibility, the higher the success rate. Yi Chen was very familiar with the first treasure. He already obtained 1 when he defeated the Abyss Demon Bruno last time, and this time, 2 dropped at once. Seeing these 2 Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stones, Yi Chen couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face. Last time, due to a limited number of Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stones, he only managed to fuse 1 super multi-arrow. The other skills hadn't been fused yet. Now, he finally didn't have to worry about running out of skill fusion stones. The second treasure was a purple crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. It was irregularly shaped and glowed with a purple light. Skeleton Lord S Life Crystal. Quality S. Attributes: the Skeleton Lord S Life Crystal. Upon absorption, it increases all attributes by 100 points for a professional. It's actually a rare attribute boosting treasure. Even Yi Chen, who is usually known for his composure, couldn't help but get excited. Although the Skeleton Lord S Life Crystal was only S grade, its rarity went far beyond that. Every treasure capable of boosting attributes is extremely precious, and they don't conflict with other potions or treasures. Once obtained, it means you'll always have a permanent edge in stats over others. This was also why everyone found it unbelievable when Ancient Capital University offered Yi Chen the Dragon Blood Potion as a reward. Treasures of this kind are priceless. Even mythic tier powerhouses would covet them. Without hesitation, Yi Chen immediately grasped the Skeleton Lord S Life Crystal and channeled his spirit power. The Skeleton Lord S Life Crystal slowly melted, seeping into Yi Chen's skin, and vanished completely in an instant. Feeling the immense strength surging through his body, Yi Chen clenched his fist. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to the last 2 skill books, both of which he could put to good use. Shadow Step. Blazing Speed. Both of these skill books were universal bronze rank skill books for physical classes, meaning any physical class practitioner could learn them. Blazing Speed increased both movement speed and attack speed for Yi Chen. It was nothing short of a god tier skill. Once he leveled up, the title Human Gatling Gun would likely become a reality. As for Shadow Step, not only did it provide a teleportation effect, but it also allowed him to become invisible, and his first attack after going invisible dealt additional damage. This also gives Yi Chen the potential to become a 6th man hiding in the shadows to launch surprise attacks, then making a clean getaway. Just thinking about it is thrilling. However, these are all bronze rank skills. He'll have to advance to bronze rank before he can learn them. At this point, Yi Chen couldn't wait to get out there. Ding! The realm settlement notification arrived as expected, and the log started scrolling like crazy. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Master Level Realm, the Undead Realm of the Skeleton Lord. Clear time, 1 hour, 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Time rating, SSS. Personal rating, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. Realm clearance rewards will be automatically distributed shortly. As expected, it was another SSS level overall rating, and Yichin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Immediately afterward, another notification sounded.
Congratulations on completing the Bronze Tier Professional Advancement Quest. Clear the Abyss Fragments Realm.
Completion rate, 100%. Overall rating, SSS. Quest completion rewards will be automatically distributed shortly.
Seeing that the mission completion rating was also the highest possible SSS, Yichin couldn't help but look forward to the rewards.
A 9-star difficulty promotion mission.
This was the first time in history that anyone had completed it, and Yichin couldn't even imagine what kind of precious treasures he might receive.
Ding! Log, realm completion rewards have been distributed.
Upon receiving the notification that the realm completion rewards had been distributed, Yichin hurriedly checked his log panel.
Oh fearless warrior!
Congratulations on successfully clearing the Master Level Realm, the Undead Realm of the Skeleton Lord.
The following are your personal rewards for clearing the realm. Reward 1, S-Rank Artifact Equipment Upgrade Vouchers X5. Reward 2, S-Rank Artifact Spirit Gems X3. Reward 3, S-Rank Treasure Bronze Rank Skill Fusion Stones 2.
Due to the player's outstanding performance, an additional reward has been triggered.
Reward 4, S-Rank Treasure Intermediate Equipment Upgrade Vouchers 5. Reward 5, SSS Rank Treasure Stone of Weeping Blood.
Looking at the realm completion rewards, a look of intense surprise flashed across Yichin's eyes.
Setting aside everything else, just getting an SSS rank treasure made the trip worth it.
He immediately began checking the specific attributes of these treasures. First were the equipment upgrade vouchers, just like last time, a full 5 of them, more than enough to upgrade the ancient demon bow to level 50. The extra 3 equipment upgrade vouchers could be used to upgrade other gear or traded with others for different treasures. S-rank treasures are generally hard to come by. No one is willing to sell them for Dragon Country coins, so they're usually traded barter style. In addition to the 5 equipment upgrade vouchers, there were also 5 intermediate equipment upgrade vouchers.
Intermediate equipment upgrade voucher.
Quality, S. Attributes, can increase an equipment S level by 5, limited to equipment below level 100. Although both are S-grade treasures, intermediate equipment upgrade vouchers are far rarer than equipment upgrade vouchers. They can be applied to any equipment below level 100, greatly enhancing their practicality. After all, practitioners between levels 50 and 100 are the true backbone of the community. These 5 intermediate equipment upgrade vouchers allow the ancient demon bow to be upgraded to at least level 75, which is quite useful for Yichin. Next, Yichin checked the attributes of the Spirit Gem.
Spirit Gem.
Quality, S.
Attributes, can be fused with equipment to increase the Spirit attribute by 100 points. It can also be removed after fusion. Once removed, the Spirit Gem will lose its effect.
A maximum of 3 gems can be fused into a single piece of equipment.
Similar to Strength Gems, Spirit Gems can add 100 points of Spirit to equipment.
I'll head over to Ancient Capital University later and see if I can find someone to trade it for a Strength Gem. Yichin wasn't satisfied with the Spirit Gem as stats. His goal was to equip his entire set with Strength Gems. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Spirit Gems weren't half bad. Mages need Spirit, after all, and he could always find someone to trade it for a Strength Gem later. Agility and Vitality Gems, on the other hand, aren't as valuable, and swapping them for Strength Gems would require some additional cost. After putting the Spirit Gem back in his backpack, Yichin checked the attributes of the Bronze Rank Skill Fusion Stone. Bronze Rank Skill Fusion Stone. Quality, S. Properties, allows the fusion of up to 4 skills of bronze rank or lower, including bronze rank. Fusion has a certain success rate. The higher the skill compatibility, the higher the success rate. Truly a worthy S-rank treasure. Its properties are far superior to those of the Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stone. First, the maximum skill rank that can be fused has been raised from Iron Rank to Bronze Rank, and second, the number of skills that can be fused has increased from 3 to 4. They rewarded him with a full 2 of these incredibly powerful skill fusion stones.
Yichen couldn't help but let a smile spread across his lips. He'd finally be able to fuse a whole batch of skills. Next up was the highlight of this reward. The SSS grade treasure, the Blood Weeping Stone. From the outside, the Blood Weeping Stone was about the size of a heart, irregular in shape, entirely blood red, and covered in deep crimson magical runes. It seemed to be constantly breathing and pulsing, giving it an extremely eerie appearance. Stone of Weeping Blood. Quality, SSS. Attributes, can be fused with equipment to imbue it with the power of weeping blood. The greater the compatibility with the target equipment, the greater the enhancement. Looking at the attributes of the Stone of Weeping Blood, Yichen immediately realized that, like the Abyss Stone, it was used to enhance the strength of equipment. He just didn't know what changes would occur after fusing it with his ancient demon bow. Ding! Log, quest completion reward has been issued. Yichen's heart skipped a beat. He stowed the Blood Weeping Stone in his backpack and prepared to check the quest completion reward. The reward for completing a 9-star difficulty promotion quest. Yichen was filled with anticipation, eager to see what this unprecedented reward actually was. Ding! By completing the 9-star difficulty advancement quest and earning an SSS rank evaluation, you have triggered the world announcement mechanism. Do you wish to display your name in the upcoming world announcement? Upon hearing the world will prompt, Yichen froze instantly. Even mythic tier powerhouses rarely trigger a world announcement even once in their lifetime. It can only be triggered by achieving some truly extraordinary feats. Once a world announcement is triggered, all practitioners receive a corresponding notification. It's essentially a way to become famous across the world overnight. My strength is still limited right now. The most important thing is to focus on steady progression. There is no need to become the center of the world's attention this early. Having made up his mind, Yichen silently recited. Do not display. Please choose a nickname for yourself. For future world announcements, you can select either your real name or your nickname. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Ding, world announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Nation professional Shatter the Darkness with Thunder for achieving an SSS rank evaluation in the 9-star difficulty professional promotion quest. Ding, world announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Nation professional Shatter the Darkness with Thunder for achieving an SSS rank evaluation in the 9-star difficulty professional promotion quest. The world announcement appeared 6 times in a row. Every professional received this news, and a wave of heated discussion swept across the entire world. Dragon Nation Professionals Forum. A 9-star difficulty professional promotion quest? That's way too over the top. I wonder what tier of professional promotion quest this is. The world announcement doesn't specify. Could it be that some king tier big shot is advancing to mythic tier? You've got to be kidding. How could it possibly be a 9-star difficulty mythic tier professional promotion quest? Even for the Dragon Kingdom's strongest, the Sword God, a mythic tier promotion quest shouldn't exceed 5 stars. Not only is it a 9-star difficulty professional promotion quest, but it was completed with an SSS rating. That's absolutely terrifying. Shattering the darkness with thunder? Could it be Joey, the top genius from Star City First High School? I remember he is a Thunder Mage. Kimchi Nation Practitioner Forum. This has to be a genius from our Kimchi Nation. He has actually ended up in Dragon Nation. Let us bring him back right away. I agree with the post above. Only the superior bloodline of our Kimchi Nation could produce a genius of this caliber. The Free Nation's Professional Forum. He actually completed a 9-star difficulty professional advancement quest with an SSS rating? Has Dragon Nation produced yet another figure this extraordinary? It looks like there is another wildcard in the next National Fortune battlefield. We should recruit, Shattering the Darkness with Thunder, and have him join the Free Nation to enjoy the air of freedom. Yichen had no idea that the global announcement he triggered had already sparked heated discussions on professional forums across the world. At that moment, he was checking the mission completion rewards on his log panel. Oh fearless warrior! Congratulations on completing the Bronze Professional Promotion mission. Clear the Abyss Fragments, Realm. The following are your personal rewards for completing the mission. Reward 1, SSS Rank Talent Divine Destiny. Reward 2, Class Exclusive Skill, Divine Shield.
When he saw the mission completion rewards, Yi-Chen could hardly believe his eyes.
An SSS rank class talent and a class exclusive skill, he never would have imagined it.
After all, even legendary class practitioners don't necessarily possess an SSS rank class talent, yet now Yi-Chen had two at once. It was simply outrageous. Likewise, Yi-Chen had never heard of anyone receiving an additional class exclusive skill. The reason class exclusive skills are called exclusive is that other classes simply cannot obtain them, and after awakening, players can only acquire one each time they advance in class rank. Now, all of this had shattered Yi-Chen's previous understanding. True to its reputation as a 9-star difficulty class advancement quest, these rewards were simply mind-blowing. With that thought, Yi-Chen couldn't wait to open his stats panel and examine his newly acquired SSS rank class talent.
Divine Destiny SSS, you have obtained the ethereal Divine Destiny.
You will no longer be affected by negative status effects such as curses, charm, poisoning, slow, freeze, or burn. Furthermore, no one can see through your true nature or predict your fate.
Yi-Chen's heart leapt with joy.
Although the Divine Destiny did not directly boost his combat power, it granted him immunity to the vast majority of negative effects, and no one would ever again be able to see through his true intentions or divine his fate. Yi-Chen knew there was a profession called astrologer that could divine others' destinies, manipulate them, and kill them without a trace. With the Divine Destiny, no one could ever perceive the trajectory of Yi-Chen's destiny again. Even if a mythic tier powerhouse stood before Yi-Chen, it would be unable to probe any information about him unless Yi-Chen chose to reveal it himself. This greatly increased Yi-Chen's sense of security. After reviewing the effects of his class talents, Yi-Chen quickly checked the effects of Divine Shield, his class exclusive skill.
Divine Shield Level 1, Active Skill.
Uses divine power to form a shield around the user, capable of blocking damage equal to strength 20.
Consumes 200 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. This is exactly what I needed.
Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel secretly delighted as he looked at the skill description for Divine Shield.
At level 1, Divine Shield can block damage equal to strength 20.
Based on Yi-Chen's current strength, that means it can block over 100,000 points of damage. Plus, it can be triggered once every 30 seconds, which thrilled Yi-Chen immensely. His biggest weakness had been his lack of survivability, and now that gap had been completely filled. Once he levels up the Divine Shield skill with strength attributes easily reaching hundreds of times his current value, he'd likely be able to stand there taking hits without the shield ever breaking. Yi-Chen felt he was straying further and further down the path of becoming inhuman.
From now on, the strength attribute would not only boost Yi-Chen's damage output but also significantly enhance his survivability.
He imagined that in the future, a single shield could easily block hundreds of thousands or even tens of millions of damage, and by the time the enemy managed to break it, the skill's cooldown would already be over. Any enemy facing a class like Yi-Chen's tanky yet high damage would be in for a massive headache. After daydreaming about the future, Yi-Chen was snapped back to reality. The rift above the realm was growing larger by the second, and he had to get out of there immediately. Yi-Chen stepped directly into the spatial gate not far ahead. Once again, the world spun around him. Whoosh! Yi-Chen reappeared in the living room of his home. Although only a little over an hour had passed, Yi-Chen's overall strength had greatly increased. Next up is advancing to a bronze tier professional. Yi-Chen looked at the completed quests on his quest panel and thought to himself. There were only 3 requirements to advance to bronze rank professional. The first was to complete the bronze rank professional advancement quest. The second was to reach level 30 and have enough EXP to level up to level 31.
The last was to consume a bronze rank advancement pearl.
Yi-Chen had already fulfilled the first and second requirements. He simply needed to go to the Dragon Nation official exchange to purchase a bronze rank promotion pearl, and he would immediately become a bronze rank professional. With that in mind, Yi-Chen immediately headed out, intending to go to the Dragon Nation official exchange in Lin City and, while he was there, sell some of his unwanted loot to the exchange. Yi-Chen went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and soon arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Nation official exchange. He walked into the Dragon Nation official exchange. Yi-Chen found a vacant room at random and began the identity verification process.
Starting identity verification. Verification successful, Dragon Nation citizen, Yi Chen. Authorized to use the Dragon Nation official exchange. Permission level, Iron rank. After verification was successful, Yi Chen immediately opened the purchase page and searched directly for the Bronze rank promotion pearl. Soon, the information for the Bronze rank promotion pearl appeared on the light screen. Bronze rank promotion orb. Description: an essential item for Black tier practitioners to advance to Bronze tier practitioners. Price: 25 million Dragon Country coins. Note 1: limited to 1 per person. Note 2: must complete the Bronze tier practitioner promotion quest to be eligible to purchase. Without hesitation, Yi Chen placed an order to purchase it, and his account balance instantly dropped from 43 million Dragon Country coins to 18 million Dragon Country coins. After the payment went through, a flash of light appeared before Yi Chen's eyes, and a gem glowing with a bronze hue materialized in front of him, floating in midair. Bronze rank promotion gem. Yi Chen gazed at the bronze rank promotion orb floating before him, overjoyed, and couldn't wait to clasp it in his palm. As he channeled his spirit power, a bronze glow instantly enveloped his entire body. Log: character rank promotion successful. Consumed 1 bronze rank promotion orb. Current rank: bronze rank, current level 31. Log: promoted to bronze rank practitioner, unlocked class exclusive skill, Wings of the Gods. After being promoted to a bronze rank practitioner, Yi Chen felt his attributes had taken another significant leap forward. For a Black Iron rank practitioner, 1 point of strength increases attack power by 3 points, but for a bronze rank practitioner, it increases it by 4 points. The same applies to other attributes. All have seen massive improvements. Moreover, the further one progresses, the more pronounced this gap becomes. However, the difficulty of advancement also increases, and countless players get stuck at this bottleneck, unable to advance further. In addition to the attribute boosts, Yi Chen also awakened a new class exclusive skill. Wings of the Gods must be a flight skill. Looking at the skill's name, Yi Chen had a vague hunch and immediately opened his stats panel to check. Wings of the Gods level 1, active skill. Uses divine power to manifest a pair of divine wings, granting flight ability and increasing movement speed by 100%. Consumes 10 mana per second. Cooldown: 30 seconds. My survivability has just gotten even stronger. Reading the effects of divine wings, Yi Chen was overjoyed. Generally speaking, only gold rank or higher professionals are eligible to learn flight skills, yet he still only at bronze rank already possessed one, and it was even a class exclusive skill. He couldn't help but marvel at just how powerful the sharpshooter class was. Even at level 1, divine wings increased his movement speed by 100%, greatly enhancing both his ability to pursue enemies and his ability to escape. Moreover, when facing monsters without flight capabilities, it was practically a one-sided battle. First, I'll level up to level 35 and equip the gear I looted from the Skeleton Lord. Yi Chen made up his mind and began leveling up. Log: character leveled up successfully. Current level: 32. Log: character leveled up successfully. Current level: 33. Log: character leveled up successfully. Current level: 35. After reaching level 35, Yi Chen immediately equipped the Skeleton Lord's Bone Battle Armor, Skeleton Lord's Bone Greaves, Skeleton Lord's Bone Shoulder Guards, and Skeleton Lord's Bone Belt, and his strength and vitality stats immediately skyrocketed. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen sold all the unnecessary equipment and materials he was carrying to the exchange. In addition to the gear and materials obtained during this trip to the realm, there were also some items acquired earlier in the Taibai Mountains, as well as gear Yi Chen had discarded, including a level 15 gold rank piece of equipment. All of this sold for over 180 million Longwei coins, bringing Yi Chen's total to over 200 million, a considerable fortune compared to other practitioners of his level. Of course, this doesn't include the gear and treasures he was currently wearing. If those were factored in, even king-tier powerhouses would likely be envious. After selling off the gear and materials he no longer needed, Yi Chen took out the 4 bronze rank skill books awarded by the Lincheng City Education Bureau. 2 of them were bronze rank general skill books, while the other 2 were bronze rank general archer skill books. He channeled his spirit power, and 4 streaks of light flashed by.
Log, bronze rank skill book successfully used. Acquired bronze rank skill, basic strength growth. Log, bronze rank skill book successfully used. Acquired bronze rank skill, basic vitality growth. Log, bronze rank skill book successfully used. Acquired bronze rank skill, shadowless arrow. Log, bronze rank skill book successfully used. Acquired bronze rank skill, frost trap. Yichen opened his stats panel and first checked the effects of the 2 bronze rank general skill books. Basic strength growth level 1, passive skill. Increases strength by 5% of your current level. Basic vitality growth level 1, passive skill. Increases vitality by 5% of your current level. Not bad, very practical skills. I'll check the marketplace later to see if there are skill books for the other 2 attributes for sale. Yichen nodded, thinking to himself. Attribute gains based on level offer excellent value for the investment. Once the skill levels are maxed out, they could likely provide over 1,000 points of attributes in the late game. Furthermore, Yichen wanted to try learning the skill books for the other 2 attributes and then fusing these 4 skills together to see what kind of skill he could create. Next, Yichen examined the following skill. Shadowless arrow level 1, active skill. After charging for 2 seconds, fires a powerful arrow that deals 1000% attack power damage to the target. The arrow will traverse space to strike the target directly. Consumes 200 mana. Cooldown, 60 seconds. This is a god tier skill. Yichen couldn't help but marvel after seeing the effects of Shadowless Arrow. Combining Abyssal Power with Shadowless Arrow would definitely deal explosive damage in an instant. It might even instantly kill a boss. Plus, since Shadowless Arrow can travel through space to hit its target, it's virtually impossible to defend against. Yichen decided to level up the Shadowless Arrow skill as soon as possible. Who knows, maybe in the future he'd be able to take down a boss with just a single arrow. At that moment, Yichen suddenly felt he was becoming more and more like an assassin, one who could take down enemies from 1,000 miles away. He shook off the thought. Yichen checked the effects of the Frost Trap skill. Frost Trap level 1, active skill. Deploys an invisible frost trap nearby that lasts for 5 minutes. When triggered, it deals 100% attack power and frost damage to all targets within a 3 meter radius, freezes all targets for 1 second, and applies a 50% slow effect lasting 10 seconds. Consumes 200 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. The Lin City Board of Education really went all out. These 4 skills are all incredibly useful. Upon seeing the stats for Frost Trap, Yichen couldn't help but be amazed by the Lin City Board of Education's generosity. Trap-type skills like this are extremely practical both on the battlefield and in dungeons. Players can preset multiple traps, lure monsters into them, and deal massive damage. At the same time, the Frost Trap's crowd control capabilities significantly increase margin for error, allowing players to deal more damage. Generally speaking, skills like this are in high demand on the market. They're usually snapped up the moment they're released, and in most cases, they're auctioned off at the auction house. Yichen quietly took note of this gesture in his heart. After learning the 4 bronze rank skill books awarded by the Lincheng City Education Bureau, Yichen took out 3 more bronze rank skill books. Shadow Step. Blazing Speed. Thunderbolt Arrow. Shadow Step and Blazing Speed were looted from the Skeleton Lord, while Thunderbolt Arrow was looted from the Abyssal Demon Bruno. He channeled his spirit power, and 3 streaks of light flashed by. Log, bronze rank skill book successfully used. Acquired bronze rank skill, Shadow Step. Log, bronze rank skill book successfully used. Acquired bronze rank skill, Blazing Speed. Log, bronze rank skill book successfully used. Acquired bronze rank skill, Thunderbolt Arrow. Yichen opened his stats panel to check the specific effects of Shadow Step. Shadow Step level 1, active skill. Leaves a shadow clone at your current location that lasts for 5 seconds. You can teleport to any location within a radius of agility 1 meter, ignoring obstacles, while entering an invisible state. Your first attack deals an additional 100% damage and breaks your invisibility. Consumes 500 mana. Cooldown, 60 seconds. This skill is way overpowered. No wonder it dropped from the Skeleton Lord. Upon seeing the specific effects of Shadow Step, Yichen couldn't help but be stunned. Casting Shadow Step not only creates a shadow to deceive enemies but also allows him to teleport instantly and enter stealth mode, and the higher his agility, the farther he can teleport. This alone makes it a life-saving god tier skill. However, Shadow Step's effects didn't stop there. It had another effect. After becoming invisible, the first attack dealt an additional 100% damage. This effect was also absurdly powerful. Even at level 1, it could deal double damage. At that moment, Yichen already had a combo plan in mind. First, use Shadow Step to create distance and find a suitable position, then activate Abyssal Power. Finally, charge up Shadowless Arrow to deal explosive damage. Just thinking about it is terrifying. If the Skeleton Lord were to appear before Yichen right now, he'd likely be wiped out with a single combo. Yichen was overjoyed. His survival capabilities and burst damage had both been greatly enhanced. Even against a Diamond tier professional, Yichen felt confident he could hold his own. As for King tier professionals, who were gradually mastering spatial manipulation, Shadowless Arrow might not always land, but if it did, he'd be able to give them a run for their money. Yichen let out a long breath and began examining the specific effects of the Blazing Speed skill. Blazing Speed Level 1, Passive Skill. Increases movement speed and attack speed by 1%. Yichen's eyes lit up. A passive skill that boosts both movement and attack speed, truly worthy of a creation by the Lord of Skeletons. In the late game, the boost to attack and movement speed provided by the agility attribute becomes quite negligible, so most professionals rarely allocate free attribute points to agility, relying primarily on percentage-based skills and equipment to increase their movement and attack speeds. Next, Yichen checked the skill effects of Thunderbolt Arrow. Thunderbolt Arrow Level 1, Active Skill. After charging for 1 second, fires a Thunderbolt Arrow that deals 600% attack power and lightning damage to the target and paralyzes it for 5 seconds. Consumes 200 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Seeing this skill, Yichen's heart leapt with joy. Thunder Arrow can paralyze the target for 5 seconds, and as everyone knows, once paralyzed, the target is unable to move. It's a solid crowd control skill. Although it requires a 1-second charge, he can easily use the Shadow Step skill first, then find a suitable position to charge and fire, making it even more powerful. With that, Yichen had mastered all the bronze rank skill books in his possession. These skills would boost his burst damage and survivability by at least several notches. Now, Yichen wouldn't even give the Skeleton Lord, even at the height of his power, a second thought. Looking at his current skill set, Yichen decided to thoroughly fuse them together. However, before fusing them, he still needed to purchase a few more skill books. Yichen opened the purchase interface, selected the skill book category, and began searching. Basic Vitality Enhancement Iron Rank Skill Book. Description: a general-purpose skill book. Passive skill. Each level increases the character's vitality attribute by 5 points. Price: 5 million Dragon Country Coins. Note: limited to 1 per person. Yichen spent 15 million Dragon Country Coins outright to purchase 3 Iron Rank Attribute Enhancement skill books, covering Vitality, Agility, and Spirit. Last time, due to a lack of funds, he had only bought 1 basic Strength Enhancement book. This time, with enough money, he finally bought them all. All-around development is the way to go. Immediately afterward, Yichen began searching for other skill books. Basic Agility Growth Bronze Rank Skill Book. Description: a general-purpose skill book. This passive skill increases the user's agility attribute by 5% of their current level. Price: 10 million Dragon Country Coins. Note: limited to 1 per person. Although the basic agility growth is a bronze rank skill book, it only grants a 5-point agility bonus once a player reaches level 100. Compared to the basic agility enhancement, while it has a higher upper limit, its lower limit is also lower, so the price isn't too high. Yichen spent 20 million Dragon Country Coins outright to acquire both the basic agility growth and basic spirit growth bronze rank skill books. Spirit power surged, and 5 streaks of light flashed by. Log: Iron Rank Skill Book used successfully. Obtained Iron Rank Skill, Basic Vitality Enhancement. Log: Iron Rank Skill Book successfully used. Acquired Iron Rank Skill, Basic Agility Enhancement.
Log, Iron Rank Skill Book successfully used. Acquired Iron Rank Skill, Basic Spirit Enhancement.
Log, Bronze Rank Skill Book successfully used.
Acquired Bronze Rank Skill, Basic Agility Growth. Log, successfully used a Bronze Rank Skill Book. Acquired the Bronze Rank Skill, Basic Spirit Growth.
Yi Chen looked at his stats panel and let a faint smile cross his lips. At this moment, he possessed 9 Iron Rank skills: Dark Arrow, Exploding Arrow, Power Arrow, Ranged Arrow, Gale Arrow, Basic Strength Enhancement, Basic Vitality Enhancement, Basic Agility Enhancement, and Basic Spirit Enhancement. He also had 10 Bronze Rank skills: Super Multi-Arrow, Shadow Step, Shadowless Arrow, Frost Trap, Thunder Arrow, Blazing Speed, Basic Strength Growth, Basic Vitality Growth, Basic Agility Growth, and Basic Spirit Growth. Plus, he had 2 Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stones and 2 Bronze Rank Skill Fusion Stones.
He could definitely go all out with fusions. Yi Chen channeled his spirit power into the Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stone. Whoosh!
The Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stone left Yi Chen's palm and floated into the air.
A massive black and white furnace appeared in the void.
Yi Chen used his spirit power to drag the 3 skills Powerful Arrow, Long Range Arrow, and Gale Arrow into the furnace.
A prompt suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's mind.
Skills: Power Arrow level 30, Long Range Arrow level 30, Swift Arrow level 30.
Fusion success rate, 100%. Fusion result, Beginner Archer Mastery level 30.
Beginner Archer Mastery level 30, passive skill. Increases the user's critical hit rate by 30% and boosts arrow range and flight speed by 30%. Note: Basic Archery Mastery is a Bronze Rank skill. If your current class has not reached Bronze Rank, you can still master it ahead of your current rank.
Are you sure you want to fuse?
Yes. Without hesitation, Yi Chen decisively chose to fuse the skills. This was the synthesis recipe Yi Chen had discovered previously, but at the time, he hadn't chosen to fuse it because the cost-benefit ratio wasn't favorable. However, now that he had an extra Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stone, there was no need to hesitate. He went ahead and fused them.
Yi Chen then took out a second Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stone.
This time, he dragged the 3 skills Basic Strength Enhancement, Basic Vitality Enhancement, and Basic Agility Enhancement into the furnace. Skills: Basic Strength Enhancement level 30, Basic Vitality Enhancement level 1, Basic Agility Enhancement level 1.
Fusion success rate, 100%. Fusion result: Basic All Attribute Enhancement Imperfect level 30.
Basic All Attribute Enhancement Incomplete level 30. Passive skill increases the user's strength by 150 points, agility by 150 points, and vitality by 150 points.
Note: Basic All Attribute Enhancement Incomplete is an Iron Rank skill. Are you sure you want to fuse?
Yes.
Yi Chen confirmed again.
It's a shame that the Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stone doesn't allow you to select 4 skills, otherwise, I could have directly synthesized the complete version of the Basic All Attribute Enhancement skill, instead of this half-finished product. Looking at the skill effect of Basic All Attribute Enhancement Incomplete, Yi Chen silently lamented in his heart.
But I think I can fuse it this way.
A brilliant idea suddenly popped into Yi Chen's mind, and he quickly took out the Bronze Rank Skill Fusion Stone. After activating his spirit power, the black and white furnace in the void appeared even more massive and intricate. The difference from the Iron Rank Skill Fusion Stone was immediately apparent. Once the black and white furnace appeared, Yi Chen dragged the 4 skills Basic All Attribute Enhancement Incomplete, Basic Spirit Enhancement, Blazing Speed, and Basic Archery Mastery into the furnace. Skills: Basic All Attribute Enhancement Incomplete level 30, Basic Spirit Enhancement level 1, Blazing Speed level 1, Basic Archery Mastery level 30. Fusion success rate, 100%. Skill fusion result: Intermediate Archery Mastery level 30. Intermediate Archery Mastery level 30, passive skill. Increases all attributes by 300 points and boosts movement speed, attack speed, and critical hit rate by 30%. Also increases arrow range and flight speed by 30%. Note: Intermediate Archery Mastery is a Silver Rank skill. If the player's current class rank has not reached Silver Rank, they can still master it ahead of their current rank. Are you sure you want to fuse? The skill effects actually got even stronger after fusion. It really lives up to being a bronze rank skill fusion stone. Looking at the effects of intermediate archery mastery, Yichen felt a surge of joy. When he fused the skill using an iron rank skill fusion stone, there was no noticeable enhancement to the skill effects. However, after fusing intermediate archery mastery with a bronze rank skill fusion stone, the skill received a significant boost. Normally, a level 30 basic strength enhancement would add 150 points of strength, but after fusion, intermediate archery mastery could add 300 points of strength, a direct doubling of the effect. Although the other effects hadn't been enhanced, this still exceeded Yichen's expectations. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Yes. Yichen confirmed immediately, then took out his last bronze rank skill fusion stone. Without hesitation, Yichen dragged the 4 skills: basic strength growth, basic vitality growth, basic agility growth, and basic spirit growth directly into the furnace. Skills: basic strength growth level 1, basic vitality growth level 1, basic agility growth level 1, basic spirit growth level 1. Fusion success rate, 100%. Skill fusion result: basic all attribute growth level 1. Basic all attribute growth level 1, passive skill. Increases all attributes by x 10% of the user's current level. Note: basic all attribute growth is a silver rank skill. If the player's current class rank has not reached silver rank, they can still master it by skipping ranks. Are you sure you want to fuse? Yes. Yichen looked at the effect of the basic all attribute growth skill and nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the effect of basic strength growth, the effect of basic all attribute growth was effectively doubled, offering much better value. After fusing 4 new skills, Yichen's stats panel instantly became much cleaner. At the same time, he saved a significant amount of EXP that would have been spent on upgrading skills. After using up all his skill fusion stones, Yichen turned his attention to the most precious treasure from his last trip to the realm, the Blood Weeping Stone. Yichen took the Blood Weeping Stone out of his backpack and placed it in the palm of his right hand, as if holding a beating heart. Immediately afterward, the ancient demon bow appeared in Yichen's left hand. Under the stimulation of Yichen's spirit power, the Blood Weeping Stone turned into a pool of crimson liquid, slowly flowing toward the ancient demon bow. Red patterns gradually began to appear on the ancient demon bow. As the last drop of liquid merged with the ancient demon bow, it emitted a soft hum. Originally, the ancient demon bow, entirely black, had only a few purple patterns, interspersed with a hint of bright red. After fusing with the Blood Weeping Stone, numerous red patterns appeared on its surface, intertwining with the purple ones and making it appear even more mesmerizing. Looking at the significantly transformed ancient demon bow before him, Yichen couldn't wait to check its attributes. Ancient demon bow mythic. Type: weapon. Level: 30. Strength plus 1612. Gem: strength plus 300. Property 1, increases strength by 30%. Property 2, increases physical penetration by 30%. Property 3, increases max HP by 10 times the strength attribute. Equipment skill 1, Power of the Abyss, increases the final damage of the next attack by 1000%, consumes 500 mana, cooldown, 1 hour. Equipment skill 2, Power of Blood Tears, each time damage is dealt to a target, restores HP equal to 20% of the damage dealt. Excess HP is stored as a shield, which lasts for 10 minutes. Equipment requirement, level 30 Archer. Looking at the stats of the ancient demon bow, Yichen's eyes widened in disbelief at this massive surprise. After fusing the Blood Crying Stone, the percentages of both original traits had increased from 20% to 30%. But that wasn't the main point. The key point was that the ancient demon bow had gained a new trait and an equipment skill. The new trait increases maximum HP by 10 times the strength attribute. This significantly boosted Yichen's survivability. Once again, it could be said that even a legendary tank of the same level couldn't match Yichen's maximum HP. As for the power of Weeping Blood, it was even more outrageous. All damage dealt to the target restores HP to the user. If HP exceeds the maximum, the excess is converted into a shield that lasts up to 10 minutes. Given Yichen's damage per second, it's likely that the damage others deal to him won't even match the amount of HP he absorbs. From now on, he won't fear anyone, even in a stand-and-fight scenario. Looking at the ancient demon Bao's brand new attributes, the joy in Yi Chen's eyes was almost spilling over. He snapped back to reality. Yi Chen took out an equipment upgrade voucher from his backpack. A streak of light flashed, and the ancient demon Bao instantly leveled up to level 35. Ancient demon bow mythic. Slot, weapon. Level, 35. Strength plus 1901. Equipment requirement, level 35 archer. After reaching level 35, the strength bonus from the ancient demon Bao skyrocketed from 1612 to 1901, a massive increase of 289 points in the strength attribute. Seeing his gear go from a musket to a cannon, Yi Chen couldn't help but open his stats panel. Name, Yi Chen. Class, Sharpshooter. Level, LV 35. Stats, Strength 10,271, Vitality 2,379, Agility 1,466, Spirit 1,429. Attack Power, 41,084. HP, 197,870. Mana, 57,160. Physical Defense, 4,758. Magic Defense, 2,858. Attack Speed, 10.65 Attack Second 30% Attack Speed Bonus. Movement Speed, 86.64 meters second 60% Movement Speed Bonus. Talents, Divine Heart SSS, Divine Destiny SSS, Eye of Truth A rank. Title, Demon Slayer S rank. Skills, omitted. Equipment, omitted. As you can see, compared to before he advanced to the bronze class, Yi Chen's strength has increased at least several fold. His strength stat has soared to over 10,000 points, and his attack power has surpassed 40,000. Even a single ordinary attack can deal over 100,000 damage. With the ancient demon Bao's boost, his HP has skyrocketed, now approaching the 200,000 mark. Activating the Divine Shield allows him to block an additional 200,000 points of damage. Compared to before, Yi Chen's survivability has undergone a true metamorphosis, increasing by more than tenfold. Only now does Yi Chen truly possess some means of self-defense. He is no longer as weak as he once was. Although my stats are slightly stronger than those of an ordinary class, I still need to work hard. Yi Chen wasn't the least bit arrogant. The road ahead was still long, and he needed to keep working hard. Suddenly, a question crossed Yi Chen's mind. Namely, after skills had been fused, could he learn them again? No sooner said than done. Yi Chen immediately opened the purchase page and spent 10 million Longwa coins to buy a beginner strength growth skill book. He activated his spirit power, and a streak of light flashed by. Log, failed to use bronze rank skill book. Beginner strength growth skill learned. Yi Chen? What the heck? The learning failed? Then why did that huge skill book just vanish? If I couldn't learn it, shouldn't it have just failed to activate? Oh well, it's just a loss of 10 million Dragon Country coins. I paid the price for my lack of knowledge. Yi Chen waved his hand, acting as if nothing had happened. Generally, information about S-rank treasures doesn't appear in high school curricula, so Yi Chen naturally didn't know that even though the skills had been fused, their fundamental origins were actually the same. Naturally, he couldn't learn the same skill twice. Soon, Yi Chen was browsing other items on the shopping page again. He still had 155 million Dragon Country coins on him without converting them into combat power. They were just a pile of numbers. Strength Potion Bronze Rank. Description: increases your strength attribute by 5 points upon consumption. Maximum of 10 vials per person. Price: 5 million Dragon Country coins. Note: limit of 10 vials per person. Buying potions is still the best deal. After browsing for a while, Yi Chen realized he didn't need to buy any equipment or skills after all. The items in the marketplace were mostly run-of-the-mill goods. After mulling it over for a while, he still felt that buying attribute potions was the best deal. Although bronze rank potions, like iron rank ones, only increase attributes by 5 points, they don't conflict with other potions, so buying them is a sure win. All powerful players stock up on these basic potions after all, it's one of the most cost-effective ways to boost attribute values. Yichen placed an order for 8 bronze rank strength potions, 8 bronze rank vitality potions, and 10 bronze rank agility potions. Combined with the 2 bronze rank strength potions and 2 bronze rank vitality potions previously gifted by a local company in Lincheng, this would bring his strength, vitality, and agility stats to their maximum limits. Too bad I don't have enough money to buy 10 bronze rank spirit potions. I'll take a look at some other potions. Looking at the remaining 25 million plus Longhua coins in his account, Yichen decided to browse through the other potions. Soon, Yichen found what he was looking for. Strength Boost Potion Bronze Rank. Description: upon consumption, temporarily increases the strength attribute by 500 points for 10 minutes. Price: 20 million Dragon Country coins. A power boosting potion. Great stuff, I'll keep one on hand for emergencies. Looking at the bronze rank strength boost potion on the screen, Yichen's eyes lit up. He still remembered that during his last battle against the Abyss Demon Bruno, he had taken an iron rank strength boost potion, otherwise, that fight would have been quite dangerous. I'll take it. Yichen waved his hand and placed the order immediately. After stowing the potion in his backpack, Yichen decided to head home for a bit of rest. Stepping out of the Dragon Kingdom exchange, Yichen activated Shadow Step, leaving a shadow clone behind while he himself instantly vanished and reappeared thousands of meters away. He then activated Divine Wings and flew toward his home. With a movement speed of up to 140 meters per second, wasn't that faster than taking a taxi? Before long, Yichen was back in his living room. Finally, a bronze-ranked professional. Tomorrow, I'll head to the ancient capital to explore and relax a bit. In his 18 years, Yichen had never left Lin City or visited any other cities. This time, he was finally leaving the land where he was born and raised. He wondered what the scene would be like the next time he returned. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The day after advancing to bronze rank professional, Yichen set off alone for the ancient capital. Over the past 2 days, Yichen had gotten a taste of the ancient capital's prosperity. It truly lived up to its reputation as one of Longgui's 3 special class cities. Here, skyscrapers stood side by side, and the vast majority of people were professionals. Even gold-rank professionals were a common sight. Wealthy aristocratic families, giant corporations, top-tier mercenary groups, various professional associations, high-end auction houses, and large commercial districts. It had everything one could imagine. Today was enrollment day at Ancient Capital University. Yichen had gotten up early in the morning, ready to head to Ancient Capital University. Ancient Capital University was located in the University City, the westernmost part of the ancient capital. All of Ancient Capital's professional universities are concentrated in this university town, which is vast, covering an area of over 1,200 square kilometers. To put that in perspective, the entire urban area of Lin City is less than 1/10 of that size. An Ancient Capital University is, without a doubt, the most prestigious institution of higher learning in University Town. As the top institution, its size is truly staggering, occupying a full 1/6 of the entire University Town, nearly twice the size of Lin City's urban area. It's worth noting that the combined total of all students, faculty, family members, and staff at Ancient Capital University is less than 10,000 people, meaning each person occupies over 20,000 square meters of land. Although its location is quite remote, far from the city center of Ancient Capital, the surrounding streets are bustling and vibrant, with no shortage of large commercial districts, offices of major corporations, mercenary group offices, and branches of various professional associations. It could be described as a city within a city. One could take care of all one's business without ever leaving the university town. Yichen had stayed at a hotel in the university town last night and soon appeared at the entrance to Ancient Capital University. When Yichen arrived at the entrance, his first reaction was sheer awe. He'd seen university gates before, but he'd never seen one as wide as nearly 500 meters and over 100 meters tall as the one at Ancient Capital University. Could there be giants from other races here? Yichen had heard rumors that on the frontier battlefields at the edge of the world, other intelligent races seemed to exist, unlike the monsters he usually encountered, which possessed only a combat instinct. But then again, he'd never seen a campus this vast either. Given the campus's enormous size,
Wouldn't a larger gate make perfect sense? Gazing at the 4 grand characters written in sweeping, flowing calligraphy atop the gatehouse Goethe University, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel his own insignificance. Student Yi Chen, welcome to our ancient capital university. In the distance, Su Ling, dressed in a business suit, had been waiting for Yi Chen for quite some time. Upon seeing him, she quickly walked over and greeted him. This is the main gate of our ancient capital university. Impressive, isn't it? I was also deeply impressed the first time I saw it. It made me feel small and powerless. Good morning, Teacher Su Ling. Yi Chen politely greeted Su Ling upon seeing her, then asked, does ancient capital university have giants from other races? Seeing Yi Chen ask so earnestly, Su Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Of course not, she said with a smile. Our ancient capital university only educates students from Dragon Nation. The reason the first president of ancient capital university built the main gate so large was to make you realize your own insignificance. Once you step through this gate and witness a broader, more authentic world, you'll discover just how ignorant and insignificant you once were. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. His parents had once been powerful professionals, so he knew this world wasn't as simple as it appeared. Let us go. I'll take you to complete your enrollment first, and then we'll take a look around. Su Ling smiled slightly and led Yi Chen deeper into the campus of Goethe University. Along the way, they encountered quite a few upperclassmen wearing Goethe University sophomore badges. They all exuded a formidable presence. At the very least, they were all high-tier bronze rank professionals, and there were quite a few silver rank professionals as well. Keep in mind that in Linchang, even a bronze-level beginner is considered a powerhouse. However, at ancient capital university, these sophomores who had only awakened their abilities a year ago far surpassed that level. It truly lived up to its reputation as one of Longwei's top 3 universities. Even though there hadn't been many students of once-in-a-generation genius caliber in recent years, ordinary geniuses were still a dime a dozen. Besides the upperclassmen, there were also some young people using their phones for navigation. Clearly, like Yi Chen, they had just arrived at ancient capital university to register. However, they didn't receive the same preferential treatment as Yi Chen, who had a teacher personally guiding and explaining things to him. Soon, Su Ling led Yi Chen to the registration desk. Just then, a female teacher in charge of registration had just finished processing one student. She looked up and spotted Su Ling immediately, quickly calling out, "Teacher Su Ling, come this way." Hearing the call, Su Ling promptly led Yi Chen over to the teacher's registration station. "Teacher, don't we have to wait in line? It should be my turn, right?" As Yi Chen and Su Ling approached, a freshman waiting in line in front of the teacher couldn't help but ask. The teacher glanced at him and replied calmly, "University policy, the strong come first." "Ha?" The freshman froze for a moment, completely taken aback by such a response. At that moment, Su Ling added, "The sole purpose of the professional university is to cultivate true powerhouses. If you're unhappy with that, you can work hard to improve your own strength. Only the strong earn respect. The university for practitioners is completely different from high school. Its sole purpose is to cultivate true powerhouses. Only the strong can protect Dragon Nation. Without the strong to uphold this realm, everything is nothing but a mirage. At ancient capital university, many places are simply inaccessible without sufficient strength, and failing the annual assessments results in immediate expulsion. The university for practitioners has no room for idlers. The nation has invested so many resources not for students to enjoy them for nothing and waste those resources. Then what gives him the right to cut in line? He doesn't look like a strong one to me. Su Ling smiled faintly and said, "His name is Yi Chen, this year's national top scorer. I wonder if you've heard of him." The moment Su Ling finished speaking, whoosh! In that instant, Yi Chen felt countless gazes suddenly fixated on him. Shock, awe, curiosity, and schadenfreude. The expressions were as varied as they were numerous. After all, the students waiting in line here weren't the absolute top geniuses. For them, Yi Chen, the national top scorer, was more a source of curiosity and a subject of fascination. As for looks of mockery or disdain, there were almost none. After all, a person's reputation precedes them.
In any case, Yi Chen had outshone so many geniuses across Dragon Nation to claim the title of national top scorer. For that reason alone, he was not someone they could afford to offend. Paying no further attention to the freshman's mood, the female teacher proceeded to complete Yi Chen's enrollment paperwork. Once the enrollment was finalized, Su Ling took Yi Chen on a tour of the campus. This is the dungeon hall. After exchanging credits for dungeon tickets, you can enter the dungeon from here. This is the history hall, which chronicles all major events in ancient capital University's history from its founding to the present. This is the library. This is the forging hall. This is the arena. Although the campus was vast, a professional's speed of movement was no joke. An hour later, Su Ling had already taken Yi Chen on a tour of the campus's main buildings. Finally, Su Ling led Yi Chen to the foot of a mountain. This mountain is called Qinglong Mountain. It's the dormitory area for your freshman class. The area from the foot of the mountain to the mid-slope houses the dorms for regular students, with 500 triple rooms, 300 double rooms, and 100 single rooms accommodating a total of 2,200 students. As for the area above the mid-slope, there are 50 detached villas reserved exclusively for the top 50 students in each grade. First-year students take a monthly exam, so the residents here might see some significant changes by then. Currently, you're ranked first, so you've been assigned Villa 001 at the mountaintop. I'll take you up there to have a look first. Also, let me go over some basic information that freshmen need to know. As Su Ling led the way, she explained the layout of the dormitory area and some essential information for new students to Yi Chen. First, let us talk about credits. At Ancient Capital University, Longwa currency isn't very useful. Everything revolves around credits. Credits can be used to purchase potions, equipment, skill books, dungeon tickets, realm summoning stones, treasures, basically anything you can think of. At the same time, earning credits is extremely difficult. They're typically obtained by completing school assignments or through trades between students. Many rare items on campus can only be purchased with credits, and these items simply cannot be bought with Longwa currency outside the university. This is a perk exclusive to students at the professional university. Additionally, the university is divided into 3 colleges: the War College, the Combat College, and the Life Skills College. The War College primarily trains battlefield personnel, emphasizing large-scale team coordination and tactical command. Graduates typically join the military. The Combat Academy focuses on training individual soldiers, emphasizing personal strength and small team coordination. Graduates generally join special operations units. As for the Life Skills Academy, it primarily trains life skills practitioners, with departments such as forging, alchemy, culinary arts, and more. The War Academy and the Combat Academy each have their own strengths, and their areas of focus differ. However, this is mostly theoretical learning. Improving your actual strength still depends on you venturing into dungeons, completing quests, and earning resources. You can take today to think it over carefully. After tomorrow's freshman trial, you'll need to choose your college and mentor. Also, choosing a mentor is very important. Although the resources provided by the school are open and transparent, the more powerful a mentor is, the more resources they possess. Even a small portion of what they share with you is a significant amount of resources. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., all freshmen must go to the dungeon hall to participate in the freshman trials. Don't forget the school's mentors will be watching your performance then. Su Ling spoke as she walked. A diamond tier mentor and a champion tier mentor naturally differ in strength and status. Although there isn't much difference when it comes to teaching students the basics. However, the friends a king-level mentor cultivates are almost exclusively king-level themselves, and they may even have connections to mythic-level figures. A diamond-level mentor, on the other hand, rarely has access to that level of influence. The stronger the mentor you follow, the more resources and opportunities you'll gain behind the scenes. But this is a two-way street. Students naturally need to demonstrate their abilities for a mentor to choose them. That is why the freshman trials are held, to allow mentors to thoroughly assess this year's incoming class and select students who meet their standards. After all, seeing is believing. Moreover, mentors don't choose students based solely on strength. They also consider character, personality, and even physical appearance, among other factors. Guided by Su Ling, the two soon arrived at villa number 001, located atop the mountain. Looking at the villa before him, Yi Chen couldn't help but be impressed. The entire detached villa had 3 stories and covered an area of at least 1,000 square meters. The interior was exquisitely decorated, and a defensive array enveloped the exterior. Judging by the dense aura of mana, it could withstand at least a full power attack from an ordinary gold-rank professional. The villa was fully equipped with a garden and a swimming pool, and intelligent robots were constantly patrolling the grounds. Everything inside is brand new, feel free to use it, Su Ling said with a faint smile. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. He had originally planned to go buy some daily necessities later, but he hadn't expected that Ancient Capital University had already taken care of everything. By the way, you can download the Ancient Capital University app on your phone. Enter your student ID, and after facial recognition, you'll be able to view your credits. You can also make purchases in the app's online store, and a delivery robot will bring them to you within half an hour. You can also check your special admission bonus there. One last piece of advice: the strong grow ever stronger. I hope you'll be able to stay here for a long time. After giving Yi Chen these instructions, Su Ling waved goodbye with a smile and turned to leave the villa complex. As an admissions officer at Gudo University, she still had other matters to attend to. After Su Ling left, Yi Chen prepared to enter the villa. Beep. Facial recognition approved. A synthesized electronic voice sounded, the defensive array opened a passage, and the villa's front door slid open automatically. Yi Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the incredibly luxurious villa number 001. It must be said, Villa number 001 was truly opulent, and its amenities were second to none. It could satisfy virtually any need in daily life. In the villa's living room, as Yi Chen sat on the sofa, Su Ling's parting words echoed in his mind. The strong grow ever stronger. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Whether it was the teacher at the registration desk saying, "The strong come first," or Su Ling's words that "the strong always remain strong," it all pointed to one thing: the university for practitioners was completely different from high school. The university for practitioners was ruthless. The rules of survival here were entirely different from the past. Here, there was only one thing that mattered: becoming stronger, becoming a powerhouse. The strong take it all. They hold the most influence and command the most resources. As for the weak, they have nothing. They can only receive the school's minimum resources, and the moment they fail to meet the school's requirements, they'll be forced to withdraw. Everyone must run for their lives and keep improving. But that suits me just fine. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly into a smile. Since he was currently ranked first among freshmen, that top spot would never be taken by anyone else. He intended to use these resources to accelerate his growth. He believed it wouldn't be long before the title of Longwei's strongest fighter would change hands. The strong must compete. The world's resources are limited, and how can one become strong without fighting for them? Fight for time, fight for resources, and fight to blaze a trail that leads to the heavens. Yi Chen opened the Ancient Capital University app and entered his student ID. Beep. Facial recognition successful. A sweet female voice rang out, and the Ancient Capital University app's home screen appeared before Yi Chen. Yi Chen opened his profile and checked his credits. Credits, 220,000. Weren't they supposed to be 20,000 credits? Yi Chen was a bit puzzled and quickly opened the credit breakdown to take a closer look. It turned out that the extra 200,000 credits were a reward from the Dragon Nation Ministry of Education. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected such a windfall, and no one had notified him about it beforehand. However, since it was a reward from the Dragon Nation Ministry of Education, Yi Chen didn't give it another thought. The nation's commitment to cultivating genius professionals was beyond imagination. Having broken the historical record for the Abyss difficulty ladder tower and significantly surpassed previous records, it was only reasonable to receive such a reward. In the future, when he became a leading figure in the Dragon Kingdom, he would naturally nurture the next generation of professionals. This was a form of legacy, wasn't it? Next, Yi Chen checked his special recruitment rewards. 20 level 35 gold rank dungeon tickets, 2 level 35 gold rank realm summoning stones, 1 S rank treasure of his choice, and 1 dragon blood potion. Since Yi Chen's registered level upon enrollment was 35, both the gold rank dungeon tickets and the realm summoning stones were level 35. Normally, the special recruitment reward would include only 1 gold rank realm summoning stone matching his current level, but since Yi Chen had advanced from a black ion professional to a bronze professional, he also received another gold rank realm summoning stone matching his current level. Therefore, he now has a total of 2 level 35 gold rank realm summoning stones. Gold rank dungeon tickets can be used to offset credit costs when selecting any dungeon in the dungeon hall. No physical redemption is required. As for the realm summoning stones, they must be redeemed through the mall section of the Ancient Capital University app. Once the redemption is successful, a delivery robot will bring them directly to him. The same applies to custom selected S-rank treasures. Simply choose the S-rank treasure you want in the store and redeem it directly. No need to spend your own credits. Yi Chen opened the store module and browsed the Ancient Capital University store. He filtered the results directly for S-rank treasures. Bronze rank skill fusion stones, strength gems, intermediate equipment upgrade vouchers, blazing sun lingji, frigid ice lotus. Every kind of S-rank treasure imaginable was available as expected of Ancient Capital University. Their inventory was indeed plentiful. However, the credits required for redemption ranged from 100,000 to 1 million. Even among S-rank treasures, there was a huge disparity in value. Yi Chen didn't hesitate for long and immediately exchanged for a giant spirit herb. The giant spirit herb is a rare natural treasure. When combined with auxiliary ingredients to enhance its potency, it can be refined into giant spirit potion, which boosts the strength attribute by 100 points. After exchanging for the giant spirit herb, Yi Chen quickly confirmed the exchange for 2 level 35 gold rank realm summoning stones and the dragon blood potion. Seeing the dragon blood potion's exorbitant exchange price of 1 million credits, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at how generously Ancient Capital University was spending. After all, the dragon blood potion was originally a specialty of Ancient Capital University. It was only after the university's president, by a stroke of luck, slayed a giant dragon that he was able to formulate this potion. The 1 million credit price was also a perk for Ancient Capital University students. Otherwise, obtaining a dragon's blood potion on the open market would cost at least several times that amount. After all, rarity drives up value. Although it only provides a plus 100 bonus to all attributes, each dragon's blood potion used is one less available, and if you don't have one, you'll always lag behind others. After redeeming all the resources, Yi Chen began exploring the other sections of the Ancient Capital University app. Opening the quests section, he found a wide variety of tasks available. There were quests to enter various dungeons and collect materials. There were quests to clear out wild monsters. There were also some university-sponsored benefit quests. These didn't require accepting them in advance. As long as they were completed, the rewards could be claimed immediately. For example, clearing a dungeon at a certain difficulty level earns a certain number of credits, and breaking a dungeon's record earns a certain number of credits. However, these tasks are generally assigned to freshmen and sophomores to encourage them to explore dungeons and improve their skills, creating a virtuous cycle. Seniors usually head to the border battlefields for training, or participate in more dangerous missions such as suppressing beast hordes, dealing with abyss rifts, and eliminating cultists. As for seniors, they generally don't stay on campus. They've already begun internships in the military or special agencies and no longer have access to the university's resources. After glancing at the mission list for a while, Yi Chen opened the forum section. There were some EXP sharing posts by upperclassmen, as well as threads for casual chat and gossip, and even a few posts seeking friends. Yi Chen casually skimmed through these posts, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of Ancient Capital University. However, he also came across some outlandish posts. Shocking. This man is actually the national top scorer. Could Yi Chen be the hope for Ancient Capital University's resurgence? Why did the national top scorer choose Ancient Capital University? Let me explain in detail. Yi Chen hadn't expected there to be so much gossip about him online. But that was to be expected. Ancient Capital University hadn't admitted a national top scorer in at least 10 years.
Typically, the top national scorers were monopolized by Lungdu. They were all from local aristocratic families there, so naturally, they wouldn't choose to travel thousands of miles to attend ancient capital university. This was also why Longjing University had grown increasingly dominant in recent years. Although ancient capital was one of the 3 special class cities, it still lagged significantly behind Longdu and Magic City. Turning off his phone, Yi Chen began to ponder. With a mythical level powerhouse stationed at ancient capital university, he no longer needed to suppress his cultivation level as he had before. He could fully showcase his prowess. If possible, it would be best to choose the president of ancient capital university as his mentor. He had to give it his all in tomorrow's freshman trial and achieve results unprecedented in history. No matter how low-key he tried to be, his status as the national top scorer was undeniable, and there were bound to be many followers of the demon cult who viewed him as a thorn in their side. He even suspected that after the awakening ceremony, the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Education had already dispatched people to quietly protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have avoided any danger at all. This made no sense. There is no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just that someone else is shouldering the burden for you. Yi Chen suddenly felt that his former self had been a bit naive. This is a world where the strong reign supreme. There is no need to hide one's true self. The greater one's talent, the more the nation will naturally value them. Although the chances of encountering danger are higher, what powerful figure hasn't fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Every mythic tier powerhouse has had their own opportunities. Otherwise, could one truly become a mythic tier powerhouse simply by grinding monsters in the wild or running dungeons? To become a mythic tier powerhouse, opportunity, talent, and wisdom are all indispensable. A golden scaled fish is no mere pond dweller. When it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. After witnessing the cruel side of this world, Yi Chen's mindset gradually began to shift. This young boy from Linqing finally realized, at that moment, just how naive his past thoughts had been. Cattle and sheep travel in herds, while fierce beasts always walk alone. The path of a genius is always different from that of ordinary people. The next morning, after washing up, Yi Chen ordered a hearty breakfast through the ancient capital university app, and before long, a delivery robot brought it right to him. After finishing breakfast, Yi Chen headed straight to the dungeon hall to participate in the freshman trials. As a key facility of ancient capital university, the dungeon hall was vast. It could easily accommodate over 10,000 people without feeling crowded. Some students had even set up stalls right there to trade items they looted from the dungeon but didn't need. When Yi Chen arrived at the dungeon hall, quite a few freshmen had already gathered there early. Most students were in small groups of 2 or 3, typically those ranked lower on the admission list, who naturally bonded more closely since they shared the same dormitory. However, there were also those surrounded by a crowd of freshmen, likely prodigies from wealthy and influential families. Even though they'd only been on campus for a day, they'd already amassed quite a following, with a retinue of admirers in tow. The moment Yi Chen stepped into the dungeon hall, countless eyes turned to him in unison. As the national top scorer, details about Yi Chen had already spread far and wide across the university's forums. So even without having met him in person, most students were already familiar with Yi Chen, the national top scorer. That's Yi Chen. With no power, influence, or connections, he achieved the national top score entirely on his own. I suspect his class strength has already surpassed that of a legendary class. Bro, that's a bit ridiculous. Even the sword god is only a legendary class. It'd make more sense if you said he'd awakened a special bloodline. The sword god's profession isn't just a simple legendary one. When he advanced to gold rank, he awakened the sword god bloodline, and his profession mutated. From then on, he skyrocketed to the top, becoming Longwei's strongest warrior in less than a decade and dominating the border battlefields for 30 years. Being strong in the early stages of a professional's career doesn't mean you'll stay strong later on. It's only just beginning. It's too early to tell. Even I have a chance to surpass him. Many of the students present began discussing Yi Chen animatedly, including some second and third year seniors who had come to watch the spectacle. Students admitted to ancient capital university could be considered 1 in 10,000, the cream of the crop. Most came from wealthy and influential families, so they naturally had a broad range of experiences. It was rare to find someone like Yi Chen,
who came from a commoner background. But that was the reality. Their ancestors had seized opportunities at the dawn of the world's great upheaval and risen rapidly. Their descendants had been using all kinds of rare natural treasures since childhood to build a solid foundation combined with superior bloodlines and excellent education. All of this was done so that the next generation could awaken to even stronger professions. Why should they lose to a commoner after generations of hard work? The only hope for commoners was to rely on mutations and special opportunities. This world is fair, everyone can level up by hunting wild monsters. But this world is also unfair. A single EXP realm that a scion of a wealthy family casually downloads is worth months, or even a year, of effort for a commoner. Fortunately, Yi Chen had awakened the 10,000-fold amplification system. Otherwise, in this golden age, even with an SSS tier talent, catching up to these geniuses from wealthy families would have been an impossible dream. Ignoring the commotion around him, Yi Chen found a quiet spot, closed his eyes to rest, and began to think about his next steps. After the new student trials are over, I'll need to hire a diamond tier alchemist to brew the giant spirit potion. Brewing a potion with S-tier ingredients requires at least a diamond tier alchemist to guarantee a success rate. Ideally, I'd like to hire a king tier alchemist, though I have no idea how many credits that would cost. After Yi Chen redeemed his special recruitment rewards yesterday, a delivery robot quickly brought him 2 gold rank realm summoning stones, the giant spirit herb, and the dragon blood potion. Yi Chen consumed the dragon blood potion on the spot, gaining a 100-point boost to all attributes, another significant improvement. As for the gold rank dungeon ticket and the 2 gold rank realm summoning stones, Yi Chen planned to use them all at once after finding a potion master to process the giant spirit herb. First, he would run the level 35 gold rank dungeon 20 times, then run the level 35 gold rank realm twice, and finally use the level 40 master tier realm summoning stone he diluted from the demon caddis nest. When he finally ran the master level realm, he planned to level up directly to level 50 and then advance to silver rank upon exiting. Just as Yi Chen was closing his eyes to think, the sound of footsteps approached from nearby, and Yi Chen opened his eyes. A young man clad in golden armor and of extremely burly build stood before him, a full head taller than Yi Chen, who was 1.8 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming aura. Behind him were more than a dozen students whose presence was equally imposing, all walking toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen, hello. I'm Lu Ming, a level 32 dragon blood warrior. Lu Ming extended his right hand. Upon hearing the name Lu Ming, Yi Chen immediately realized who he was. He had seen this name before on the rankings released by the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Education. The peerless genius from ancient capital No. 1 high school, ranked 4th in the national exams. It seemed he had been promoted to a bronze-level professional immediately after the graduation exam. But that was to be expected. Once promoted to bronze-level professional, one was no longer allowed to take the graduation exam and could instead gain direct admission to one of the 3 top professional universities through special recruitment. However, these peerless geniuses, eager to prove their superiority over others, would certainly want to compete for rankings in the graduation exam, and if they could break historical records, so much the better. After all, delaying his promotion to bronze practitioner by a few days wouldn't cost him anything. Yi Chen. Level 35 Sharpshooter. Yi Chen also extended his right hand to shake Lu Ming's. As expected of a peerless genius, Yi Chen. To show signs of bloodline awakening so early in the awakening phase. Upon hearing Yi Chen's level, Lu Ming didn't seem particularly surprised, rather, he wore an expression of matter-of-fact acceptance. For a commoner class user to level up this quickly and become this powerful, there's only one possibility: they're on the verge of awakening their bloodline power. At the onset of bloodline awakening, one continuously absorbs the power of the world. During this process, their EXP automatically increases, allowing them to level up rapidly even while lying still. Moreover, their 4 core attributes see a significant boost, and even their skill effects are greatly enhanced. However, this also indicated that Yi Chen must have had powerful practitioners among his ancestors. A typical bloodline, before awakening, simply couldn't provide that much EXP and attribute boost. This made Lu Ming take Yi Chen's identity particularly seriously. Although on the surface Yi Chen was just a commoner practitioner with no power, influence, or connections, Lu Ming couldn't help but be cautious. Yi Chen looked at Lu Ming, smiled, but said nothing. Bloodline awakening?
Of course not, that's cheating.
Of course, he didn't care what others thought right now, he just wanted to boost his strength as quickly as possible. I came here mainly to propose a partnership with you. It didn't take long for Yi Chen to understand Lu Ming's intentions. Thanks to Lu Ming's explanation, Yi Chen gained a general understanding of the rules for this new student trial. Once the freshman trial begins, all students will enter the same massive dungeon, which is divided into 9 rings from the outer to the innermost. Each ring is separated by a magical barrier. Players cannot directly enter the next ring and must clear all monsters in the current ring before being automatically teleported to the next one. Players can choose to team up or go solo, and the number and strength of monsters encountered are the same whether they're in a party or flying solo. However, players cannot form teams freely. School instructors will forcibly assign team members based on everyone's strength. This is done to accommodate support class practitioners, as their combat power is simply insufficient to clear monsters on their own. In the outer 6 rings of this dungeon, all teams will be separated by magical barriers. Each team will clear monsters within its own designated area and earn dungeon points based on their speed in clearing monsters. In the inner 3 rings, however, all students clear monsters collectively, earning dungeon points based on the strength and number of monsters slain. If playing in a party, the spirit of the dungeon automatically distributes dungeon points based on each member's performance, ensuring absolute fairness. Once all monsters have been cleared, all students are simultaneously teleported to the next ring. Starting from the 3rd ring, students must face not only monsters but also other students. In the freshman trial dungeon, if a player takes fatal damage, they will be automatically teleported out and counted as killed. If killed by a monster, the player loses half their dungeon points. However, if killed by another student, that half of the dungeon points is transferred to the killer or their team. Therefore, everyone is a target for others to hunt, and teams with high dungeon points are particularly vulnerable to being ambushed by other teams. At this point, many students form alliances to stand together through thick and thin. It's important to note that after the freshman trial concludes, the school awards academic credits based on dungeon points rankings. First place receives 200,000 credits, second place 100,000 credits, third place 50,000 credits, and 4th through 10th place 30,000 credits each. The lower the ranking, the fewer credits awarded. To secure a higher ranking, most students band together to eliminate the strongest teams early on. The reason the newcomer trial dungeon is designed this way is that the school's mentors aim to evaluate students from multiple perspectives. Individual strength, teamwork, organizational skills, judgment, and so on. If someone can organize a team of dozens or even hundreds of people, it also speaks to their organizational skills and charisma. After all, they are all geniuses selected from among 10,000 across the entire Dragon Kingdom, and geniuses have their own pride. They naturally refuse to settle for second best. As long as you join my team and help me secure first place, second place is definitely yours. Lu Ming looked at Yi Chen with a beaming smile, brimming with confidence. He didn't believe Yi Chen would turn down such a generous offer. If Yi Chen went it alone, he might not even make it into the top 10. But by joining his team, combining their strength with Yi Chen, the national top scorer, they would absolutely crush the other teams. They might even have a chance to sweep the top 10 spots. This was a win-win situation. No one would turn down such a great opportunity. Sorry, but I'll pass, Yi Chen said slowly. As soon as those words left his mouth, Lu Ming's expression changed. He frowned and said, "Why don't you think it over? This is a win-win situation. On your own, you'd never stand a chance against the combined forces of the other teams. Join my team, and second place is guaranteed to be yours. I'm used to going it alone. This is my final decision. No need to think about it any further." Yi Chen's tone was resolute, without a hint of hesitation. As far as Yi Chen was concerned, first place in this newcomer trial was already in the bag, and he intended to secure it with overwhelming strength, the kind that would leave the runner-up in despair. Lu Ming stared into Yi Chen's eyes. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, "In that case, I won't press the issue. But if you change your mind later and want to join, you won't get such favorable terms." With that, Lu Ming's expression darkened, and he turned and walked away. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to actually turn him down. Lu Ming was born into a top-tier aristocratic family in the ancient capital.
He never imagined that even after setting aside his pride to invite Yi Chen, he would still be rejected. However, even without Yi Chen, he was certain he would still take first place in this newcomer trial. If it weren't for the fact that the two from the Wang and Lin families would join forces against him, he wouldn't have invited Yi Chen to join his team in the first place. After walking a distance away, the underling following behind Lu Ming hurriedly asked, "Boss, what do we do next?" "We'll go recruit some other geniuses. Those two from the Wang and Lin families will definitely eliminate the lone players before turning their attention to us, so no one else can reap the benefits. We'll wait until Yi Chen is in crisis before stepping in to recruit him, but by then, we'll only offer him a spot in the top 10 at most. He needs to know that once this opportunity is missed, it's gone forever." As time passed, more and more students arrived. Soon, the clock struck 9 o'clock sharp. Whoosh! An incredibly towering figure stepped directly out of thin air, appearing on the makeshift podium in the dungeon hall. The moment this figure appeared, a suffocatingly powerful aura immediately overwhelmed the entire venue. The once noisy dungeon hall fell instantly silent. Even the second and third year students who had come to watch held their breath, not daring to make a sound. So powerful. Amid the crowd, Yi Chen was secretly startled. What kind of strength was this? The sheer pressure of that aura alone was enough to paralyze the thousands present, though Yi Chen himself felt nothing. Possessing an SSS rank Divine Destiny talent, he was completely immune to the oppressive aura before him. Yet he stood quietly among the crowd, making no move. "Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Suyu, Dean of the Combat Academy." As soon as Suyu spoke, his voice, though not particularly loud, resounded directly in everyone's ears, as if he were speaking right into each person's ear. "First of all, welcome to Ancient Capital University. Goody University has been in existence for only 80 years, but over the past 8 decades, it has produced countless outstanding graduates. They have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood, silently safeguarding this nation and this world. It is precisely because of their sacrifices that Goody University stands as it does today. Entering Gudo University is not about coming here to enjoy yourselves. I hope you'll seize every opportunity, strive to grow, become even more outstanding, and emerge as the backbone of the human race. This year marks the Golden Age, a time when extraordinary geniuses are emerging in droves. Your senior, the Sword God, has also prepared a mysterious reward for the first-place winner of this freshman trial. I hope none of you will miss this opportunity." Suyu's voice echoed throughout the dungeon hall. Upon hearing that the first-place winner of this freshman trial would receive a mysterious gift from the Sword God, the strongest warrior in the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Chen instantly understood why Lu Ming had placed such importance on this trial. Yi Chen clenched his fist. Now he had even less reason not to claim first place in this freshman trial. After Dean Suyu finished his speech, several teachers in charge of registration entered the hall, and the students began signing up, deciding whether to go solo or form a team. Soon, all the information was registered, and the teachers divided the participants into groups based on their classes and strength. Before long, a massive light screen appeared in the void, displaying the team assignments. Yi Chen looked up and spotted his name at first glance. Group 001, Member, Yi Chen Sharpshooter. Group 002, Member, Lu Ming Dragon Blood Warrior. Group 003, Member, Wang Peng Knight of Light. Group 004, Member, Lin Tianyu Dark Berserker. Basically, the top 10 students all chose to go solo. Although they might not be as fast as others in the first 6 rings, they wouldn't have to split dungeon points with teammates in the last 3 rings, allowing them to achieve higher scores. Once the grouping was complete, everyone went to find their respective team members. A booming voice suddenly rang out. "Everyone, prepare to enter the freshman trial dungeon." Immediately afterward, a massive blue vortex appeared before the crowd. All the freshmen present received a notification. With a single thought, they could instantly teleport into the freshman trial dungeon to begin their trials. Whoosh! Whoosh! Over 1,000 freshmen vanished from the dungeon hall in an instant. The vast dungeon hall was left with only the second and third year students watching the spectacle, a few teachers in charge of registration, and Dean Suyu on the podium.
Once everyone had entered the freshman trial dungeon, Suyu vanished from the podium and soon reappeared in the dungeon hall's monitoring room. The monitoring room was equipped with countless screens, allowing real-time viewing of all students' activities within the dungeon and even the ability to replay previous footage. By the time Suyu arrived, over 100 mentors were already waiting there. Long before the freshman trial dungeon opened, they had already identified the students they were rooting for and had locked onto the screens representing those students. As for the giant screen in the very center, the spirit of the dungeon would display various spectacular moves based on the student's performance. To the left of the central giant screen was a large display showing the dungeon score rankings for everyone. Dean Su, who do you think has the best chance in this freshman trial dungeon? A teacher with a square face, bearing a striking resemblance to a terracotta warrior, approached Suyu and asked with a grin. This man was Chu Tiange, the dean of the War Academy. Yi Chen. Suyu was as terse as ever. Chu Tiange seemed somewhat surprised. That kid Yi Chen is certainly powerful, but he is used to going it alone. The other geniuses aren't pushovers either, and besides, many hands make light work. I watched his combat footage in the principal's office. Whether it's combat technique or his four-dimensional attributes, he far surpasses everyone else. As long as he keeps his distance and wears them down from afar, he has a very good chance of taking first place in this freshman trial. Suyu smiled as he explained why he was betting on Yi Chen. Still, I'm rooting for that kid from the Lu family. I hear he has rallied a whole bunch of geniuses behind him. Even if his raw power isn't quite on par with Yi Chen's, he could still outmaneuver Yi Chen with a swarm tactic. So let us wait and see who takes first place in this freshman trial. Chu Tiange also named the student he was backing, wanting to test his judgment against Suyu's. Let us wait and see then. Suyu laughed heartily, eager to compete with Chu Tiange to see whose judgment was sharper. Just as Suyu and Chu Tiange were talking, the light screen displaying the leaderboard suddenly changed. Yi Chen, time to clear the 9th ring, 3 seconds, current dungeon points, 1000, current rank, 1. What? He cleared the 9th ring in just 3 seconds? That's an insane speed. Quick, replay Yi Chen's battle footage. Could there be a bug in his dungeon that only spawned one monster? Although Suyu and Chu Tiange didn't say a word, their expressions clearly revealed the storm raging within them. They were utterly stunned by this achievement. Suyu quickly used his privileges to replay Yi Chen's battle footage on the giant screen at the center of the room. After watching it, everyone exclaimed that it was utterly unbelievable. 20 level 25 common monsters plus 1 level 25 elite monster all instantly wiped out with a single exploding arrow? The 3-second completion time was only because Yi Chen spent 2 seconds surveying the environment, otherwise, 1 second would be been enough. With that attack range, his strength stat must be over 8,000. That's insane. He took them all out with a single move we couldn't even see as combat techniques. After watching it, Suyu remained silent for a long time. He had originally thought Yi Chen was already very strong back in the ladder tower, but he never expected him to be even more outrageous now that he'd been promoted to a bronze-ranked professional. Although the monsters in the 9th ring aren't particularly difficult, it still takes most people several minutes to clear it. Ending the battle in just 3 seconds has pushed the record for clearing the 9th ring of the ancient Capital University freshman trial dungeon to the absolute limit. Keep in mind that even the fastest team in history took 30 seconds to clear the 9th ring. Note that this was a team. And Yi Chen was all by himself. What kind of monster is this? How long has it even been since the graduation exam, and his strength has already improved this drastically? Dean Su, it seems your judgment was spot on after all. With this skill alone, he'd stand a chance even against a swarm of opponents. Chu Tiange couldn't calm down for a long time. Have today's geniuses really become this absurd? It seems ancient Capital University is about to produce another figure like the Sword God. Suyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Back in the day, both he and the Sword God had been taken in as students by the current president. Unfortunately, he'd been stuck at the king level for a long time, unable to break through to the myth level. Eventually, he returned from the border battlefields to ancient capital University to teach and nurture students, hoping that one day, the university could once again cultivate an invincible, nation-defending powerhouse like the Sword God. Now he saw hope in Yi Chen and couldn't help but admire his teacher's foresight, even if it meant paying a heavy price to bring Yi Chen to ancient capital University. Just as everyone was still marveling at Yi Chen's feat of clearing the 9th ring in 3 seconds, the data on the leaderboard was updated once again. Yi Chen, time to clear the 8th ring, 10 seconds, current dungeon points, 2000, current rank, 1. This stage isn't tough enough, it can't pose any real challenge to Yi Chen at all. It's not that the stage is too easy, it's that Yi Chen is just way too overpowered. Look at that insane attack speed, 10 arrows per second. Who could possibly withstand that? I think there is something wrong with you. Soon, the data on the leaderboard was refreshed again. Yi Chen, time to clear the 7th ring, 5 seconds, current dungeon score, 3000 points, current rank, 1. Why is he getting faster and faster? The cooldown for his exploding arrow skill hasn't even finished yet from the last level. No one has cleared the 9th ring yet, and he has already cleared the 7th? That's just insane. After waiting 30 seconds, Yi Chen was immediately teleported to the 6th ring. As soon as Yi Chen arrived in the 6th ring, he spotted a Gale Tiger not far away, roaring as it charged toward him. 50 level 28 common monsters and 1 level 28 elite monster? Yi Chen had figured out a pattern. Every time he cleared a ring, the monsters in the next ring would increase by 1 level, and the number of regular monsters would increase by 10. Yi Chen stood right where he was and drew his bow to fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden arrows rained down on the pack of Gale Tigers ahead. With Yi Chen's attack power exceeding 40,000, combined with Divine Arrow's attack power of over 30,000, his total attack power had surpassed 75,000. Each standard arrow strike dealt over 200,000 damage. Since the total HP of a level 28 Gale Tiger never exceeded 100,000, he was essentially taking down one with every arrow. Even the elite Gale Tiger leader couldn't withstand a single shot. One by one, the charging Swiftwind Tigers fell. At this moment, the shield formed by the power of weeping blood on Yi Chen's body had HP as high as several million. Even if there were 100 times as many Swiftwind Tigers, they would pose no threat to him. The damage they dealt didn't even scratch the surface of Yi Chen's shield. In less than 10 seconds, all the Swiftwind Tigers had fallen. Although the monsters' levels were too low for Yi Chen to gain any EXP, that was of no consequence. His true goal was the reward for first place in the freshman trial. At the same time, the numbers on the leaderboard updated once again. Yi Chen, time to clear the 6th ring, 8 seconds, current dungeon points, 4,000, current rank, 1. By now, the instructors in the dungeon hall's monitoring room had become numb to it all. From clearing the 9th ring to clearing the 6th ring, excluding the 1 minute and 30 seconds spent waiting for teleportation, Yi Chen had spent less than 30 seconds in total. He had broken ancient capital University's freshman trial record for every single ring, and he'd done so with an absolute advantage, in a truly dominant fashion. It was virtually impossible to encounter another student who could break these records in the future. This had already reached the limits of human capability. Watching Yi Chen stroll through the dungeon as if on a spring outing gave the impression that the freshman trial was a walk in the park. If it weren't for the fact that no one else had cleared the 9th ring yet, they almost would have believed it. After another 10 or so seconds, the second student to clear the 9th ring finally appeared. Lu Ming, time to clear the 9th ring, 2 minutes 11 seconds, current dungeon points, 900, current rank, 2. If we don't factor in that monster Yi Chen, Lu Ming is actually pretty impressive. Clearing the 9th ring solo in 2 minutes and 11 seconds is a solid achievement. At least we were nowhere near that back in our day. Dragon Blood warriors naturally have extremely high strength, and their skill damage bonuses are extraordinary. It's only natural he achieved this result. Lu Ming isn't just strong individually, he is also an excellent organizer. If it weren't for that monster Yi Chen, first place in this freshman trial would have been his for sure. Just as everyone was still discussing Lu Ming, the leaderboard refreshed again. Yi Chen, time to clear the 5th ring, 12 seconds, current dungeon score, 5,000 points, current rank, 1. He has cleared another ring.
Just imagine the pressure this must put on the other students. This is bound to become a lifelong psychological trauma for quite a few of them. At this moment, many freshmen in the freshman trial dungeon were already starting to lose their composure. After entering the freshman trial dungeon, they could monitor the real-time score rankings through the dungeon spirit. This was designed to help them identify their opponents during the third ring and make tactical arrangements accordingly. They never expected that, right at the very beginning while they were still struggling through the ninth ring, Yi-Chen had already cleared the fifth ring. Is that even human-level speed? Could he be a human disguised as a member of a higher-tier alien bloodline? Even Lu Ming's composure wavered slightly upon seeing Yi-Chen's speed, causing him to accidentally take a few extra hits from the monsters. Otherwise, he could have cleared the ninth ring much faster. Take out Yi-Chen in the third ring, we can't let him survive past the third ring. Seeing just how powerful Yi-Chen was, Lu Ming's mindset shifted slightly. With such power, Yi-Chen would certainly not be content to remain beneath him. Since cooperation was out of the question, he was now an opponent. The strong must compete, no one would pass up this opportunity. First place in the freshman trial not only came with 200,000 credits but also a mysterious gift from the sword god. He absolutely could not let this chance slip away. If all else fails, I can always team up temporarily with Wang Peng and Lin Tianyu. I just don't believe Yi-Chen can take on our team of over 100 people all by himself. Lu Ming's expression was as dark as water as he thought to himself. He absolutely couldn't let Yi-Chen keep pulling ahead like this, otherwise, he'd never have a chance at first place in the freshman trial. Just as Lu Ming's mind was racing with thoughts, the leaderboard refreshed once more. Yi-Chen, time to clear the fourth ring, 7 seconds, current dungeon score, 6,000 points, current rank, 1. Lu Ming's expression darkened even further. He immediately stopped paying attention to the leaderboard and brought his long sword down with a fierce swing on the monster before him. Now that Yi-Chen had cleared the fourth ring, he would have to wait for everyone else to clear it as well before they could all be teleported to the third ring, and that would be his chance. For now, all he needed to do was maintain his second-place lead. Once he eliminated Yi-Chen in the third ring, first place in the newcomer trial would naturally be his for the taking. After clearing the fourth ring, Yi-Chen was bored out of his mind. He had no idea how long it would take for everyone else to finish. Monsters in the third ring should all be at least level 31 bronze rank, but that doesn't make much difference to me. Still, I'll probably become the target of everyone's attacks and face a coordinated assault. But I won't pick a fight unless provoked. If they dare come at me, I'll just send them packing. Although Yi-Chen knew he would become the target of everyone's attacks, he didn't let it bother him. The HP of players at the same level is generally no match for that of monsters at the same level. Even a legendary tank equipped with a full set of gold gear couldn't withstand a single arrow from him, or, if necessary, 2 arrows. It made little difference. Moreover, even if they sent assassins to sneak up and ambush him, it would be useless. He possessed the A-rank talent Eye of Truth, which allowed him to see through stealth units within 2 tiers of his own level. If these assassins weren't afraid of dying, let them just sneak right up and make sure they die without ever believing how they met their end. Not to mention, Yi-Chen boasts a whopping 200,000 HP. Even a legendary tank equipped with a full set of gold gear doesn't have that much HP. The only thing Yi-Chen lacks are damage reduction talents and skills, otherwise, he'd be practically indistinguishable from a tank. Thinking about the battle ahead, the corners of Yi-Chen's mouth turned up slightly. Bring it on as soon as possible. If he couldn't handle a little challenge like this, he'd have no face left to show anyone. As time passed, more and more groups cleared the fourth ring. Most of them looked a sorry sight, their clothes torn, their bodies covered in countless cuts and bruises, reeking of blood as they took health and stamina potions to recover. Others had already been eliminated, not even qualifying to enter the third ring. Suddenly, countless white beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping all the students who had cleared the fourth ring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the students instantly vanished from the fourth ring and reappeared in different locations within the third ring, grouped by team. At that moment, Yi-Chen found himself in a pitch-black forest where visibility was extremely low. Fortunately, he possessed the Eye of Truth talent, which greatly enhanced his vision, allowing him to function quite well even in such an environment. Yi-Chen quietly surveyed his surroundings.
The dark forest was deathly quiet, even the slightest rustle of leaves or movement would sound jarringly loud. The monsters here were patient hunters, lurking in the branches and grass, ready to launch surprise attacks on their prey at any moment, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Yi Chen sensed the map information provided by the dungeon spirit. The third ring covered a vast area, with nearly 1,000 red dots scattered across it. Each red dot represented a student. Judging by their distribution on the map, there were considerable distances between them, so the students were unlikely to encounter one another anytime soon. The third ring contained a total of 50,000 ordinary monsters, along with several elite monsters and boss monsters. He had to clear out all the monsters before he could advance to the second ring. Yi Chen gripped the ancient demon bow tightly in his hand, and the divine shield activated instantly. With a shield value as high as 200,000, it gave Yi Chen a considerable sense of security. Crack crack. Yi Chen walked through the dark forest, his footsteps crunching on the withered branches beneath his feet, producing a grating crack-crack sound. Whoosh! A streak of golden light instantly struck a monster covered entirely in black. Thud! The heavy corpse crashed to the ground. A 1-meter-tall, pitch-black dark mantis armed with a pair of sharp blades fell to the ground. As a hunter of the darkness, it never expected to die before achieving its goal. Even in death, it maintained its ambush posture, instantly felled by a single arrow. After the dark mantis fell, Yi Chen felt his dungeon points instantly increase by 10. It seems one level 31 common monster is worth 10 dungeon points. With a total of 50,000 common monsters in the third ring, that has 500,000 dungeon points. It looks like securing first place in the newcomer's trial will mainly depend on performance in the inner 3 rings. Yi Chen gazed at the corpse of the dark mantis, lost in thought. Assuming there were 1,000 participants, that would amount to only 50 common monsters per person, a mere 500 dungeon points. But in reality, the stronger players could kill far more than 50 monsters in this stage, and they could also eliminate other students to gain dungeon points. There weren't many students in this dark forest. It was safe to say that the monsters here were practically his for the taking. Moreover, in such an environment, ordinary students would struggle to perform at their best. Once ambushed by a monster, they could easily be eliminated. Shaking off his thoughts, Yi Chen pressed on. Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Not far ahead lay an unripe grade B dark element resource, dark spirit grass. With the aid of his true eye, Yi Chen could clearly see that the dark element energy fluctuations in that area were several times denser than elsewhere. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel. If the A-rank True Eye talent had such a powerful effect, he wondered what kind of effect the SSS rank Divine Insight talent would have. Records of the SSS rank Divine Insight talent dated back to the early days of the Great World Upheaval 100 years ago, left behind by a sovereign-level powerhouse. Unfortunately, he died young and left behind very few records. However, powerful monsters usually guarded the vicinity of such treasures, so Yi Chen scanned his surroundings once more. Soon, Yi Chen spotted signs of a monster. A 2-meter-tall spider covered in dark markings was perched on a nearby treetop, glaring at him menacingly. Shadow Spider. Rank, Elite. Level, 31. HP, 310,000. Attack power, 7,155. Physical defense, 3,155. Magic defense, 3,571. Skills, curse power, web spinning, venom. Description: a predator of the darkness, extremely patient, with sharp arthropod limbs. It can spit venom and spin webs. You must not be hit by its webs, or you'll become its dinner. Looking at the monster's stats, Yi Chen focused his energy to form a golden arrow in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 golden arrows sliced through the darkness, striking the shadow spider's body almost simultaneously and instantly draining its health bar. Boom! The shadow spider plummeted from the treetops, and Yi Chen quickly stepped forward to harvest the shadow spirit herb and stow it in his backpack. As a grade B treasure, the shadow spirit herb, though not yet fully mature, could fetch at least 1,600 credits if sold to the school, which was no small haul. As for the materials from the shadow spider, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to collect them. They weren't worth much anyway and couldn't even be exchanged for credits. It's a shame the freshman trial dungeon doesn't T-drop equipment, otherwise, I could V-scored quite a few pieces. Looking at the Shadow Spider-S corpse, Yi-Chin felt a bit unsatisfied. None of the elite monsters he'd encountered along the way had dropped any equipment. It was simply the rule of the freshman trial dungeon, and Yi-Chin couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Level 30 gear could have earned him quite a few credits. As time passed, the number of monsters in the third ring of the freshman trial dwindled. Similarly, the number of students was steadily decreasing. When they first entered the third ring, there were nearly 1,000 people. Now, there were fewer than 600. Yi-Chin could tell from the map that most of the students had already formed teams, primarily divided into 4 groups. Yi-Chin surmised that one of these must be the team consisting of Lu Ming, Wang Peng, and Lin Tianyu, with other students spontaneously banding together under pressure from the trio. However, at that moment, 3 red dots were rushing toward Yi-Chin, presumably the team of Lu Ming, Wang Peng, and Lin Tianyu. After all, Yi-Chin was the only one traveling alone, making it easy for them to pinpoint his location. Ding! A notification rang out in everyone's minds. New student trial dungeon, third ring, only the final 100 monsters remain. All monsters have entered a frenzied state and will actively seek out humans. Their coordinates are now displayed on the map. Yi-Chin understood immediately the final showdown was about to begin. Throughout the journey, Yi-Chin had done his best to avoid populated areas, and they, in turn, had tacitly refrained from seeking him out. After all, fighting him one-on-one, they were no match for him. Yi-Chin, confident in his skills, wasn't he the least bit afraid of them banding together. In fact, he welcomed it that way. He wouldn't have to hunt them down one by one, he could eliminate them all at once. As he watched the red dots on the map draw closer and closer, Yi-Chin didn't just sit idly by. He immediately activated divine wings, and a pair of massive, sacred wings appeared behind him. Yi-Chin soared higher and higher into the sky, 10 meters, 20 meters. Eventually, he settled at an altitude of roughly 50 meters. It wasn't that he didn't want to fly any higher, rather, the skill level of Wings of the Gods and his own agility attribute only allowed him to maintain this altitude. Yi-Chin then rushed toward the trio of Lu Ming, Wang Peng, and Lin Tianyu. Moving at a speed of over 100 meters per second, they soon began to suspect something was amiss. "Boss, look at Yi-Chin's position, he's actually moving quickly toward us." One of the henchmen behind Lu Ming noticed that Yi-Chin wasn't fleeing but was instead accelerating toward them, and said with a look of disbelief. Prompted by the henchman's warning, Lu Ming also noticed Yi-Chin's strange behavior and shouted, "Everyone, stop!" After everyone had come to a halt, Lu Ming continued, "Yi-Chin is actually courting his own doom, so let us wait for him right here. Everyone, get into formation. Archers and mages, keep a close eye on Yi-Chin. The moment he appears, open fire on him. Support, keep an eye on the front line's health and remember to cast buffs on the back line. We're going to make sure Yi-Chin doesn't make it back alive. Assassins, lie in wait all around. As soon as Yi-Chin shows up, stealth right up to him, don't hold back on your ultimate moves." Wang Peng and Lin Tianyu had made nearly identical arrangements. Their 3 teams split into 3 directions, each keeping a watchful eye on the others. After all, their cooperation was only temporary. Once Yi-Chin was eliminated, the rest would be a free-for-all. There are no permanent enemies, nor are there permanent friends, only permanent interests. Meanwhile, Yi-Chin had also noticed their movements. Yi-Chin merely smiled slightly, ignoring them, and instead picked up his pace just a bit. Soon, from a distance, Yi-Chin spotted the trio of Lu Ming, Wang Peng, and Lin Tianyu. Multi-arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 golden arrows struck the archers in the back row directly. Thud, thud. The sounds of arrows piercing flesh rang out one after another. 6 figures vanished instantly from the newcomer's trial dungeon, teleporting directly to the dungeon lobby, where a priest hurried forward to heal them. Archers are arguably the class with the longest attack range, and only they can pose even the slightest threat to Yi-Chin. As for mages, although they are also ranged classes, their attack range is far shorter than that of archers. Unless they are mythic tier mages who could easily cast a forbidden spell covering most of the dungeon. Yi-Chin didn't give the black iron and bronze rank mages before him a second thought. As for the other classes, needless to say, none of them possessed flight skills, they were nothing more than sitting ducks.
Enemy attack! Lu Ming shouted. Everyone looked around but couldn't spot Yi Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down, and golden arrows continued to strike the rear ranks. Look! Yi Chen's up there. He actually has the flight skill. Just then, one of the minions looked up and suddenly spotted Yi Chen in the air. Everyone looked up to see Yi Chen, clad in white armor, with a pair of massive, radiant wings behind him. Holding a black longbow, he was relentlessly firing at their rear ranks. Yi Chen actually has the flight skill? Isn't the flight skill something only gold rank professionals can master? Our rear ranks can't even block a single arrow from him. This is ridiculous. Yi Chen, do you dare come down for a fair fight? Hiding up there and firing sneak attacks, what kind of hero are you? Front line, come over and protect the back row. Yi Chen looked down at the chaotic scene below, filled with shouts and curses, and smiled without saying a word. Archers who don't fire sneak attacks, they're going to come down and fight you in close combat? Why are they acting so childish when they're all adults? With his flight ability, Yi Chen was completely invincible at that moment. To be able to master a flight skill one typically reserved for gold rank professionals at the bronze rank level, it could only be said that they deserved to lose, having failed to fully grasp Yi Chen's true strength. Retreat! Retreat quickly! We've hit a brick wall. An enemy with absolutely no mana. Wang Peng and Lin Tianyu's team had also lost quite a few of their backline members at this point. They fully realized just how terrifying Yi Chen was. Mastering flight skills beyond his rank puts him in an unbeatable position. Combined with that terrifying damage output, anyone who touches him dies. Yi Chen sensed their desire to retreat and immediately stopped holding back. Exploding arrow. A golden arrow engulfed in flames struck Lu Ming's body directly. Boom! The arrow exploded with a massive roar. With Lu Ming at the center, all the students within a radius of roughly 20 meters were charred black and instantly vanished from the freshman trial dungeon. As for Lu Ming, he immediately activated his life-saving passive ability, but it didn't last long. Under burn damage reaching tens of thousands per second, he could only delay his teleportation for a brief moment before being sent away. This is simply unbeatable. Even his area of effect skills deal this much damage. Wang Peng and Lin Tianyu exchanged glances, and immediately a flash of white light appeared. The two of them, along with some of their henchmen nearby, vanished from the battlefield in an instant. Ha! Did they use an area of effect teleportation scroll? Yi Chen watched as Wang Peng, Lin Tianyu, and their surrounding minions vanished in an instant, and a vague suspicion formed in his mind. He then scanned the red dots on the map and discovered they were at least several hundred kilometers away from him. Never mind. It wouldn't make much difference even if I killed them all. Yi Chen shook his head. If they hadn't tried to surround and attack him, silently forcing him to take first place, none of this would have happened. But that's just how the rules of this world work. The strong must compete. In the newcomer's trial dungeon, there is no risk to life if they don't dare to compete here. Then how could they ever dare to compete in the real world? If the strong don't compete, how can they ever become the strong? In this matter, there is no such thing as right or wrong, only different stances. Everyone was simply defending their own interests. It was nothing more than a struggle over those interests. Seeing that quite a few scattered students remained below, Yi Chen didn't go so far as to wipe them all out. Since the leaders were already gone, continuing to kill them would be a waste of time. He immediately transformed into a streak of light. He flew toward the blue dot on the map. A quick battle, a swift victory. The real priority was to finish off all the monsters and move on to the next stage. Dungeon Hall. Lu Ming, his body charred black, was currently being healed by a priest. The freshman trial dungeon only guarantees that students will be teleported out when they sustain fatal damage, but the damage they take is no less severe. Yi Chen, I underestimated you this time. Once I advance to gold rank, we'll see if you can still be so arrogant. Lu Ming's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. But soon, the pain from the wounds on his face flared up, and he winced again. He had already marked Yi Chen as his lifelong enemy,
but he was confident that Yi Chen's lead was only temporary. Sooner or later, he would surpass him. Whether in terms of background or resources, he far surpassed Yi Chen. Yi Chen had merely gained a slight advantage by awakening his bloodline early. With his own bloodline power, his own awakening was only a matter of time, and when that happened, it was anyone's guess who would emerge victorious.
Dungeon Hall Control Room. Mastering flight skills at just bronze rank? Isn't that an unfair advantage?
Lu Ming deserved to lose. His damage output couldn't match Yi Chen's, nor could his attack range. He was nothing but a sitting duck. If Lu Ming hadn't provoked Yi Chen, he would had no trouble securing second place.
What a shame.
That's a lack of judgment and overconfidence in his own abilities. I hope Lu Ming learns from this lesson. In the next round, place Yi Chen farther away, otherwise, we won't be able to assess the other students' abilities in all aspects. The instructors were buzzing with discussion, some praising Yi Chen, others expressing regret for Lu Ming.
But that's just the reality.
If you provoke an unstoppable enemy in the real world, there is no chance for regret. Especially once you're on the border battlefield, a place where the good and the bad mix freely. Even a random beggar on the side of the road might turn out to be a peerless warrior. Swish, swish, swish. After all the monsters in the third stage were eliminated, the remaining students were instantly teleported to the second stage. The second stage was similar to the third, except it was slightly smaller, with stronger monsters and greater numbers.
At this point, fewer than 300 students remained in the second ring.
When they first entered the third ring, there had been nearly 600, although half of them had been eliminated by Yi Chen. This still underscored the difficulty of the third ring.
Yi Chen looked around.
The terrain of the second ring was very simple, and endless grassland.
Ding! The Dungeon Spirit's notification sounded again.
Coordinates for all monsters have been displayed.
Please proceed to eliminate them as soon as possible.
Rankings for all freshmen marked with red dots have been displayed.
Please plan your tactics accordingly.
Yi Chen couldn't help but pause upon hearing the Dungeon Spirit's prompt.
Could this be specifically aimed at him?
It seemed designed to let the other students avoid him. At the same time, he noticed his position was far from the crowd, leaving him alone to enjoy a vast expanse of space.
Could they be afraid I'll kill them all? Yi Chen thought for a moment and instantly understood.
If he ran into them and took out one kid with every arrow, the instructors wouldn't be able to assess anyone else's strength. How would they possibly select students then? Yi Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He lived by the principle of live and let live. As long as others didn't come looking for trouble, he wouldn't strike them down.
Never mind, never mind.
I'll just stay here and focus on killing monsters. I hope they don't come over to provoke me, otherwise, the mentor's good intentions will all be for nothing. Putting his thoughts aside, Yi Chen activated his divine wings and flew toward the coordinates of the nearest monster.
Finally, we're far away from that killing machine, Yi Chen.
Yi Chen is just too terrifying. No one can stand a chance against him. I used to think Lu Bu was already invincible, but I never expected. After entering the second ring, Wang Peng, Lin Tianyu, and their group sensed Yi Chen's location and immediately understood the mentor's well-intentioned warning. That warning was, they hoped the group wouldn't go provoking Yi Chen anymore. This was already the mentors going easy on them without Yi Chen. They felt they were back on top of their game.
Let us go. Clear out the monsters, then take on the others. Wang Peng waved his hand decisively and quickly issued the necessary orders.
Now he was going to show the mentors just how strong he was.
Lin Tianyu was equally brimming with confidence.
As long as Yi Chen didn't intervene, and with Lu Ming already eliminated, nothing could stop him from here on out.
Time kept ticking away.
Soon, fewer than 10 monsters remained in the second ring. At this point, Yi Chen held a commanding lead on the leaderboard.
Yi Chen, current dungeon score, 415,200 points, current rank, 1. Wang Peng, current dungeon score, 112,500 points, current rank, 2. Lin Tianyu, current dungeon score, 110,100 points, current rank, 3. Fu Shishir, current dungeon score, 105,500, current rank, 4. Zhang Yuankai, current dungeon score, 95,500, current rank, 5. Ding Lon, current dungeon score, 91,900, current rank, 6.
Looking at the information on the leaderboard, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth turned up slightly. With only 10 monsters left, he was about to enter the first ring, a circular map. At its very center stood a world boss level monster. Unlike ordinary bosses, world bosses typically require a raid party of tens of thousands of players to stand even the slightest chance of defeating them. However, the objective of the first ring wasn't to kill the boss, but rather to earn dungeon points based on the player's rank and damage dealt to the boss. First place earns a whopping 200,000 dungeon points, second place 100,000, third place 80,000, and fourth through 10th place 50,000 each. In other words, barring any surprises, Yi Chen had already secured first place in this newcomer's trial dungeon. Even if Yi Chen didn't participate in the final ring's world boss battle, his dungeon points would be more than enough to claim first place.
Ding! The dungeon spirit's notification sounded once more. All monsters in the second stage have been cleared. You will be teleported to the first stage in 1 minute. Please get ready. Upon hearing the dungeon spirit's notification, Yi Chen stood quietly in place, waiting. He had already consumed stamina potions and mana potions earlier, and his stats had fully recovered to their peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bathed in countless beams of white light, the remaining 100+ students were instantly teleported to the first ring. Ding! Upon entering the first ring, the dungeon spirit's notification sounded once more. Congratulations on entering the first ring. Starting from this ring, you may no longer attack one another. You must work together as a team to deal sufficient damage to the boss. For every 10% of damage dealt to the boss, all students will be rewarded with 20,000 credits based on their contribution. Hearing the dungeon spirit's prompt, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. If they could defeat the boss, wouldn't that mean a reward of 200,000 credits? Even if he only contributed half, that would still be a whopping 100,000 credits. Of course, if others found out what Yi Chen was thinking, they would surely mock him. After all, the best result in all previous years was only 21% damage dealt to the boss, not to mention that only a little over 100 people had made it to the first ring this time. Yi Chen then surveyed his surroundings. The entire first ring was a circular plain. Hundreds of kilometers away, a massive black shadow loomed, seemingly slumbering. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? Bro, this is a dungeon. How could there possibly be an earthquake? Look! What's that? Everyone looked ahead as a massive black shadow slowly rose to its feet, wielding a gigantic staff dozens of meters long. Once fully upright, it stood over 100 meters tall. With every step it took forward, the ground shook violently. Yi Chen's eyes widened. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a colossal boss. Soon, the boss's stats appeared before him. Sky-piercing giant ape. Rank, world boss. Level, 35. HP, 200 million. Attack, 250,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Magic defense, 10,000. Skills: Sky-piercing blow, earth-shattering, mountain collapse, earth's revival, shield of thick earth, mastery of the earth. Description: 1, an primordial beast born at the dawn of the world, possessing immense destructive power and survivability, capable of controlling the power of the earth. Description: 2, this is merely a projection of the boss. Its defense stats have been significantly weakened, and it has a fatal weakness. Do not despair. By working together as one, you will have a chance to defeat it. Only 10,000 in both physical and magic defense? And it has a fatal weakness? Yi Chen gazed at the sky-piercing giant ape towering over 100 meters before him, lost in thought. If it had the standard world boss stats, no one would be able to break through its defenses, but then, it wouldn't serve as a proper trial. After all, no matter how hard you hit the boss, it wouldn't lose any health, and even if you managed to chip away at its health, it would likely regenerate faster than you could deal damage. The boss is coming. Support players, cast your buffs.
At that moment, Yi Chen stood among the independent players, directing the students nearby. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Colors of light flashed across Yi Chen's body. He felt his stats receive a comprehensive boost. His strength now stood at over 13,000 points. In particular, a buff from one of the female support players directly increased his base strength by 20%. Base strength refers to the strength attribute after removing equipment percentage bonuses. Yi Chen's current base strength was over 6,000 points, so a 20% increase meant an additional 1,200 plus points of strength. This made Yi Chen cast an extra glance at the girl. Yi Chen immediately activated Divine Wings and hovered in the air. Although he was only 50 meters high, not even reaching the waist of the sky-piercing giant ape, Divine Wings increased his movement speed, allowing Yi Chen to position himself more effectively. Divine Enhancement. Divine Shield. As the sky-piercing giant ape drew closer, Yi Chen immediately activated the Divine Shield. The thick shield gave him a tremendous sense of security. The sky-piercing giant ape had an attack power of no more than 250,000. With his shield and HP combined, Yi Chen could at least withstand one normal attack without dying. When the sky-piercing giant ape entered Yi Chen's attack range, he decisively fired the dark arrow from his hand. 420,000. It dealt a massive 420,000 damage directly to the sky-piercing giant ape. The dark arrow increases the damage the sky-piercing giant ape takes by 79% for the next 36 seconds. During these 36 seconds, a portion of the damage dealt to the sky-piercing giant ape by anyone would be counted toward Yi Chen's contribution. Of course, since the support players had cast buffs on Yi Chen, they would also receive a portion of the contribution every time he dealt damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew continuously from Yi Chen's hands. Each attack dealt over 500,000 damage to the sky-reaching giant ape while simultaneously granting him a shield that absorbed 100,000 damage. In less than 5 seconds, the sky-reaching giant ape had already lost 10% of its HP. At this moment, Yi Chen's name stood at the very top of the contribution leaderboard. Yi Chen, contribution, 9.7%, current rank, 1. Xiao Yufu, contribution, 0.11%, current rank, 2. Jizhua, contribution, 0.02%, current rank, 3. Everyone on the contribution leaderboard was a support class player who had cast a buff on Yi Chen. Among them, Xiao Yufu, who ranked second with a contribution of 0.31%, was the support player who had increased Yi Chen's base strength by 20%, propelling her straight to second place. Even she found it hard to believe she hadn't expected that simply casting a single buff would earn her such a high contribution score. Let us hurry up and charge in, or we won't even be able to keep up with the support players. If I'd known, I would VE buff Yi Chen too. Now he is too far ahead of me, there is no way I can catch up. Many support players who hadn't cast a buff on Yi Chen were kicking themselves with regret. Wang Pang and Lin Tianyu also led their groups into the fray. One was a paladin, the other a dark berserker, both melee frontliners. If they didn't charge in now, they'd likely end up with 0 contribution points. Sky-shattering blow. The sky-shattering giant ape brought its massive club down hard on the ground, sending a surge of earth energy rippling out. Boom! A massive shockwave sent Wang Pang, Lin Tianyu, and the entire nearby front line flying. Aside from Wang Pang and Lin Tianyu, everyone else vanished from the dungeon in an instant. Wang Pang and Lin Tianyu looked visibly shaken. If it weren't for their life-saving gear, they too would have been instantly killed. After delivering that blow, the sky-shattering giant ape seemed to get stuck, remaining completely motionless. Could this be the sky-shattering giant ape's fatal weakness? Does it freeze after every attack? Yi Chen watched the sky-piercing giant ape and thought to himself. Many others had the same suspicion and charged directly at the boss, hoping to seize this opportunity to deal as much damage as possible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen suddenly realized that the damage he was dealing had doubled. What used to be just over 500,000 damage was now exceeding 1,000,000. It seemed this was the debuff applied when the sky-piercing giant ape fell into a state of stillness. Yi Chen's heart leapt with joy. Since that was the case, he certainly wouldn't be blamed for playing dirty. Shadow Step.
Yi Chen left a shadow clone behind while his true body instantly appeared in another direction. Abyssal power. Rage burst. Shadowless arrow. Yi Chen drew his longbow, and a golden arrow coalesced. 2 seconds later, a golden arrow pierced through space, instantly appearing right before the sky-piercing giant ape's eyes, and drove viciously into its skull through its eye sockets. 50.32 million. Weak point. 50.32 million. Shadow step bonus damage. The sky-piercing giant ape instantly lost more than half its HP. Although it was originally in a stun state which only dealt double damage, the stack from the weak point attack effectively quadrupled the damage. Rage Burst is an equipment skill attached to the Skeleton Lord's Bone Belt, which increases the user's strength by 20%, equivalent to an additional 200 plus points of strength. Finally, with the power of the Abyss stacked, Yi Chen's Shadowless Arrow dealt over 50 million damage in a single strike. Combined with Shadow Step as first attack dealing an additional 100% damage, it instantly unleashed a massive amount of damage. After dealing such staggering damage, Yi Chen gave the sky-reaching giant ape no chance to catch its breath. Time rewind. Yi Chen repeated the same tactic, unleashing another combo. Boom! The sky-piercing giant ape's colossal body, standing over 100 meters tall, crashed to the ground. Before anyone present could react, in less than 3 seconds, the sky-piercing giant ape, which had still had 90% HP just moments ago, suddenly died. The sky-piercing giant ape never expected that after just a single attack and eliminating only a few minions it would meet its end. This is just too unrealistic. Holy shit. Did some kind of bug get triggered? How did a boss that huge just go down like that? This can't be a hallucination. Am I still asleep? Holy shit. Why are you pinching my thigh? I'm just checking if I'm dreaming. Why the hell don't you pinch your own thigh? I'm afraid of pain. Plus. I'm going to go head to head with you, you idiot. Everyone was left speechless. The scene was simply too unbelievable. The sky-piercing giant ape, which had been so menacing just moments ago, had died instantly. It felt like a dream, so unreal. Dungeon lobby control room. The instructors here were no better off than the students inside. Their eyes were wide with shock, as if they'd seen a ghost. Even the 2 deans, who were used to seeing grand spectacles, were so stunned they were speechless. What just happened? Dealing over 100 million damage in an instant, even with the sky-piercing giant ape's defense drastically weakened, that shouldn't be possible. Originally, the fatal weakness we designed for the sky-piercing giant ape was that it would enter a 5-second stasis after each attack, during which it would take double damage. Students could use that time to unleash a barrage of attacks and deal significant damage, but what is going on with this monster, Yi Chen? He instantly wiped out the sky-piercing giant ape, which had a whopping 200 million HP, in less than 5 seconds. This is beyond absurd. It's absolutely mind-boggling. The younger generation is truly formidable. We must report this to the principal. I'm sure even he couldn't have imagined Yi Chen dealing such terrifying damage. After defeating the sky-piercing giant ape, Yi Chen checked the contribution leaderboard once more. Yi Chen, contribution, 98.15%, current rank, 1. Xiao Yufu, contribution, 0.65%, current rank, 2. Jizwa, contribution, 0.12%, current rank, 3. Looking at the rankings on the contribution leaderboard, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. It was safe to say he had taken down this boss entirely on his own. Xiao Yufu had merely cast a strength buff on him and still claimed 0.65% of the contribution, firmly securing second place on the list. It was simply absurd. As he could see, the top 10 students on the contribution list were all support players who had cast buffs on Yi Chen. Everyone else's contribution was pitifully low and practically negligible. I wonder if the mentors are getting a headache again. Yi Chen could just imagine the expressions on the mentors' faces in the monitoring room. A boss that massive had been instantly taken down by him, and the others hadn't even had a chance to prove themselves yet. The mentors were probably already racking their brains over how to select students now. Ding! The Dungeon Spirit's notification sounded once more. The freshman trial dungeon has ended. Please get ready in 1 minute, everyone will be teleported to the dungeon hall. It wasn't until that moment that all the students seemed to snap out of a daze. Holy shit, this is actually real. Yi-Chen actually one-shot the boss. Is the gap between people really this huge? Is this the strength of the national top scorer? It's terrifying. My dungeon points ranking has shot way up. From now on, I'm going to be Big Brother Yi-Chen's loyal sycophant. I'm so jealous of Xiao Yufu, he got 100,000 dungeon points just by doing nothing. It really drives you crazy when you compare yourself to others. Yi-Chen looked at the points leaderboard and noticed that the rankings had changed significantly compared to before. Yi-Chen, current dungeon points, 615,200, current rank, 1. Xiao Yufu, current dungeon points, 136,600, current rank, 2. Wang Pang, current dungeon points, 122,500, current rank, 3. Lin Tianyu, current dungeon points, 120,100, current rank, 4. Fu Shishir, current dungeon points, 115,500, current rank, 5. Jizwa, current dungeon points, 112,100, current rank, 6. After earning 100,000 dungeon points for placing second on the contribution leaderboard, Xiao Yufu shot straight to second place on the dungeon points leaderboard. Even Jizwa, after earning 80,000 dungeon points for placing third on the contribution leaderboard, secured 6th place on the dungeon points leaderboard. The other support players also saw significant improvements in their rankings. It has to be said this group of support players absolutely crushed it. Wang Peng watched the dungeon points leaderboard with a grim expression. Dropping from second to third meant losing 50,000 credit points in rewards instantly. Even he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, countless white beams of light enveloped all the students inside the dungeon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the students reappeared in the dungeon hall. Most of them had torn clothes and were covered in blood, but Yi-Chen alone was spotless, as if he'd just returned from a spring outing. This year's freshman trial is over. I wonder who took first place. It can't be Yi-Chen, can it? I asked those freshmen what happened, but not a single one would say a word. That can't be right. It was probably hard enough for him just to survive until the end. Everyone else worked in teams. Yi-Chen must have had a really tough time hiding. Unless Yi-Chen fought 100 of them single-handedly and beat them all into submission, there's no way he could take in first place. They're all geniuses selected from among 10,000 across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Fighting 100 opponents alone is just too much. Unless this year's freshmen are all fakes. A crowd of sophomores and juniors gathered around, discussing the situation with great fervor. Especially the sophomores. Last year they'd been the ones on display, and this year, watching the freshmen's miserable state, they were gloating, their faces beaming with glee. The freshmen who'd been eliminated early, especially Lu Ming, heard the upperclassmen's discussions but remained silent, acting as if nothing had happened. Having hundreds of people gang up on a single person only to be soundly defeated was simply too humiliating. As long as they didn't speak up, no one would know. They'd wait until their own strength improved before coming back to redeem themselves. Even if someone accidentally let it slip, those upperclassmen would likely just treat it as a joke. No one would believe it, after all, since the outcome was simply too absurd. Never mind taking on hundreds, even taking on a few dozen would be an astonishing feat. Just as the freshmen fell silent and the upperclassmen were buzzing with speculation, a large group emerged from the dungeon hall's monitoring room. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. The simultaneous appearance of over 100 diamond-ranked or higher warriors, even with their auras suppressed, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suyu stepped onto the podium, his gaze sweeping over all the freshmen below as he declared in a deep voice, "The freshman trial dungeon is officially over. In this freshman trial, some of you performed very well, while others performed quite poorly. A head start leads to a lead in every step. I hope those who achieved good results will not become arrogant. The road ahead is still long. However, those who performed poorly should not lose heart. Turn shame into motivation in the future. You must put in even more effort to catch up with those ahead of you." Suyu paused for a moment, then fixed his gaze on Yi-Chen, who stood out like a crane among chickens in the crowd, and continued, in this freshman trial dungeon, the final stage boss was defeated for the first time. Student Yi Chen's contribution rate reached 98.15%, breaking Ancient Capital University's all-time record. For this achievement, he will receive an additional reward of 200,000 credits. Whoa! No sooner had he finished speaking than a commotion erupted in the audience, filled with gasps of astonishment. What? The final stage boss of the freshman trial was defeated? I didn't hear that right, did I? You didn't hear wrong. What's even crazier is that Yi Chen alone accounted for 98.15% of the contribution points. That's even more insane than the boss being defeated. That's basically the same as soloing the final stage boss. What kind of monster has this freshman class produced? First place in the freshman trials is worth 200,000 credits, defeating the final stage boss is worth nearly another 200,000 credits, and with this extra 200,000 credit bonus, doesn't that mean Yi Chen has amassed nearly 600,000 credits just by enrolling? If he can even take down the final stage boss, I really did deserve to lose. Whether it was the upperclassmen watching on or the freshmen who'd been eliminated early, everyone was so stunned they began to question the meaning of life. Some even started wondering if Dean Suyu had had one too many and was just spouting nonsense. But seeing so many instructors remain silent, they had no choice but to accept this surreal reality. Everyone's gaze toward Yi Chen had changed. This guy is a force to be reckoned with. All the upperclassmen present had gone through the freshman trial dungeon themselves, so they naturally knew just how terrifying the final stage boss was. To be able to solo such a terrifying boss completely shattered their preconceptions. Even outstanding alumni who had already graduated couldn't hold a candle to this level of strength. Moreover, right after enrolling, he racked up nearly 600,000 credits, granting him immediate dungeon freedom. He never have to worry about lacking credits to enter a dungeon again. Envy, shock, admiration. A myriad of gazes, each unique, rested upon Yi Chen. Ahem. So you looked out at the buzzing crowd below and cleared his throat lightly. Instantly, the entire dungeon hall fell silent once more, and he continued, next, we'll begin the process of freely selecting mentors. As you all know, each mentor specializes in different areas and has different requirements for accepting students. This is a two-way selection process. In the days ahead, your mentors can create personalized study plans for you, map out your career growth paths, and answer any questions you may have about your professional journey. Of course, you're also free to choose not to select a mentor and instead attend the instructor's open classes or seek guidance from them during class. As long as you pass the assessments for each academic year, the school won't impose any restrictions on you. You're free to choose your own learning path. Finally, Yi Chen, come with me. Everyone else, get moving. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu walked over to Yi Chen and, within a few breaths, led him out of the dungeon hall. The others instantly scattered, rushing to the mentors of their choice to inquire about their admission requirements. The dean's office at the Battle Academy. Suyu sat at his desk, with Yi Chen seated across from him. Student Yi Chen, your strength has far exceeded our expectations. For a prodigy of your caliber, an ordinary mentor might actually lead you astray, which is why I recommended to the principal that you be accepted as a student. However, the chancellor believes you've been pursuing your career path steadily and solidly. He was nowhere near your level at your age and suggests you simply continue following your own plan. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. If I can't answer them, I can contact the chancellor to provide you with an answer. We believe you will surely grow into a second sword god and become the pillar of stability for the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. But upon further reflection, he realized it was indeed true. With the 10,000-fold amplification system and the resources of Ancient Capital University at his disposal, he might very well reach the level of a sword god in no time. All he lacked right now was some theoretical knowledge of high-level professionals, something he could easily look up on his own in the library. His path to professional growth was completely different from everyone else's. Not even a mythic tier powerhouse could map it out for him in advance unless he revealed everything about the system. But that was absolutely out of the question. The secret of the system had to remain buried deep within him. Then, Suyu took a treasure orb emitting a faint glow from his backpack and continued, "This is a mysterious gift from the sword god himself, awarded to the first place winner of this freshman trial. It's called the EXP orb. It can boost the EXP you gain by 100%, which will greatly accelerate your leveling speed." Yi Chen? Yi Chen had a curse on the tip of his tongue but wasn't sure if he should say it. Since obtaining the 10,000-fold amplification system, the EXP he gained in a single session often exceeded the cap, so a 100% boost wouldn't do him any good. To others, it might be a priceless treasure, but for him, its effect was extremely limited. Seeing Yi Chen's wide eyes filled with utter confusion, Suyu couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any questions?" Yi Chen thought for a moment, then said, "I just want to ask what's the principle behind this EXP orb?" Suyu smiled. "First of all, do you even know what EXP actually is?" Yi Chen shook his head. EXP is essentially a form of primordial energy. After we slay monsters, the rules of the world reward us with this primordial energy, which we use to enhance our strength. Generally speaking, EXP is stored in our bodies as a container, which is why we can only store up to 10 times our current express limit. However, once our bodies are fused with the EXP pearl, all EXP we acquire is automatically stored within it, and the EXP pearl then amplifies that EXP. When we need to level up or improve our skill levels, we can directly draw upon the EXP stored in the EXP orb. After hearing Suyu's explanation, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Then how much EXP can the EXP orb store?" Suyu held up one finger and said slowly, 100 billion. Hearing Suyu's answer, Yi Chen was overwhelmed by sheer delight. 100 billion EXP doesn't that mean he'd never again be limited by the EXP cap, and not a single point of EXP would ever go to waste. Plus, the EXP boost, which was originally 10,000 times, had now jumped to 20,000 times. This was absolutely amazing. Doesn't that mean I can use the EXP orb to stall at a certain level and keep farming low-level monsters? Yi Chen asked again. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. It's not as outlandish as you think. Since EXP is rewarded by the world's rules, those rules will also prevent adventurers from exploiting this loophole. Once you've slain a certain number of monsters of a particular level, you'll stop gaining EXP from them, and that threshold varies by level. Under normal circumstances, this won't affect us at all. For example, if you kill 10,000 rabbits while at level 1, you won't gain any EXP from the 10,000 first one. But generally, no one does that. It's better to use the time to level up quickly. The further you go, the more ways there are to earn EXP. After hearing this, Yi Chen had a sudden realization. This was the kind of knowledge only high-level practitioners could possibly master. If he hadn't come to ancient capital university, he probably would never have learned any of this in his entire life. This also made Yi Chen resolve to set aside time to go to the library and thoroughly catch up on high-level practitioner knowledge. Taking the EXP orb from Suyu's hand, Yi Chen gazed at the faintly glowing orb in his palm, his eyes brimming with joy. With the EXP orb, Yi Chen could not only gain a 20,000x EXP boost, but more importantly, it solved the EXP cap issue that had long plagued him. From this moment on, Yi Chen would never again have to worry about his earned EXP going to waste. Yi Chen channeled his spirit power, and the EXP orb in his hand transformed into specks of white light, slowly seeping into his body through the skin of his palm. Yi Chen could sense the EXP orb appearing in his spirit sea with a mere thought. He could draw EXP from it to level up his character and skills, though for now, it was completely empty. Dean Su, I have 2 more things I need your help with. The first is that I exchanged a giant spirit herb using my special recruitment reward, and now I need to find a diamond tier or even king tier alchemist to help me concoct a giant spirit potion. The second is that I have 3 S tier spirit gems, and I'd like to exchange them for 3 strength gems. Upon hearing that Yi Chen had 3 spirit gems, Suyu couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Spirit gems are extremely difficult to obtain. They can only be acquired by clearing realms and dungeons, and one must achieve an S-rank overall score to have even a slight chance of obtaining them. However, recalling how Yi Chen had instantly defeated the sky-supporting giant ape in less than 5 seconds, Suyu immediately understood. With Yi Chen's formidable strength, acquiring these treasures was hardly a challenge. Suyu replied generously, "No problem.
Give me the giant spirit herb and the 3 spirit gems, and I'll have my secretary handle it right away. After handing over the giant spirit herb and the 3 spirit gems, Yi-Chen bid Suyu farewell and left the office. Walking through the campus of ancient capital University, Yi-Chen decided to spend the rest of the day at the library catching up on knowledge about high-level practitioners. The library at ancient capital University was divided into 7 floors. Each floor houses books on different ranks of practitioners. Students are only allowed to access books up to 3 ranks higher than their own, a measure designed to prevent them from setting their sights too high. The first floor is for bronze rank and below, the second for silver rank, the third for gold rank, and so on, with the 7th floor dedicated to mythic tier materials. Activating his divine wings, Yi-Chen's movement speed increased significantly, and he soon arrived at the ancient capital University library. Upon arriving at the library, Yi-Chen headed straight for the 4th floor. He planned to start with diamond-level books and work his way down, since diamond level was not out of reach for him. The rules of wind, from beginner to expert. On the application of the rules of darkness in the assassin class. Evolutionary paths for 103 novice rank bloodlines. Yi-Chen? At that moment, Yi-Chen's mind was filled with nothing but confusion. What on earth was this about? Why was it completely different from his understanding of the profession? Yi-Chen shook his head and headed to the 1st floor of the library. Comprehensive Guide to Ancient Capital University S-Level 3050 Dungeons. Complete analysis of bronze rank archer skills. Comprehensive catalog of common artifacts. Yi-Chen, Now that's the familiar formula. Pushing aside the huge question mark in his mind, Yi-Chen decided to start from the 1st floor and work his way up slowly, otherwise, he'd just end up completely confused. No wonder the school had such a restriction allowing students to view only books 3 ranks higher than their own. After all, a bronze rank simply couldn't comprehend mythic level knowledge. Soon, Yi-Chen was immersed in a sea of knowledge. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Yi-Chen got up early, washed up, and after enjoying a hearty breakfast, headed straight to the dungeon hall. Thanks to his diligent study in the library the previous day, Yi-Chen knew that Ancient Capital University had a total of 3 level 35 gold rank dungeons. They were the Forest of Mists, the Dark Caverns, and the Shattered Snow Mountains. Yi-Chen also learned that, since dungeons could be cleared repeatedly, the probability of obtaining precious treasures was much lower than in the realm. Bonus rewards were only granted after breaking a dungeon's all-time record. The greater the improvement in performance, the better the reward. Furthermore, each player could claim the record-breaking bonus only once per dungeon. However, the dungeons at Ancient Capital University had existed for a long time, and with strategies constantly evolving, breaking the all-time record was becoming increasingly difficult. Take these 3 level 35 gold rank dungeons, for example. No one has broken the record for nearly 30 years, so securing this bonus reward is practically as difficult as reaching for the moon. At that moment, the dungeon hall was filled with students, including freshmen as well as sophomores and juniors. The instant Yi-Chen stepped into the dungeon hall, whoosh, whoosh. All eyes turned to Yi-Chen at once. National top scorer, soloing the final boss of the freshman trial dungeon, racking up nearly 600,000 credits in the first week of school. Any one of these feats alone was enough to etch Yi-Chen's name into people's memories. Without a doubt, Yi-Chen was currently the top star at Ancient Capital University. And as time went on, more and more information spread, and people gradually came to realize just how formidable Yi-Chen truly was. I heard Yi-Chen took on hundreds of opponents in the freshman trial dungeon yesterday all by himself, without breaking a sweat. That's nothing. I heard Yi-Chen one-shot a boss with 200 million HP with just 2 arrows. That's just not fair. Rumor has it he used a forbidden spell. He can't use it again for at least a year, and it might even shorten his lifespan. Otherwise, that's just too outrageous. Yi-Chen paid no heed to the chatter around him and walked straight toward the dungeon entrance. Yi-Chen, are you heading into the dungeon? Do you need me to support you? Suddenly, a shy-looking girl appeared in front of Yi-Chen. It was the support player from yesterday, Xiao Yufu. Yi-Chen smiled and said, "No thanks, the dungeon I'm going into is too dangerous." Without giving it a second thought, Yi-Chen politely declined her offer. He didn't need a support player.
Having more people alone was just for splitting EXP, it served no other purpose. Then, without pausing, Yi Chen walked up to a dungeon gate. Long before arriving, Yi Chen had already redeemed his dungeon ticket on the Ancient Capital University app. No physical ticket was required to enter the dungeon, as the dungeon gate automatically connects to the school's system to verify eligibility in real time. Yi Chen placed his palm on the recessed area of the dungeon gate. Beep. Identity verification passed. Dungeon eligibility verified. Please select a dungeon difficulty. Abyss difficulty. Hum. A beam of white light descended from the sky, enveloping Yi Chen. Whoosh. Yi Chen's figure instantly vanished from the dungeon hall. Did I hear that right? Yi Chen actually chose Abyss difficulty? Holy shit, soloing a gold rank Abyss difficulty dungeon against opponents of the same level? Even a full team party made up of the top 50 students in the grade can easily wipe out on Nightmare difficulty. Abyss difficulty is several times harder than Nightmare. Isn't he risking his life? Could Yi Chen have gotten a big head after using a forbidden spell to instantly kill the sky-piercing giant ape? That kind of mindset is dangerous. Maybe he has never even run a dungeon before and has no idea how terrifying Abyss difficulty is. That's very possible. As a practitioner from a commoner background, he probably couldn't even get the qualifications to enter a dungeon before coming to university. Sigh, I hope Yi Chen realizes the difficulty is off and has a chance to use a teleport stone to escape. This isn't like the freshman trial dungeon, where you're automatically teleported out if you take fatal damage. Dungeon, Forest of Mist. Rank, Gold. Level, 35. Difficulty, Abyss. Level restriction, 30-40. Party size, 110. Introduction, a sudden fog has engulfed this forest. Under the fog's influence, all monsters have mutated once again and are gradually beginning to harness the fog's strength. They appear and disappear like ghosts within the mist. Be sure to watch out for the eerie hunters lurking in the fog, otherwise, their sharp claws will rip your heart right out. Ding! You have entered the gold rank dungeon Forest of Mist. Current dungeon difficulty, Abyss. Party size, 1. After a moment of slight dizziness, Yi Chen found himself in the Forest of Mist dungeon. At the same time, some basic information about the Forest of Mist dungeon flashed through his mind. Yi Chen looked around and found himself in a mist-shrouded forest, where all was silent. Click. Yi Chen took a step forward, as if triggering some mechanism. Points of light kept flickering to life in the mist ahead: red, green, purple. At the same time, the mist all around him began to swirl, and piercing screams echoed from every direction. Only then did Yi Chen realize that those multicolored points of light were the eyes of monsters, all of them staring intently at him, as if they had spotted some rare treasure. Mist Bat Enhanced. Rarity, Common. Level, 40. HP, 880,000. Attack, 21,552. Physical Defense, 8,251. Magic Defense, 7,741. Skills, Demon Song, Scream, Mist Body, Bloodsucking. Description: the most common monster in the mist forest. It craves fresh blood, lurks within the mist, and will deliver a fatal blow when you least expect it. Mist Demon Wolf. Mist Giant Python. Mist Mantis. All sorts of monsters slowly approached Yi Chen from every direction. Looking at the stats of the monsters around him, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel. This was truly a dungeon at Abyss difficulty. If these monsters' stats were on normal difficulty, they'd easily qualify as bosses, but on Abyss difficulty, they're merely the most common grunts. No wonder the dungeon guide recommends assembling a full 10-person, level 40 elite squad before attempting it, and that squad must be led by at least 2 powerful hidden class mages. Of course, legendary class mages would be even better. All monsters in the Forest of Mist possess the passive skill Mist Body, which reduces physical damage taken by 50% but increases magical damage taken by 100%. Without a powerful spellcaster leading the party, clearing the dungeon is virtually impossible. But to me, they're nothing but a bunch of nobodies.
A gleam flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he gripped the ancient demon bow and channeled a golden arrow into his hand. The slaughter officially begins. Wings of the Gods. Shield of the Gods. Empowerment of the Gods. After activating his shield and empowerment skills, Yi Chen soared into the air and unleashed a blasting arrow at the monsters below. Boom! Vast swaths of trees toppled, thick smoke billowed through the forest, and raging fires erupted. 507,705. 86,232. Burn. Since the exploding arrow dealt fire damage, it inflicted double damage on the monsters. All monsters caught in the explosion were left with less than a third of their HP. With over 80,000 burn damage per second, this group of monsters would be wiped out in less than 4 seconds. Yi Chen paid no further attention to this area, immediately changing course to attack the monsters in another direction. Multi-arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden arrows rained down relentlessly. Even with all the monsters possessing a 50% physical damage reduction effect, they fell like mowed grass. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Mistbat while fighting 5 levels above my own, earning 12 million EXP. 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels above. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Mist Wolf while fighting 5 levels above my own, earning 12 million EXP. 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels above. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Mist Wolf while fighting 5 levels above my own, earning 12 million EXP. 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels above. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Mist Python, 5 levels above my own, earning 12 million EXP. 200% bonus EXP for defeating a monster 5 levels above my own. Yi Chen was slaughtering monsters at a rate of 2 per second in less than 15 seconds, he had eliminated all 30 plus monsters on the other side as well. Gold rank dungeons grant a 4x EXP bonus, while Abyss difficulty grants a 5x EXP bonus when stacked. This results in a 20x EXP bonus. Combined with the EXP Orbis 100% EXP boost, a single ordinary monster could yield Yi Chen 1200 base EXP. In just over 10 seconds, Yi Chen's EXP orb had accumulated over 800 million EXP, a colossal amount that no one could have imagined. After dispatching this wave of monsters, Yi Chen didn't linger, he continued flying straight ahead. The shorter the time taken to clear a dungeon, the greater the rewards for breaking the record. Yi Chen gave it his all, unwilling to waste a single moment. The dungeon's map size and number of monsters were far smaller than those in the realm, but the monster density was extremely high, which posed a significant obstacle to clearing the dungeon. However, these obstacles were no challenge for Yi Chen, he simply overpowered them. After facing 2 more waves of monsters, Yi Chen finally arrived before the final boss. Looking at the monsters before him, 1 commander class boss, 3 elite monsters, and dozens of common minions, this was a typical dungeon boss setup. Lord of the Mist Enhanced. Rank, Commander. Level, 40. HP, 3.85 million. Attack, 79,558. Physical defense, 28,997. Magic defense, 29,661. Skills, Mist Blade, Mist Spear, Mist Guardian, Mist Healing, Super Mist Body. Description: the ruler of the Mist Forest. Originally just an ordinary lich, it gained control of the Mist's power by chance and infected all the monsters in this forest, becoming its undisputed ruler. Mist Guard Enhanced. Rank, Elite. Level, 40. HP, 1.56 million. Attack, 31,558. Physical defense, 22,551. Magic defense, 21,776. Skills, Guardian's Heart, Regenerative Power, Mist Sacrifice, Mist Body. Description: a loyal guard of the Lord of the Mist, possessing Guardian's Heart. As long as it remains alive, it passively absorbs all damage dealt to the Lord of the Mist. Its powerful regenerative power allows it to quickly restore HP. Looking at the Mist Lord's stats, Yi Chen grinned. The passive skill Super Mist Body reduces physical damage taken by 90%, but increases magical damage taken by 200%, making it a nightmare for all physical classes. Furthermore, all damage dealt to the Mist Lord is absorbed first by the Mist Guards. In other words, the Mist Lord would only take damage once all 3 Mist Guards were dead. However, the Mist Guards possessed the regenerative power skill, granting them exceptional healing capabilities, and the Mist Lord could also apply shields and heal the Mist Guards. It could be said that without sufficient damage output, it was virtually impossible to inflict any damage on the Mist Lord. However, Yi-Chen already had a plan in mind. Looking at the staggering 2.6 billion EXP in his EXP orb, Yi-Chen had an idea. Log, Thunder Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 2. Log, Thunder Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 3. Log, Thunder Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 21. After consuming over 100 million EXP, Yi-Chen successfully upgraded Thunderbolt Arrow to level 21. Thunderbolt Arrow level 21, active skill. After charging for 1 second, fires a Thunderbolt Arrow that deals 1000% attack power and lightning damage to the target and paralyzes it for 7 seconds. Consumes 400 mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. After being upgraded to level 21, Thunderbolt Arrow's damage increased from 600% to 1000%, the target's paralysis duration was extended by 2 seconds, and the cooldown was reduced by 10 seconds, essentially matching the damage of a level 1 Shadowless Arrow. However, Thunderbolt Arrow deals lightning damage and can also paralyze the target, so its focus differs from that of Shadowless Arrow. When facing passive skills like Super Mist Body, which are a major headache for physical classes, Thunder Arrow deals triple damage, while Shadowless Arrow deals only 10% damage. Different skills have unique effects in different situations. The more types of skills a player masters, the more adept they'll be at handling various scenarios. Dark Arrow. Whoosh. A golden arrow, shrouded in wisps of black mist, hurtled toward the Mist Lord. At the same time, a golden arrow engulfed in flames followed close behind. Boom! The exploding arrow burst open the moment it struck the Mist Lord, sending a massive explosion reverberating through the air. The ordinary monsters near the Lord of the Mist instantly found their health critically low. They wailed incessantly as the flames scorched them. Damn little bug, I'll tear you to pieces. Faced with this sudden attack, the Mist Lord flew into a rage instantly, letting out a hideous howl. Waves of mist engulfed all the nearby monsters. Enveloped by the mist, all the monsters' HP kept regenerating, only to drop again under the scorching damage. It's all over. Yi-Chen looked down at the enraged Lord of the Mist and let a faint smile play on his lips. Shadow Step. Thunder Arrow. Lightning flickered continuously in Yi-Chen's hands. After a second of charging, an arrow shimmering with thunderous power shot through the air. Empowered by the force of thunder, the arrow moved as fast as lightning. Boom! The health bars of the Mist Lord and the 3 Mist Guards were instantly wiped out, and they crashed to the ground. In that instant, the Mist Lord took over 20 million damage. Even if its health were several times greater, it could not have withstood such terrifying damage. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Mist Guard while 5 levels below, earned 360 million EXP, 200% bonus EXP for being 5 levels below. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Mist Lord while 5 levels below, earned 1.2 billion EXP, 200% bonus EXP for being 5 levels below. After defeating the Mist Lord, Yi-Chen stood quietly in midair, waiting for the dungeon to settle. A few seconds later, the burning damage from exploding arrow had depleted the health bars of all monsters, and the dungeon settlement notification followed immediately. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the gold rank dungeon Mist Forest. Clear time, 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Time rating, SSS. Personal rating, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. Dungeon clear rewards will be automatically distributed shortly. Looking at the overall evaluation for clearing the dungeon, Yi-Chen wasn't surprised at all. A completion time of 2 minutes and 25 seconds, it's barely passable, but I should be able to get quite a few good items. Yi-Chen thought to himself. Before tackling the Misty Forest dungeon, Yi-Chen had already looked up the relevant information. The all-time fastest clear time for the Misty Forest dungeon on Abyss difficulty was 20 minutes and 52 seconds, set 30 years ago by an elite squad led by the Flame God. It is said that, aside from the Flame God, a legendary class mage, the team also included 2 hidden class mages who were no weaker than legendary class mages. It was only through the coordinated efforts of these 3 incredibly powerful, high damage mages that they were able to set this dungeon clear record in 20 minutes and 52 seconds. This feat also slashed the all-time record for the Misty Forest dungeon from 35 minutes to 20 minutes. For the entire 30 years since then, no other party has been able to break this record. Until today, when Yichen finally shattered the all-time record for the Abyss difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon once again. And he didn't just break it, he slashed the time to under 3 minutes, creating a barrier that will never be surmounted. Just as Yichen was reflecting on this, the dungeon rewards arrived as expected. A treasure chest radiating multicolored light appeared before Yichen's eyes. Misty Forest Dungeon Treasure Chest SSS. Description: a top-tier treasure chest obtainable only with an SSS overall rating. It can yield SSS grade rare treasures at best. As Yichen looked at the SSS tier dungeon treasure chest before him, some knowledge about dungeon treasure chests flashed through his mind. In dungeons, defeating monsters does not directly drop equipment or various treasures. The only rewards come from the dungeon treasure chests granted upon clearing the dungeon. The higher the overall rating for clearing a dungeon, the higher the tier of the dungeon treasure chest. At the same time, the maximum possible overall rating varies depending on the dungeon's difficulty. For example, if you select normal difficulty, the maximum overall rating is B rank. If you select elite difficulty, the maximum is A rank. Only by selecting Abyss difficulty is it possible to obtain an SSS rank dungeon treasure chest. Without hesitation, Yichen opened the dungeon treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the following rewards. S-rank treasure, Stone of Agility level 40, Azura Dagger Dark Gold level 40, Aurora Ring Gold level 40, Dream Necklace Gold, Heavenly Thunder Technique Bronze rank Skill Book, Earth Spike Technique Bronze rank Skill Book level 40, Metal Warside Silver level 40, Special Alloy Spear Silver, Black Iron Greatsword Bronze, Black Iron Necklace Bronze. Due to the adventurer's outstanding performance breaking the dungeon's fastest clear record, an additional reward has been triggered. Reward 1, SSS rank Treasure Wind Gem. Reward 2, S-rank Talent Mastery of Power. It seems the rewards from the dungeon are nowhere near as good as those from the realm. Looking at the treasures that had dropped from the dungeon chest, Yichen couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. However, he quickly let it go. After all, realms are one-time events, while dungeons can be cleared repeatedly. This alone means that dungeon rewards are far inferior to those of realms. A realm is essentially a one-time giveaway of all its rewards, whereas a dungeon offers rewards gradually, like a steady stream. That said, dungeon energy is limited, though it constantly replenishes. Generally, under the school's control, it can be sustained indefinitely. Still, compared to others who cleared the dungeon, Yichen's haul was quite substantial. He had not only an S-rank treasure but also a dark gold rank piece of equipment, 2 gold rank pieces, and several bronze and silver rank items. Add to that the 2 skill books, which could fetch quite a few credits. Of course, these were just the basic rewards. When you factor in the reward for breaking the all-time record, the value becomes immeasurable. Yichen examined the attributes of the Wind Gem. Wind Gem. Quality, SSS. Description: a gem imbued with a vast amount of wind rules, capable of accelerating the speed at which one comprehends the wind rules. Wind rules. Yichen gazed at the Wind Gem thoughtfully. Having crammed on knowledge about high-tier professionals yesterday, Yichen knew that after advancing to gold rank, he would have to master the power of laws to become a diamond rank professional. The power of laws could be imbued into skills, greatly enhancing their potency. Once they became diamond rank professionals, practitioners could even use the power of laws to create their own unique skills. Of course, comprehending the power of the rules is extremely difficult. Countless people have been stuck at this bottleneck, unable to break through to the diamond rank. Only by comprehending the power of the rules can one become a true powerhouse. The lifespan of an average professional is roughly 100 years, but once one comprehends the power of the rules and advances to diamond rank, their lifespan will reach 500 years. It can be said that only by comprehending the power of the rules does one truly become a professional, completely transcending mortality, and only then does one truly begin their journey as a professional. Yichen carefully stowed the Wind Gem in his backpack, then examined the talent orb representing Mastery of Strength.
Mastery of Strength S rank. Your control over strength is greatly enhanced. Each point of strength grants an additional 50% attack power.
Upon seeing the attributes of Mastery of Strength, Yi Chen's eyes widened instantly.
For a bronze rank professional, 1 point of strength increases attack power by 4 points. An additional 50% boost would amount to 2 points. Moreover, as a professional S rank increases, this bonus becomes increasingly staggering.
Currently, Yi Chen's strength stat stands at over 10,000 points, meaning he could directly gain an additional 20,000 plus points of attack power. Factoring in the bonus from Divine Arrow, Yi Chen's final attack power would shatter the 100,000 mark, a truly terrifying figure. Yi Chen quickly clasped the talent orb representing Mastery of Strength in the palm of his hand. As his spirit energy surged, a flash of white light shot out and merged into the center of his forehead. Yi Chen clearly sensed his mastery over strength grow even stronger, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly.
After stowing all the rewards in his backpack, Yi Chen activated the teleportation stone and reappeared in the dungeon lobby. Look, isn't that Yi Chen? He came out in less than 3 minutes. That's normal.
A gold rank dungeon on Abyss difficulty. If you don't get out early, you'll die right there inside. Sigh, I hope Yi Chen isn't too discouraged. A gold rank dungeon on Abyss difficulty isn't meant to be soloed in the first place. I hope he realizes this fact soon and stops acting so recklessly.
He got too cocky, thinking he was invincible.
Now he knows his place.
Sigh, what a waste of a dungeon ticket. That's no way to squander your credits.
After exiting the Forest of Mist dungeon, Yi Chen headed straight for the entrance to the Dark Cavern dungeon.
Yi Chen placed his palm on the recessed sensor at the dungeon entrance. Beep.
Identity verification passed.
Dungeon eligibility verified. Please select a dungeon difficulty. Abyss difficulty. Whoosh. A beam of white light descended from the sky, enveloping Yi Chen. Whoosh. Yi Chen's figure vanished once again from the dungeon lobby. Holy shit, why did he go into the Abyss difficulty version of the Dark Cavern again? This Yi Chen must be out of his mind. Look, guys. The all-time record for the Abyss difficulty of the Misty Forest has been updated. Holy shit, the record's been broken? Could Yi Chen have cleared it? Dude, what are you thinking? There's no way Yi Chen could do that. The Misty Forest dungeon is a nightmare for melee classes. Usually only mages choose this dungeon.
Dude, you must have looked at the wrong dungeon. The all-time record for the Abyss difficulty of Misty Forest hasn't changed in 30 years.
Led by Lord Yenshin, they almost broke the 20-minute mark, slashing the time by over 10 minutes.
No one has been able to beat that record since.
Holy crap, it's true. Come check it out.
Soon, more and more people gathered in front of the dungeon leaderboard to check the results.
And when they saw it,
everyone froze in place, eyes wide with disbelief, unable to believe what they were seeing, and even beginning to wonder if there was a glitch in the dungeon leaderboard.
Misty Forest Abyss fastest clear record. First place, Yi Chen's party. Party members, Yi Chen. Clear time, 2 minutes 25 seconds.
Seeing this record,
everyone fell silent. 2 minutes 25 seconds? This can't be the record for normal difficulty, can it?
Everyone rubbed their eyes, stared in disbelief, and began examining the screen again, carefully and closely.
Then, the crowd erupted once more. Holy shit, it's actually true.
Yi Chen soloed the Abyss difficulty of the Forest of Mist dungeon all by himself.
And he did it in just 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Is this even human? A melee class soloing the Abyss difficulty of the Forest of Mist dungeon in under 3 minutes? Can someone tell me what the hell is going on with this world? Did he use forbidden magic again? Doesn't Yi Chen have just a few days left to live? This is the most outrageous thing I've ever seen in my life. No contest.
I seriously suspect there is something wrong with the dungeon leaderboard.
Quick, get the teacher to come check it out. I think there is something wrong with the dungeon itself.
Maybe the Abyss difficulty monsters have been nerfed to the point where they're not even as strong as the normal difficulty ones.
Heh, I'm going to give it a try.
In less than a minute, a disheveled figure appeared in the dungeon lobby. It was the guy who just said he was going to give it a try.
Holy shit. Guys, I almost died in there.
As soon as I went in, a bunch of minions with stats almost as high as the boss's surrounded me.
I was so scared I teleported right back out.
Man, I really admire your courage.
You've got a death wish.
Since there's nothing wrong with the dungeon, and Yi Chen just went back into the dark cavern dungeon, it can't be.
No way. Is he planning to break the records for every level 35 dungeon today? That's terrifying.
Even mythic tier powerhouses are no match for him at this level. Standing in the crowd at that moment, Lu Ming's vision went dark. He couldn't believe Yi Chen was actually this terrifying. He had already made plans with his teammates to run the dungeon together, hoping to catch up to Yi Chen as soon as possible. But seeing this scene before him, he began to doubt whether he'd ever be able to catch up to Yi Chen in his lifetime. Why was I born when Yi Chen was already here?
Dungeon, Dark Cavern. Rank, Gold. Level, 35. Difficulty, Abyss. Level restriction, 30-40. Party size, 110.
Description: deep within the dark cavern lies a horde of monsters that lurk in the shadows.
Any intruder will be mercilessly torn to shreds by their claws. Ding!
You have entered the gold rank dungeon Dark Cavern.
Current dungeon difficulty, Abyss. Party size, 1.
After a brief moment of dizziness, Yi Chen found himself inside the dark cavern dungeon. Visibility inside the cavern was extremely low, with only some unidentified plants on the rock walls emitting a faint glow. Fortunately, Yi Chen possessed the A-rank talent Eye of Truth, so even in such harsh conditions, he remained completely unaffected.
Let us get started.
After surveying his surroundings, Yi Chen, wielding the ancient demon bow, began attacking the monsters in the distance.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden arrows continuously sliced through the darkness, and one monster after another fell.
Log, successfully defeated a level 40 cave spider while fighting 5 levels above my own, earning 12 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels above. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 shadowbat while fighting 5 levels above my own, earning 12 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels above. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 iron armored undead, 5 levels above my own, earning 12 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for defeating a monster 5 levels higher. Yi Chen swept through the area, and no monster could withstand 3 of his arrows.
Soon, Yi Chen stood before the final boss.
With a thought, Yi Chen began upgrading Shadowless Arrow.
Log, Shadowless Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 2. Log, Shadowless Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 3. Log, Shadowless Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 31.
After spending over 500 million EXP, Shadowless Arrow successfully reached level 31.
At this point, there was still over 7.5 billion EXP remaining in the EXP orb. Shadowless Arrow level 31, active skill.
After a 2-second charge, fires a powerful arrow that deals 1600% attack power damage to the target. The arrow will traverse space to strike the target directly.
Consumes 500 mana. Cooldown, 45 seconds.
After Shadowless Arrow reached level 31, its attack damage increased by 600%, and the skill's cooldown was reduced by 15 seconds. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen began upgrading the skill level of Shadow Step.
Log, Shadow Step upgrade successful. Current level, 2. Log, Shadow Step upgrade successful. Current level, 3. Log, Shadow Step upgrade successful. Current level, 31.
After spending over 500 million EXP once again, Shadow Step was successfully upgraded to level 31.
Shadow Step level 31, active skill. Leaves a shadow clone at the current location that lasts for 8 seconds.
The caster can teleport to any location within a radius of agility 4 meters, ignoring obstacles, while entering an invisible state. The first attack deals an additional 250% damage and breaks the caster's invisibility.
Consumes 800 mana. Cooldown, 45 seconds.
After Shadow Step reached level 31, the Shadow Clone's duration increased by 3 seconds, the skill's cooldown was reduced by 15 seconds, and the teleportation radius expanded from Agility 1 to Agility 4, further enhancing Yi Chen's escape capabilities. More importantly, the damage dealt by the first attack increased from 100% to 250%, taking Yi Chen's burst damage to a whole new level.
I'll test this skill on you.
Yi Chen looked at the Shadow Spider King before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Shadow Step. Shadowless Arrow. Yi Chen drew his longbow, and a golden arrow coalesced.
2 seconds later, a golden arrow pierced through space, instantly striking the Shadow Spider King in the head.
Boom!
The massive body of the Shadow Spider King crashed to the ground.
Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Shadow Spider King while 5 levels below earned 1.2 billion EXP 200% EXP bonus for defeating a monster 5 levels higher. Even without the Dark Arrow's boost, I can instantly deal over 20 million damage. Yi Chen nodded, thoroughly satisfied with the damage he dealt. Boom!
Next, Yi Chen unleashed a blast arrow, instantly reducing all monsters' HP by half. He then turned his attention to the 3 elite monsters.
Super Multi-Arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than a second, the 3 elite monsters fell one after another.
Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Shadow Guard while 5 levels below earned 360 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for defeating a monster 5 levels higher.
Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Ironclad Guard while 5 levels below earned 360 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for defeating a monster 5 levels higher.
Before long, all the remaining common monsters were also incinerated one after another.
Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Cave Spider, which is 5 levels higher than my own, earning 12 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for defeating a monster 5 levels higher.
Log, successfully defeated a level 40 Shadow Bat while 5 levels above the dungeon's required level, earning 12 million EXP 200% EXP bonus for being 5 levels above.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the gold rank dungeon Dark Cavern. Clear time, 1 minute 17 seconds. Time rating, SSS. Personal rating, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. Dungeon completion rewards will be automatically distributed shortly.
Not bad, my speed has improved this time.
As expected, Yi Chen once again received an SSS level overall rating.
However, seeing that his completion time was half that of his previous run, he was still very satisfied.
Buzz. A treasure chest radiating multicolored light appeared before Yi Chen. Dark Cave Dungeon Treasure Chest SSS.
Description: a top-tier treasure chest obtainable only with an SSS overall rating. It can yield SSS grade rare treasures at best. Yi Chen didn't open the dungeon chest right away. Instead, he stowed it in his backpack, planning to open it later along with his other dungeon chests.
He then used a teleport stone and reappeared in the dungeon hall.
Upon arriving in the dungeon hall, Yi Chen didn't linger. He headed straight for the entrance to the Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon.
Whoosh!
A flash of white light passed, and Yi Chen vanished from the dungeon lobby once more, entering the Abyss difficulty Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon. At that moment, the dungeon lobby erupted in commotion once again. In less than 2 minutes, Yi Chen reappeared in the dungeon lobby, only to enter the Abyss difficulty Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon once more.
Seeing Yi Chen's series of moves, everyone was baffled. What was going on? Had he cleared the Dark Cavern dungeon in less than 2 minutes? Everyone hurriedly checked the Dark Cavern dungeon leaderboard. Dark Cavern Abyss fastest clear record. First place, Yi Chen's party. Party members, Yi Chen. Clear time, 1 minute 17 seconds.
Seeing this dungeon completion record,
everyone was stunned once again.
Just moments ago, he had cleared the Abyss difficulty Misty Forest dungeon in 2 minutes and 25 seconds, and now he cleared the gold rank Dark Cavern dungeon also at Abyss difficulty in just 1 minute and 17 seconds.
This is just too outrageous. It's completely unbelievable. and highly unprofessional. Keep in mind that before this, the fastest clear time for the Abyss difficulty Dark Cavern dungeon was 25 minutes and 55 seconds, and now it's been cleared in just 1 minute and 17 seconds? Everyone wondered if they'd forgotten to check the calendar before leaving home today. How else could they have encountered something this absurd? How am I ever going to catch up to Yi-Chen?
Lu Ming, standing in the corner, had already begun to withdraw into himself. Having gone from brimming with confidence at the start to now questioning the meaning of life, Lu Ming suspected that Yi-Chen was sent by the heavens to punish him. To encounter such a formidable opponent right at the start of his career as a professional player. Do you guys think Yi-Chen can clear the Abyss difficulty Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon this quickly too? I think it's highly unlikely. He might even fail. Shattered Snow Mountain is different from other dungeons. As soon as you enter Shattered Snow Mountain, you're immediately confronted by all the monsters, and the boss it doesn't give you a moment to catch your breath. Being surrounded by so many powerful monsters, just thinking about it is terrifying. I believe in Yi-Chen, he has pulled off so many miracles. Facing that many monsters at once is way too hard to solo. Without a reliable tank and support, you won't be able to hold out against a single wave of those monsters. Rumor has it that Yi-Chen has a flight skill. He can keep kiting them from the air and slowly wear down that horde of monsters. That won't work. Many monsters in the Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon have ranged attack skills. Unless he can attack from several thousand meters up in the air, which is clearly impossible. The students were all buzzing with discussion. Although Yi-Chen had already pulled off a miracle, most people still held little hope that he could clear the Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon on Abyss difficulty. Dungeon, Shattered Snow Mountain. Rank, Gold. Level, 35. Difficulty, Abyss. Level restriction, 30-40. Party size, 110. Description: this is a shattered corner of an ancient snow-capped mountain. Countless ice and snow monsters live here. They form a united tribe. Should any outsiders invade, they will come out in full force to collect the enemy's heads as trophies. Ding! You have entered the gold rank dungeon Shattered Snow Mountain. Current dungeon difficulty, Abyss. Party size, 1. After a momentary dizziness, Yi-Chen found himself inside the Shattered Snow Mountain's dungeon. Before Yi-Chen had a chance to survey his surroundings, he noticed hundreds of monsters surging toward him from a short distance away. Wings of the Gods. Shield of the Gods. Spreading his massive, sacred wings, Yi-Chen soared into the air, creating distance between himself and the monsters. Divine Enhancement. Exploding Arrow. Boom! A massive explosion rang out among the horde of monsters. However, the damage dealt by Exploding Arrow was reduced by nearly half, likely due to the ancient Snow Mountain's suppression of the fire element. Yi-Chen shook his head and didn't let it bother him. Super Multi-Arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless golden arrows rained down from above. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 frost spider while fighting 5 levels above my own, earning 12 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels above. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 frost stone giant while fighting 5 levels above my own, earning 12 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels above. Log, successfully defeated a level 40 frost tiger, 5 levels above my own, earning 12 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for defeating a monster 5 levels higher. The minions at the front kept falling, and Yi-Chen finally caught sight of the boss. A stone giant over 10 meters tall, completely covered in frost, appeared before Yi-Chen. Shadow Step. Shadowless Arrow. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen unleashed his most powerful single-target combo. Boom! Shadowless Arrow struck the Frost Stone Giant King directly in the chest, instantly dealing over 20 million damage. With a single blow, the Frost Stone Giant King's health bar was completely wiped out, and it crashed to the ground. Log, successfully defeated the level 40 Frost Stone Giant King while 5 levels below, earned 1.2 billion EXP 200% bonus EXP for defeating a monster 5 levels higher. After the Frost Stone Giant King fell, all the monsters seemed to grow even more frenzied. A barrage of frost spears flew toward Yi-Chen. Facing this rain of frost spears, Yi-Chen paid them no mind. His eyes were even filled with disdain. The frost spears exploded against Yi Chen's shield, posing absolutely no threat to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew ceaselessly from Yi Chen's hands, unleashing a frenzied barrage like a golden Gatling gun. Log successfully defeated a level 40 Froststone Giant Commander while 5 levels below earned 360 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels above. Log successfully defeated a level 40 Frostwolf while 5 levels below earned 12 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels above. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the gold rank dungeon Shattered Snow Mountains. Clear time, 28 seconds. Time rating, SSS. Personal rating, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. Dungeon clear rewards will be automatically distributed shortly. Not bad. I love dungeons like this where I don't have to hunt for monsters, just take them all out in one go. How satisfying. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile as he looked at the completion time. The mechanics of Shattered Snow Mountain were absolutely perfect for speed clearing. He'd taken out all the monsters in under 30 seconds. Yi Chen decided to use all 17 of his remaining gold rank tickets to farm the Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon. It was simply the perfect place to level up. Each run yielded roughly 5.5 billion EXP, so clearing all 17 gold rank dungeon tickets meant Yi Chen could earn over 90 billion EXP. And it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Whoosh! A treasure chest radiating multicolored light appeared before Yi Chen. Shattered Snow Mountain Dungeon Chest SSS. Description: a top-tier treasure chest obtainable only with an SSS overall rating. It can yield SSS grade rare treasures at best. Yi Chen stowed the dungeon chest in his backpack, then activated the teleportation stone, reappearing in the dungeon lobby. Immediately afterward. Whoosh! A flash of white light swept past, and Yi Chen vanished from the dungeon lobby, re-entering the Abyss difficulty Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon. Holy crap, I didn't see that wrong, did I? Yi Chen just came out of the Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon, then went right back in. Hurry up and check the Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon leaderboard. A huge crowd rushed to check the Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon leaderboard. Shattered Snow Mountain Abyss fastest clear record. First place, Yi Chen's party. Party members, Yi Chen. Clear time, 28 seconds. Holy shit, this is insane. Is this even a record a human could achieve? 28 seconds? What the hell is that? Going from 28 minutes and 31 seconds straight down to 28 seconds, is this guy the reincarnation of a true god or something? That's just insane. Is this how it works? The harder the dungeon, the faster the clear time? Does Yi Chen's strength have no limits? He is always pulling off results beyond imagination. I suspect he has inherited the legacy of a true god. It's possible. If he did inherit the legacy of a true god, that would explain his incredible strength. Dude, you don't seriously believe Yi Chen has the legacy of a true god, do you? True gods are deities high above us. Why would they pay attention to a mere ant like him? Unbelievable, unbelievable. The Dean's office at the Battle Academy. A series of urgent knocks on the door was followed by Suyu's secretary entering the office. Dean Su, Yi Chen is terrifying. He has just shattered the historical records for 3 level 35 gold rank dungeons. Suyu replied while looking down at his documents. Given his strength, isn't it perfectly normal for him to break a few gold rank dungeon records? What's there to make such a fuss about? No, that's not it. He soloed an Abyss difficulty gold rank dungeon and completed it in under 3 minutes. Suyu's secretary said urgently. Suyu, who had been looking down at his documents, instantly looked up at the secretary before him, his face filled with disbelief. He wondered if she had lost her mind. How could she say something so outlandish? Are you sure you didn't get that wrong? An Abyss difficulty gold rank dungeon? And he cleared it solo? Suyu asked, his brows furrowed. Yes. Lots of students saw it. Hearing his secretary's reply, Suyu quickly opened the ancient capital university back-end system and checked the dungeon leaderboards. Forest of Mist Abyss fastest clear time, 2 minutes 25 seconds.
Dark Cavern Abyss fastest clear time, 1 minute 17 seconds.
Shattered Snow Mountain Abyss fastest clear time, 28 seconds. Looking at the dungeon records before him, Suyu fell into deep thought.
Could it be that he hadn't woken up yet? Clearly, the secretary's claim of within 3 minutes was a huge understatement. He decleared the Abyss difficulty Shattered Snow Mountain's dungeon in under 30 seconds. Is this even humanly possible? Not even a reincarnated true god could be this terrifying. No way. I have to report this to the principal. Yi Chen's talent has surpassed everyone's wildest expectations.
Inside the Shattered Snow Mountain's dungeon,
Yi Chen once again stowed the dungeon chest in his backpack.
At that moment, Yi Chen looked at the over 30 billion EXP in his EXP orb and prepared to level up his skills. Otherwise, after clearing the remaining 14 runs of the Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon, the EXP in the EXP orb would surely overflow.
Log, Intermediate Archer Mastery Upgrade successful. Current level 31. Log, Intermediate Archer Mastery Upgrade successful. Current level 32. Log, Intermediate Archer Mastery Upgrade successful. Current level 100.
After spending over 26 billion EXP, Intermediate Archer was instantly upgraded from level 30 to level 100. Intermediate Archer Mastery level 100, passive skill. Increases all stats by 1000 points, as well as movement speed, attack speed, and critical hit rate by 100%. Increases arrow range and flight speed by 100%. Yi Chen looked at the stats of the level 100 Intermediate Archer Mastery and couldn't help but let a slight smile touch the corners of his mouth. Compared to the Intermediate Archer Mastery at level 30, all stats had increased significantly. Especially the 100% critical hit rate. As long as monsters didn't have critical resistance, he could deal double damage with every attack.
It was simply terrifying.
After upgrading the skill, Yi Chen activated the teleport stone and reappeared in the dungeon hall. However, Yi Chen soon returned to the Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon. He quickly cleared the remaining 14 runs of Shattered Snow Mountain in less than 5 minutes. After Yi Chen's attack speed and critical hit rate reached 100%, his dungeon clearing efficiency improved once again, setting a new record for the fastest clear of Shattered Snow Mountain at 12 seconds. However, since each player can only receive the record-breaking reward once per dungeon, he merely updated the dungeon leaderboard, which was, at best, a small consolation. Looking at the over 80 billion EXP in his EXP orb, Yi Chen decided to return and give it some serious thought before upgrading his skills. Since professionals can only receive the dungeon record-breaking reward 3 times per tier, Yi Chen had no intention of continuing to farm other dungeons. He used a shadow step to leave the dungeon hall, then activated Wings of the Gods to fly toward Villa number 001 on Qinglong Mountain. The crowd in the dungeon hall watched as Yi Chen's shadow clone gradually faded away, only then realizing that he had already left. Another wave of excitement swept through the room. Holy shit, I've actually witnessed history. Clearing 20 Abyss difficulty gold rank dungeons in under 10 minutes. I'm convinced this achievement is not only unprecedented but will never be matched. Clearing the Abyss difficulty Shattered Snow Mountain solo in 12 seconds, even a reincarnated true god probably couldn't pull that off. Living in the same era as him is both our good fortune and our misfortune. We're witnessing the rise of a true goddess seed. I believe Yi Chen's future achievements will far exceed everyone's imagination. I'm blown away. From now on, Yi Chen will be my idol for life. No one understands Yi Chen better than I do. He is definitely the reincarnation of a true god. Qinglong Mountain, Villa number 001. At that moment, Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa, pondering how to best use the over 80 billion EXP stored in the EXP orb. The Divine Arrow skill allows me to condense energy arrows. It's essentially an arrow-based weapon that can be used with both normal attacks and skills. It's my most essential skill and has the highest priority. Having made up his mind, Yi Chen began upgrading the Divine Arrow skill. Log, Divine Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 72. Log, Divine Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 73. Log, Divine Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 121. After spending over 40 billion EXP, Yi Chen's Divine Arrow jumped directly from level 71 to level 121.
Divine Arrow level 121, active skill. An energy arrow condensed from mana. Consumes 1 mana.
The energy arrow possesses 130% attack power. The energy arrow can be treated as equipment and directly added to total attack power. After Divine Arrow reached level 121, its attack power increased by 50%, and Yi Chen's current base attack power stands at 70,000, meaning his attack power has increased by over 35,000. At this point, Yi Chen's total attack power has reached 160,000. Not even Diamond tier practitioners possess such terrifying attack power. Of course, Diamond tier practitioners benefit from the bonus granted by the power of the rules, so the damage they deal far exceeds Yi Chen's. However, once Yi Chen also masters the power of the rules, he will likely be able to hold his own even against King tier practitioners. After upgrading Divine Arrow, Yi Chen raised all his skills below level 51 to level 51. Generally speaking, most skills experience a quantum leap in power after reaching level 51.
After upgrading all his skills, less than 10 billion EXP remained in the EXP orb. Yi Chen decided to save the remaining EXP for a rainy day. Next, Yi Chen took out 19 dungeon chests glowing with multicolored light from his backpack. 2 of them were SSS ranked dungeon chests containing record-breaking bonus rewards, while the rest were ordinary SSS ranked dungeon chests. First, Yi Chen opened the Dark Cavern dungeon chest SSS. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the following rewards.
S-rank artifact, Strength Gem level 40, Sky Ring Dark Gold level 40, Evil Warding Greatsword Gold level 40, Judgment Staff Gold Damage Aura Silver Rank Skill Book level 40, Iron Blood Battle Axe Silver level 40, Special Alloy Side Silver Black Iron Cross Bronze Battle Blade Longsword Bronze. Due to the Adventurer's outstanding performance breaking the dungeon's fastest clear record, an additional reward has been triggered.
Reward 1, SSS Rank Strength Gem. Reward 2, S-Rank Talent, Mastery of the Body. Yi Chen then opened the Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon chest SSS containing the bonus rewards. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the following rewards.
S-Rank Artifact, Essence of Life level 40, Netherfire Staff Dark Gold level 40, Mystic Moon Spear Gold level 40, Redemption Gauntlets Gold Thunder Prison Silver Rank Skill Book level 40, Bloodthirsty Gourd Silver level 40, Cold Moon Necklace Silver Ice Breastplate Bronze, Knight's Longsword Bronze. Due to the Adventurer's outstanding performance breaking the dungeon's fastest clear record, an additional reward has been triggered.
Reward 1, SSS Rank Artifact Fragment of the Immortal Gem. Reward 2, S-Rank Talent Unbreakable Strength.
Finally, Yi Chen opened the remaining 17 ordinary Shattered Snow Mountain dungeon chests SSS all at once. A mountain of various equipment and treasures piled up before Yi Chen, who quickly began taking inventory of his loot.
A total of 19 S-rank treasures.
19 dark gold rank pieces of equipment, 38 gold rank pieces, and as many as 152 pieces of silver and bronze rank equipment. 7 silver rank skill books and 24 bronze rank skill books.
2 SSS rank treasures, as well as 2 S-rank talents. Yi Chen couldn't wait to check the attributes of the 2 SSS rank treasures. Gem of Strength. Quality, SSS.
Description: a gem imbued with a vast amount of the law of strength, which can accelerate the speed of comprehending the law of strength.
Fragment of the Gem of Immortality. Quality, SSS.
Description: a gem fragment imbued with the power of immortality, from which a small amount of immortal power can be extracted.
Looking at the 2 SSS rank treasures before him, Yi Chen furrowed his brow.
The Gem of Power could accelerate the mastery of the laws of power much like the Gem of Wind, and Yi Chen had no doubts about that. However, the fact that the fragment of the Gem of Immortality allowed one to extract a small amount of immortal power left Yi Chen thoroughly perplexed. Even after cramming on knowledge about high-tier professionals yesterday, Yi Chen was still completely in the dark about what exactly this immortal power was. This immortal power might be related to the King tier, or even the Mythic tier. Yi Chen thought to himself as he stowed the 2 SSS tier treasures into his backpack, deciding to ask Dean Suyu in person later about what exactly this immortal power was. Next, Yi Chen examined the talent orb representing mastery of the body.
Body Control S rank. Your control over vitality is greatly enhanced. Each point of vitality grants an additional 50% HP in physical defense.
Upon seeing the attributes of mastery of the body, Yi-Chen wore an expression of "I knew it after all." The name was far too similar to mastery of strength. Yi-Chen held the talent orb representing mastery of the body in the palm of his hand, channeled his spirit power, and a flash of white light instantly merged into the center of his brow. Yi-Chen clearly sensed that his control over vitality had strengthened once again, with both his HP and physical defense seeing significant increases.
Immediately afterward, Yi-Chen examined the talent orb representing unbreakable force. Unbreakable force S rank. When taking lethal damage, you become immune to that damage and gain invincibility for 5 seconds, while also restoring 20% of your maximum HP per second. Cooldown, 12 hours. Upon seeing the attributes of indomitable force, Yi-Chen was overjoyed.
It turned out to be an incredibly powerful survival talent. When taking lethal damage, not only would he be immune to that damage, but he would also gain 5 seconds of invincibility. A full 5 seconds of invincibility was more than enough to completely turn the tide of battle, and his HP would be fully restored once the invincibility ended. It was practically an essential skill for any adventurer.
Moreover, this talent could be triggered once every 12 hours, giving Yi-Chen's survival capabilities an epic boost. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen quickly activated the talent orb for unbreakable will.
A flash of white light appeared, and he successfully mastered the talent. Having mastered 2 S-rank talents, Yi-Chen stowed the remaining equipment, skills, and treasures into his backpack. Yi-Chen gave them a quick glance. Some of the gear and skills would be useful to him, but he wasn't at the required level yet. He currently had 2 level 35 gold rank realm summoning stones and 1 level 40 master class realm summoning stone in his possession. Yi-Chen planned to clear these 3 realms and then level up directly to level 50 to claim the silver rank promotion quest. After advancing to silver rank, he would immediately level up to 70 to accept the gold rank advancement quest. Once he advanced to gold rank, the 10,000-fold amplification system would unlock new features, and only then would he truly be capable of defending himself. After advancing to gold rank, Yi-Chen planned to master all the advanced professional knowledge he lacked at Ancient Capital University, then head to the border battlefields for training. He wanted to experience the true world of professionals firsthand. The border battlefields were where all-powerful professionals lived long-term. The minimum requirement to enter was silver rank. However, at silver rank, one could only join the military and was unable to operate freely outside. Only upon reaching gold rank could he choose to join certain special operations units, many of which operated solo, making them ideal for Yi-Chen. The thought of a vast world unfolding before his eyes filled Yi-Chen with fighting spirit.
Gold rank, it's not far off.
Yi-Chen gazed out the window with a determined look in his eyes and murmured to himself.
Half an hour later, Yi-Chen reappeared in the villa's living room.
Immediately after tallying all his dungeon loot, Yi-Chen used 2 level 35 gold rank realm summoning stones. On average, clearing each realm took only a little over 10 minutes. This was due not only to Yi-Chen's significantly enhanced damage output but also to the significantly increase in movement speed after Wings of the Gods reached level 51.
Wings of the Gods level 51, active skill.
Uses divine power to manifest a pair of divine wings, granting flight and increasing movement speed by 300%.
Consumes 5 mana per second. Cooldown, 15 seconds.
After reaching level 51, Wings of the Gods provided a flat 300% increase in movement speed, propelling Yi-Chen to a truly staggering speed. Unless one was a diamond tier professional who had mastered the law of wind, it was simply impossible to keep up with Yi-Chen's speed.
Naturally, Yi-Chen secured SSS tier overall ratings for both realms without a doubt.
Yi-Chen merely glanced over the realm rewards before stowing them in his backpack, planning to examine them more closely after clearing the final level 40 master tier realm. Gold rank realms offered only an 8x EXP bonus, which didn't compare to an Abyss difficulty gold rank dungeon, but clearing the 2 realms still netted Yi-Chen over 20 billion EXP. At this point, Yi-Chen's EXP orb contained over 30 billion EXP, which he planned to save for upgrading his aura skills after advancing to silver rank. Next, Yi-Chen took out the level 40 master tier realm summoning stone that had dropped from Abyss Demon Bruno.
He activated his spirit power.
A white spatial vortex, as tall as a person, appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen stepped directly into it and instantly vanished from the villa's living room, while the spatial vortex gradually contracted until it disappeared entirely. After a brief moment of dizziness, Yi Chen snapped back to his senses. As his strength increased, the discomfort caused by spatial teleportation grew weaker and weaker. Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings. The entire world was shrouded in darkness as far as the eye could see. There were nothing but vast, white snowfields and towering icebergs. Bitingly cold winds howled ceaselessly. Ding! Log, entered the Abyss Fragment Realm. The quest panel has been updated. Please check the quest panel for details. Upon receiving the log notification, Yi Chen quickly opened the quest panel and found a detailed description of the realm. Catherine's Ice and Snow Realm. Rank, Master Level. Level, 40. Clear requirement, defeat the Realm Lord Catherine, the Ice Lord. Current progress, 01. Description: this is a fragment of the Abyss's first layer. After the first layer of the Abyss was completely shattered, this realm of ice and snow has been floating in the endless void, awaiting the day it can return to the great world of the Abyss. Seeing the updated realm information on his quest panel, Yi Chen fell deep in thought. No wonder it's a realm summoning stone dropped by Bruno, the Abyss Demon. It's actually another fragment from the first layer of the Abyss. According to Yi Chen's understanding, realms are fragments of real, existing worlds. After defeating the Realm Lord, the world can plunder the realm's world essence to continuously strengthen itself. At the same time, the world would grant different rewards based on the evaluator's assessment. It could be said that the most common type of realm surrounding the Blue Star world was the Abyss Fragment Realm, but at the same time, these were also the most difficult. Virtually no one was able to clear these realms. However, for Yi Chen, the Abyss Fragment Realms were nothing but a windfall. Wings of the Gods. Holding the ancient demon bow in his hand, Yi Chen decisively activated Wings of the Gods and soared relentlessly into the sky. Now that Wings of the Gods had reached level 51, combined with his enhanced attributes, Yi Chen could easily hover hundreds of meters above the ground. Looking down upon the icy world below, Yi Chen quickly spotted traces of monsters. Divine Shield. Yi Chen first activated Divine Shield. After reaching level 51, its stats had also seen a significant boost. Divine Shield level 51, active skill. Uses divine power to form a shield around the user, capable of blocking damage equal to strength 70. Consumes 500 mana. Cooldown, 15 seconds. With Yi Chen's current strength stat at 12,000, Divine Shield can provide Yi Chen with a massive shield value exceeding 800,000. In this level 40 Master Tier realm, not even the final boss could break through this shield value in a single hit, greatly enhancing Yi Chen's safety. Looking at the monster's stats below, Yi Chen felt a hint of surprise. Frost Demon Hound Enhanced. Rarity, Common. Level, 50. HP, 1 million. Attack, 25,887. Physical Defense, 10,261. Magic Defense, 10,115. Skills: Ice Spikes, Frost Shield, Blizzard, Ice Explosion. Description: the most common monster in the ice and snow realm. These creatures live in packs, and once they set their sights on you, they will fight to the death. A level 40 realm, and yet it has level 50 monsters? Yi Chen looked at the monster's stats, quite taken aback. But upon further reflection, this realm could accommodate up to 20 players at a time. Moreover, once adventurers reached level 40, many of them already had their gear and skills fully equipped. It was only natural for an elite 20-person adventurer squad to face level 50 monsters. But since the monsters are so high level, I'll level up to 45 first. Yi Chen thought to himself. As long as his level was 5 levels lower than the monsters, he could enjoy the full 200% bonus EXP. It was quite a good deal. Log, leveled up successfully. Current level, 36. Log, leveled up successfully. Current level, 37. Log, leveled up successfully. Current level, 45.
It took Yi Chen just over 10 million EXP to reach level 45. Compared to the over 30 billion EXP in the EXP orb, this was practically a drop in the bucket. After reaching level 45, he could finally equip some of the level 40 gear he obtained earlier in the gold rank dungeon. Soon, most of Yi Chen's gear was completely renewed, and his overall combat power saw a massive boost. Finally, Yi Chen took out 2 equipment upgrade vouchers. 2 streaks of light flashed, and the Ancient Demon Bow's level instantly rose to 45. Ancient Demon Bow Mythic. Slot, Weapon. Level, 45. Strength plus 2511. After upgrading the Ancient Demon Bow, a golden arrow materialized in Yi Chen's hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Currently, Yi Chen's critical hit rate was a full 100%, and each arrow dealt over 1,000,000 points of damage. With every golden arrow that struck its mark, another Frost Demon Hound fell. The log kept flooding the screen. Log successfully defeated a level 50 Frost Demon Hound while 5 levels below earned 9.6 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for defeating a monster 5 levels higher. Log successfully defeated a level 50 Frost Demon Hound while 5 levels below earned 9.6 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for defeating a monster 5 levels higher. Seeing the EXP provided by the Frost Demon Hound, a faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. The Master Level Realm offered 16 times the Express, meaning each Frost Demon Hound could provide up to 9.6 million EXP. Given the number of monsters in the Master Level Realm, this wave alone would yield at least over 20 billion EXP. After clearing the monsters below, Yi Chen continued flying forward. Soon, the second wave of monsters appeared before Yi Chen. Frost Giant Eagle Enhanced. Rarity, Common. Level, 50. HP, 1.05 million. Attack, 28,887. Physical Defense, 10,572. Magic Defense, 10,295. Skills, Eagle Strike, Wing Slash, Area Ice Spike, Frost Blade. Description: the aerial ruler of the Ice and Snow Realm, a gregarious monster with a strong sense of territorial airspace that shows no mercy to intruders. Super Multi-Arrow. Whoosh. 15 streaks of golden light shot past, instantly killing 15 Frost Giants Eagles, which plummeted from the sky one after another. Log successfully defeated a level 50 Frost Giants Eagle while 5 levels below earned 9.6 million EXP 200% bonus EXP for defeating a monster 5 levels higher. Log successfully defeated a level 50 Frost Demon Hound while 5. Log successfully defeated a level 50 Frost Giant Eagle while 5 levels below earned 9.6 million EXP 200% EXP bonus for being 5 levels below. Looking at the stats of Super Multi-Arrow, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. The Super Multi-Arrow at level 51 was far more powerful than it had been at level 31. Super Multi-Arrow level 51, active skill. Fires 15 arrows at once, dealing 200% attack power damage to one or more targets, reducing the target's movement speed by 60% for 8 seconds, and restoring HP equal to 60% of the damage dealt. Consumes 300 mana. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Both the number of arrows and the damage dealt had improved dramatically, especially the number of arrows, which had increased several fold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen's current attack speed allows him to fire over 20 arrows per second. The golden arrows streaking out one after another formed a giant net, crisscrossing as they flew toward the Frost Giant Eagle ahead. The area of effect ice spikes cast by the Frost Giant Eagle also continued to close in on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, paid no heed, allowing the massive ice spikes to hurtle toward him without the slightest intention of dodging. Boom, boom, boom. The massive ice spikes shattered upon striking the shield surrounding Yi Chen, the damage they dealt not even matching the amount of shield value Yi Chen regenerated in a single second. In less than 3 seconds, not a single Frost Giant Eagle remained in the sky. The ice and snow below were littered with the corpses of frost giants, and steaming blood pooled everywhere, refusing to freeze for a long time. Without pausing, Yi Chen continued flying forward. Wherever he went, not a single monster could withstand the power of a single arrow from Yi Chen. Even elite monsters met their end in agony under the barrage of his arrows.
A dozen or so minutes later, Yi-Chen arrived at the foot of a massive snow-capped mountain. At the base of the mountain stood a magnificent ice palace. Yi-Chen unleashed a barrage of attacks on the ice palace, causing the entire structure to shake violently as walls collapsed one after another. Monsters kept pouring out of the palace, and soon Yi-Chen caught sight of the final boss of this realm, Catherine, the Lord of Frost.
Lord of Ice, Catherine Enhanced. Rank, Ancient. Level, 50. HP, 15.25 million. Attack, 215,571. Physical defense, 85,102. Magic defense, 105,578. Skills, Ice Roar, Extreme Frost Essence, Frozen Frost Star, Ice Seal, Frozen Tomb. Description: the absolute ruler of the ice and snow realm, she wields immense frost power. All enemies will become ice sculptures in her collection. The very moment Catherine, the Ice Lord, appeared, Yi-Chen immediately activated Shadow Step. Having reached level 51, Shadow Step had seen a massive boost in stats. Not only had its teleportation radius reached agility 10 meters, but the bonus damage from the first attack after going invisible had also reached a staggering 500%. Shadowless Arrow. Yi-Chen remained hidden in the void, drawing his longbow to its full limit. 2 seconds later, a golden arrow instantly appeared before Catherine, the Ice Lord. Cataline, the Ice Lord, who hadn't even realized what had happened, collapsed instantly. Log, successfully defeated level 50 Cataline, the Ice Lord, while 5 levels below her, earning 3.84 billion EXP. 200% additional EXP bonus for defeating a 5-level higher opponent. After reaching level 51, the damage dealt by Shadowless Arrow became so terrifying it was hard to believe. The arrow, dealing damage equal to 2,500% of his attack power, instantly inflicted over 30 million damage on Cataline, the Frost Lord. The damage from the subsequent Shadow Step was even more terrifying, amounting to 5 times that of Shadowless Arrow. In other words, in that single instant, Yi-Chen dealt over 200 million damage with a single arrow. Even if Cataline, the Frost Lord, had 10 lives, she couldn't have withstood Yi-Chen's single arrow. After Cataline, the Frost Lord, died, the 2 Guardian Commander bosses by her side were instantly left completely dumbfounded. They had no idea why, in the blink of an eye, their boss had just met her end. Roar! The 2 Guardian Commander bosses let out a roar and were instantly enraged. Splatter, splatter! Arrows from Super Multi-Arrow rained down one after another, accompanied by the constant sound of arrows piercing flesh. Boom! The sound of 2 bodies hitting the ground echoed. Log, successfully defeated a level 50 Frost Knight Commander while 5 levels below earned 960 million EXP. 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels below. Log, successfully defeated a level 50 Frost Mage Commander while 5 levels below earned 960 million EXP. 200% bonus EXP for fighting 5 levels below. The 2 Guardian Commander bosses were just a second too late and met their end alongside their superiors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows streaked through the air one after another, and before long, all the monsters lay dead on the ground. Yi-Chen landed smoothly from the air and picked up the equipment, treasures, and skill books glistening with various hues on the ground. He then stowed them all away in his backpack. Ding! The realm completion notification arrived as expected, and the log began scrolling furiously. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Master Level Realm Catherine's Ice and Snow Realm. Clear time, 12 minutes and 47 seconds. Time rating, SSS. Personal rating, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. Realm completion rewards will be automatically distributed shortly. Ding! Log, realm completion rewards have been distributed. Upon receiving the notification that the realm completion rewards had been distributed, Yi-Chen hurriedly checked his log panel. Fearless Warrior. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Master Level Realm Catherine's Ice and Snow Realm. The following are your personal rewards for clearing the realm. Reward 1, S-Rank Treasure Ice Essence X5. Reward 2, S-Rank Treasure Gale Grass X3. Reward 3, S-Rank Treasure Celestial Goldstone X3. Due to your outstanding performance, an additional reward has been triggered. Reward 4, S-Rank Talent Blazing Speed. Reward 5, SSS rank treasure, Heart of Frost. Another S rank talent? Yi Chen couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the reward log on his interface. Previously, when he cleared the Master Rank realm, the Undead Realm of the Skeleton Lord, he hadn't received a talent reward, nor had he received one from the 2 gold rank realms he just completed. He never expected to receive an S rank talent this time. Yi Chen quickly examined the talent orb representing Blazing Control. Blazing Control S rank innately masters the power of blazing speed, granting an additional 100% boost to attack speed and movement speed. Upon seeing the stats for speed mastery, Yi Chen was overjoyed. In the late game, the attack speed and movement speed provided by the agility stat are practically negligible. Even a 100-point increase in agility might not amount to more than a 1% attack speed bonus. However, speed mastery grants an additional 100% attack speed, which is undoubtedly a massive boost for Yi Chen. Without hesitation, Yi Chen activated the talent orb representing Blazing Control and instantly mastered this powerful talent. Yi Chen could feel his attack speed surge dramatically. Previously, he could attack roughly 20 plus times per second, but now he had reached a staggering 30 plus times per second. Even with just basic attacks, he could deal tens of millions of damage per second. Such damage output was something even top-tier professionals could not hope to match. Of course, this only applied to novice rank monsters. If he faced high-tier monsters that had mastered the power of the laws, Yi Chen's attacks would be significantly mitigated, and he might not even be able to break through their defenses. After all, mastering the laws and not mastering them were 2 completely different worlds. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen checked the attributes of the Frost Heart. Frost Heart. Quality, SSS. Description: a gem imbued with a vast amount of the Ice Rule, capable of accelerating the mastery of the Ice Rule. Another treasure that accelerates the mastery of the rules. Yi Chen couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that all the SSS rank treasures he obtained recently were of this type. Could it be that dungeons and realms at this level are prone to dropping such treasures? Yi Chen shook his head, banishing the doubt from his mind. He stowed the Heart of Frost and the other treasures into his backpack. Then, he stepped into the spatial vortex before him and vanished into this icy world swept by biting winds. Qinglong Mountain, Villa number 001. Yi Chen reappeared in the Villa's living room. Log, level up successful. Current level, 46. Log, level up successful. Current level, 47. Log, level up successful. Current level, 50. After returning from the realm, Yi Chen immediately raised his level to 50. At this point, his EXP orb still contained over 55 billion EXP. After leveling up, Yi Chen flopped down on the sofa, and his entire body instantly relaxed. In less than an hour, Yi Chen had cleared 20 gold rank dungeons on Abyss difficulty, 2 gold rank realms, and 1 master level realm. Even though he felt no physical discomfort, spiritual exhaustion was inevitable. Only then did Yi Chen prepare to take a proper inventory of his day's haul. He channeled his spirit into his backpack, which was overflowing with all manner of equipment and treasures. Yi Chen began sorting them item by item, setting aside what he could use and placing the rest in a separate pile. 10 minutes later, his entire backpack was neatly organized. There were a total of 4 SSS rank treasures: the Wind Gem, the Strength Gem, the Fragment of the Immortal Gem, and the Heart of Frost. There were a total of 48 S-rank treasures: Equipment Upgrade Voucher, X9, Intermediate Equipment Upgrade Voucher, X6, Ice Essence, X5, Gale Grass, X3, Celestial Goldstone, X3, Agility Gems, X5, Strength Gems, X6, Life Essence, X3, Vitality Gems, X4, and Spirit Gems, X4. Excluding the gear he was already wearing, there were 21 Dark Gold rank items, 52 Gold rank items, and 197 Bronze and Silver rank items. Most of them were level 40 gear, with a small number of level 50 items, as well as gear that Yi Chen had discarded. 9 silver rank skill books and 29 bronze rank skill books. Among them, 3 silver rank skill books were useful to Yi Chen: Attack Aura, Damage Aura, and Movement Speed Aura. As for the bronze rank skills, they were mostly for other classes or skills Yi Chen had already learned. Finally, there were some materials gathered from monsters, as well as various resources collected in dungeons and the realm,
though the quantities were not large. After organizing all the items he had obtained since his awakening, Yi Chen began examining the attributes of some treasures he didn't recognize. Essence of Ice. Quality, S. Description: can be used by blacksmiths to craft various pieces of equipment, imbuing them with the power of ice to inflict various effects on targets such as slowing and freezing and even significantly boosting ice elemental damage. Celestial Gold Stone. Quality, S. Description: can be used by blacksmiths to craft various pieces of equipment, making them more durable and resistant to damage. Looking at the attributes of Ice Essence and Celestial Gold Stone, Yi Chen noticed something rather interesting. Namely, S-grade treasures must be crafted by a blacksmith to be infused into equipment. Since this is a manual process, there is inevitably a chance of failure. However, the SSS-grade treasures Yi Chen had obtained previously would automatically fuse with equipment once activated by spirit power, requiring absolutely no intervention from a blacksmith. It seemed as though the equipment forging was accomplished directly by the laws of the universe. Yi Chen then put this issue out of his mind and began examining the other treasures. Gale Grass. Quality, S. Description: a natural spiritual herb imbued with the power of the gale. It can be consumed directly or combined with auxiliary materials to brew potions, enhancing a practitioner's agility attribute. Essence of Life. Quality, S. Description: an essence containing a vast amount of life force. It can be consumed directly or combined with auxiliary materials to brew potions, restoring an adventurer's internal injuries. Looks like I'll have to find a potion master to brew some potions again. Yi Chen muttered to himself as he examined the attributes of Gale Grass and Essence of Life. The properties of Gale Grass were straightforward. Once brewed into a potion, it would increase the agility attribute. However, the ability of Essence of Life to heal latent injuries within a practitioner was quite intriguing. It's important to note that for Diamond Tier practitioners, once they sustain injuries caused by the power of the rules, they cannot be healed simply by using life potions. They must eradicate the rule power within their bodies to fully recover. Some rule power clings to the body like a bone-eating ulcer. It's extremely difficult to remove and can cause a practitioner's strength to steadily decline. This is where the Essence of Life plays a crucial role. It can directly heal internal latent injuries and eradicate the hidden rule power within the body. Otherwise, one would have to rely on a priest who masters rule power to provide continuous healing, slowly purging the hidden rule power from the body. After reviewing the attributes of these treasures, Yi Chen turned his attention to his own equipment. Heaven's Guardian Battle Armor Level 40 Dark Gold Equipment. Oath of Blood Leg Guards Level 50 Dark Gold Equipment. Heaven's Wind Riding Battle Boots Level 50 Dark Gold Equipment. Cold Moon Shoulder Guards Level 40 Dark Gold Equipment. Endless Starry Sky Belt Level 40 Dark Gold Equipment. Celestial Dome Ring Level 40 Dark Gold Equipment. Judgment Ring Level 40 Dark Gold Equipment. Ancient Demon Bow Level 45 Mythic Equipment. Time Guardian Necklace Level 15 Dark Gold Equipment. With the exception of the Time Guardian Necklace and the Ancient Demon's Bow, the other pieces of equipment underwent significant transformations. As for why he didn't replace the Time Guardian Necklace, it was simply because its traits and equipment skill were far too valuable. The equipment trait allows the wearer to block one critical hit. The equipment skill resets the cooldowns of all skills with cooldowns under 6 hours. Both of these are top-tier attributes, so Yi Chen decided to use equipment upgrade vouchers to directly upgrade the Time Guardian Necklace to level 50. Yi Chen took 8 equipment upgrade vouchers out of his backpack. 8 streaks of light flashed, and both the Time Guardian Necklace and the Ancient Demon Bow were upgraded to level 50. Ancient Demon Bow Mythic. Slot, Weapon. Level, 50. Strength plus 2876. Time Guardian Necklace Dark Gold. Slot, Necklace. Level, 50. Strength plus 1412. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen took out 3 strength gems and infused them into the Time Guardian Necklace. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Chen's strength had once again increased by several thousand points. Yi Chen couldn't wait to open the stats panel to check. Name, Yi Chen. Class, Sharpshooter.
Level, LV 50. Stats, Strength 27920, Vitality 5282, Agility 3994, Spirit 3100. Attack Power, 195,440. HP, 596,120. Mana, 124,000. Physical Defense, 43,766. Magic Defense, 34,120. Attack Speed, 32.4 times second, 236% attack speed bonus. Movement Speed, 344.1 meters second, 285% movement speed bonus. Yi Chen looked at his stats panel, his heart swelling with pride. With the bonus from Divine Arrow, Yi Chen's final attack power reached over 400,000, a figure even Diamond Tier professionals equipped with a full set of Dark Gold gear could not match. With an attack speed of over 30 times per second and a 100% critical hit rate, Yi Chen's damage per second likely reached over 100 million. He composed himself. With a single shadow step, Yi Chen instantly left the villa's living room, then activated Wings of the Gods and flew toward the ancient capital University Resource Depot. Next, he planned to sell off some useless resources, exchange them for resources he could use, and then head to the Ascension Temple to accept his silver rank advancement quest. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the ancient capital University Resource Depot. The ancient capital University Resource Depot covered a vast area and was enveloped by a massive god-tier defensive formation. At the entrance to the resource repository stood a trading hall, where students typically conducted transactions with the university. Equipment, materials, treasures, and other items obtained in the university's dungeons or realms were automatically marked with a special identifier. Only items bearing this identifier could be sold to the university and exchanged for credits. This measure was put in place to prevent students from using their clan's influence to bring items from the outside world into the university to exchange for credits. They could then use those credits to exchange for rare items that are simply unavailable on the outside market. Most of the items Yi Chen carried came from the school's dungeons and realm summoning stones. Only a small portion originated from Catherine's Ice and Snow realm. However, the school also housed an official Dragon Kingdom exchange, so any items that couldn't be exchanged for credits could simply be sold there. Upon entering the trading hall, Yi Chen spotted an unoccupied counter and walked over. "Hello, I'd like to sell some gear, skill books, and a few materials." Looking at the young woman behind the counter, Yi Chen said politely, "Sure. Just bring out the items you want to sell, and I'll verify them for you." The young woman replied with a smile, responding in a very professional manner. Yi Chen focused his mind. Clatter. Pile after pile of gear, materials, and skill books appeared out of thin air, then poured onto the desk in front of him. Before long, the desk was piled high, and quite a few pieces of gear had even fallen onto the floor. Seeing the multicolored lights flickering on the items, the clerk was instantly stunned. Dark Gold Tier gear, Gold Rank gear. The quantity was simply unbelievable. "No, I'm sorry, but we only accept items dropped in the school's dungeons or realms." Upon seeing such high-grade gear, the young lady couldn't believe Yi Chen had obtained them from the school's dungeons and realms. She assumed he'd acquired them through his clan. "No problem. These were all obtained from the school's dungeons and realms. You can use the scanner to verify them first." Yi Chen didn't get angry. He replied calmly. "Well." The young lady looked at Yi Chen with suspicion, but her professional integrity prevented her from saying anything further. Instead, she immediately took out the verification device. Beep. Azura Dagger Level 40 Dark Gold Grade Equipment verified successfully. Value, 21,552 credits. Beep. Netherfire Staff Level 40 Dark Gold Tier Equipment verified successfully. Value, 20,117 credits. As several Dark Gold Tier items were verified one after another, the young woman's expression gradually turned one of utter disbelief. They were all Dark Gold Tier items obtained from the school's dungeons and realms. Was this guy some kind of monster? She had never handled so many Dark Gold Tier items in her entire life. How on earth had the person in front of her acquired so many? Then I'll scan your ID badge. After verifying that the sources of the Dark Gold Tier items were legitimate,
the young lady said sheepishly to Yi Chen. Normally, she would have scanned Yi Chen's ID badge first, then verified the item's origins. But since Yi Chen had suddenly produced such high-tier gear, she immediately began to suspect the origin of the items. Yi Chen nodded, signaling that she could scan it. Beep. Identity verification successful. Freshman Yi Chen. Upon confirming that the student before her was actually a freshman, the young woman's eyes went wide in disbelief. A freshman? Didn't T classes just start the day before yesterday? Could someone please explain what the hell was going on? A freshman who has been enrolled for less than 3 days actually has this many high-grade items. Did he fucking raid a resource vault or something? Soon, the mountain of dark gold and gold rank gear piled up on Yi Chen's side caught the attention of other students in the trading hall. Holy shit, where did he get all this gear? I doubt we at Ancient Capital University could farm that many dark gold items in a whole year. Dude, you're out of the loop. Go check the school forum right now. The thread about Yi Chen is about to explode. That Yi Chen, he is so handsome. You don't know yet? This morning, Yi Chen cleared 20 Abyss difficulty gold rank dungeons in under 10 minutes. He is on another level. Holy crap, are you serious? 20 runs of the Abyss difficulty gold rank dungeon? In less than 10 minutes? If you don't believe me, go check the forum yourself. So many people saw it, there is no way it could be fake. You can't compare one person to another. No wonder he has so many high-grade items, it's just insane. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. They were filled with curiosity about this freshman standing before them. Such a terrifying track record was one of a kind in all of Dragon Nation and even the entire world. 10 minutes later, the staff member had finished verifying all the gear, materials, and skill books. Student Yi Chen, the total value of everything here is 1,035,412 credits. It has already been credited to your personal account. The staff member said politely to Yi Chen. Okay. Yi Chen opened the Ancient Capital University app to check his account. Seeing over 1.85 million credits in his personal account, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Yi Chen then headed to the official Longway exchange outside Ancient Capital University. His main goal was to sell some of the loot he obtained in Catherine's Ice and Snow Realm, as well as the gear he decided to discard. The 2 level 50 dark gold rank items he had obtained in Catherine's Ice and Snow Realm, Oath of Blood legguards, and Heavenly Wind riding battle boots, were already equipped on Yi Chen. So all that remained were some gold and silver rank items, as well as skill books and materials. The total sale of all these items brought in a massive 420 million Dragon Country coins. Yi Chen then purchased 10 Spirit Potions bronze rank for 50 million Dragon Country coins. After consuming them, Yi Chen's spirit attribute increased once again, finally maxing out all 4 types of bronze rank potions. Yi Chen then bought a silver rank promotion pearl for 200 million Dragon Country coins. It was undeniably expensive. It's unknown how many players, after reaching level 50, were stuck there for years before finally advancing to silver rank simply because they lacked the funds to purchase a silver rank promotion pearl. Yi Chen stowed the silver rank promotion pearl in his backpack and continued browsing the shopping section. Eventually, finding nothing else he wanted to buy, he left the Dragon Nation official exchange. The Dean's office at the Battle Academy. Yi Chen had originally planned to head to the Ascension Temple to accept the silver rank promotion quest, but it turned out that Dean Suyu happened to need him for something, so he changed course and returned to Ancient Capital University. Yi Chen, I really didn't misjudge you, kid. You've given me such a huge surprise right after enrolling. Suyu said with a smile as he looked at Yi Chen. Just performing at my usual level, I haven't reached my limit yet. Yi Chen replied with a smile of his own. Suyu was suddenly at a loss for words at Yi Chen's remark. He didn't know how to respond for a moment, so he quickly changed the subject and turned to the matter at hand. A new origin map has recently appeared at the edge of the world. Initially, only practitioners below gold rank can enter it. The human emperor personally issued an order requiring all major universities to dispatch their most talented students to conquer it. Normally, third-year students are sent on such missions, but your strength far surpasses that of the average third-year student, so you were the first person who came to mind. As Suyu explained, Yi-Chen gradually came to understand the importance of conquering origin maps. Every so often, a new origin map would appear at the world's edge. In the early stages of an origin map's formation, no one is allowed to enter. Access is gradually opened up by rank, until eventually everyone can enter. Since origin maps are newly formed, the monsters within are all origin beasts, and defeating them yields more EXP. The most powerful group of these origin beasts is known as the world boss. Defeating a world boss enhances the human race's fortune and, of course, boosts both personal and national fortune as well. The stronger the fortune of the human race and the nation, the greater the probability of powerful individuals emerging. The stronger one's personal fortune, the easier it is to comprehend the laws of the universe and acquire treasures, among other benefits. In short, the more fortune, the better. At the same time, Yi-Chen gradually came to realize that this world was not as simple as he had previously understood from books. Hundreds of years ago, under the invasion of the Abyss world, the Destiny world had most of its world essence plundered, and was eventually randomly teleported near the Blue Star world. Since the world of Heavenly Destiny had lost most of its essence, it was ultimately forced to fuse with the Blue Star world, with the world's border serving as the junction between the two realms. After the two worlds fused, the rules of the Blue Star world underwent drastic changes. Countless monsters began to emerge, while the native races of the world of Heavenly Destiny also began invading the Blue Star world. Blessed by the will of the Blue Star world, its humans grew rapidly and soon became a force capable of standing toe-to-toe with the native races of the world of Destiny. Ultimately, they drove them back to the world of Destiny and established a long defensive line along the world border. Shortly thereafter, the Abyss world invaded once more. Under mounting pressure, all races from both worlds joined forces at the world border to resist the invasion. It can be said that the Blue Star world and the world of Destiny are both allies and rivals. Whenever a new origin map appears at the world's border, all races rush to slay the world boss and claim its fortune. However, due to world rules, entry slots are limited during the early stages of an origin map's generation, so each major race can only dispatch its most talented and powerful warriors. At the same time, to prevent races from suffering catastrophic losses such as the deaths of too many geniuses and becoming unable to resist the Abyss world, the world will of both realms will teleport adventurers out when they sustain fatal damage, and re-entry is prohibited until all world bosses have been defeated. Of course, once all world bosses are defeated, the world will of both realms will no longer intervene, leaving the adventurers to fight it out among themselves. So when do we set out for the world frontier? After fully understanding the significance of the origin map, Yi-Chen hurriedly asked. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., I'll lead the students from Ancient Capital University and use the school's teleportation array to travel directly to the world's edge. Hearing Suyu's reply, Yi-Chen decided to complete his silver rank promotion quest today. Once he reached silver rank, he'd have a much better chance of defeating the world boss. By the way, your giant spirit potion has been brewed, and the 3 spirit gems have been swapped for strength gems. I'll have my secretary send them over shortly. Suyu suddenly recalled the task Yi-Chen had entrusted him with earlier and quickly sent a message to his secretary, instructing her to deliver the items immediately. Thank you, Dean Su, but I have some S-rank treasures for potion brewing and a few attribute gems that need to be swapped as well. Yi-Chen said sheepishly, looking at Suyu. Suyu looked at Yi-Chen, and his expression changed involuntarily. Wow! S-rank treasures are as common as cabbages to you. But when he thought about how Yi-Chen had just cleared 20 Abyss difficulty gold rank dungeons, he felt relieved. Damn it, so that's why he went out to restock this morning. Whoa! Even though he mentally prepared himself in advance. But when he saw Yi-Chen pull out nearly 20 S-rank treasures at once, 13 of which were attribute gems, Suyu still couldn't help but gasp. You've got way too many attribute gems. You're going to wipe out more than half of the school's strength gem inventory in one go. And the exchange fee for these is at least close to 1,000,000 credits. Keep in mind that agility gems are the cheapest, yet you've got a full 5 of them here. Suyu said in shock. Last time, the exchange fees for the 3 spirit gems, the auxiliary materials for the giant spirit potion, and the labor costs for brewing the potions, all of that came out of Suyu's own pocket. That was his investment in Yi-Chen. But this time, just exchanging the attribute gems alone would cost over 1,000,000 credits. Add to that the auxiliary materials and labor costs for brewing those 6 potions, and the total number of credits required was simply staggering. Even he couldn't come up with that many credits off the top of his head. After all, as a king tier student, while he earned more, he also spent more. He didn't have many credits to spare.
No problem.
I can still come up with over 1,000,000 credits,
Yi Chen said casually. Seeing Yi Chen's nonchalant tone, Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback by his Versailles-style attitude. Do you even realize what you're saying?
You've only been enrolled for 3 days. And you're casually pulling out over 1,000,000 credits. Anyone who didn't know better would think you'd robbed the school. Alright, Xiao Zhang will contact you later regarding the exact number of credits to be paid. If you have any issues in the future, you can contact her directly. I'll just make the necessary arrangements with her. The Xiao Zhang Suyu mentioned was his secretary.
Yi Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing Suyu's words.
From now on, he wouldn't have to handle so many things himself. That was excellent. Yi Chen, Dean Su, your secretary is great. She's mine from now on. He reined in his emotions. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Dean Su.
This will save me a lot of time in the future."
Suyu also laughed heartily, then said, "After all, for a prodigy of your caliber, wasting time on such trivial matters is simply not worth it. Growing up quickly and becoming a true powerhouse is what matters most."
Yi Chen sensed Suyu's deep expectations for him and nodded, saying, "I believe that day isn't too far off." Feeling Yi Chen's overwhelming confidence, Suyu's eyes lit up. What a truly extraordinary young man!
It wasn't long before Suyu's secretary, Xiao Zhang, arrived at the office. Yi Chen stowed the 3 strength gems and the giant spirit potion into his backpack. At the same time, he handed Xiao Zhang the 13 attribute gems to be exchanged for strength gems, 3 portions of gale grass, and 3 portions of essence of life.
After exchanging contact information, Xiao Zhang left the office. 3 portions of gale grass can be used to craft 3 vials of gale potion, but each person can only take 1.
I suggest you have Xiao Zhang exchange the other 2 vials of gale potion for other attribute potions. After Xiao Zhang left, Suyu spoke up with a suggestion. Alright, I'll talk to Sister Xiao Zhang about it when the time comes. Yi Chen paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, Dean Su, I'd like to ask, what exactly is the power of immortality? Suyu looked at Yi Chen with a look of surprise and replied, at your current level, you shouldn't have access to the power of immortality yet. Where did you hear about it? I just happened to come across it, Yi Chen said with a smile, avoiding a direct answer. Seeing that Yi Chen was unwilling to speak, Suyu didn't press the matter. After all, everyone has their own secrets. The power of immortality is a top-tier strength that only a select few mythic-level powerhouses can master. It can greatly enhance one's attributes, and by burning the power of immortality, one can unleash power beyond imagination. Suyu's explanation was very brief, not because he didn't want to explain it thoroughly, but because that was the extent of his understanding. Even among mythic-level powerhouses, very few master the power of immortality. It is a top-tier strength reserved for the very best of the best. Once one masters the power of immortality, even a casual strike can unleash power capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Such individuals are true peak powerhouses, invincible beings standing at the very pinnacle of the world.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was taken aback.
Gold rank warriors comprehend the power of the rules and then ascend to diamond rank.
Could the power of immortality signify a realm beyond the mythical rank? Dean Su, are there even stronger practitioners above the mythical rank? Yi Chen asked, voicing his confusion.
Suyu looked at Yi Chen, remained silent for a long time, and then said, actually, most king rank warriors know that above the mythical rank lies the half-saint rank. The sword god, Dragon Nation's strongest warrior, is in fact a half-saint level powerhouse.
Half-saint truly transcending the ordinary to reach the realm of the divine. Once one attains the half-saint level, their life undergoes a metamorphosis, granting a lifespan of 10,000 years. It can be said that as long as the sword god exists, Dragon Nation will remain at the pinnacle even 10,000 years from now. As Suyu spoke, his eyes gleamed with intense longing. King-level experts have a lifespan of 2,000 years,
myth level experts have 3,000 years, but half-saint level experts have a lifespan as long as 10,000 years. 10,000 years, that's more than 3 times the lifespan of a myth level expert. Upon hearing that there was a half-saint level above the myth level, Yi-Chen clenched his fist in excitement. This world is so fascinating, it's truly worth living in. Yi-Chen exclaimed excitedly, his fist clenched. Suyu, too, looked at Yi-Chen with fiery eyes and said excitedly, I believe you will definitely become a half-saint level powerhouse in the future. As the Dragon Nation's fortune grows, the probability of powerful figures emerging will increase as well. Who knows, maybe one day I'll become a half-saint level powerhouse too. That's why every time a new origin map appears, it sparks a scramble among all races. It's a crucial opportunity to strengthen a race's foundations. It was only then that Yi-Chen gained a deeper understanding of the importance of origin maps and the significance of destiny. He then bid farewell to Suyu, saying, Dean Su, I'm going to claim my silver rank promotion quest first. Once the new origin map opens the day after tomorrow, I'm going to take down every single world boss. Upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, Suyu quickly reminded him, don't miss the 3 p.m. departure for the World's Edge tomorrow. It's just a minor silver rank promotion quest, it won't take long. Yi-Chen said with a smile to Suyu, then waved goodbye and left the office, flying toward the Ascension Temple. Ancient capital University City, inside the Ascension Temple. Yi-Chen placed both hands on the Ascension steel, his entire body emitting a faint glow. A few seconds later, a voice echoed faintly in his mind. Level 50 Sharpshooter Yi-Chen, you meet the level requirement. A silver rank promotion quest is about to be generated. Please select the difficulty level for your promotion quest. Yi-Chen's expression froze in surprise. He could actually choose the difficulty of his Ascension quest? After all, when he accepted the bronze rank Ascension quest, he hadn't been able to select the difficulty at all. Difficulty 1, 9 stars. Difficulty 2, 10 stars. However, the moment the 2 difficulty options appeared in Yi-Chen's mind, his expression instantly became one of sheer astonishment. There's actually a 10-star difficulty Ascension quest? Yi-Chen was deeply shocked. A 10-star advancement quest, this must be the first time in the history of professionals, right? But shock aside, Yi-Chen decisively chose the 10-star difficulty. For no other reason than that the 10-star difficulty offered greater rewards. Completing a 9-star advancement quest rewarded an SSS tier class talent and a class exclusive skill. So, what would a 10-star quest reward? Quest issued. Yi-Chen immediately opened his quest panel and saw a line of striking red text. Silver rank advancement quest, hunt the world boss phase 1. Difficulty, 10 star. Description, countless origin beasts will spawn in the origin map. The most powerful among them are known as world bosses. Defeating a world boss enhances your personal fortune. Only those possessing immense fortune can become true powerhouses. Requirements: adventurers must travel to the origin map and defeat 4 world bosses of a level equal to or higher than their own. Current progress, 0-4. Tip: only landing the final blow on a world boss will increase your quest progress. Additionally, the higher your contribution to the world boss's defeat, the greater the value of the rewards you'll receive. Time limit, 168 hours. Note, if the time limit is exceeded, the quest will automatically fail. Yi-Chen looked at the quest description on the quest panel, his expression grave. Generally speaking, a newly created origin map would not contain more than 10 world bosses. However, the number of players entering from both worlds ran into the hundreds of thousands, and those who could gain access were true geniuses whose combat power far exceeded that of players of the same level. It was a case of too many cooks spoiling the broth. The competition was fierce. If the first stage of the quest already requires defeating 4 world bosses of a level equal to or higher than my own, just how difficult will the second stage be? Yi-Chen fell deep in thought as he looked at the first stage specifically marked on the promotion quest. Generally, only promotion quests for diamond-ranked professionals consist of multiple stages, and the difficulty of each stage increases accordingly. Yi-Chen never expected to encounter a multi-stage quest so soon after being promoted to silver rank. No wonder it's an unprecedented 10-star difficulty promotion quest. It really is that terrifying. Yi-Chen murmured after a long silence.
Since I can't complete this promotion quest just yet, I'll head back and get some rest. With that, Yi Chen left the promotion sanctuary and flew toward ancient capital University. Just as Yi Chen was resting in his villa, the ancient capital University forum was buzzing with activity. An official pinned post appeared on the forum's homepage. Official announcement of the latest Origin Map expedition roster. The following individuals will represent Ancient Capital University on this expedition. You will carry the hopes of the human race and fight for humanity. Number 001, Yi Chen. Number 002, Su Zhantian. Number 003, Lu Qiuyue. Number 004, Ding Yixian. Number 005, Yuan Wencheng. Number 200, Ling He. There were 200 people in total, most of whom were outstanding juniors, with a very small number being gifted sophomores. As for freshmen, there was only Yi Chen. Moreover, he ranked first on the list, which meant the university's leadership believed Yi Chen's strength was undeniably the best. This held true even when compared to this group of gifted sophomores and juniors. Everyone who saw this list was utterly stunned. Yi Chen. Yi Chen again. As a freshman who had been on campus for less than 3 days, legends about him were already all over the forums. National top scorer. Soloing the final boss of the freshman trial. Earning nearly 600,000 credits in the freshman trial. Clearing the Abyss difficulty gold rank dungeon 20 times solo in under 10 minutes. No matter which of these feats you consider, each one ensures Yi Chen is deeply etched into people's memories. In less than 3 days since enrollment, he already pulled off so many feats that shattered their preconceptions. It dealt a severe blow to their psyche. They came to deeply realize the vast gap that exists between people. It's safe to say that Yi Chen's popularity on the Ancient Capital University forum has never waned. One outrageous feat after another has left people dazzled. Just this morning, news broke that he had soloed the Abyss difficulty gold rank dungeon 20 times in under 10 minutes, and by the afternoon, he had already made it onto the latest expedition roster for the Origin map. And to top it all off, he was ranked number 1. It was simply beyond belief. At that moment, comments kept popping up beneath the official pinned post. This is just too outrageous. Even a freshman can make it onto the Origin map expedition roster? What's left of my pride as a junior? Only true geniuses can venture into the Origin map to secure fortune for our Dragon Nation and bring us glory. May our Dragon Nation prosper and live on forever. The Origin map seems to be appearing more frequently lately. I remember the last time was about half a year ago. The Golden Age storms are brewing. This Yi Chen is just too outrageous. He gets to head to the Origin map to fight right after enrolling. Could he be the principal's illegitimate son? Watch your language up there, be careful you don't get invited for tea. This is the comments section, not a no man's land. As long as you can pull off as many outrageous feats as Yi Chen, I'm sure you can become one of them too. The Origin map is teeming with Origin beasts, and I've heard that killing them grants a 30x EXP bonus. That means your level would skyrocket in no time. Yeah, I'm so jealous. Everyone who makes it into the Origin map is a true genius, the future backbone of Dragon Nation. Work hard to improve your strength. As long as you're strong enough, you can make it next time too. In addition to Ancient Capital University, other major universities also announced their latest lists of participants for the Origin map campaign on their respective forums. Instantly, a wave of discussion swept through colleges and universities across the nation. Every student on the list was a peerless genius in Dragon Nation. It was no exaggeration to call them 1 in 100,000. Making the list was not only a recognition of their strength but also a great honor. Fight for the human race. Fight for the nation. Fight for glory. The next morning, Yi Chen was bored out of his mind, lying on the couch watching a movie. Ring ring. Yi Chen's phone rang. When he answered, Zheng Qiuyue's voice came through. Zheng Qiuyue was the full name of Su Yue's secretary. Yi Chen, your 13 strength gems have been exchanged. I'll bring them over to you shortly, but you might have to wait a few more days for the potions. Okay, there's no rush on the potions. I won TB on campus for the next few days. Yi Chen said with a smile. Okay, I'll be right over. Thanks for your help, Sister Zhang. After saying that, Yi Chen hung up the phone and went out to the courtyard to relax while waiting for Sister Zhang to bring over the strength gems. Yi Chen opened his Ancient Capital University app and discovered he had less than 900,000 credits left. He couldn't help but gasp, those credits really weren't enough. Generally speaking, an S-rank treasure is worth between 100,000 and 1 million credits, and you can't simply buy one just because you have enough credits. You must be eligible to purchase it. It was only because Yi Chen had been granted eligibility by Suyu that he was able to exchange for so many strength gems. Otherwise, even if other students had enough credits, they wouldn't be able to exchange for that many strength gems. Strength gems are worth nearly twice as much as agility gems, and Yi Chen needed to exchange a full 5 agility gems. In the end, he spent less than 1 million credits, a special concession granted by the school. Yi Chen was well aware of the support Ancient Capital University had given him. In the future, he would certainly repay the university by helping it cultivate even more powerful individuals. As for the freshman exchange tournament in October, Yi Chen felt he likely wouldn't be able to participate. After all, by October, even he didn't know just how terrifying his strength might become. The president had specially recruited him in the first place precisely to help Ancient Capital University win first place in the freshman exchange tournament. But what if he had already advanced to the half-saint level by October? It would be impossible for him to come back and compete against this bunch of kids. He'd just have to give back to Ancient Capital University generously once he became wealthy. Just like the sword god, the EXP orbs he provided had benefited Yi Chen immensely. Although the sword god's reward was intended for the winner of the freshman trials, by accepting it, Yi Chen had effectively accepted the sword god's investment. If the opportunity arises in the future, he will certainly repay this favor. However, considering that the Sword Saint is a half-saint level powerhouse, to repay him, Yi Chen would have to become a half-saint level powerhouse himself at the very least. With that in mind, Yi Chen clenched his fist and muttered, "My goal isn't just the half-saint level, even that unknown realm beyond it, I will one day explore for myself." Before long, Zheng Qiuyu had arrived at the entrance to Yi Chen's villa. After handing the 13 strength gems to Yi Chen, she bid him farewell and left. As Suyu's secretary, she had plenty of daily tasks to attend to. Yi Chen stowed the 13 strength gems in his backpack. He now had a total of 19 strength gems. Once fused with equipment, strength gems lose their effect even if separated, so Yi Chen had to use them with caution. Currently, aside from his weapon and necklace, the rest of his equipment was merely ordinary dark gold tier gear. It would easily become obsolete once he leveled up. If I had a full set of mythic tier equipment or even growth type mythic tier equipment, then I could fuse the strength gems with confidence, Yi Chen thought to himself. However, he soon noticed that the giant S potion in the corner of his backpack was still unused, so he quickly retrieved it. In his haste to head to the Ascension Temple yesterday to accept his Ascension quest, he had completely forgotten about it. Yi Chen opened the giant S potion, and a rich, refreshing fragrance instantly filled the air. Yi Chen took a deep breath and poured the giant S elixir into his mouth. A refreshing cucumber scent lingered on his palate. Yi Chen clearly felt his strength increase significantly once again. The giant S elixir could boost the strength attribute by 100 points. Even though Yi Chen's strength was already as high as 28,000, who would ever complain about having too little strength? Soon, Yi Chen returned to the living room and resumed watching the movie. At 2:30 p.m., Yi Chen arrived at the teleportation hall of Ancient Capital University. As soon as Yi Chen stepped into the teleportation hall, he saw a giant banner hanging in the spacious hall. It read, "Fight for the human race. Fight for Dragon Nation. Fight for glory. We wish all departing students a triumphant return." Below the banner, Suyu had already arrived early. Yi Chen walked straight over to Suyu. "Dean Su, why did you come so early?" "I came early to see if these kids would be late," Suyu said casually. Yi Chen smiled and continued, "Dean Su, do we have any specific tactical plans for this expedition to the origin map? There is no doubt about the world boss's power, so once we arrive, our university's team will cooperate with the military and even with teams from other nations with the sole purpose of defeating the world boss." Hearing Suyu's reply, Yichen fell deep in thought. On this trip to the origin map, he would need to defeat at least 4 world bosses. If he had to operate as part of a team, it might be very inconvenient. It would be best if he could act alone and then go after other races' world bosses. That would be more efficient, and Dragon Nation could secure more fortune. Shortly after, Yichen pulled Suyu aside and shared his plan. Dean Su, you've seen my freshman trial. You should know I have a skill with extreme burst damage. I'd like to request permission to act alone and raid other races' world bosses to showcase the might of the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing Yichen's idea, Suyu's eyes widened instantly. What kind of outrageous move was this? Going alone to raid another race's world boss? However, when he thought of Yichen's terrifying burst damage enough to instantly wipe out a sky-supporting giant ape with 100 million HP, he couldn't help but waver. It didn't seem entirely impossible, after all? What he didn't realize, though, was that Yichen's strength had changed beyond recognition. Since then it was like night and day. Alright, I'll discuss it with the principal. The more Suyu thought about it, the more he felt Yichen's idea was actually quite sound. If Yichen could snatch a world boss from another race, it would not only boost Dragon Nation's fortune but also establish its reputation. Of course, it would also elevate the prestige of Ancient Capital University, letting everyone know that an invincible prodigy had emerged from its ranks. At the thought of this scene, Suyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Students in the distance looked at Suyu with puzzled expressions, wondering what Yichen had possibly said to him that would cause the usually composed Dean Suyu to lose his composure like this. Suyu quickly contacted the principal and shared this bold idea with him. Before long, he received a reply. The reply was very simple, just one word, okay? After receiving the reply, Suyu quickly found Yichen and said urgently, "The president has agreed. I'll have someone handle the rest of the arrangements. When the time comes, you'll act on your own, just secretly follow behind the other races' teams." Yichen's face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied, "Don't worry, Dean Su. I guarantee I'll take down at least 1 world boss." Seeing Yichen's confident expression, Suyu couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Yichen laughed just as heartily. However, what he was really thinking was that since he could act on his own, he could go hunt down the bosses and take them down solo. He intended to beat everyone to it and claim at least half of the world bosses. But he certainly wouldn't voice such a far-fetched idea out loud, otherwise, even Suyu would mock him for being out of his league. "Oof, just wait until then, you'll be blown away," Yichen thought to himself with a smile. Soon, the 200 students heading to the origin map arrived at the teleportation hall one after another. They were about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. But that was only natural if they missed the departure time for the origin map because of their own negligence. It would be a lifelong regret. Not only would they miss out on the chance to be crowned with glory, but they'd also fall far behind others on the path to becoming professionals. Once everyone was present, Suyu led all the students into the teleportation array. A flash of white light appeared. Everyone vanished from the teleportation hall in an instant. At the edge of the world, in Holy Dragon City, on the teleportation plaza. A flash of white light. Suyu and the 200 students from Ancient Capital University appeared on the teleportation plaza in Holy Dragon City. When the students recovered from the dizziness caused by the teleportation, they all stared wide-eyed as if witnessing something incredible. The air was thick with the aura of powerful professionals. In the sky, professionals riding flying dragons swept by at high speed. On the ground, professionals riding ancient magic wolves were slowly making their way toward the teleportation array, preparing to travel to other cities. In addition to ordinary human professionals, there were even non-human beast-eared girls with cat ears and tails. Elven maidens with pointed ears. Dwarves with muscular builds, standing less than 1.4 meters tall. And all sorts of other races they'd never seen before. Let us go. Seeing that everyone had come to their senses, Suyu quickly led his students away from the teleportation array. Next, they were headed to the Azure Dragon Legion's headquarters in Holy Dragon City. Along the way, all the students were fascinated by everything they saw, looking around in wonder. Holy Dragon City was completely different from what they had imagined. Compared to the ancient capital, it was like two different worlds. This is the real world of professionals. Yi Chen's horizons had broadened immensely along the way. He had seen so many things he had never encountered in the past 18 years. Soon, the group arrived at the Azure Dragon Legion S base in Holy Dragon City. This expedition to the origin map was led by the Azure Dragon Legion, and students from all universities would gather here. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, the barrier to the origin map would be lifted. For the first 7 days, only professionals ranked gold or below would be allowed to enter, and their awakening must have occurred no more than 3 years ago. At that time, the university students would head to the origin map alongside the elite team dispatched by the Azure Dragon Legion. After Suyu led the students from ancient capital University to the Azure Dragon Legion's headquarters, the base commander, Zhang Pitied, appeared immediately. Students, welcome to the Azure Dragon Legion's headquarters in Holy Dragon City. However, since you're now on military grounds, you must obey orders from your superiors. That is the rule of the military. You may now return to your dormitories to rest. Assemble here promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Zhang Patien's authoritative voice reached everyone's ears. The group then dispersed, and the students, led by soldiers, headed to their respective dormitories. Along the way, the soldiers explained some important rules and precautions to follow within the barracks. As for Suyu, he left the Azure Dragon Legion barracks to meet an old friend in Holy Dragon City. The next morning, Yi Chen got out of bed early. After having breakfast at the Legion's mess hall, he headed to the Legion's plaza to assemble. By then, quite a few students were already waiting in the square. Most of them knew each other and were chatting in small groups. Yi Chen spotted the ancient capital university group and walked straight over to them. When Yi Chen appeared, he immediately caught the attention of many. After getting to know each other over the course of the evening, many had learned that ancient capital university had actually sent a freshman this time. And he was sequence number 001. It was simply outrageous. This completely shattered their worldview. Gudu University has really fallen on hard times. Even a freshman who just awakened can run rampant. This isn't how you throw in the towel. Sending a freshman to the origin map? Unless this Yi Chen has some mind-blowing connections and they pulled some strings just to let him come here and level up? I wonder if the higher-ups at ancient capital university have lost their minds. They actually dared to send over a freshman who just awakened. Aren't they afraid the human emperor will hold them accountable? Yi Chen soloed 20 level 35 abyss difficulty gold rank dungeons in under 10 minutes. With a record like that, could any of you even do that? Whoa, he has probably just all talk. He started off with a big mouth, and all those achievements are just made up. Ancient capital university is in for a world of trouble. How dare they waste a spot on the origin map expedition to give a freshman special treatment? They're truly corrupt. Goody University can't be that ridiculous, right? Soloing 20 level 35 abyss difficulty gold rank dungeons in under 10 minutes? That's seriously impressive. You don't actually believe their bullshit, do you? This is completely made up. If it's true, I'll eat a gene of shit on livestream. Get lost. Stop always trying to scam people out of free food and drinks. The students were buzzing with discussion, and many from ancient capital university couldn't stand it either, rushing to refute the claims. However, students from other universities naturally didn't buy their nonsense. Such an outrageous record would be impossible to even fabricate. Yi Chen shook his head, not bothering to argue with them. Facts speak louder than words. Never argue with a fool, unless you're even more foolish than they are. When the global announcement about the world boss's defeat appeared, they would naturally realize just how ridiculous they'd been. Seeing a patch of sky from the bottom of a small well, they thought that was the entire sky. Soon, it was nearly 8 o'clock. All the students had already lined up in the square. Yi Chen stood at the very front of the ancient capital university line, waiting for Zhang Patien's arrival. Before long, Zhang Patian and the heads of the major universities arrived at the square together. Fellow students, I believe you are all well aware of the importance of the origin map. Next, we will be teleported directly to one of the entrances to the origin map,
where the elite soldiers of our Qinglong Legion have already assembled. I hope everyone will cooperate fully and follow the tactical instructions of the military commanders. Our goal is to take down as many world bosses as possible and uphold the might of the Dragon Nation. Zhang Patian's authoritative voice rang out repeatedly. Uphold the might of the Dragon Nation. Let us uphold the might of the Dragon Nation. Let us uphold the might of the Dragon Nation. As soon as Zhang Patian finished speaking, all the students shouted in unison. All right, let us begin the teleportation. Zhang Patian pulled a teleportation scroll from his backpack, channeled his spirit power, and in an instant, the thousands of people present vanished from the square. A flash of white light flickered. Thousands of people instantly appeared on a vast plain. Zhang Patian looked around to confirm their location. He then led everyone northward. Before long, a legion of over 5,000 soldiers appeared ahead. Zhang Patian quickened his pace. Reporting to the Legion commander, the 1,151-member college student team has arrived in full. Zhang Patian reported to the imposing man with a square face standing before him. We have less than 2 hours left. Have them introduce themselves to one another and get to know each other to build team chemistry for future cooperation. Yes, sir. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Patian led the university student team toward the neatly formed military ranks. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, led by Su Yu, also approached the imposing man with the square face. Commander Wang, this is Yi Chen, whom Principal Lu mentioned. Su Yu brought Yi Chen before Wang Tianba, the commander of the Qinglong Legion, and introduced him. Wang Tianba quietly appraised Yi Chen, then smiled. Truly, heroes emerging youth, your strength is so profound that even I cannot fathom its depth. Wang Tianba was secretly startled as he looked at Yi Chen. Generally speaking, for him to be unable to gauge someone's strength, that person would have to be at the level of a sword god, and Yi Chen was clearly not. As for a situation like Yi Chen's where his strength wasn't overwhelming, yet his true depth remained inscrutable, it was extremely rare. It might be due to the protection of the world's will, or perhaps he possessed exceptionally high-quality equipment capable of masking his aura. However, regardless of the reason, it signified Yi Chen's power and mystery. Commander Wang, you flatter me. Yi Chen replied politely. Since the higher-ups have agreed to let you proceed alone, there must be a reason for it, so I won't pry further. I hope you, Yi Chen, can secure more fortune for our Dragon Nation and bring glory to our nation. Wang Tianba laughed heartily. For a genius like Yi Chen, who was certain to become a powerhouse in the future, he was more than willing to offer his goodwill. After the greetings, Su Yu took Yi Chen aside and shared some intelligence about the origin map and the world of destiny. This origin map is the largest in history, and both the strength and number of world bosses within it are likely to increase. The three major dominant races in the world of destiny are the elves, the orcs, and the dragon folk. The one to watch most closely is the current holy maiden of the elves. Although her level is only at the peak of silver rank, her combat prowess should not be underestimated. It's even said that she has been recognized by the elves' sacred artifact. Even an ordinary diamond tier powerhouse would be no match for her. Yi Chen furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, what rank is the elven race's sacred artifact? Is their equipment even stronger than mythic tier? Su Yu burst out laughing. Of course. The rank of a sacred artifact surpasses mythic tier, and it contains the power of the laws of the universe. Even as a silver rank practitioner, once you master a sacred artifact, you can harness the power of the laws and unleash tremendous might. Hearing this reply, Yi Chen couldn't help but reflect. His knowledge in the past had been far too limited. He'd truly been like a frog at the bottom of a well. Only recently, as his strength had grown, had he gradually come to realize that there was a half-saint tier above mythic tier practitioners. He never imagined that even equipment could have higher tiers. But you don't need to worry too much. With her silver rank strength, even if she activates the power of the rules, she won't be able to sustain it for very long. When that happens, just lie low for a while. If she doesn't channel the power of the rules, she is really just someone with slightly higher stats than others. Su Yu continued. As Su Yu and Yi Chen continued their conversation, time kept passing.
Soon it was 10 o'clock, and the barrier of the origin map slowly shifted from black to gray. Everyone, prepare to enter the origin map. Wang Tianbai's voice rang out in everyone's ears. Yi Chen also activated Divine Shield and Divine Wings. Within a few breaths, he vanished from everyone's sight and entered the origin map. Ding! Entered the Tianqing Mountains. After Yi Chen entered the origin map, a notification sounded in his mind. Tianqing Mountains? Yi Chen pondered this to himself. According to Su Yu's explanation, origin beasts in mountain-type maps were generally stronger. Yi Chen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it, and raced off in another direction. Before long, a large number of origin beasts appeared. Giant Python Origin Beast. Rank, Common. Level, 70. HP, 520,000. Attack power, 18,876. Physical defense, 4,566. Magic defense, 4,877. Skills, Deadly Tail Swipe, Venomous Fangs, Toxic Burst. Description: a common monster in the Tianqing Mountains, an unremarkable giant python. Yi Chen looked down from the air, taking in a clear view of the monsters on the ground. In addition to the giant pythons, various other origin beasts were scattered throughout the area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden arrows rained down relentlessly. Log successfully defeated a level 70 giant python while 20 levels below earned 18 million EXP, 200% EXP bonus for defeating a monster 20 levels higher. Log successfully defeated a level 70 grizzly bear 20 levels above my own, earning 18 million EXP, 200% EXP bonus for defeating a monster 20 levels higher. Origin beasts in the origin map grant a 30x EXP bonus. Defeating monsters 20 levels higher than your own grants a maximum EXP bonus of 200%. Each origin monster can provide Yi Chen with up to 18 million EXP. Since I can't advance to silver rank just yet, I'll focus on upgrading the skill levels of Shadowless Arrow and Shadow Step for now. Yi Chen realized that to defeat 4 world bosses, he would need to push his burst damage to the absolute limit. The stronger his burst damage, the higher his chances of securing a boss. Log, Shadowless Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 52. Log, Shadowless Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 53. Log, Shadowless Arrow upgraded successfully. Current level, 101. Yi Chen spent nearly 25 billion EXP to successfully upgrade Shadowless Arrow to level 101. After reaching level 101, the stats of Shadowless Arrow underwent another dramatic change. Shadowless Arrow level 101, active skill. After charging for 2 seconds, fires a powerful arrow that deals 8,000% attack power damage to the target. The arrow will traverse space to strike the target directly. Consumes 5,000 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The attack power damage jumped from 2,500% at level 51 to 8,000%, and the cooldown was reduced by 20 seconds. Seeing the attack power bonus of Shadowless Arrow, Yi Chen was overjoyed. With his current attack power of 450,000, even if he encountered a world boss with high critical strike resistance that prevented critical damage, he could still deal over 100 million damage. If combined with the first attack of Shadow Step, the damage would be even more terrifying. With that in mind, Yi Chen quickly began upgrading the skill level of Shadow Step. Log, Shadow Step upgraded successfully. Current level, 52. Log, Shadow Step upgraded successfully. Current level, 53. Log, Shadow Step upgraded successfully. Current level, 101. Yi Chen spent nearly 25 billion EXP once again, and Shadow Step was successfully upgraded to level 101. At this point, the attributes of Shadow Step underwent a drastic change. Shadow Step level 101, active skill. Leaves a shadow clone at the current location that lasts for 30 seconds. The caster can teleport to any location within a radius of agility 50 meters, ignoring obstacles, while entering an invisible state. The first attack deals an additional 1,200% damage and breaks the caster's invisibility. Consumes 8,000 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds.
Looking at the stats for Shadow Step, Yi Chen's lips curled slightly into a smile. With a whopping 12-fold damage bonus, even without the bonuses from Abyssal Power and Dark Arrow, he could instantly deal over 1 billion in damage. The others had worked so hard to whittle the world boss down to just over 1 billion HP. With a single arrow fired from afar, Yi Chen completely wiped out the enemy's health bar and stripped away most of its destiny. Thinking of that scene, a smile couldn't help but spread across Yi Chen's face. That smile wouldn't faded would simply shift from the faces of others to his own. Yi Chen continued flying deeper into the Tianqing Mountains. Every origin beast he encountered along the way couldn't withstand the power of a single arrow from him, and the EXP in his EXP orb kept rising. Soon, Yi Chen spotted a golden glow flickering in the distance. A gold-ranked treasure chest? Yi Chen gazed at the distant golden light and thought to himself. When an origin map first appears, countless treasure chests are generated simultaneously and randomly scattered throughout every corner of the map. Some chests are hidden in corners that are extremely difficult to find, while others are guarded by powerful origin beasts. Generally speaking, these treasure chests are almost completely looted by the time the first batch of professionals enters. That's why most of the talented professionals who enter first tend to walk away with substantial loot. In an origin map restricted to gold rank professionals and below, a highest tier treasure chest is only gold rank. A gold rank treasure chest this obvious should be guarded by a powerful boss, shouldn't it? Yi Chen felt a pang of doubt. He scanned the area ahead once more but still saw no sign of any origin beasts. Yi Chen landed several thousand meters away from the treasure chest. He cautiously made his way toward it. Just as Yi Chen was less than 1,000 meters from the treasure chest, something unexpected happened. Boom! An origin beast hundreds of meters long burst from the ground and shot skyward. Yi Chen used a shadow step to instantly create distance. Only then did he take a closer look at the colossal monster before him. Thousand-legged centipede king origin beast. Rank, Commander. Level, 70. HP, 2.48 million. Attack power, 52,101. Physical defense, 26,571. Magic defense, 27,661. Skills: Venomous Stab, Rock-Hard Carapace, Toxic Mist, Venom Burst. Description: a powerful magical beast of the Tianqing Mountains, capable of deadly poison attacks and possessing formidable defensive capabilities. So it's just a little centipede that almost gave me a heart attack. After getting a clear look at the monster's stats, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought a world boss had appeared, but it turned out to be nothing more than a tiny commander-level boss. Whoosh! A golden arrow streaked toward the thousand-legged centipede king's head. After reaching level 101, Shadow Step dealt a whopping 12x bonus damage, causing even a basic attack to instantly deal over 10 million damage. Boom! The thousand-legged centipede king collapsed to the ground before it even realized what had happened. Even in death, its eyes remained fixed on the shadow clone in front of it. Its mind was filled with confusion. That person right in front of me clearly didn't move. How the hell did I die? Log, successfully defeated a level 70,000-legged centipede king while 20 levels below earned 1.8 billion EXP 200% EXP bonus for defeating a monster 20 levels higher. Yi Chen's figure flickered, and in the space of a few breaths, he arrived beside the corpse of the thousand-legged centipede king. After stowing the gear that had dropped from beneath it into his backpack, he walked over to the golden treasure chest. Looking at the gleaming golden chest, a faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Gold rank treasure chests were extremely rare. They could yield S-rank treasures and dark gold rank gear, at best a considerable haul indeed. Click! The chest slowly opened. An orange glow burst forth. Yi Chen quickly inspected the items inside the chest. One dark gold tier piece of equipment and one A-tier treasure. Dark moon robe, dark gold. Slot, top. Level, 70. Spirit plus 810. Vitality plus 395. Property 1, increases spirit by 23%. Property 2, increases vitality by 23%. Property 3, damage taken reduced by 23%.
Equipment requirements: level 70 class base spirit stat must be greater than 2500.
High tier class equipment actually has no class restrictions, only level and stat requirements. Looking at the stats of the Dark Moon robe, Yi Chen's eyes widened, and he thought to himself,
the requirements for Dark Gold tier gear are so high.
Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel as he saw that the Dark Moon robe required a base spirit stat of over 2500 to equip. Base stats refer to attributes when not wearing gear. Permanent stat boosts from potions, passive skills, and other sources are all included in this calculation. It's important to note that even a level 70 rare class mage, who allocates all their free attribute points to spirit, would only reach around 2000 points. Even with the bonuses from potions and passive skills, it would likely still be impossible to reach a base spirit attribute value of 2500.
Unless one could awaken their bloodline power, resulting in a massive boost to all attributes.
Otherwise, one would have to wait until level 80 or higher to equip level 70 Dark Gold gear. The fact that there are no restrictions on equipping gear at lower levels might be a blessing from the world's will. Yi Chen mused to himself.
It actually made sense after all. This was reality, not a game.
Although novice rank gear had class restrictions, it was still possible to forcefully equip it once simply Wound T received the stat bonuses. Even a mage can pick up a regular bow and arrow to attack, but if they were to pick up a divine bow, their strength Wound T be enough to draw the string, so naturally, they wouldn't be able to use it. Or, for example, if a mage were to wear a chestplate that requires 2500 base strength to equip, they'd likely end up unable to even walk. After stowing the Dark Moon robe in his backpack, Yi Chen checked the attributes of the A-rank treasure.
Dark Moon herb. Quality, A.
Properties, a celestial and earthly spirit herb. Upon consumption, it increases affinity with the law of darkness, making it easier to comprehend this law.
Each practitioner may consume up to 3 herbs. A treasure that increases affinity with the power of the laws?
Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Treasures of this kind were extremely rare. Although the Dark Moon herb was merely an A-rank treasure, it could permanently increase affinity with the law of darkness, and no one would ever have too many of such treasures. Without hesitation, Yi Chen popped the Dark Moon herb into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. After ingesting it, he didn't feel anything unusual.
Perhaps he hadn't officially begun to comprehend the power of the laws yet.